The Provincial Emergency Management Department and Provincial Meteorological Bureau remind you tonight Typhoon Shirley will make a direct hit on our province with maximum winds possibly reaching Category 15-18. Shunlan City and the Pearl River Delta may experience heavy to torrential rain locally extreme. Please prepare for urban waterlogging, flash floods, mudslides, and landslides caused by the heavy rainfall. By 1115 on September 23, 2032, Liang Shiyu had received at least a dozen spam messages about typhoon warnings. They came from the Provincial Meteorological Bureau, the Flood Control Office, the Emergency Management Department, and even some obscure software he had once registered on. It seemed this once in 30 years super typhoon was no hype. It was real. Otherwise the school wouldn't be so generous as to give a 5-day holiday. He heard most companies in Shunlan City had also given time off. But Liang Shiyu glanced sideways at the cloudless sky outside the classroom window. Such a clear blue day. It didn't look like a super typhoon was coming at all. Ding dong. Liang Shiyu received a message from his mother. Liang Ying's son, the typhoon is coming tonight. Water might be cut off. Go to the mall with your sister to buy some supplies. Also turn on the water tank when you get home and fill up the water vat. Got it. Typhoons were common in Shunlan City, so most people were used to them. It was just that this one was stronger. Unreliable sources even said it could spawn tornadoes, which had the province particularly concerned. He stretched his arms. Liang Shiyu stood up to loosen his muscles. Although the school had announced the holiday, they had to finish this self-study period before going home. He felt like he had been sleeping for ages, but when he woke up, class still wasn't over. Lu Xiaopeng, who was bored by the window, caught his eye and waved at him. Bro Liang, bro Liang. Liang Shiyu turned his head. What? Lu Xiaopeng mysteriously covered his mouth with one hand and said, I need to tell you something important. Liang Shiyu sat closer. Lu Xiaopeng leaned in immediately. I got obsessed with survivalism last year, you know. Liang Shiyu nodded. Of course he knew. Because ever since Lu Xiaopeng got into survivalism, he carried a small waist pouch called an EDC every day containing a very sharp military knife. Once he was detained by the subway police as a suspicious person, and only a student ID and classmates' testimony saved him from being locked up. He would definitely have ended up in detention. I met a Chinese guy on a foreign survival forum who works at the Meteorological Bureau. Oh, and he's high level. Oh, he said the weather has been really weird this year. His team monitored some strange phenomena and reported them, but instead of being allowed to continue monitoring, he was transferred. Huh. Liang Shiyu made a questioning expression. Isn't it because he offended someone? Definitely not. Bro Liang, you're my best friend, so I'm telling you. I think you should prepare stock up on supplies and medicine just in case. Stop. Liang Shiyu's brow furrowed. Do you really hope a disaster happens like a tsunami or war? Well, maybe a little, so I finally have a use for my skills. Alright, I understand. Liang Shiyu closed his eyes and assumed a meditative pose like an old man. That's not what I meant. Lu Xiaopeng knew Liang Shiyu thought he was just stirring up trouble again. But this time it really is weird, bro Liang. You should prepare in advance. Ring ring. Ring ring, the bell finally rang. The teaching building erupted in cheers. Liang Shiyu was no exception. Without a second thought, he abandoned Lu Xiaopeng, quickly grabbed his backpack and rushed out of the classroom with the crowd. Lu Xiaopeng, limited by his physique, couldn't catch up. By the time he had his backpack on and chased after him, Liang Shiyu was already on the playground downstairs. Bro Liang, don't forget what I said. But Liang Shiyu didn't look back as if he hadn't heard. Lu Xiaopeng could only pout gloomily, thinking about the piles of supplies at home that he had bought with all his New Year's money, saved over 3 years. If his father found out, he would be dead for sure. The road ahead was worrisome. Perhaps because all schools and companies had given time off simultaneously, Liang Shiyu had to dismount and walk just a few hundred meters from the school. The crowded sidewalk was packed, shared bikes were parked haphazardly. The street traffic was no better, even the traffic police couldn't manage it, creating utter chaos. He and his sister Liang Wenjing had agreed to meet at the mall entrance. They were going to buy food and water for the typhoon. The constant honking irritated his mood. The excitement of the holiday had already worn thin. He just wanted to finish shopping quickly and go home to play games, so he paid little attention to his surroundings. Thus, he didn't notice the nervous faces of people being evacuated from the subway entrance. Nor did he notice the long white trail left by a commercial airliner in the sky, which was growing larger and larger. The white shadow became like a giant sword hanging over the entire city, even over the whole continent, all of Asia, the entire world. 1158. Why so slow? Too many people on the road. Liang Shiyu said listlessly. Too many people, too crowded. He didn't like it. He parked his bike and walked into the shopping mall with his sister Liang Wenjing. Just as they passed through the entrance, a cable on the door suddenly sparked with a pop. This mall is too old. They should repair it, someone exclaimed. There wasn't much to say about the shopping details. Essentially, Liang Wenjing decided what to buy, and Liang Shiyu just quietly played the role of the tool carrier. They bought a large pile of things. Then Liang Wenjing asked, do we need bottled water? The typhoon might cut off the water supply. Although their home had a water tank, it was only for tap water. No need, it's heavy to carry. Mom will pick us up. If the water and power are cut off, we'll have nothing to drink. Alright then. Liang Shiyu picked up a case of bottled water and put it in the cart. He saw milk nearby, remembered he hadn't had it in a while, and grabbed a carton. They had bought almost everything. Just household necessities, snacks, and instant noodles. The mall was packed and the checkout lines were even worse, especially at the self-service area. Liang Shiyu had no choice but to queue at the cashier register. At that moment, the mall background music was playing an old song called Dalabangba. The androgynous voice distorted by the mall's cheap speakers was hardly enjoyable, especially since the speakers seemed to have some issues. Liang Shiyu had already heard the piercing ZZ sound of electric current several times. Now it was even worse. The lyrics got stuck on the line with everyone's hope. He sets off from the castle fort. And when it finally recovered, the lyrics had jumped to countless wounds. Witness, he slowly levels up. Pop. Another spark shot out like a cable fault, startling the people waiting in line, who looked up repeatedly. What's going on? A short circuit? Someone nearby questioned. I don't know. I heard the typhoon caused a power grid failure, and the subway has stopped, another person in line said. Subway stopped? Since when? Even Liang Shiyu hadn't heard about it. Wasn't it just moments ago, when he passed the subway entrance, that many people were still riding the subway? Don't you know? A train on line 5 suddenly emergency braked. Many were injured. I've been hearing ambulances all the way here. Oh. Exclamations erupted around them, people stunned by the sudden news. Some immediately took out their phones to contact friends verifying the incident. Liang Shiyu pulled out his phone and checked the class group, who indeed discussions about the sudden stop of line 5 had already appeared. He had simply been too distracted to see them. Scrolling through his moments, he even saw photos of a crashed civil airliner with exaggerated claims of casualties. Naturally, these were mere speculations, as Liang Shiyu hadn't received any official news push yet. Strange, such breaking news usually updates fast, but I haven't received any push notifications, someone nearby remarked. The internet is so slow, another added. Could it be fake? Without official news, maybe it's not that serious. Traffic is chaotic today. Maybe it's just a car accident. I've never experienced a subway emergency stop like this. There was clearly a rational voice among them. Liang Shiyu somewhat agreed. Online news could easily spiral out of control. Without official confirmation, it was best not to jump to conclusions. Let's go. Liang Shiyu nudged the entranced Liang Wenjing, and they stepped forward. But the queue was long, with many customers ahead. It would take at least 20 minutes before their turn. Didn't you see anything when you came back? No, everything was normal when I returned. Then it's probably just a rumor. Liang Wenjing nodded. Since Liang Shiyu had been near the subway station not long ago and hadn't seen anything, the news had likely been exaggerated. They stopped joining the speculation. The mall's background music inexplicably stopped. The silence accentuated the exaggerated discussions, especially children's innocent questions. Is it a real plane? Flying. Suddenly the cables overhead began to crackle intensively. Golden sparks cascaded down like fireworks. Oh my God, what's happening? A woman screamed in terror. The crowd panicked, backing away from the base of the violent sparks. Then a sudden violent explosion erupted like a sharp projectile, shooting in all directions, instantly drowned out by terrified screams. The panicked crowd and screams surged toward Liang Shiyu. He quickly shielded Liang Wenjing. At the same time, an unrecognizable bloody object flew across the ceiling and landed right in front of him. A bloody lump, as if still quivering. Ah! Screams rose wave after wave, more terrifying than the gruesome object itself, piercing everyone's eardrums. Even a normal sight became horrifying in this context. Yet this object was indeed abnormal. It was half a palm. Only 3 fingers remained. It looked as if it had been cruelly torn apart from the middle, the wound oozing blood with wisps of black smoke, as if mangled by an explosion. What is it? Liang Wenjing cried in terror, but her eyes were already covered by Liang Shiyu's hand, so she was spared the gruesome sight. Still, the surrounding screams told her something horrible was happening in the mall. Out of trust, she didn't resist the hand over her eyes at all. Instead, she closed her eyes even tighter. In contrast to the others who were terrified and fled far away, Liang Shiyu remained unfazed, standing uniquely about a meter from the severed hand, examining it carefully, as if judging what kind of explosion caused this. What's wrong? Liang Wenjing asked again. Darkness, silence, and the surrounding screams frightened her. Fortunately, the hand on her face gave her enough courage. A severed hand, Liang Shiyu said mischievously. Despite his initial lack of mood, Liang Wenjing's cowardly demeanor ignited a bit of malicious amusement. Liang Shiyu, are you crazy? Stop scaring me. Liang Wenjing couldn't believe a severed hand would appear out of nowhere in a shopping mall. It's not a horror movie. Some loud noise must have fallen. You're just scaring me, she thought. Why would I scare you? Maybe a microwave exploded and blew off 3 fingers of a staff member landing here. Liang Xiyu had already deduced the probable cause from distant exclamations. What? Hearing such a calm response, Liang Wenjing's voice dropped almost to a whisper. She was truly frightened. A microwave blew off someone's hand. She vaguely remembered hearing such news, but never experiencing it firsthand. With her vivid imagination, a single thought could conjure up spine-chilling details. Liang Xiyu's heart softened. He suppressed his mischievous impulse. All right, don't think too much. Let's just pay and go home. Liang Xiyu kept her eyes covered, turned her around, and pushed the shopping cart toward the checkout counter. Since the severed hand was so close, many had fled, leaving no one ahead of them now. The cashier was a young girl, clearly unaccustomed to such a horrific scene. Though compared to gory movie depictions this was a minor accident, she was still pale with fear and lingering dread. Ring it up. Liang Xiyu placed the water and milk on the counter first. Seeing the girl still staring blankly, he had to tap the counter to get her attention. Sorry. The cashier's eyes were moist as she came to apologize and began scanning with shaky hands. She was so flustered that she missed the barcode several times, relying on Liang Xiyu's help. The young cashier thanked him repeatedly, while inwardly marveling that such a young boy seemed utterly unfazed, even wearing a faint smile. After all, that half hand had landed just inches from him. While concentrating on scanning, Liang Xiyu felt a tug on his clothes. Liang Wenjing looked frightened. Should we buy more things? I have a strange feeling. Liang Xiyu chuckled. My lady who used to write horror stories to scare me when you were little. Are you scared now? Liang Wenjing was 7 years older. When he was just a child, she was already writing essays obsessed with supernatural tales and would force him to appreciate her short horror stories. Liang Wenjing timidly tugged at his clothes again. Her pitiful look softened Liang Xiyu's heart. His sister knew how to play cute, but she didn't hold back when hitting him. No. Liang Xiyu refused without hesitation. Liang Wenjing tugged at his sleeve again. Liang Xiyu brushed her hand away. Yet seeing her feigned exaggerated look of near tears, he sighed in resignation, tossed the bottle of water and milk back into the cart, and pushed it out of the checkout area. Liang Wenjing followed in small steps, burying her face behind his shoulder, afraid to glance around. In truth, the severed hand on the floor had already been retrieved by mall staff, and a cleaner was mopping up the bloodstains. But Liang Xiyu still covered her eyes and pulled her deeper into the mall. The reason Liang Wenjing had insisted on buying more supplies was her lingering fear that the subway derailment and plane crash might be real, especially after the horrific incident in the mall. She wanted to be prepared for the worst. For Liang Xiyu, any amount of food was just something to eat, and whatever his sister disliked he would finish. Whatever she couldn't finish he would eat, whatever she grew tired of he would consume. He was essentially a human garbage bin, so what could he complain about? Thus they grabbed more instant noodles, bread, biscuits, and chocolate. At 1325. As they approached the checkout counter again, Liang Xiyu's phone buzzed incessantly in his pocket. He opened it to find a private message from Lu Xiaopeng. Brother Liang, something's happened, something real, I swear. Line 5 subway derailed, crashed, many dead. Everyone's talking about it outside. Deep Blue Airlines flight ZH9469 crashed, casualties unknown. And there's something I never told you before. Last year I took the amateur radio exam and met some enthusiasts. They told me that since February all amateur radio bands have been banned. Though the official explanation seems reasonable given what happened today, these small things together are definitely abnormal. If you trust me, at least stock up on useful supplies. Food, stomach medicine, cold medicine, antibiotics, especially vitamins, and water. What is amateur radio? That was Liang Xiyu's reply. He had heard of radio, and the word amateur he could roughly understand, but the combined meaning. Could it be a radio station? But Lu Xiaopeng probably hadn't seen his phone as his message went unanswered. Were Liu's words credible? Ever since he became obsessed with prepping, had been acting mysterious, and even seemed to look forward to disasters, which made Liang Xiyu skeptical. Even a bit like he was making trouble out of nothing. All his allowance went into buying survival supplies, leaving Lu Xiaopeng mooching off others for a long time. Liang Xiyu thought it over. Forget it. Just as Lu said, so much food and drink, even if they never used it they could always eat it. No waste. It wouldn't hurt to stock up at home. Besides, the atmosphere today felt strangely off. So Liang Xiyu pulled Liang Wenjing along and bought more non-perishable goods, canned food, compressed biscuits, bagged bread, and the like. 2 full shopping carts costing over 800 yuan. Aren't we buying too much? Liang Wenjing suddenly hunched her shoulders and asked while waiting for the elevator. Liang Xiyu chuckled. Now you're scared. Liang Wenjing pouted. The elevator arrived. Liang Xiyu pushed both carts and instantly taking up most of the space. A family of 3 waiting for the elevator squeezed in, standing around the carts. The elevator seemed sluggish, the advertising light flickered a few times as the doors closed. Liang Xiu suddenly recalled the microwave explosion in the mall and the crackling sound of cables, still echoing in his mind. Power grid failure. Subway derailment. He shouldn't have taken the elevator. But it was too late to get out now. From the mall's center to the underground parking lot was just from the first floor to the basement level. That single shallow floor gave him no time for alternative plans. The trip from first floor to basement took less than 10 seconds, and even with door opening and closing it wouldn't exceed a minute. Yet Liang Xiu frowned. Not exactly nervous, but definitely worried. What if the elevator malfunctioned? Though a sudden plunge and shattering crash was unlikely. After all, the deepest was only basement level 2. They would still be trapped for at least an hour. Fortunately, his worry was unfounded. The elevator descended smoothly to the basement level. No power failure occurred as he had imagined. The advertising light never flickered again, as if what he had seen earlier was just an illusion. Pushing the carts through the gray corridor, they arrived at the underground parking lot. Liang Wenjing didn't see her mother's car. "Hey Mom." Liang Wenjing called Liang Ying. But the signal was weak in the basement, and the conversation came in bursts. "Over here." Fortunately, she spotted Liang Ying's car turning around, so she waved. Soon Liang Ying's car stopped in front of them. The three quickly loaded the items from the carts into the car. Liang Ying had short, slightly wavy hair and wore silver-rimmed glasses. She had just finished work, still in her black suit. She looked like a capable lawyer, but in reality, she was just the owner of a small studio. Dressing like that was purely for work. "Why did you buy so much stuff?" Liang Wenjing stuck out her tongue. "We just bought a bit too much." "All right, there are many cars behind us. Let's go quickly." Liang Ying beckoned the two siblings to get in, but Liang Xiu's bicycle was still upstairs, so he wouldn't ride with them. The mother and daughter soon drove off. There were only two ways back from the basement to the mall: the elevator or the fire exit. After the earlier incident, Liang Xiu naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to take the elevator again. Even though he knew that even if a malfunction occurred, serious injury was unlikely, he didn't want to take that risk. Yet his worry proved not unfounded. Because as Liang Xiu came up the fire exit, he heard a security guard saying over the walkie-talkie that the elevator was stuck. Someone was trapped. Yes, the elevator had indeed malfunctioned. But it was just a power failure that caused an emergency stop. The elevator had emergency braking safety devices, so it wouldn't fall like in the movies. Movie scenes were mostly for dramatic tension. But they weren't realistic. Yet this accident cast a shadow over Liang Xiu. He now wanted to know, was the subway derailment with many casualties true? Was the Deep Blue Airlines crash just a rumor? He had to confirm it himself. Outside, pedestrians were still crowded, traffic still chaotic. The whistles of traffic police, the sirens of ambulances, the honking of vehicles, and the yelling and cursing of the crowd mingled into a mess like a pot of spoiled porridge. Looking up, the empty sky was split in two by a fading white trail. One half was a cloudless blue sky, the other a blazing red sunset. The distant red cast half the city in a blood-red shadow, while the pure blue reflected the anxious faces of people, as if some force was forcibly tearing people away from the city. It felt eerie and alienating. When Liang Xiu pushed his cart to the subway entrance, he didn't have to work hard to confirm what he wanted from the dispersing personnel. Line 5 had indeed stopped due to a power failure. But the casualties were not severe, just a pregnant woman who fell out of her seat during the sudden stop, causing a massive hemorrhage. There were also some other minor injuries, but no major casualties among passengers. Liang Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Rumors are unsettling. He had been overthinking. Calming down, even if a major accident had occurred on Line 5, what would it represent? At most, it would become tomorrow's headline with the whole nation and trending news morning for a while. Then what? It would soon be covered by new entertainment gossip, leaving only a faint sense of life's unpredictability. What could it change? The world would still go on as usual. Hurry home, a severe typhoon and torrential rain are coming tonight. Don't linger outside, urged the subway staff member. Is the subway suspension due to a nearby grid failure? Liang Xiu asked. Yes, likely caused by the typhoon. Having learned what he needed, Liang Xiu asked no further questions. He pedaled his bicycle toward home. The streets remained chaotic, but his mind had settled. The suspension of Line 5 was due to a grid failure, so those unexpected incidents in the mall, including the elevator malfunction, cable sparks, and microwave explosion, must all stem from the same cause. For some time to come, the entire district might face power outages. That was hardly a big deal. Blackouts during typhoon weather were quite normal. As for Deep Blue Airlines, Liang Xiu scrolled through his phone all the way home. He searched Weibo repeatedly, finding only images of a plane trailing a long white contrail, which did appear somewhat low. Yet someone might have deliberately manipulated the focal length. He had already seen a prominent influencer debunking the rumor. Though it wasn't an official response, the lack of any such response was the best response, suggesting it was merely intentional hype by certain individuals. Such current events, especially major ones, typically updated quickly. He still preferred to trust official releases. He would wait for tomorrow's news before judging. I went to the subway station to confirm. Line 5 is indeed suspended, but there were no major casualties, just a pregnant woman who fell. Liang Shiyu lived in a somewhat remote area akin to a pending development zone, often called a semi-suburb by others. The buildings on his street were all self-built with limited property rights. Adjacent to a river channel and some small fields, the poor soil discouraged cultivation. Walking along Southgate West Street for 300 to 500 meters, an inconspicuous fork appeared at the very end. Descending it led to his street, named 27th Lane. At the lane's entrance stood two 7-story rental buildings, typically leased to young migrant workers. Naturally, housing here was far cheaper than in the city center, so most units in these two buildings were occupied. Moreover, many tenants were beauties working at nearby KTVs and bars. 200 meters further in on the right lay a small pond, followed by the village chief's charming 2-story villa. The pond belonged to him as well. Next came Liang Shuyu's modest 3-story home, built when funds were scarce. It wasn't beautifully constructed and lacked a garden. The ground floor housed Weiwei convenience store run by Liang Shuyu's deskmate and childhood friend Wei Yochi. At 1428, hasn't Wei Yochi returned yet? Aunt Xiaoping, Wei Yuki's mother, was playing on her phone at the store entrance. Not seeing Wei Yochi, Liang Shiyu parked his bike and asked. Aunt Xiaoping didn't lift her head, absorbed in a short video on her phone. He went to stock up with his dad. No wonder that guy had slipped away early, though otherwise they usually went home together. Liang Shiyu didn't linger, opening the large iron gate beside the convenience store to head up to his 3rd-floor home. The 2nd floor was also rented out to a family of 3, though Liang Shiyu rarely interacted with them. Liang Ying and the others had already organized the purchased items. Non-refrigerated goods were piled like a small mountain on the kitchen counter. Having endured the ups and downs of the journey, Liang Shiyu felt embarrassed looking at the stacked cans, compressed biscuits, and instant noodles, his expression slightly awkward. It was indeed a bit excessive. Liang Ying also found the sheer volume daunting. What were you thinking? Oh well. How to explain? Just then his phone vibrated again, and Liang Shiyu seized the reprieve. Dozens of ambulances driving by in a row. How could only a pregnant woman be injured? High energy warning flash photo. See for yourself. Someone sent it to me. Either those staff have no clue, or they're deliberately downplaying it to avoid panic. By the way, did you stock up on food and medicine? A barrage of messages bombarded him simultaneously, as if delayed. Liang Shiyu skimmed through them quickly. Without hesitation, he opened the flash photo. 5 seconds later, a gruesome image appeared before him: blood, organs, severed limbs, dismembered body parts. Liang Shiyu scrutinized the photo carefully. Though the scene was bloody, it didn't faze him. He finally found what he sought in the photo: a subway station sign that would be hard to forge. This meant the photo was genuine, not a fake image fabricated from online sources to spread rumors. Liang Shiyu knew this subway station area too well. At first glance, he confirmed the photo was real. But so what? Even if a major accident had truly occurred at the subway station, as Liang Shiyu had thought, it would only be tomorrow's headline news, buried within a week by fresh entertainment stories, and completely forgotten by the internet within a month. So what? Did people truly care about these tragic deaths? It seems to be true. That staff member probably didn't know. Liang Shiyu recalled the subway staff member's expression earlier. Though the person was dutifully evacuating the crowd, he had caught a hint of impatient anxiety. If that person had known about a major casualty at the subway, they couldn't have worn such an expression. Exactly. An accident at the subway. And the plane too. I think something huge is brewing. Why aren't you stocking up more? I bought some canned goods and compressed biscuits to store. Liang Shiyu replied. MHM compressed biscuits are good. What about medicine? We have some on hand at home. That's not enough. Lu Xiaoping sounded agitated. Do you know why amateur radio is banned? Maybe to prevent people worldwide from exchanging information. And the subway malfunction hasn't hit the news yet. I suspect someone is deliberately suppressing it. Anyway, there's something very off about all this. Liang Gu, just listen to me. Even looking at the traffic outside now gives me the creeps. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. Your feelings have never been accurate. He recalled an exam where Lu Xiaoping claimed he felt had done well, only to drop 30 ranks compared to last time. I'm serious, Liang Gu. In our circle, survivalists have analyzed that after last year's massive European blackout, their economy regressed by at least 3 decades. If not for our country's good policies this year, perhaps all of Asia would have been dragged into a financial crisis. And those European jerks, you know them. They might start a war to divert attention, and then our coastal cities would be the first to suffer. Plus, you know Zika's prophecy's right. 6 of his 9 predictions have already come true. The next one is for this year. Many people will die. Liang Shiyu had indeed heard of this figure Zika, who was widely mythologized online. Claiming to be a time traveler from the future, specifically from 2085. He first appeared in 2018. On forum, he posted a thread titled "I Come From Hell." In the first post, he said he came from hell in 2085, not to save past humanity, nor because future humans invented a time machine. Rather, he had undergone a certain mutation. His mind could to some extent overlap time and converse with people from the past. Then he gave his first prophecy, said in 2020. The content this year, nature created a weapon that indiscriminately killed many people. Hell began from this new era. Next, I will gradually reveal your future lives to you. After posting this, he never reappeared, as such self-proclaimed future-predicting threads were far too numerous. Especially one so melodramatic and incoherent. Naturally, the thread failed to attract much attention. Everyone knows what happened later. He reappeared in 2022. This time he left 8 prophecies, making 9 in total, including the one from 2018. The remaining 8 prophecies covered earthquakes, natural disasters, and various major current events. Each prophecy was vague in its content and timing, utterly impossible to decipher before the events occurred. But once the events happened, they struck people with a sudden epiphany. His 6th prophecy was, "This year marks the true beginning of hell. Many will freeze to death in a short time, but that is nothing. This is merely the start." His 7th prophecy was, "This year you shall step into true hell. Look forward to it, it is no big deal. The weak will be eliminated first, and only the strong will survive. But let those who survive not be too complacent." His 8th prophecy was, "This year especially women will have a hard time. Of course the hardship I speak of is not what you imagine." His 9th prophecy was, "This year I was born. Compared to you I am hideous. But it does not matter, I survived." These 9 prophecies pointed to no precise time nor specific events. Viewed from a perspective before the events unfolded, his prophecies were utterly baffling. In 2031, a solar storm caused a massive blackout across Europe during spring. Without heating, people froze and starved to death within a month, with over 3,000 recorded deaths. Rumors suggested nearly 10,000 unrecorded deaths. Most online believed the 6th prophecy referred to the European blackout. But Liang Shuyu deemed this sheer nonsense. The mention of freezing to death without even a time frame was claimed as a successful prophecy. How absurd was that? Moreover, Zika's original post had long been deleted and multiple versions of the 9 prophecies circulated online. Who knew if someone had deliberately altered them over the years for hype? How could such a disjointed thing be revered like a sacred scripture? His prophecies never specified exact times. They are not trustworthy, Liang Shuyu replied to Liu Xiaobang. Damn, another car accident down below. I know, but his prophecies have irregular intervals, sometimes close, sometimes far. Now a Category 18 typhoon suddenly hits. Something must be up. Even if it's not war, it could be a natural disaster, like a super tornado or something. So this was all pure speculation. Go get some sleep. Liang Shuyu suddenly felt foolish for listening to Liu Xiaobang and hoarding compressed biscuits. He must be the #1 idiot. Come on, brother Liang, don't. I have a really strong premonition. Please, I'm not guessing wildly. I admit I can be flippant sometimes, but I'm serious this time. Something is truly going to happen. My intuition is overwhelming. And I couldn't even access foreign websites all day. That's weird too. Please just trust me this once. You don't need to buy anything else. Just get some medicine in case something happens. Old Liang. Trust me just this once. I know you think I'm being irrational and crazy, but if you weren't my best brother, why the hell would I waste so much effort explaining this to you? I'm begging you. Just buy some cold medicine and antibiotics to stock at home. If it turns out to be unnecessary, ill, do your duty for a month. Deal? Liang Shuyu slumped on the sofa, was speechless. 2 months. 2 months it is. Also withdraw some cash. Liang Shuyu was practically forced out the door. Though only 17, growing up in a single-parent family, he was mature and rational. He had his youthful, naive moments, like panicking at the subway accident in the mall and buying a ton of stuff. But he quickly calmed down, analyzing that even with a subway accident, hoarding supplies wasn't necessary. Being cautious was good, but overreacting was foolish. Liu Xiaobang's concerns weren't entirely baseless. Yet Liang Shuyu found it exaggerated. He could make prudent preparations, but there was no need to act like a brainwashed fool rushing to stockpile at stores or pharmacies. Doing so made him feel like an indoctrinated idiot. However, withdrawing cash was a good reminder. In the era of digital currency, if the area faced a power outage, having some cash on hand would be essential. At least it would prevent the embarrassment of becoming a pauper when the phone died. So he readily took a bank card from Liang Ying. Liang Ying said, "Good idea to get some cash. Also, Aunt Li has a temporary leave for half a month. Bring back the spare key for me on your way." "Okay, I'm heading out. Just want to come?" "No, I'm writing. Charge your power bank. There will be a blackout tonight." "Oh, almost forgot." Leaving home, he went to the bank ATM to withdraw cash. The queue was long, so it took a while. The daily maximum withdrawal limit was 200 yuan, so Liang Shiyu took out that amount. Afterward, he headed to the nearest pharmacy to buy medicine. The streets remained chaotic due to the holiday in Deep Blue City, and dusk was falling. The white streak that had split the sky was gone, and the sunset had vanished, leaving only a plain deep blue sky. Everything seemed normal, except for the traffic chaos. At 1549, the pharmacy wasn't crowded. Since he was there, Liang Shiyu didn't just buy cold medicine and antibiotics, as Lu Xiaoping suggested. That was his nature, tough on the outside, soft on the inside. Though he thought Lu Xiaoping was being irrational, since his friend had pleaded so earnestly and he wasn't short on money, he might as well cheer him up. Cold medicine, stomach medicine, antibiotics, vitamins. Just pick them out, Liang Shiyu said while texting Lu Xiaoping. Brother Liang, you truly trust me the most. These are indeed essential meds, but still not enough. They'll send you my list. Enough, you're being greedy after getting your way, huh? Yeah, the network's a bit slow, hang on. The pharmacy ant, following Liang Shiyu's request, recommended a bunch of items and placed them on the glass counter. Looking at the price tags, Liang Shiyu felt he'd be bleeding cash today. How much is this bottle of Buy Health? Buy 3 bottles, get 1 free. Liang Shiyu smiled. No need. Do you have Leisure? Give me a box of Leisure Vitamin C. The pharmacy ant's expression flickered visibly before she reluctantly retrieved a box of Lixing brand vitamins from a corner. Wasn't this a joke? Tangxing Beijian's vitamins cost nearly 100 per bottle, while Lixing vitamins were just a few yuan per box. Having bought vitamins for Liang Wenjing so many times, he had at least this much common sense. Damn, the internet is too slow. They'll tell you directly you also need to buy some cotton swabs, masks, iodine, and bandages. These aren't expensive, so don't skimp. Besides amoxicillin, there's also... Liang Shiyu sent a question mark. What did that mean? Why did half the message turn into garbled code? Also get some iodine, cotton swabs, masks, bandages, and a few more types of antibiotics. The pharmacy ant gave Liang Shiyu, who was tapping on his phone screen, a strange look. What's up? Is it the apocalypse? People are all stockpiling medicine. Liang Shiyu suddenly looked up. All of them. A lot of people are stockpiling medicine. Not a huge number, but I've seen a few like you. Liang Shiyu chuckled. Are the pharmacy's sales tactics keeping up with the times now? The pharmacy ant clearly didn't catch his meaning. Just then Lu Xiaoping's message came through. Alright, that's all. Just buy whatever you see fit. But aside from the message that had turned into garbled code, midway Liang Shiyu hadn't received any other messages. Is it your phone signal, or my phone that's the problem? Huh. I didn't receive the message, your earlier one was garbled. After telling Lu Xiaoping, Liang Shiyu looked up at the pharmacy ant and said, give me one of everything those others bought. The pharmacy ant's eyes lit up. Sure thing. Liang Shiyu suddenly felt like he'd been tricked again. Could it really be a new sales gimmick? 1,308. Let's just call it an even 1,300. Thanks. Liang Shiyu paid with a wry smile, using his own secret savings. Welcome back anytime. The pharmacy ant twisted the knife as he left. The 2 heavy bags of medicine in his hands suddenly felt even heavier. And he still had to go to Liang Ying's studio to get the spare key from Aunt Li. He could already imagine the strange look on her face when she saw the 2 bags of medicine. To make you happy, I've nearly drained my savings. How will you repay me? But Lu Xiaoping hadn't replied yet. And the 5G network had suddenly become terribly slow, stuck on a loading circle. Could a power grid failure also affect 5G base stations? Maybe it could. Liang Shiyu trudged slowly to the base of Liang Ying's studio building, but as soon as he reached Xianfeng Tower, his headache returned. His mother's office was on the 7th floor. Given the current power grid issues, there was no way he was taking the elevator. Would he have to lug these 2 big bags up 7 flights of stairs? 1704. On the 7th floor, Liang Shiyu's back was already drenched in sweat. This floor was shared by several studios, and stepping out of the fire exit led directly to the neighboring Bixing Huayuan. The staff inside, packing up to leave for the day, saw a sweaty Liang Shiyu. Little Liang here to hang out again? Did this look like he was here to hang out? Liang Shiyu greeted them, casually stepped out of Bixing Huayuan, placed the 2 bags of medicine outside Liang Ying's studio door, and pushed open the glass door. Most of the lights inside were off, leaving the room dim. Only Aunt Li's computer screen was still glowing. Little Liang, you're here. Hold on, I'll get you the key. After a moment, she handed him the key and sat back down. Auntie still has some things to finish up before I can leave. You should head back quickly, but it's going to pour soon. Okay. Taking the key, Liang Shiyu left the office without resting much. But when he stepped out, he found a rolling shutter door blocking his way, while the fire exit was sealed inside the shutter. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, anyone there? Damn, no one was inside. Liang Shiyu turned around. The digital display on the elevator showed it had just reached the 1st floor. He must have gone inside just as these people closed the rolling shutter and took the elevator down. How could the fire exit be placed behind the rolling shutter? That completely violated fire safety regulations. Did he have to take the elevator? Damn lunatics. Liang Shiyu couldn't help but curse inwardly. If he knew he'd have to take the elevator anyway, why had he bothered climbing all those stairs? Damn. Liang Shiyu pressed the elevator button with a headache. It was the only option. Those people had gone down just fine and had taken this elevator many times without any issues. He couldn't be that unlucky. With a ding, the elevator arrived safely on the 7th floor. Liang Shiyu stepped inside and glanced at the buttons. This building had 10 floors including the basement. Judging by the wear on the buttons, this elevator was much younger than the one in the mall. Plus, it was a glass elevator so passengers could see the street outside, and people on the street could see inside if something went wrong. After this analysis, Liang Shiyu pressed the button for the 1st floor. The door slid shut slowly. It might have been a bit of an overreaction, but Liang Shiyu didn't think being cautious was a bad thing. It was always better to be careful. After all, he didn't want to be trapped in an elevator. The elevator stopped at the 5th floor, and a young woman with 2 children got in. So far, everything was going smoothly. The doors began to close again. Don't press buttons, sweetie. The child tried to play with the elevator panel, but was stopped just in time by the woman. The elevator stopped again. Don't be naughty, sweetie. The door is about to open. Just as she restrained the child who wanted to press the button, the other child leaned against the door and tried to pry it open. By the time she pulled both children back, the elevator still didn't open. Liang Shiyu looked up at the floor indicator in confusion, or it still showed the 5th floor. So where had they stopped? He quickly looked outside, judging by the building's structure through the glass they were stuck between the 4th and 5th floors. Damn, was he really that unlucky? Whatever he feared came true. Though shocked, he wasn't panicked. Every elevator had safety devices. Unless those were broken, the elevator would just stay put. Liang Shiyu calmly stepped forward and pressed the emergency button inside the car. Soon a man's voice came from the other end. Liang Shiyu explained the situation. Yes, the elevator suddenly stopped. Inside besides me, there's a mother and 2 children. The elevator is stuck between the 4th and 5th floors. Alright, don't worry, stay calm. The electrician just left, he'll hurry and call someone back. The person on the other end probably wasn't the usual duty staff, as they sounded even more flustered than Liang Shiyu. He could even hear the sound of a stool being knocked over through the receiver. For now, all he had to do was wait for rescue inside the elevator. Mom, why isn't the elevator moving? The mother remained relatively calm, though the tension in her brows was undeniable. Don't be scared, baby. Soon a police officer will come to get us out. Look at all the cars outside, aren't there so many? Wow, there really are so many cars. The 2 children were innocent and adorable. Liang Shiyu took out his phone to call Liang Ying and explain the situation to ease her worries. However, he found there was no signal at all. Damn it. Misfortunes never come singly. Not even a 2G signal. Liang Shiyu rubbed his brow in exasperation, casually placing the 2 bags of medicine on the floor before sitting down cross-legged. He would have to wait. There was no way out for at least an hour. Was today really that unlucky? Perhaps not. After all, his elevator hadn't plunged down. About half an hour later, a voice came through the emergency button. Stay calm, don't be afraid. Everyone else is clocked out for the day. I've just managed to contact someone, and they're on their way. If you feel unwell, you can reach me. The young woman said. How do you people operate? Shouldn't someone be on duty at a time like this? The person replied, Ma'am, I am on duty, but am new here and not familiar with this area. Besides, today's situation is exceptional. The electrician on duty had a family emergency and took leave on short notice. But don't worry, I've contacted another electrician who's on his way. You'll be rescued soon. The 2 children began to grow afraid, and the young woman's mood soured. Yet she said nothing more, sitting down like Liang Shiyu to wait patiently. Outside, the sky darkened rapidly, and a light drizzle began to fall. Dim streetlights glowed through the rain, while traffic police directed vehicles under the downpour. Pedestrians on the streets dwindled, and the wind picked up. Even without hearing the sounds outside, the ferocity of the wind was evident from the violently swaying trees and the umbrellas trembling uncontrollably. A typhoon was approaching. At 1827, the wind and rain arrived so hastily that passers-by had no time to prepare. The sky had turned utterly black. The traffic police had to cling to road signs to avoid being swept away as swirling colorful garbage bags drifted like spectral phantoms. A large iron sheet blown from somewhere suddenly struck the top of the sightseeing elevator, above Liang Shiyu's head at about the 6th floor. But it was just a piece of metal no match for the specially made domestic glass. After striking the elevator twice, the iron sheet lost its momentum and fell, leaving the elevator unscathed. Yet it terrified the 2 children, who began to wail loudly. Don't be scared, don't be scared. The young woman comforted them, but to no avail. The children's cries were like a death knell, driving the woman to the brink of irritation. She impatiently pounded the emergency button twice and shouted, Where are you people? Why aren't you coming down? How much longer do you intend to keep us trapped? But her outcry was like a stone dropped into an abyss. A faint plop followed by silence yielding no response. The young woman began to panic, turning to glance at Liang Shiyu for a couple of seconds. "Do you have a signal on your phone?" she asked. Liang Shiyu took it out and checked. Still nothing. The woman was on the verge of collapse, frantically pressing the bell. "Help! Is anyone there? There are 2 children in here. Someone come quickly." But still there was no reply. Sensing their mother's panic, the 2 children began to cry even more piercingly. Liang Shiyu's head throbbed with pain. "Shut up," he snapped. "The air in here is limited. Conserve your energy." The woman, startled by his outburst, stepped back half a pace, clutching the children. Almost in tears, she said, "I've seen on TV that people can get out through the top of the elevator. Should we try?" Liang Shiyu closed his eyes to rest, ignoring her. Escaping through the elevator roof was something only done in TV shows. He wasn't that crazy. After an unknown amount of time, he sensed a glaring light through his closed eyelids. Could the electrician be here? Liang Shiyu opened his eyes, hearing the woman's astonished voice at the same moment. "What is that? Why is the sky so bright?" "The sky, not the beam of a flashlight." Liang Shiyu turned to look outside the sightseeing elevator. In the pitch-black rainy night, the sky revealed a visually stunning eerie green light that shifted unpredictably. These sci-fi colors were as beautiful as a movie scene, alternating and layering in shades of green, purple, and red. They dyed the earth and buildings a sinister, desolate green. The young woman's face appeared deathly pale under these psychedelic hues. Her gaze was dazed, as if waves of electric current surged through her body, her soul trembling from the sheer splendor and mystery of the light. The 2 children's clear pupils reflected the magnificent macroscopic forms of the lights. Under their illumination, the city seemed as if hijacked by aliens, the fantastical sci-fi glow forming a mysterious barrier separating the city from the rest of the world. Like a dome that had appeared out of nowhere covering the city. Liang Shiyu stared at them, and the news reports from last year suddenly surfaced in his mind. A beautiful dome appeared in the sky, shifting between red and green, as if dyed by ribbons. Intense auroral currents can disrupt or even destroy modern power grids and accelerate the corrosion of oil and natural gas pipelines. In 2031, a massive blackout in Europe directly paralyzed the northern power grid, caused spacecraft anomalies, and disrupted high-frequency radio communications and global positioning system GPS satellite navigation signals. It directly damaged transportation, communications, banking, financial systems, and government services. According to incomplete statistics, the economic losses from the European blackout have reached hundreds of billions of dollars. This large-scale supermagnetic storm destroyed thousands of transformers and caused irreparable damage to power grids, electronic devices, and various electronic hardware. At that time, mobile phones were rendered almost useless. This disaster directly led to the deaths of 3,500 innocent people, most of whom died of starvation or freezing. Aurora? How could there be aurora here? Last year's European blackout only saw auroras observed on mountains at 3,000 meters altitude. How could a coastal city like Deep Blue City witness auroras? High-energy charged particle streams from solar storms cause magnetic storms, which can damage or destroy all electrical equipment. Could the power grid failure in Deep Blue City this time be caused by a solar storm? Not the typhoon. Liang Shiyu took out his phone. The screen still lit up, but the signal indicator showed a complete cross. How could this be? How could auroras appear here? Would a solar storm inevitably cause a power grid failure? Was the entire Deep Blue City about to be plunged into a prolonged power outage? Last year's European blackout took authorities over a month to repair the grid, and the economic losses would take 30 years to recover from. What about this time? How long would it take to recover? How great would the economic losses be? Under the resplendent aurora, many drivers stuck in traffic on the roads opened their doors and stepped outside to marvel at the magnificent spectacle, one that might be seen only once in a billion years in this eastern nation. But what Liang Shiyu noticed was that after one car after another stalled, they couldn't be restarted. Most modern cars, except for some diesel ones, require electricity to start. Repairing this elevator would likely need electricity as well. Liang Shiyu slowly raised his head, gazing at the ceiling above the elevator. He recalled that during last year's massive blackout in Europe, most deaths were caused by freezing. Europe, far from the equator and plagued by cold weather, found spring without heating to be a fatal blow. Yet within that month, besides those who froze to death, many impoverished people starved. Of course, that was not the most terrifying part. The most horrifying were those trapped in elevators, offices, and various places. Due to the chaotic external situation, they received no timely rescue. Over a month later, when power was restored, people opened the sealed-off zones only to find the corpses of those who had been trapped inside, already reeking of decay. Would he be trapped here too? No. Calm down, calm down, calm down. His mother knew he had come to the office. If he didn't return soon, she would surely come looking for him. Besides, the electricians outside knew 4 people were trapped here and had already contacted rescue services. It was only a matter of time before they were rescued. There was no way they would be trapped here for a month, or even half a month. In the worst case, if no one came to save him, he could pry open the elevator ceiling and escape. The cases in Europe where people died trapped in elevators were all due to the elevators being particularly unusual. Besides, he was in a glass-walled sightseeing elevator. As long as someone outside saw them trapped here, rescue would surely come. Yes, his situation wasn't that bad. Don't worry too much, he would definitely find a way out, and wouldn't be stuck here forever. Liang Xiyu took a few deep breaths, re-examining his analysis. First, his mother would definitely come to find him. That was beyond doubt. So he had no need to worry excessively. Having figured this out, the tension and fear that had gripped him due to the aurora vanished completely. His vision cleared. Liang Xiyu surveyed the elevator once more. It remained firmly stuck between the 4th and 5th floors with an obvious ventilation vent on the ceiling. Escaping from there would not be difficult. At least not difficult for him. Right now, the woman and the 2 children still didn't understand what was happening. The children were even shouting excitedly, their innocent childish words sounding so pure. And the ignorant young woman was also happily admiring the shifting fantastical colors. Liang Xiyu had no mood to appreciate those death-bringing lights. He calculated the safest way to leave the elevator. After a brief inspection, he realized the fastest and safest method was to simply pry open the elevator doors. The reason he had initially considered the ceiling was purely due to his panic and the woman's words that had influenced him. The elevator doors shouldn't be hard to pry open. Liang Xiyu stepped forward and tried. With a little effort, he managed to create a small gap. Indeed, it wasn't difficult. This route was feasible. While Liang Xiyu strained with all his might to pry the doors, the 2 children were happily watching the aurora. One of the children, seeing Liang Xiyu prying at the doors, pouted and pointed accusingly, saying, "Mommy, look, he's being naughty." The young woman who was taking photos with her phone frowned upon seeing Liang Xiyu's actions and said, "Isn't that too dangerous? What if the elevator falls?" Liang Xiyu ignored her. The woman began to feel a little scared. Though the sky scenery was breathtakingly beautiful, she also realized this strange phenomenon was indeed eerie. However, she had assumed it was a weather anomaly caused by a typhoon, so she wasn't too concerned. But Liang Xiyu's behavior troubled her. "Maybe we should wait for the electrician. This is too dangerous. I saw on the news that prying open elevator doors can cause accidents." "Mommy, I'm scared." The 2 children clung to the woman's legs, fear in their eyes. "Well, Mommy, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Look how beautiful the sky is." The children began to cry, and the woman failed to soothe them. Soon their cries turned into wails. Once the children started crying, the atmosphere in the elevator became utterly miserable. The place was already stuffy and oxygen-deprived, and the children's heart-wrenching cries refused to be pacified no matter what. Liang Xiyu grew irritated and turned to shout at the child, "Stop it. Shut up." Perhaps his expression was fierce enough. The child was finally frightened into silence. "I'm fine." Having finally escaped the elevator, Liang Xiyu was drenched in sweat. The cold wind outside made him shiver all over. Liang Ying, her face pale, embraced him. He patted her shoulder in return. "Really, I'm fine. A typhoon's coming. Ooh, let's hurry home." Liang Ying barely held back her tears. She had waited at home for a long time, and when Liang Xiyu didn't return, strange lights suddenly appeared in the sky. She only learned from a neighbor's discussion that it was an aurora caused by strong electromagnetic currents. Then the power went out at home, and she thought of last year's European blackout. The usually composed, self-proclaimed strong woman was so frightened she nearly cried. Then she thought of Liang Xiyu going to the studio. He would have to take the elevator. Could he be trapped? So she hurried out of the house, but the wind had already picked up, and she didn't feel safe bringing Liang Wenjing along. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Liang Ying looked at the unharmed Liang Xiyu, her neat short hair and silver-rimmed glasses giving her a fragile appearance. Liang Xiyu took her hand, conveying courage. "It's okay. Thank goodness you're okay. You two should hurry home. It's going to rain harder later. Don't know what's up with the sky. It's strangely beautiful. Must be a unseen-a-century celestial phenomenon," said the electrician who had rescued them. Liang Ying said, "It's an aurora." "Huh." The electrician was visibly startled. "Thighs is an aurora?" Perhaps he didn't recognize the green and red shifting lights, but the word aurora immediately brought to mind last year's massive blackout in Europe caused by a solar storm. That was common knowledge. The woman who had escaped also belatedly realized that this was an aurora. Didn't that mean the city would face a power outage lasting 1 or 2 months, just like last year's Europe? Her face instantly turned pale. "It's so beautiful, so this is an aurora. I need to get home too. Why would I keep working?" The electrician quickly packed his tools and left. Liang Xiyu and Liang Ying paid no further attention to the woman. Liang Ying had brought a raincoat. She draped it over Liang Shiyu, and the two braved the wind to head home. Due to the sudden arrival of the aurora, most shops in the area had lost power. Moreover, power poles near and far crackled with loud noises and sparks. But fortunately, heavy rain was falling, quickly extinguishing the flames at the poles and transformers. Although the road had no lights, the aurora cast a ghostly greenish-red glow, making it as bright as day. Passing a store, Liang Shiyu said, "Let's buy some more things on the way back." Liang Ying naturally could not object. They entered a nearby shop, not very large, but with a fairly complete selection of goods. Considering that mineral water was too heavy, it would be better to buy it at Wei Yuki's place. However, Wei Yuki's shop was mainly a convenience store, with most items being daily necessities, and food only a small portion. So food could be purchased outside. He also had another concern. Last year, the European solar storm caused a power outage for a month and a half. Such a long period would surely require Wei Yuki's own family to consume supplies. Buying outside was better. He and Liang Ying quickly filled 4 large shopping baskets. If not for the worry of carrying too much, he would have bought even more. The store's cash register was not working, so they had to use a calculator to settle the bill. However, the items in the store were not labeled with prices, the prices were on the shelves, and the cashier could not remember them. Liang Shiyu had to go to the shelves one by one to find the prices. They had bought so many things that the back and forth wasted others' time, causing some discontent. "Why buy so much? It's not the end of the world," said a tall, thin man who had only bought a bottle of cola and a pack of cigarettes, and had been waiting behind Liang Shiyu for a long time, unable to help complaining. "Exactly, making such a fuss, you'd think something terrible happened," said a young woman. "It's a solar storm, the power will be out for a long time." "Better to buy some," said another man who had also bought a lot. "Damn, can't we just check out first?" "How long is this going to take?" said the tall, thin man. "So what about the solar storm? Were those who starved to death last year because they couldn't buy things? It was because they couldn't afford them, right? What kind of society is this? Some people hear a rumor and immediately panic, hoarding supplies, which ends up preventing those who truly need them from getting what they need. It's people like this who ruin society." The man grew angrier and angrier, initially speaking into the air. Then he directed his words straight at Liang Shiyu. "Last year's solar storm, if it weren't for those speculators hoarding goods and driving up prices, would so many poor people have starved to death? And during that big flu, many people hoarded masks and profited from the national crisis. Did they ever think they were also born of parents? Won't they go to hell when they die?" He grew more and more agitated, his words increasingly harsh. Initially, a few people echoed him, but later his words became so unpleasant that no one paid him any attention. "Damn idiot," the man concluded. Liang Shiyu felt that the word idiot sounded familiar. Yes, he was an idiot. So what if he was an idiot? Was it more important than life? The aurora in the sky was so dazzling, the night was like day. 2123. As soon as they entered the 27th alley, they heard someone gloating, "Time off. This solar storm couldn't have come at a better time. Does that mean we can take a month off work?" "On my game." There was considerable discussion along the way. They arrived at Weiwei convenience store. "Oh dear, what do we do? There are so many popsicles in the fridge." It was Aunt Xiaoping's voice. Liang Shiyu and the others put the things in the stairwell. Because the wind and rain were too strong, the rolling door of Wei Yuki's house had already been lowered, leaving only a small door for one person to pass through. Aunt Xiaoping heard the noise outside and quickly poked her head out. "Xiaoyu, you're back." Sure enough, she saw Liang Shiyu and Liang Ying. Aunt Xiaoping smiled. "I told you it would be fine. Look at you worrying." Liang Ying returned the borrowed raincoat to her. "Got stuck in the elevator, but it's okay." "Oh dear," Aunt Xiaoping gasped. Inside, Fatty Wei and Wei Yochi also came upon hearing the noise. Wei Yochi rushed out and gave Liang Shiyu a bear hug. "Old Liang, you're not scared out of your wits, are you?" Liang Shiyu rolled his eyes at him. The tone, was he expecting him to be scared? Wei Yochi laughed heartily, hanging on him. Although Liang Shiyu had been trapped in the elevator for a while, he wasn't really frightened. When he decided to pry open the elevator doors, the electrician arrived shortly after. Actually, the electrician had come early. But the fire escape door on the 4th floor was locked, so they had to contact someone to open it. That delay caused the holdup. Every floor of shopping building was rented out. Although the keys to the fire escape doors were kept by the property management, the keys were with a specific person, and the people on the 4th floor had already left work. They needed the 4th floor owner's permission to open the fire escape. In short, the elevator emergency contact also had some issues at the time, and the electricians outside were extremely anxious. Fortunately, everything turned out fine. "Annie, could you get me 2 cases of mineral water?" Liang Shiyu said. Aunt Xiaoping responded happily, instructing Fatty Wei to bring out 2 cases of mineral water. Fatty Wei also helped them carry the things upstairs. Aunt Xiaoping saw how much they had bought and muttered, "Why buy so much?" Liang Shiyu thought about it. Everyone knew about the solar storm, but Aunt Xiaoping's family were not the type to feel a sense of crisis. He felt it was necessary to remind them. This solar storm will cause a power outage for at least 1 to 2 months. Do you have enough supplies at home, Andy? Maybe you should stock up a bit. Aunt Shopping waved her hand. We run a convenience store. You worry too much. That's true, but if possible you might want to keep some things aside and not sell them just in case. Xiaoyu, you don't understand. This is exactly the time for us to make money. If I close up and stop selling, how will my family eat? Liang Shuyu found it hard to argue. He could only look at Wei Youqi. Wei Youqi, being Liang Shuyu's childhood friend and deskmate, naturally knew what Liang Shuyu was worried about. He tactfully tugged at his mother's arm. The solar storm might also cause traffic paralysis, right? Then we definitely won't be able to restock. Mom, I think old Liang has a point. The wholesale market isn't far. Wei Youqi was speechless. Their family's supply source was in a wholesale market less than 3 kilometers behind this alley. It didn't seem that far, did it? That's true. We could even ride a bike there to restock, Wei Youqi said after a thought. Liang Shuyu then learned how close the wholesale market was. Perhaps he had been too worried about Wei Youqi's family. He'll head up now, Liang Shuyu said. Wei Youqi pushed him. Go. Then he tried to slip away with him, but Aunt Shopping noticed and yelled him back. Wei Youqi gave Liang Shuyu a wry smile and reluctantly went back. Fatty Wei finished helping them move things and went downstairs. Liang Wenjing was carefree. Seeing Liang Shuyu soaking wet, she burst out laughing. Drink the herbal granules first, then go take a hot shower. The water might be cut off soon, Liang Ying said, gently glaring at Liang Wenjing. Liang Wenjing was not afraid of Liang Ying's glare. While Liang Ying turned away, she even made faces at Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu wasn't in the mood for jokes, but seeing Liang Wenjing so ungrateful, he decided to be a bit mean. With a 2-month power outage, your novel is going to flop again, right? No more full attendance bonus. Tisk, how tragic. Liang Wenjing was speechless. Liang Shuyu, do you have to say that? She was just a struggling writer, barely surviving on the full attendance bonus. Wasn't that hard enough? After showering, Liang Shuyu noticed 2 gas canisters at the door. He had been so distracted earlier that he hadn't paid attention. His mother must have ordered them while he was out buying medicine. This was great. 2 canisters should last their family a month. They also had a large one in use at home. If they conserved, these gas canisters would be enough for 2 months. At least they wouldn't have to worry about cooking. The people living in high-rise buildings were in trouble. They all used centralized natural gas. Would the gas be cut off after the power outage? If even the natural gas was cut off, those people wouldn't even be able to cook. Fortunately, in this semi-suburban area, natural gas hadn't been installed yet, so every household used bottled gas. Who would have thought it would actually come to this? Lu Xiaopeng's worries had become reality. Unfortunately, there was no signal on the phone now, or he would have wanted to ask Lu Xiaopeng for the supply list. At 2253, nearly 11 o'clock after dinner, the sky outside remained remarkably bright. The aurora had become even more dreamlike, and Liang Shuyu couldn't help but savor the breathtaking visual feast. It would have been a shame not to appreciate it. Last year, during the massive blackout in Europe, it was said that auroras were only observed on a high-altitude mountain. This year's solar storm, visible even in coastal cities with such a grand aurora spectacle, was truly bizarre. Yet he wasn't a professional. He had no recollection that auroras were exclusively confined to high altitudes. So for now, he could only stare helplessly. Having confirmed it was a solar storm, Liang Shuyu was actually less worried. After all, there was a precedent from last year in Europe where the power outage was extensive. Although the European authorities had been slow to react, they had restored most of the electricity within a month and a half. Since the European solar storm last year, countries around the world had been paying close attention to this issue. As far as he knew, major cities this year had conducted power outage drills of varying scales. At such a time, he had full confidence in his own country. In recent years, solar activity had become increasingly frequent. Even someone like him who never paid attention to related fields knew a bit, let alone the more specialized professionals. So he believed that after the European blackout incident, his country would surely resolve this problem at a faster pace. Perhaps the country even had preparations in place. So he conservatively estimated that the economic losses caused by this solar storm's blackout would not exceed last year's European outage. Moreover, the duration would not surpass a month and a half. Most likely the majority of power would be restored within a month. But to be safe, he estimated 2 months. His home had enough gas for 2 months. Medicine was not a concern, and with the food they had just bought, it would be more than sufficient for 2 months. He didn't know how many days the typhoon would last. But for the foreseeable future, he could probably stay indoors. With that, Liang Shuyu finally felt completely at ease. Old Liang, came Wei Yuki's voice. The sky was too bright. Liang Shuyu's phone had broken and wouldn't turn on while Liang Wenjing's could still be powered on, but it wasn't his, so he had no idea what time it was. In any case, it was probably around midnight. Liang Shuyu opened the door, and Wei Youqi, still in his pajamas, slipped into Liang Shuyu's bedroom. He struck a flamboyant pose as he lay down on the spot Liang Shiyu had just occupied. I can't sleep. Liang Shiyu looked down at him with a cold glance, his expression neutral. Don't act sexy on my bed. You unromantic bastard, Wei Yoqi pouted. Liang Shiyu rolled his eyes internally. Why on earth had he become friends with Wei Yoqi in the first place? This guy was so flamboyant in private, completely mismatched with his own style. Wei Yoqi wrapped himself in Liang Shiyu's blanket, sighing. What's wrong? Liang Shiyu asked, grabbing back his innocent little blanket. No phone, no computer, no internet, no games. Wei Yoqi's face was full of misery. I thought the holiday would be great, but now I find it's pure torture. Especially given the situation, this torturous little life might last for a long time. Although Liang Shiyu felt the same way, he put on a nonchalant expression. Perfect opportunity to adjust your sleep schedule. How long do you think the power will be out? Wei Yoqi asked. About a month. Wei Yoqi was devastated. So long. Oh my god. Don't worry, once the typhoon stops we can hit the internet cafe. Nothing a generator can't solve. If one isn't enough, get two. Will it be packed? That is if those computers were still functional. The electronics and finance industries would suffer heavy losses. Yoqi, come help, suddenly shouted Wei Fatty from downstairs. The wind howled. The rain fell like a waterfall, turning the downhill street into a rushing river within hours. Standing on it, one could feel the strong current. No, the wind is too strong. It was Aunt Xiaoping speaking. Even standing inside the rolling door, her voice was shredded by the gale. At that moment, Wei Fatty, Wei Yoqi, and Liang Shiyu were all tied with a moderately thick rope. They did this because a man had been walking home through the storm when a piece of rotten wood struck him and knocked him down. Although the man was of considerable size, the wind swept him off the road. Fortunately, he grabbed onto a utility pole in a ditch behind the field. He clung to the pole, calling for help for nearly 20 minutes before Wei Fatty noticed him. The wind outside was so fierce that if it were possible, Wei Fatty wouldn't have taken the risk of bringing two children out. But now the phones were useless. 120, 110 were all useless. Just hold the rope tight. Wei Fatty, plump and fair, had always struck Liang Shiyu as a warm-hearted, generous person. But sometimes he was too warm-hearted. Like now, the wind was immense, the rain heavy. Wearing a raincoat was no different from not wearing one. The typhoon had arrived so ferociously, and the city glowed with an eerie green light under the aurora. Though many people were joyfully watching this rare spectacle from their windows, in Liang Shiyu's eyes the city had become a morgue. The buildings were tombstones, rising and falling, emitting a sinister glow. Inside each tomb lay countless fresh corpses. This strange thought had been with Liang Shiyu since he began appreciating the aurora. So when Wei Fatty suddenly asked him to tie a rope and help rescue someone, he was reluctant. He only agreed reluctantly because he didn't want Wei Fatty, who had always liked him, to think he was cold-blooded. Wei Fatty had already circled around the front of the convenience store and was moving along the wall toward the back with difficulty. The wind and rain roared against their faces, making it impossible to keep their eyes open. Wei Fatty was tied to two ropes, one connected to Liang Shiyu and one to Wei Yoqi. When they reached the back of the store, they could clearly see the man in white clinging tightly to the utility pole amidst the storm. The two of them tied one end of the rope to the iron security bars on the window behind the convenience store. The ropes connected their waists and also connected to Wei Fatty. Only then did Wei Fatty attempt to leave the wall and take his first step into the storm. But after just 2 or 3 steps, he was immediately knocked over by the gale, falling awkwardly into the abandoned field. The typhoon blew his raincoat upright. His round bulk became a shield in this situation, albeit barely. But he managed to crawl back to his knees and find his direction. Hold the rope steady. Wei Fatty shouted, his voice fragmented. We've got it. Wei Yoqi sounded somewhat excited. After all, saving someone was a grand act of heroism. It might even make the news. He had already rehearsed his line. It was nothing. He would say it calmly. Having learned his lesson, Wei Fatty no longer stood up, but crawled through the dirty, weed-chained field, inching closer to the man. The man looked over gratefully, warning them to be careful. The sky seemed dyed with ribbons of color, or perhaps death was flamboyantly brandishing fantastical streamers while observing this somber city. The resplendent light bathed the land, rendering even the rain multifaceted and vivid. None could ignore the visual shock of the dazzling aurora, nor could anyone overlook the ferocity of the typhoon. The torrential rain hammered the ground with a sharp clatter, and as the rain intensified, Liang Shiyu pulled the rope in his hands tighter. The rescue process, though arduous, was uneventful. Wei Pengzi successfully approached the man clinging to the electric pole, untied the rope from Liang Shiyu that was fastened around his own waist, and secured it to the man. Thank you, the man exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. He was immensely grateful to be rescued in such a violent storm. Wei Pengzi, ever the easygoing fellow, replied, such strong winds. Be careful when you go out, old brother. No choice, the car wouldn't start, so I walked back in the rain. The vehicle was still stranded on the road. It was fine when passing through the residential area, but near the semi-suburban zone where high-rise buildings were scarce, the wind became incredibly fierce. Especially on this barren field directly facing an unobstructed wind channel with a sewage river just a few hundred meters below. If he hadn't clung desperately to the electric pole, he would likely have been blown into the polluted river. The man shuddered at the thought. It's not tight enough. The rope slips. Make another knot. Wei Pengzi warned him. The man freed his hands to tie the knot. Wei Pengzi was holding the electric pole and supporting him, so it should have been fine, but suddenly a hard object struck his back, propelled by the wind, causing him to lose his grip. Driven by the violent typhoon, both he and Wei Pengzi were flung across the field. Liang Shiyu and Wei Youqi, connected by the rope, were yanked violently, pulled from the edge of the wall, and crashing to the ground. Fortunately, the other end of the rope was tied to a security grill, so aside from the excruciating strain on their waists, they were unharmed. Liang Shiyu had anticipated such an event and reacted swiftly. He dropped to his knees, scanning the ground for Wei Pengzi and the man. Under the aurora, the night was as bright as day, and he could clearly see Wei Pengzi gripping the soil, with one hand straining to keep himself from being blown away. The other man, hit directly by the wind, had rolled farther than Wei Pengzi and fallen below a ridge. Beyond the taut rope, he was out of sight. Wei Youqi also saw this and scrambled over to pull Liang Shiyu's rope, but Liang Shiyu slapped his hand away. "What are you doing?" Wei Youqi shouted. "Pull your father first." That man fell. His father was clinging to the dirt safe enough. Liang Shiyu didn't answer. The wind was too strong for words. He knelt and pulled hard on Wei Youqi's rope. Wei Youqi had no choice but to help him haul his father back. He could see Liang Shiyu's rope was still taut, and belatedly realized that below the ridge was probably a safer spot, at least sheltered from the wind. Once all three were safe, they joined forces to pull the man. Perhaps the ridge was a bit high, and under the relentless assault of the gale, the man became extremely heavy. With such a long rope and such fierce wind leveraging the principle of the lever, it felt as heavy as a truck. Finally, they managed to haul the man up from below the ridge. They discovered that he had been holding the rope by wrapping it around his arm. The rope had actually come loose, and if he hadn't held on with all his might, he would have been blown away. The eyes of Wei Youqi and Wei Pengzi reflected the peril. The three of them exerted nearly all their strength, but the wind seemed to fight against them. The man was lifted to his feet by the blast, and a sudden savage gust roared through. With a sharp piercing sound, Liang Shiyu was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. If Wei Pengzi and Wei Youqi hadn't both grabbed him, he would have met the same fate as the man. When Liang Shiyu and Wei Youqi came to their senses, the other end of the rope was empty. Then they spotted the man on an electric pole 200 meters away, or rather his corpse. He was tangled in the wires, like a bizarre white cloth fluttering in the wind. Everything happened too fast. Some time later, it was impossible to tell the hour. Aunt Xiaoping brought a basin of hot water for Liang Shiyu, but he only took a sip. The silence in the room was suffocating. Liang Shiyu set down the cup and patted Wei Youqi's shoulder. Wei Youqi looked up at him, his eyes red-rimmed. "We did our best," Liang Shiyu said. Wei Youqi knew that, but it still hurt. Wei Pengzi's face was grim, especially because the man hadn't been saved, and instead, he was blown onto the electric pole, left exposed in death. Failing to save someone after trying was more painful than not attempting at all. Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying came downstairs. Liang Ying had seen everything from upstairs and worried about the psychological impact on Liang Shiyu, so she rushed to embrace him. Too much had happened today, as she was deeply concerned. Liang Shiyu patted her back, reassuringly signaling he was fine. At home, Liang Wenjing applied iodine to Liang Shiyu's abrasions. Liang Shiyu stared blankly at the stopwatch. "Looks like we'll have to live without time." Liang Wenjing broke the silence. "I'm thinking of making a manual calendar, or well, forget the date." Liang Shiyu snapped out of it, tossing aside the watch with a smile. "Aren't you scared? There's a man hanging outside the window." Liang Shiyu. Liang Wenjing pressed harder with the cotton swab. "Don't scare me." The courage she had mustered was shattered by his words. Tears welled in her eyes. "It's terrifying. You have no idea how worried Mom was just now. What if something happened to you? How would we two women survive?" After all, he was the only man in the family. Liang Shiyu thought to himself that he hadn't wanted to do this kind of thing either. He was just forced into it. But if there was a next time? No, how could such a thing happen again? Did he think his life was long enough? That time the wind had snapped the iron bar to which his rope was tied, and he was flung away. If not for Wei Pengzi and Wei Youqi grabbing him, he would have been the second one hanging on the electric pole. His life was too precious to risk for strangers. "Are you listening?" Liang Wenjing scolded. How perfunctory." Liang Wenjing angrily threw down the cotton swab and stormed off. Liang Shiyu sighed helplessly. He had to tend to the remaining scratches himself, But without eyes on his back, he left the unreachable spots untreated. Afraid of the night, Liang Wenjing went to sleep with Liang Ying. Liang Shiyu couldn't sleep, so he went to the living room to smoke. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see the corpse swaying in the wind and rain bathed in an eerie green light from the aurora, as if staring resentfully in his direction. Liang Shiyu sensed a trace of cruelty wandering through the city, or rather the cruelty of nature. It had taken a life without hesitation, yet it was oblivious and bore no responsibility. You startled me. Waking up in the middle of the night, Liang Wenjing was shocked to see Liang Shiyu sitting on the sofa, gazing at the scenery. What are you doing? Gazing at the scenery. Go somewhere else to gaze at the scenery. Wasn't there a dead body outside? Is there another suitable place in our house to gaze at the scenery, besides the large floor-to-ceiling window in the living room? It seems not, Liang Wenjing muttered. But you should also. Then she noticed something else. You're smoking again. No, I'm not. The cigarette had long been discarded by him. September 27, 2032, heavy rain. Day 5 of the power outage. The torrential rain had persisted for several days. The aurora vanished at noon on the second day of the blackout. As soon as it disappeared, it felt as if the sun had been kidnapped by it, and for many days thereafter not a single ray of light could be seen. The gloomy, violent rain compressed the city between the pitch-black heavens and earth like a colossal graveyard. Yet most people were in good spirits, not panicked by the incessant rain and power failure. Last year's massive blackout in Europe was a consensus known to nearly everyone. With this precedent, people had a concept of solar storms in their minds. They only feared the unknown. For known events, they were accustomed to the strange. Of course, even though a blackout society had no internet, no video games, no TV dramas or variety shows, at the very least, there was no need to work, no need to squeeze on his subways or buses, and no need to endure the boss scolding. If one had a decent workplace, perhaps there would even be salary subsidies after the blackout. It was like a paid vacation. Even for those with average jobs, the government would implement relevant measures. At the very least, social insurance fees would be halved for several months. Thus, most people were in a good mood. Those who were not were the dregs of society, those who lived hand-to-mouth. In this city, with a permanent population of 13 million, there were many above the middle class, but even more teetering on the poverty line. Liang Shiyu, after all, did not belong to that category, so he could not truly comprehend the hardships of the poor. He only knew that during last year's European blackout, the majority of those who died were the impoverished. Online, some had even mockingly referred to it as a cleansing of social refuse. The weak are the first to be eliminated, the strong survive. But those who survive should not be too complacent. That was what Zik, the self-proclaimed future man from 2085, had said. So after this solar storm, Zika would be back in the spotlight, wouldn't he? However, one thing bothered Liang Shiyu. If Zika's sixth prophecy referred to the European solar storm, then its content was, "This year is the true beginning of hell." Many people will freeze to death in a short time, but that's nothing because this is just the beginning. Yet the seventh prophecy stated, "This year, you will step into true hell." Look forward to it, it's no big deal. The weak are the first to be eliminated, the strong survive. But those who survive should not be too complacent. If the seventh prophecy indeed pointed to this Asian solar storm, then analyzing the content, this is true hell. Did it mean the affected area this time was larger than the last? Zika's prophecy post was titled, "I come from hell." Did it mean this year was the beginning of true hell? Liang Shiyu sharply slapped his own forehead. Zika was nothing more than an opportunistic hype. Although emotionally, he desperately wanted to believe Zika was truly a man from the future, reason told him it was absolutely impossible. He should trust science, trust society, trust tangible concrete things rather than wildly speculate based on certain online rumors with confused origins. He could make certain psychological preparations for the prophecies Zika had put forth, but he couldn't worship them like a Chinibu patient. If conditions allowed, he could appropriately prepare more survival supplies, but he ought to reserve his judgment on such future prophecies. So far, most outside stores were still able to sell goods, just without electricity. The larger the supermarket, the more chaotic the prices, almost charged based on whim. Large shopping malls were nearly all open. Under these circumstances, even those without generators or with damaged cash registers were required to remain operational. From this point, there would be no frenzied hoarding of supplies in this city for the short term. In the first 2 days, because people had no cash on hand, they swarmed into banks. But due to equipment damage, the banks couldn't operate normally and dispatched armed forces to guard them. During those 2 days, one could often hear roars and clamor coming from that direction. Later, one bank, under immense pressure, began distributing cash. Although it limited each ID card to a withdrawal of 100 yuan, it only lasted for less than half a day. Before the blackout, it seemed no one had thought about how to survive without paper currency. Perhaps it was only to blame the excessive convenience of the digital cash era, which had stripped people of their ability to plan ahead. Deprived of electricity, even banking institutions became useless, let alone ordinary people. Regarding cash, the situation was not so optimistic. Many people had no money on hand. That was the biggest problem. Liang Shu didn't know how the banks were handling it, but the blackout had been short so far, there shouldn't be cases of starvation yet. However, one night he heard a very loud scream, as if someone had jumped off a building. There were many rumors among the neighbors, but Liang Shu most believed one of them that person was in the finance industry. 2. How do you still have a 2? Liang Wenjing was stunned, looking at the only pair of 3s left in her hand. Pass. Liang Shu waved his cards, grinning at Liang Wenjing. 3 with 1 I win. Wei Youqi slammed his cards down, and together with Liang Shu, snatched the last 2 pieces of bread beside Liang Wenjing. Liang Wenjing had lost everything. I'm not playing anymore. Did you 2 switch cards in private? How come I lose every time? Am I that kind of person? Liang Shu raised an eyebrow. You are. Liang Wenjing pouted, her snacks all gambled away. How tragic, how tragic. Time to eat you 3. Liang Ying knocked on the door. Just as Liang Shu and the others had won a grand slam and didn't want to play anymore, they dashed out the door in a flash. With the rainy weather, the house was very damp. Although it was only September, they had already donned sweaters. The rain fell without cease, almost never letting up. Liang Shu's small 3-story building also had a rooftop terrace. Although there were drainage holes on the balcony, unless they drilled a hole as big as a pot, the water on the terrace would never drain completely. Thus water seeped in through the door cracks, turning the stairwell into a waterfall cavern. Wei Youqi would surely get soaked going back, so he stayed for dinner. On the dining table in the living room, a single tea candle was lit, brewing some herbal tea. Liang Wenjing's gear. By this meager light source, the 4 of them ate a lunch. Since the power had been out for several days and the typhoon outside was howling ferociously, they hadn't gone out at all, so naturally, there were no fresh vegetables at home. Dry rice, hot milk, plus boiled soybeans, and canned dates with fermented black beans. Barely a meal. Eating soybeans every day makes me feel like I'm turning into one, Liang Wenjing grumbled gloomily. How about we go out tomorrow to buy some fresh groceries? My family's also run out of fresh produce, Wei Youqi suggested. Liang Shu pondered for a moment and agreed. Although the house was stocked with plenty of food, it was all bread and instant noodles, leaving their mouths parched after days of monotony. That's a good idea. The streets are littered with abandoned cars, ground traffic is nearly paralyzed, and the logistics and trade system must be on the verge of collapse. The longer we wait, the fewer supplies we might be able to acquire. Perhaps we should stock up on more things. Liang Shu had merely reached this conclusion by lightly analyzing Wei Youqi's proposal, but as he uttered those words, deeper implications began to dawn on him. Suppose this blackout were to last 2 months. Though he firmly believed the nation would resolve the grid's power supply within a month, even without any external information, he trusted that countless specialized professionals were striving, perhaps even at the cost of their lives. Under the collapse of the logistics system, would it mean the city could receive no external trade resources? Liang Wenjing's phone had shut down on the 3rd day of the blackout, not due to a dead battery, but a malfunction. Yet, even before the failure, her phone had shown no signal. In other words, the satellite system had also collapsed. Liang Shu had not deeply pondered this issue before, because he had been comparing the situation to the European blackout of the previous year. He had always believed that with Europe's precedent, the nation would be well prepared and could handle it better than last year's European outage. Coupled with the ample supplies stored at home, he felt no worry. But now, suddenly thinking of the satellites, he wondered, had the satellites been damaged during last year's European blackout? Liang Shu couldn't recall. No news seemed to have specifically mentioned satellite issues. Upon deeper reflection, was the complete loss of phone signal due to base stations or satellites? If it was a satellite problem, did that imply the disaster area was exceptionally vast? And simultaneously, did it mean that airplanes could not enter? Could airplanes deliver supplies without satellite signals? Liang Shu had no knowledge of this. But he recalled that during the Wenchuan earthquake, satellite signals were damaged, yet planes still managed to fly blind into the disaster zone to rescue people. So while satellites affected aviation, the nation still had ways to cope. Another question: how vast was the affected area? Although Liang Shu and his family hadn't gone out in days, neighbors still interacted. Yet word of mouth provided no definitive information about the scale of the disaster. Liang Shu still compared it to last year's European blackout. But if the affected area were far larger than Europe's, even with swift national response and efficient disaster relief, the timeline would inevitably be longer. He had previously analyzed that the blackout would last no more than 2 months, and with ample food and medicine at home and few incidents occurring during the outage, he had let his guard down. But if the disaster area were enormous, could 2 months suffice? What he feared most were the what-ifs and maybes. What if the area was unimaginably vast? What if the blackout dragged on for half a year, or even a year? What would that mean? Liang Shuyu suddenly felt a chill run through him. He knew his speculation was baseless conjecture, yet he couldn't help foreseeing various possible outcomes. His family's food would last 2 months, but not half a year. Suppose the blackout lasted half a year. With transportation paralyzed and no external support, the city's supplies would be looted clean within 2 months. Back during the pandemic, his country had recovered quickly, largely because of the principle, when one place is in trouble, assistance comes from all quarters. In contrast, Europe at that time saw towns and cities trapped in mutual suspicion and looting, leading to countless casualties. If the disaster area were so vast that it took half a year to fully rescue, then neighboring towns of Shenlan City would also be plunged into catastrophe. Without external aid, the city would fall into internal strife. All of this was Liang Shuyu's unilateral conjecture. It wasn't real. Yet Liang Shuyu couldn't rule out that possibility. He would rather trust his ignorant judgment than calmly entrust his and his family's lives to unknown rescue. He would rather be seen as a fool who believes every rumor than gamble with his family's lives. We need to go out and buy more things. Liang Shuyu's resolute gaze burned into Wei Youqi, who took a long moment to comprehend what had happened in the mere tens of seconds of dinner. How could he have known that a simple suggestion of his would spark such far-reaching thoughts in Liang Shuyu? After the meal, Liang Shuyu inventoried all the supplies at home, calculating how long they could last. He discovered how naive he had been, relying on these supplies for 2 months. A pipe dream. Even a month would be a stretch, because Liang Shuyu had always assumed that instant noodles and bread should be stockpiled in such situations. But after counting and calculating, he realized that these items, especially bread, were not filling. Last time, he and Liang Wenjing had bought a lot of bread at the mall, and later he and Liang Ying had snatched up more at a street store. Yet bread, though seemingly large and bulky, was far from sustaining. In just 4 or 5 days of blackout, they had already eaten nearly half of it as snacks. If consumed as a main meal, a person would need at least 3 small buns, but even then they wouldn't be full. It had to be paired with rice to be satiating, otherwise the more one ate, the hungrier they'd become, creating a vicious cycle. Moreover, the biscuits, sausages, and canned goods he had bought could only serve as snacks. Canned food wasn't filling. Small portions and high prices meant they could only be eaten as side dishes. The only useful item he had purchased was compressed biscuits. A pack containing 2 pieces could generally sustain 2 meals. But that only held true under special circumstances, meaning it was only suitable for resource-scarce environments. As a staple, most people would feel nauseous after 2 or 3 days. Not that it tasted bad. Then there were instant noodles. Liang Shuyu had bought a huge pile, only to find that half of them were gone after a few days. A bag of instant noodles contained 5 packets. Even if he bought 10 bags, 50 packets, with 3 people eating 2 servings per day, it would last only 8 days. To last 60 days, they would need 360 packets. For half a year, 1080 packets. That was crazy. Who would stockpile that many instant noodles at home? Eating too many would also make you sick. In summary, Liang Shuyu realized that the only food that was both filling and non-tedious was rice. And the cheapest, most versatile accompaniment was pickled vegetables. A list of food supplies organized on September 27th. 9 bottles of Nongfu spring water, 24 bottles of Kangshifu mineral water, 6 bottles of yogurt, 7 cans of mail-in luncheon meat, 6 cans of Gulong instant luncheon meat, 5 cans of Ganju brand dace in black bean sauce, 5 packs of Dalian French style small bread milk flavor containing 68 pieces, about 80 pieces of assorted bread, 4 boxes of Pampan hand-torn bread with 2 pieces each, totaling 8. 40 packs of various flavored instant noodles and 8 bundles of 5 1-pack of Oreo sandwich cookies. 5 rolls, 2 bags of Aji yeast-reduced salt soda crackers with 25 small packs, 6 bars of Nestle Crispy Rice Milk Chocolate, half a bottle of extra gum, 2 bags of potato chips, half a bag of Alpine strawberry-flavored hard candy, 1 large box of Maxwell House Original Coffee, with 93 sticks, 2 large bags of West River Instant Oatmeal, 12 packs of corn-flavored compressed biscuits, half a bag of 50 caddies of rice. 6 bags, half a bag of table salt, some ginger, various kitchen seasonings, 1 bundle of noodles. They had bought far more snacks than this, but they had eaten quite a bit over the past few days. Piled together, these items looked like a large heap, but upon actual inventory, it was not so impressive. He should focus on purchasing rice flour, pickled vegetables, wheat, and other shelf-stable staples. Additionally, he needed to buy some ginger to ward off the cold, as the weather was now too humid, with mist forming on the floor every morning. If one was not careful in such an environment, their resistance could weaken, leading to illness. Although he had bought a fair amount of cold medicine among his supplies, he could not rely on it constantly. It would be better to drink plenty of ginger tea. After deciding on what to purchase, Liang Shuyu and Liang Ying shared their plan, and upon receiving approval the three of them decided to go shopping together the next day. The next day, or rather after a sleep as they had lost all sense of time, the typhoon continued unabated. Liang Xiyu had wanted to invite Wei Youqi to join them, as it was Wei Youqi who initially wanted to buy some fresh vegetables. However, Aunt Xiaoping refused to let him go out, so the idea was dropped. Outside rain poured in torrents. Most larger stores were still open, and if Liang Xiyu and the others had a choice, they could have shopped at Wei Yuqi's family convenience store. However, Liang Xiyu still harbored the same concerns as before. One was that Wei convenience store did not have a complete selection of goods, and the other was that as a small supermarket, it could serve a vital purpose when truly needed. Liang Xiyu was unwilling to engage in such self-defeating behavior. The family of three set out clutching their shopping bags and backpacks. Due to nearly a week of continuous rain and the raging typhoon, outside the streets were almost deserted. They had to hold hands and move cautiously, keeping close to the walls. Having already prepared to be drenched through, they made little effort to avoid the rain, focusing instead on sheltering from the wind. Although they had no access to outside information, neighbors could still relay news across the streets without much difficulty. Word had it that due to the rain, many places were flooded and most police forces had been dispatched for flood rescue and water management operations. The police were not entirely absent from urban security matters. Occasionally an officer would ride a bicycle, using a loudspeaker to weave through the alleys, reminding residents to stay indoors and not go outside. Additionally, there was a heavy armed presence at the banks, as too many people had gathered outside waiting to withdraw cash. However, the cash that banks receive daily is typically transported to a central vault, meaning the banks themselves had no money. Under the current circumstances, the cash in the vaults could not be delivered to the relevant branches in time. In fact, even if it could, they did not have enough cash to distribute. It was a vicious cycle. If this situation persisted long enough without a solution, even the armed forces would be unable to control the rioting crowds. Furthermore, word had it that many people had died in the hospitals due to sudden power outages. Hospitals did have diesel generators, but their power supply could not match the original levels. Moreover, the solar storm had damaged much electrical equipment. Combined with frequent disasters like flooding, storm surges, and mudslides, the news of many deaths in hospitals was likely true. In other words, for Liang Xiyu and his family, these peaceful days of playing cards by candlelight might have felt like an apocalypse for others. Leaving 27th Lane led to Nanmen West Street, where many shops, mostly late-night eateries, were now all closed. A medium-sized shopping mall stood at the head of Nanmen West Street, and it was their destination. Hey, there's a baby stroller over there. Should we take it to carry our things? They had come out mainly to buy rice, which was heavy, and they had nothing at home to transport it. A baby stroller would make the task much easier. The baby stroller was overturned in a corner near a trash bin, submerged in half a meter of water, apparently discarded. Liang Xiyu thought it was a good idea. The three of them moved together, having to cross the middle of the road. A risky endeavor, as the wind became fierce once they left the shelter of the walls. The rain lashed down like bullets on the water ankle deep, while the wind violently buffeted their bodies. Signs blown askew clattered loudly. The three reached the large trash bin. Liang Xiyu flipped the baby stroller upright and began pushing it. Aunt! Liang Wenjing screamed in fright at the sight inside the stroller, instinctively stepping back. Her sudden movement tangled the rope connecting the three of them, and they were all thrown to the ground by the momentum. A fierce gust of wind then swept them further away. They did not stop until they slammed into a wall, where Liang Xiyu managed to grab onto a security window grill. Under the force of such a powerful gale, they felt like insignificant withered leaves, utterly unable to control their own bodies. A dead infant, bloated and pale from being soaked in water. Inside that stroller, there seemed to be no other adult corpses nearby. It had either been blown here from a great distance, or the adult pushing it had also met with misfortune. Liang Wenjing had heard that many people had died unexpectedly due to road traffic obstructions preventing them from getting home in time. She knew it was not just a rumor, there must be some truth to it, but she had never imagined encountering such a stark reality in this manner. Let's go. Liang Xiyu pulled the two terrified women to their feet. The child was almost completely decomposed, and the stroller was surely teeming with bacteria. It could no longer be used. The two followed Liang Xiyu, fleeing the place as if for their lives. Upon entering the medium-sized mall at the street's head, they were surprised to find quite a crowd gathered there. Beneath the sign of this mall named Mingxing, there was a glass canopy of about 10 square meters that provided shelter from the rain. In this small area, at least 10 people were huddled together. Some had luggage, some did not. There was a family of 3, a young couple, some youths, and a middle-aged man who looked down on his luck. These people were likely stranded travelers due to the transportation paralysis. Perhaps they had no cash and could not afford a hotel. Or maybe the hotels were fully booked, leaving them with money, but nowhere to stay. Liang Xiyu glanced at them, shook the rain off his clothes, and shielded the two women as he entered the mall. A torrential rain was falling outside the already dim visibility, turning almost to nil inside the mall, lit only by a few sputtering candles. The three of them entered. Of the 3 cash registers, only one was manned. The entrance and exit were blocked by a cordon, leaving only a narrow passage. They were made to remove their raincoats and coats, and were given a disdainful look by the auntie for being soaking wet. As they shopped, the auntie followed them holding a candle and watching their every move. This was understandable. None of the 3 acted suspiciously. Following Liang Shuyu's list, they took rice flour and pickled vegetables, and of course candles, but these were rationed to 5 per unit. They also bought some tissues and disinfectant, a precaution for water purification. If the water tank ran out before the supply was restored, they would have to use rainwater or lake water. There were no water purification tablets, so Liang Xiyu grabbed 2 buckets of disinfectant. There was no ginger tea to be found. This wasn't a fresh food supermarket, and there was no ginger either, so they had to forego it. Aside from them, there was another couple in the mall appearing to be in their 30s. Liang Xiyu found it strange that they were picking up many garbage bags. What could garbage bags be used for in this situation? Liang Xiyu pondered. Besides holding trash, they could be used to individually package items. The weather was very damp, things in the wardrobe had become moist, and underwear wouldn't dry properly, turning smelly after washing. If clean clothes were kept in individual packaging, they might be protected from the damp. Also, rice and other food were prone to dampness, especially rice. Its bag wasn't completely sealed and moisture could easily seep in. If you didn't want the rice to go bad, it would be best to take it out and repackage it tightly in individual portions. So Liang Xiyu also grabbed many rolls of garbage bags. On the shelves, he spotted aluminum foil, plastic wrap, disposable chopsticks, and other items he thought might come in handy, taking some of each. Apart from that, they bought nothing else. In fact, they had been quite shrewd. Those unaware would undoubtedly have rushed to the instant noodle section first. As they passed it, the shelves were visibly more than half empty. So they didn't buy any instant noodles at all, only bundles of dried noodles. Just those 250 jean bags of rice would be enough for 2 months. All the remaining instant noodles in the mall combined might not last that long. They also bought a great many pickled vegetables, nearly clearing the shelves. The cashier was a younger auntie. Without a cash register or calculator, she struggled to tally the bill on scrap paper. A major drawback of such a mall was that the cashier had no idea of the prices. Some large items had price tags, but everything else was estimated. Although Liang Xiyu had prudently withdrawn 20,000 in cash beforehand, he still haggled with her, shaving off a few yuan in change. This slightly primitive scene helped dispel some of the earlier terror. The expressions on Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing's faces finally recovered a bit. All right, pack everything up. The 3 of them stuffed the small items into Liang Xiyu's backpack. Liang Wenjing carried the shopping bags while Liang Xiyu hoisted 1 bag of rice and Liang Ying the other. Leaving the mall required passing through a buffer corridor. The shelves on either side, once stocked with goods, were now completely bare. As Liang Xiyu walked through this tumturlong corridor, he saw a woman sitting at the entrance, peering in furtively. Warily, Liang Xiyu pulled Liang Wenjing to the middle, positioning himself on the side nearest the woman. Her plan foiled, she hesitated for a moment, then finally pulled her child to his feet. She was holding a boy of about 5 or 6. Greeting the trio, her eyes first sought out Liang Ying. Come on, say hello to the auntie. The child was timid and dared not speak. The woman smiled ingratiatingly and apologetically. I'm sorry, I really have no choice. We're from out of town, passing through, and got separated from the child's father. Now we don't even have a place to stay. I saw you bought quite a lot. I don't mean any harm, but could you for the child's sake lend me a few hundred? I can leave my ID and phone with you as collateral. Please be kind. The child hasn't eaten in days. As she spoke, others sitting at the entrance also looked their way. Liang Xiyu noticed that most of the people there had no money. Not that they were poor, but they had no cash on them. So when the woman mentioned borrowing money, a flicker of hopeful anticipation appeared in the eyes of a few. A single coin can stump a farmer, the saying went. Was this such a situation? He wondered if somewhere in the city a wealthy tycoon worth millions was now starving, seeing stars. Sorry, we spent all our cash on these supplies. Liang Xiyu cut her off before she could continue. The woman's face fell. He pressed on bluntly, this rain won't last long. I'm sure someone will come to help you soon. The woman, having clearly seen them by so much, now refused to offer even a bit of relief. Tears streamed down her face. It's so hard. My phone is completely broken, the bank won't give me money, I'm truly at my wit's end. The child has a cold, and I can't even afford medicine. Liang Wenjing, seeing the pitiful woman, also had moist eyes. Liang Xiyu said, I'd like to help, but we can't. Why don't you ask the shop owner for credit? He might be willing to help you. I'm sorry. He pulled the 2 women away. The woman cried even harder, twisting her child's arm to make him hug Liang Xiyu's leg. She burst into loud sobs. Please, I have no other choice. You can't let the child starve. If you can't spare money, at least give us some food, just enough to get the child through these 2 days, or hell starve to death. Liang Xiyu looked down coldly at the child and the woman who was making a scene and playing the victim. If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for being rude. But we have no choice either. Are you just going to watch us starve to death? He's just a child so young. Let me starve, but don't let him. Please just help us. Liang Xiyu had long suspected these people were not to be trifled with. He had noticed when he entered the mall that the Tumterlong buffer corridor originally used to display goods was now completely cleared. There could be only 2 reasons. First, the owner had cleared it out specifically to house these homeless people, as there was a rolling shutter door outside the corridor, so there was no compelling reason to clear it otherwise. The stains and garbage left in the corridor also proved that people had indeed been living there. Yet now these people were driven outside, suggesting they had a conflict with the shop owner, and were kicked out. Thus Liang Xiyu pulled out the freshly bought sharp fruit knife from his trousers pocket and held it before her. Let go. The woman's expression shifted instantly upon seeing the blade. Exploiting the weak and fearing the strong is human nature. Her complexion changed swiftly as she pulled the child back, tears ceasing within half a second, as if a valve had been turned off, her eyes glaring unwillingly as Liang Xiyu led the person away. Liang Wenjing looked back with a pang of pity, tears also falling. Not because she sympathized deeply with the woman and child, but because the scene triggered her empathy, filling her with sorrow. This sorrow was like a cruel hand gripping her chest. Liang Wenjing pouted and glanced at Liang Xiyu. His demeanor earlier had been too fierce. Liang Xiyu flicked her forehead. What the hell are you crying for? Liang Wenjing felt wronged. We could have helped a little. Liang Xiyu said, do you think it's just about helping her? Liang Wenjing understood. That's why her word help was spoken with such guilt. She was an adult, not a clueless child. She knew Liang Xiyu's concerns, and why Liang Ying allowed him to act as he did. But moral sense and rational sense are 2 different things. If a slightly moral person walks on a clean street and casually discards trash, he might suffer self-condemnation for the next couple of days. Yet it's a trivial matter, he'll soon forget. But if one day you pass by a river and see children swimming, a thought arises, but you dismiss it. They're just strangers, they might not listen anyway, only to later discover they drowned. Then for many years that initial thought will linger in your mind, why didn't I stop them? It's not that you're exceptionally kind, but morality will constantly condemn and torment you. At this thought, Liang Wenjing's heart clenched in pain. Would that woman and child freeze or starve? So she kept wiping her tears. Not for them, but for herself. Why should she suffer guilt over 2 strangers? They walked along the wall for some distance, and were about to turn when they suddenly heard the middle-aged woman cursing them loudly. How can you bear to leave such a small child? You'll go to hell. You'll definitely go to hell. The woman hurled vicious curses at their retreating backs. Liang Wenjing, still grieving, felt anger surge within her. She picked up a stone from the ground and threw it in their direction. Fuck you. She cursed, her chest heaving with indignation and grievance, but quickly felt relieved. Now she was free from the moral torment of those 2 strangers. Liang Xiyu watched with a smile, sighing, tisk tisk, naive child. Let mom teach you about the harshness of society. Liang Ying, seeing Liang Wenjing's sulky expression, was amused, and indeed recounted a couple of stories about society's cruelty. One example was when she had just bought a car after saving some money. Her driving skills were still poor, and within days of hitting the road, a tricycle scraped her car. The other party suddenly darted out from an alley. If she had been more skilled, she might have avoided it. The road was clean, but she was too nervous. The man looked like an honest laborer, tanned dark, and upon seeing the beautiful new car, he was so scared, he humbly apologized to her. At that time her car insurance hadn't been processed, but seeing such a simple man, she let it go. She also noticed one of his wheels was bent, thinking such an honest man couldn't afford a new wheel and would surely be troubled for a while. Feeling soft-hearted, she gave him 500 yuan. What happened next was predictable. 2 traffic police happened to patrol by. The honest man transformed into a victim, tearfully claiming Liang Ying had hit him with the 500 yuan as evidence. The area had no surveillance, and Liang Ying ended up paying another 2,000 yuan to settle the matter. Liang Ying wasn't one to harbor deep resentment over such trivial matters, but she learned that people shouldn't be judged by appearances. Those who seem most pitiable may be the most detestable and vicious. When someone makes a mistake, they may weep pitifully, even kneel to beg, recounting their hardships word by word. The more genuine it sounds, the more false it is. All the pitiful words and pleas are merely tools to gain sympathy. Truly pitiful people have only tears. They are ashamed to bare themselves before strangers because they still have self-respect. They respect themselves and thus respect others. Those who abandon their dignity, exposing their embarrassments to gain profit, trampling their self-esteem underfoot. The more dignity they discard, the greater their ambition. They will surely reclaim it 100 or 1,000 times over. They even view past help as a humiliation. Though they themselves discarded their dignity, they believe others have shamed them. Thus such people have no morality. Helping them is seen as insulting them even though they insult themselves. But they don't think they're wrong, others are. Back home, Liang Wenjing was still relishing the stories Liang Ying told, sighing at how fucked up society was. Good thing I haven't really stepped into society yet. After all, she had stayed home writing since graduation, never having worked outside. And this place we live in is pretty safe. Not a gated community, but the neighbors are easy to get along with. They had been discussing a news story about a girl renting alone and nearly being assaulted by a neighbor. Liang Shiyu, silently taking off his raincoat, glanced at his sister. Just because you haven't encountered it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I know everyone around here. Never heard of such things. Liang Shiyu tossed the raincoat onto her head and said grumpily, "Go change your clothes quickly," then plunged into his room. "You're so annoying." Liang Wenjing was furious. In the room, Liang Shiyu quickly stripped off his soaked clothes, dried himself with a towel, and put on clean ones. The wet clothes wouldn't dry, and if the rain continued, they'd soon run out of clothes. They'd have to go out less. After changing, he walked to the window. His window faced Yu Shifeng's two-story house, where a small light glowed in the window, indicating someone was inside. Restlessly, he lit a cigarette, watching the torrential rain lash against the sill, his thoughts drifting far away. When he came to, the cigarette had burned out. He took out the fruit knife again and toyed with it. To be precise, it wasn't a fruit knife, but something akin to a small Western kitchen cleaver. Smaller than a cleaver, but larger than a fruit knife. Without a sheath, he thought of making one from a leather jacket or Liang Wenjing's leather bag. Later, he drank some ginger soup and cold medicine, wiped himself with hot water, and had instant noodles for dinner. No one felt like moving after being drenched in the rain. After the meal, they repacked the rice. The rice bags weren't completely airtight, allowing some moisture to seep in. To prevent dampness, they used garbage bags to repackage the rice. Additionally, they wrapped dried chili peppers and star anise in paper towels and placed them inside. Liang Ying said it could deter insects. Most of what they bought this time were non-perishable items. 2 bags of rice would last the 3 of them over 2 months, but Liang Shiyu felt it still wasn't enough. So they would need to make another trip in a few days. They also planned to buy a couple more gas canisters as backup. And candles. They were burning through them too quickly. The rain seemed relentless, pouring down just as fiercely day after day. The stairwell had turned into a waterfall, and the alleyways had become raging streams, gushing downward and flooding the village chief's pond. An elderly neighbor said a fish had even jumped out yesterday morning, and Luo Wei from downstairs had taken it. The village chief kept cursing about it, but Luo Wei pretended not to know and cooked fish head soup that night. "This rain, it just won't stop," came a voice from Wei Yuki's house. The old lady was visiting again. Had morning already arrived? Liang Shiyu had stayed awake another night. What date was it? What day of the week? What time was it now? "Old Liang, come down for cards." Wei Yuki's voice called out. Their only entertainment now was playing cards. Liang Shiyu couldn't be bothered to respond. What was the point of playing cards? It was too dull. He wanted to catch some more sleep, but he was too alert. Probably because he'd been sleeping too much lately, his routine completely disrupted. Left with no choice, he got up to use the bathroom. As he opened the bedroom door, he saw Liang Ying entering Liang Wenjing's room with a worried expression, and he learned that Liang Wenjing had had a fever and nightmares the night before, with Liang Ying caring for her half the night. "Do you have any body aches?" Liang Shiyu felt her forehead. It was burning hot. Searching through their medicine cabinet, they found no antiviral cold medicine or fever patches. No, just coughing and a runny nose. Liang Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's not so bad. If it were viral flu, it would be troublesome without antiviral medication. Not so bad. What's good about it? Liang Wenjing shouted weakly, her face flushed red. Liang Ying said, "It's probably just a chill from the fright. It's nothing serious." She had also checked earlier and found no antiviral drugs. "I'll make another trip in a couple of days to buy some medicine," Liang Shiyu said. It seemed that despite buying a lot of medicine last time, he had still missed something important. He needed to take inventory of the medicines. Fortunately, Liang Wenjing's fever was indeed just from the shock. She had also taken some cold granules when she came back that night, which probably had a preventive effect, and her cold was gone within a couple of days. But Liang Shiyu's heart was in his throat. He suddenly remembered a news report from last year about a power outage in Europe, which said most deaths during that time were due to colds and diarrhea. A common cold could heal on its own, but the flu almost never did, because the flu was a viral infection. This made Liang Shiyu reluctant to let Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying go out with him again. The rain continued to fall, and he couldn't guarantee they wouldn't encounter malicious thugs outside or suddenly come across a rotting corpse like last time. October 3rd, 2032. Heavy rainstorm. Day 11 of the power outage. The rain fell with a vengeance, as if it would never stop. Liang Xiyu had planned to go out on the 9th day, but suddenly police officers appeared on the streets to maintain order, ordering everyone to stay indoors and not go out. A super typhoon and torrential rain were expected over the next 2 days. Since Liang Wenjing's cold had already healed and the medicine and gas weren't urgent, Liang Xiyu stayed home. With the police presence, the rumors in the neighborhood finally subsided. From the patrolling officer, they learned that most of the police force had been deployed for flood relief. Most houses downstream had been submerged and many had died in the floods. The officers were very busy advising all residents to stay put and not cause trouble. However, Liang Xiyu didn't learn the exact extent of the solar storm disaster zone from him, because the man wasn't actually a police officer. He was a temporarily mobilized civil servant and a local resident. Even he didn't know the situation outside. But it was said that the higher-ups could communicate via radio. Although the situation was chaotic, it hadn't yet reached the point of collapse. The country hadn't abandoned them. Many relevant personnel were working hard in unseen places. That was what Liang Xiyu thought, and what the neighbors thought too. When the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. So no one was truly afraid, and social order hadn't collapsed yet. It was still holding up well, at least for now. But the water and power had been out for nearly half a month. Many families who hadn't prepared were suddenly facing a dire situation: no natural gas to cook, no candles for light, no food to eat. Most critically, they had no cash to buy food. Some people didn't grasp what this meant. To put it simply, imagine being trapped at home with no water, electricity, or gas. Would the food you had stored be enough to last you half a month? Without natural gas, having rice was useless. If you were lucky, you might have a gas canister, solid fuel, an alcohol lamp, or a portable stove to get by for a while. But how long? Without electricity, rice cookers, induction cooktops, and electric kettles were all useless, meaning no hot meals and no hot water. If you were really lucky, like Liang Wenjing, whose family had a floral tea set and a box and a half of tea candles, that was very fortunate. You could have light and drink hot tea at the same time. Before the power outage, people seemed to have the illusion that things in the fridge magically replenished themselves, because someone would always buy more when it ran out. Now they faced a harsh reality. You might have a lot of money in your bank account, you might be a millionaire, but you couldn't pull out a single bill. That was why Aunt Xiaoping had said a couple of days ago that many people had no food and were trading various items for it, unable to produce cash. It wasn't that they were poor, they just had no cash. Liang Xiyu advised her to close her shop and stop selling, as the power outage might last a long time. She didn't listen, so Liang Xiyu had to persuade Wei Youqi instead. Wei Youqi hid his rice and flour, which gave Liang Xiyu some peace of mind. Going without hot water was unbearable. Few could endure eating cold food for over 10 days. Even if they didn't drink hot water, their meals were usually hot. Not like now, chewing dry biscuits or bread, their stomachs, parched mouths, and tongues covered in sores, feeling as if soaked in cold water or roasted dry. Liang Xiyu hadn't experienced that himself. He had gas and candles. He heard from a downstairs neighbor whose gas had just run out and hadn't been replaced. They also had little cash at home, so they went to Fatty Wai's place to buy a few cups of hot water for 10 yuan. Ever since the power went out, all sorts of strange things had emerged. Problems they'd never paid attention to before had become extremely urgent, while things that once mattered now seemed irrelevant. Especially time. What date is it today? What day of the week? What time is it now? Almost no one on this street could answer these questions accurately, because not a single household owned a mechanical watch. Almost everyone's phones, alarms, and wristwatches had ceased to function. They had entered a timeless existence, sleeping when weary, rising when awake, with no sun, only torrential rain. What difference did noon or night make? Everything was equally gloomy. Next came the matter of personal hygiene. Washing hair was a chore for women, as they had to conserve gas and hot water. Liang Wenjing was contemplating whether to cut off her long, flowing, beautiful hair and become a more practical woman. Changing underwear was also troublesome for women. It was said they changed daily, yet the damp weather left clothes wet after washing. By the third day, they would reek, covered in mold, unwearable. If a severe gynecological infection occurred, it would be even more problematic. "Can't you use panty liners?" the ignorant Liang Xiyu once asked. "That's uncomfortable," Liang Wenjing replied. "Why?" the ignorant Liang Xiyu inquired curiously. He was met with a glare. "All right," Liang Xiyu clicked his tongue, having asked a question he shouldn't have. Also, women had to wash themselves daily. Liang Xiyu didn't deliberately pay attention to this. He simply knew that Liang Wenjing boiled 2 kettles of hot water every day, using the remaining embers only for tea. Another matter he heard from a neighbor: a child living downstairs had a cold and diarrhea. They bought medicine, but it was ineffective. Unable to find a doctor, they took him to the hospital, but there were too many dead bodies there, and no one attended to them. The child was on the verge of death. Whether it was true was unclear, but those who heard the news said the hospital was littered with corpses, packed with people, and utterly terrifying. There might have been exaggeration, but the news of numerous deaths at the hospital was likely not fabricated. There was also an especially awkward issue: the toilet wouldn't flush. This wasn't initially discovered by Liang Shiyu's family, but by Luo Wei's family living a bit lower down. Theirs was a ground floor apartment, and it was said that one night they suddenly smelled a terrible stench. Waking up, they found their squat toilet spewing feces. A true eruption of excrement. It was said to be caused by a pump malfunction due to power outages and floods. In short, the sewage system also needed electricity to drain. After nearly half a month without power, the system had officially given out. From then on, Liang Shiyu and his family could only relieve themselves outdoors. So every morning Liang Shiyu gained a new task: emptying the chamber pot. The village head said Luo Wei was getting his comeuppance for taking fish from his pond. The village head lived next door to Liang Shiyu in a small 2-story house with a pond and a solar water heater. Of course, even though the water heater was solar-powered, it still relied on electricity to function. Not only was there no sun now, but even if there were, it wouldn't work. The village head was a widower living alone with a son named Zhang Run, a bachelor who couldn't find a wife. Almost every morning these people would gather at Fatty Wei's place for a while, exchanging useless information, mostly hearsay from other neighbors. Liang Shiyu never joined them. Yet even so, the neighbors who once seemed merely familiar were now becoming truly acquainted. Even without participating, Liang Shiyu learned from Wei Youqi that the village head's wife hadn't died, but had run off with someone else. Zhang Run had also had a girlfriend who ran away. Both father and son were cuckolded, thus living together as bachelors. Across the street was Yu Shaifeng's family. His wife had apparently also run off. Disheartened, he accompanied his daughter here for college. Liang Shiyu had seen his daughter twice. She was quite pretty but seemed aloof and hard to approach. Then there was Granny, an elderly woman living alone. It was said her children were abroad, and she had a mixed-race grandson who was very wealthy. They had left her here by herself. As for Luo Wei's family, his wife thankfully hadn't run off, but she died in childbirth. Luo Wei was well known in the neighborhood for not remarrying a devoted man. His son was Luo Juanshuan, who was close to Liang Shiyu as a child, but had since drifted apart. Then there was Old Chun on the second floor. Old Chun, nicknamed Lame Chun, used to work at the same factory as Fatty Wei. This was the first Liang Shiyu had heard of it, as he remembered Fatty Wei and Old Chun didn't interact much. Old Chun's leg was broken in a truck accident. He had a terrible reputation: domestic violence, beating his wife and daughter, gambling, and alcoholism. Legend had it that these bad habits stemmed from his mental breakdown after the accident. If it weren't for his timely rent payments, Liang Ying wouldn't have rented to him. Also, Liang Ying said Old Chun used to be a good man who had helped her a lot. Liang Shiyu had some faint memories too. A younger Old Chun seemed quite refined, and Chun Baoyi resembled him. Alas, life is unpredictable. Idle hands inevitably turn to gossip. Initially, Liang Shiyu was resistant, but he gradually found himself enjoying it. Listening to others gossip on dull days was quite entertaining. Of course, as neighbors grew closer, troubles began. At the entrance to the alley stood 2 7-story commercial buildings housing mostly beautiful women who worked at nearby KTVs and hotels. Though quite wealthy, they seemed to lack a sense of crisis, often coming to Fatty Wei's to buy things. Fatty Wei's instant noodle stock was limited, and after they hoarded some, the rest sold out quickly. These women didn't want to brave the rain, so they offered Fatty Wei money to run errands. But what kind of man was Fatty Wei? He was someone who always said, "Take a step back and the sea is vast, take a step forward and all is empty." Despite his warm and optimistic demeanor, he was also a very detached person. He wouldn't risk the wind and rain for such petty cash. Saving someone was one thing, making money was another. He refused without a second thought. The women were displeased, but naturally there were men willing to pay for their smiles. For instance, old Lu, who lived downstairs, was short on cash and happy to run errands to win a Bowtie's favor. But old Liu's wife was not pleased. When the beauty came by again, old Liu's wife, who had been lying in wait, beat her up. Why she beat her? That was unknown. The conflicts didn't end there. Liang Shiyu's family water tank had been shared by 3 households years ago, back when water outages were frequent. After the water supply stabilized, Liang Ying stopped sharing it. The tank was only used for storing water, and occasionally during typhoon-induced outages, she would let them use it. After more than 10 days without water, Old Chin's family had run out of clean water and wanted Liang Ying to open the tank so they could bathe. Liang Shiyu was furious when he heard this. They themselves were reluctant to use water for a bath, so why should they give it to Old Chin's family on the second floor? It had been raining continuously for half a month. Did they think this was ordinary rain, ordinary wind? Liang Shiyu couldn't even be bothered to refuse, he simply ignored them. Then he began to worry about another problem. Old Chin's family had almost no food stored. These days they bought all their meals from Fatty Wei's. Even though Liang Shiyu had repeatedly advised Aunt Xiaoping and Fatty Wei to stop selling, they didn't listen. People's cash reserves would dwindle. If this continued, they would eventually run out of money entirely. With no money, no means to buy food, no food, relentless rain, paralyzed transportation, and insufficient police force. What would become of this city? On the morning of the 12th day, the sky remained overcast. Liang Shiyu, who had been sleeping by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, suddenly felt a harsh, glaring light. A light. Could it be that the power was back? He jolted awake from his slumber, though his body felt heavy, trapped in a nightmare from which he could not fully rouse. But his mind raced. Could the power really be back? That would be wonderful. Since the blackout, Liang Shiyu had never felt such elation. He realized then how desperately he craved electricity, how fervently he wished for this calamity to pass quickly. Although he had remained rational throughout the outage, had prepared for the worst, and had never overly worried about the future. Yet at this moment he understood that it wasn't that he was truly rational, it was that those emotions had been buried deep within, never surfacing until now. Mom. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was instinctively call out to Liang Ying, perhaps to share his joy, perhaps to seek comfort. Mom, is the power back? Liang Shiyu finally opened his eyes. He looked toward the source of the light, the window. His heart sank with a crash. It wasn't the power returning. It was a moving beam of light cutting through the gloomy rain like a blade piercing the sky. This beam of light parted the clouds, sweeping away nearly half a month of gloom. Liang Shiyu leaped from the sofa, dizzy and bleary-eyed, and pressed himself against the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze into the distance. This sudden beam must have been sent by the authorities, perhaps to convey some message to the people. He had to go check it out. Are you sure? What if it's just a generator from some shopping mall? Ever since Liang Wenjing caught a cold last time, Liang Ying had adopted a cautious stance, hoping they would go out less. Liang Shiyu shouldered his backpack and pulled on a raincoat. If it's a mall, I'll buy some things while I'm at it. This time Wei Youqi and I will go together. You two should stay home. Liang Wenjing was still shaken by what happened last time, but that didn't mean she was a timid girl. The two of you are so skinny, you'll be blown away by the wind. It's better if we all go together. Where would we find that many clothes? Liang Shiyu disagreed. The continuous heavy rain had caused a sharp drop in temperature. Going out required thick clothes, but unlike summer clothes, they weren't abundant and couldn't withstand being worn and soiled, one set after another. This reason was compelling enough. Liang Wenjing couldn't find a better counterargument. Unless absolutely necessary, they really needed to minimize clothing consumption. Collect relief food with your ID card. Collect relief food with your ID card. Just then a voice suddenly shouted from the source of the light. It might have been a loudspeaker, for the sound carried clearly all the way here despite the distance. The three of them stopped arguing upon hearing the voice and pressed against the large floor-to-ceiling window to look in that direction. To hear more clearly, Liang Wenjing slid the window open a crack. But a fierce wind suddenly whipped into the room as if a demon were trying to capture Tang Sanzang, nearly knocking her over. The three of them struggled with all their might to close the window again, leaving a large puddle of rainwater that was unavoidable. But they had no time to mind the rainwater now. Relief food. It seems the streets have been cleared. Has transportation been restored? If transportation wasn't back, food from outside couldn't come in. Not necessarily. They might have just cleared a few areas. There are also local grain reserves. Liang Shiyu said. Liang Wenjing beamed. That's good too. It shows they've been working hard. It seems we won't be trapped for half a year. This is great news. Liang Shiyu agreed. Liang Ying said, but it's still too dangerous for you to go alone. They'll go with you. Liang Shiyu shook his head. Many people will be going. It's safer in a crowd. Don't worry. That was true. Liang Ying didn't object. She and Liang Wenjing helped him put on his raincoat, and the three of them went downstairs. The sound of the loudspeaker had attracted a large crowd. It was quite a sight. People living in cities often have a misconception when they hear that a city has a permanent population of 13 million. They understand it's a huge number, but they can't fully grasp what it really means. Usually the crowds on the streets don't feel overwhelmingly dense except during rush hour or holidays, when subways and amusement parks are packed. After the blackout, the typhoon kept blowing and everyone stayed indoors. In Liang Shiyu's few experiences of going out, the streets were nearly deserted. But with the loudspeaker's announcement, he realized just how many people lived on this street. The crowd that suddenly appeared from just the two commercial buildings at the alleyway's entrance was enough to cause a traffic jam on the narrow road. He had always thought the people in those two buildings had no sense of urgency. Now he realized that only a few had been to Fatty White's shop to buy things, many he had never seen go out. By comparison, he found it hard to imagine what would happen if every household in a residential complex of 10 30-story buildings poured out. Wouldn't it burst the green spaces? Going to get relief food. Is it for real, eh? The neighbors' discussions drowned out the heavy rain. Even Shunbaoyi, who never left her house, came out upon hearing the news. Shunbaoyi was old Chen's daughter, 2 years older than Liang Shiyu, thin and very pretty. But Liang Xiyu had never been close to her. This woman's sharp tongue matched her looks. In short, he had never heard a kind word from her lips. So he didn't bother giving her a second glance. The family of three squeezed into the Wei family's convenience store. Wei Youqi saw Liang Xiyu and immediately said, "Old Liang, let's go check it out." That was exactly why Liang Xiyu had come. They were in agreement. Aunt Xiaoping was very worried. Ever since the first day of the blackout when Fatty Wei failed to save the man on the power pole, Aunt Xiaoping had been anxious and hesitant. Especially after that man was left hanging on the wires for days, and then blown away by the wind. A strong, ominous feeling settled in her heart, like a huge black stone pressing on her chest. The rain is too heavy. It's better not to go out. Aunt Xiaoping stopped Fatty Wei, who was about to leave with them. Before the blackout, they had just stocked up on goods. Though most were daily necessities, they had more than enough food and supplies. There was no need to take the risk. Liang Xiyu didn't interrupt. Wei Youqi said, "We need to go and find out what's happening. The typhoon has been blowing for almost half a month. Isn't that strange?" Fatty Wei agreed this time. "Right? Food isn't the most important thing. We need to ask what's really going on." Wei Youqi. Chen Baoyi suddenly poked her head in from outside. "Are you going to collect relief food? Could you bring some for me?" She had already pulled out 3 ID cards and handed them over. Wei Youqi hesitated and looked at Liang Xiyu. He wasn't fond of Chen Baoyi either. Pretty as she was, he had no interest. Liang Xiyu stopped him. "We don't know what the relief food is yet. The typhoon is strong. If it's rice, it could be very heavy." Wei Youqi quickly added, "Oh right. What if we can't carry it?" Chen Baoyi said, "There are 3 of you. How could you not carry a few portions?" Fatty Wei felt a little embarrassed, thinking she was just a young girl. He knew old Chen's temperament well. He probably wanted to send Chen Baoyi, this young girl, out. As an elder, how could he stand by and let that happen? However, Aunt Xiaoping was no pushover either. She didn't get along well with the second floor, so seeing this, she quickly found an excuse to send Fatty Wei away. Liang Wenjing pulled Liang Ying aside to look at some goods, as if there was something they wanted to buy. So that left Liang Xiyu, Wei Youqi, and Chen Baoyi staring at each other awkwardly. Wei Youqi innocently looked up at the sky, pretending not to see. He didn't want to help with this kind of thing. Chen Baoyi wasn't a good person anyway. Even if he helped, she probably wouldn't thank him. Liang Xiyu didn't pretend to be innocent. He had always been cold toward Chen Baoyi, and he just stared straight at her without backing down an inch. Chen Baoyi was furious. "We're all neighbors after all. You guys are being way too heartless." She stomped her foot in anger. "I don't even have a raincoat. How am I supposed to go out in this weather? So annoying." No one paid her any attention. The distant broadcast kept repeating the same words. On the street, almost every household had sent out 1 or 2 people in pairs, all wearing heavy raincoats. Those without raincoats used umbrellas, but in this weather umbrellas made no difference. People from downstream also gradually came up. Since they had all been neighbors for over a decade, Liang Xiyu didn't know most of their names, but he seemed to have heard gossip about all of them. For instance, the man who just walked by was supposedly having an affair with someone's wife. Yu Shifeng, who lived across the street, also came out. He wore a thin windbreaker and tied a woman's hat on his head, barely shielding himself from the torrential rain. His outfit was very practical, because even if you wore a raincoat, you'd still be completely soaked after going out. A hat to cover the eyes was enough. Yu Shifeng saw Liang Xiyu and the other 2 standing in the convenience store's small doorway and thought they were about to go out together. "Where's old Wei? Why did he send you 3 little brats to run errands?" Chen Baoyi's eyes lit up. "Uncle, my family doesn't have a raincoat, so I can't go out. Could you help me get something?" Yu Shifeng was stunned for a moment. Honestly, he didn't know Chen Baoyi at all, but he still agreed. "Sure, give me your ID." Chen Baoyi quickly handed over 3 IDs. "Thanks, uncle." She turned to Liang Xiyu with a dismissive snort and slipped through the big iron door, disappearing from sight. Wei Youqi curled his lip in contempt, but since Yu Shifeng had agreed to help, he didn't feel right saying anything. Exchanging a glance with Liang Xiyu, Wei Youqi secretly flipped the middle finger in the direction Chen Baoyi had disappeared, finding her behavior utterly detestable. Yu Shifeng had gotten quite familiar with Fatty Wei recently, and the 2 hit it off, becoming good friends. Yu Shifeng's family had moved here less than a year ago only because his daughter had started college. It was said that Yu Shifeng knew martial arts and worked as a special security guard at some high-end venue. He was tall and sturdy, an upright and warm-hearted good man who got along well with Fatty Wei. The 4 of them set out together, which put Aunt Xiaoping much more at ease. Liang Ying and the others seemed to have bought some ladies' items. Just as they were about to leave, the old lady came running over again. This time Fatty Wei had no excuse to refuse. After all, the old lady was so advanced in age, it was hard to say no when someone came asking for a favor. So Fatty Wei agreed to bring a portion for the old lady. The typhoon was still fierce, but the streets were so crowded that the wind seemed insignificant. People weren't cold to each other. When Wei Youqi passed a windy spot and was nearly knocked over, 2 men beside him steadied him. Setting aside the gloomy sky, seeing so many people out at once somehow gave a feeling that normal order had been restored. As they walked, they naturally merged with the surrounding neighbors, which was actually a tacit understanding they had developed. After all, with so many people going out together, they might run into acquaintances along the way and could look out for each other. There was the village head's family and his son Zhang Ran Luo Wei, who lived a bit further down, and his son Luo Junxian. Then old Liu's family, the Bulbchin family, and Xiao Zhao's group from the commercial housing. Xiao Zhao wasn't very familiar, but the 5 or 6 beauties he brought along were well known, often shopping at Fatty Wei's place. Luo Junxian and Liang Shiyu had been good friends when they were young before Wei Youqi moved in. Later they grew distant over some issues. Luo Junxian was naturally a man of few words, and eventually they almost never spoke again. Today was rare. Luo Junxian glanced at Liang Shiyu. Liang Shiyu didn't greet him, and they passed each other like strangers. The location of that beam of light was called Huaxing Shopping Center. It wasn't particularly far, but it was still a long walk. After they left, besides Huaxing Shopping Center, beams of light appeared in even more distant places. This made everyone less worried, indicating that the relevant authorities had freed up resources to take care of their food supply. Perhaps the rain might stop soon. When they reached the outskirts of Huaxing Shopping Center, the crowd had packed the place so tightly that there was no room to move. Liang Shiyu and the others could only peer into the sea of people from a distance, but aside from hearing the constant sound of the loudspeaker urging people to line up, they could see nothing. They obediently joined the queue with the crowd. With so many people who knew how long they'd have to wait, Liang Shiyu and the others had hoped to gather some information, but they weren't the only ones with that idea. Those ahead in line for relief supplies were asking questions, and the rescue workers with loudspeakers answered, so everyone present could hear. This solar storm was even larger than the blackout that hit Europe last year. At least 9 provinces were now in a state of total power outage, including the coastal provinces of Erguang, Fujian, Zhejiang, Anhui, Shigaozhou, Eru, and the islands of Haitai Port, and the 3 regions, as well as the neighboring island nations. Chuanyu, Shaanxi, and Jiangsu had not lost power and were currently providing full support to neighboring provinces. Since Shenlan City was on the very edge of the disaster zone, they needed to prepare for at least 2 months without electricity. Trucks would come daily to distribute relief supplies. To ensure everyone got food, rescue workers urged those with sufficient food at home not to line up, leaving the opportunity for those in greater need. The relief trucks had 2 types of lights, one red and one white. Currently, it was white. When the light on the relief truck turned red, citizens could collect a second round of relief supplies with their IDs. Otherwise, each ID could only be used once. Please do not repeatedly line up to collect, so as not to waste others' time. Both Liang Shiyu and Wei Yuki's families had some food reserves, but Fatty Wei still had to collect a portion for the old lady, and Yu Shifeng accompanied them. Since they were already in line, they might as well collect a portion so they wouldn't have to come next time. This was the extent of Liang Shiyu's kindness. After receiving the exact information, everyone felt reassured. Especially Liang Shiyu, who was the most worried. He had already planned for a half-year power outage, but now it seemed he had overthought it. A 2-month supply of provisions would suffice. Zico was indeed a hype. If a power outage of this scale was considered the beginning of hell, then what was true hell? A global blackout. Now Liang Shiyu had enough gas at home, and his medicines were mostly sufficient, only needing a few more antiviral cold remedies. Water and food were also plentiful. In terms of supplies, he was a man of abundance. Of course, purely in terms of cash, he was also quite wealthy. In this situation, some millionaires or billionaires might not even have a single 100 yuan bill. Certainly many big company bosses had cash reserves, but there must be rich people who couldn't access cash. Imagining those who casually squandered hundreds of thousands suddenly unable to afford a 2 yuan bottle of water seemed rather amusing. The queue at the shopping center did not shorten as time passed. Instead, it swelled with more people. Rain poured from the heavens, but with so many people apart from the rain, the wind was no longer the primary threat. Cold and dampness enveloped the crowd, the gloomy weather, the oppressive downpour, the dim and noisy streets. A scene both eerie and yet perfectly reasonable. Liang Shiyu was a worrier. Feeling the damp cold seeping through his clothes, he calculated the probability that these people would catch colds upon returning. He should have taken a dose of cold medicine before coming. It was too cold. The queue was interminable, and neighbors gathered to chat. Do you have enough food at home? Not enough, said Bulbchin. No water at home, can't cook, replied the village chief. I have plenty of water, you can trade something for it. At this the others turned to look. The chief boasted, I connected the pond's pipe to the water purifier. I can get as much clean water as I want. You can trade food for it, anything. Why should I trade with you? I saw the shop open just now, one person retorted. Do you have money? Hit where it hurt, the man flushed with anger. Damn it. What kind of blackout is this? If my phone hadn't broken, I wouldn't be stuck without 200 yuan. You can apply for proxy coins at the bank, didn't you know? A stranger suddenly interjected. What? Bulb Chin was stunned. It turned out that due to the solar storm, the bank's internal network and equipment were heavily damaged. Even with generators and cash, they couldn't process withdrawals. But the situation was urgent, and too many people needed cash. Bank A happened to have a batch of special unissued commemorative coins. After coordinating with various departments, they designated these coins as proxy coins, each marked with a face value of 100 yuan. Citizens could apply to borrow these proxy coins using their ID cards with a limit of 3 per ID totaling 300 yuan, usable at designated stores. After power was restored, the bank would redeem the proxy coins from the stores, and the borrowing would automatically convert to personal credit loans. Exceptional times called for exceptional measures. One had to admit this bank was remarkably clever. It solved the cash flow problem, offloaded the burden onto the big stores, bypassed the technical glitch, and secured a wealth of credit business in one fell swoop. But Liang Xiyu had plenty of cash at home, so he wasn't worried. He had to thank Lu Xiaopeng for that. He wondered how Lu was doing. His family seemed to have hoarded a huge amount of food. Given the situation, his father probably wouldn't scold him, but would treat him like a revered ancestor. That guy really. He had called it right. Why isn't Liang Wenjing here? Lost in thought, Liang Xiyu didn't notice Zhang Run approaching him. Zhang Run was the village chief's only son, with a broad square face, always pale, often making people suspect he was an addict. Rumor had it he suffered from some illness that left him pallid with whispers of kidney deficiency. His expression was lecherous, his eyes suggestive, causing Liang Xiyu's brow to furrow instantly as he shot him a cold glare. Zhang Run chuckled twice, deliberately trying to be creepy. Liang Xiyu touched the sharp knife hidden in his clothes. Zhang Run had always been mentally unstable. He seemed normal on the surface, but anyone who had dealt with him knew he was off. Probably twisted because his girlfriend ran off with someone else. No, even before that he wasn't exactly normal. Liang Xiyu thought with disgust, his expression cold as he swept his gaze over him, ignoring him. Zhang Run didn't press further, licking his lips as he hid behind the chief, his eyes still fixed on that direction. At first Liang Xiyu thought Zhang Run was staring at him, so he ignored it. But then he realized Zhang Run was looking past him at someone else. Liang Xiyu turned around to find a bespectacled, refined man standing behind him, smiling. Liang Xiyu's grip on the knife tightened as he instinctively glanced at Luo Juanshuan, who was over a dozen people away, staring at the ground, oblivious. Liang Xiyu stared back, coldly, a storm churning within him. He hadn't expected that a single blackout would bring together all the people he wanted to see, didn't want to see, and shouldn't have seen. Xiaoyu, long time no see. You're in senior year now, right? Said the bespectacled, refined man. Wei Youqi was dozing, holding onto Liang Xiyu's arm. Hearing this, he looked up and, recognizing him, exclaimed happily, Uncle Gu, long time no see. What are you doing here? Gu replied, same as you, aren't we all here for the relief supplies? Oh, Wei Youqi said, a bit dazed from sleep. He actually liked Uncle Gu because the man was polite and refined, and he remembered that every time Uncle Gu visited, he would treat him to ice cream. Of course it was bought at their house, but with Uncle Gu's money. Unfortunately, Uncle Gu had moved away and they hadn't seen him since. The relief supplies consisted of a bag of biscuits, a can of 8 treasure porridge, and a bottle of water, all taped together. 1 portion per ID card. A vehicle unfamiliar in make had a generator and a device to temporarily register ID cards. After collecting the relief supplies, everyone headed back together. Gu had left early, leaving only the 4 families of Liang Xiyu, Wei Youqi, Yu Shifeng, and the village chief. Armed with the confirmed outage area and relief supplies, even the air felt lighter. Despite the typhoon, the adults chatted and laughed on the way back. That beam of light had indeed cleared the clouds, bringing tangible good news. Even the perpetually cautious Liang Xiyu showed a hint of lightness. Things were moving in a favorable direction. This major blackout, like the European blackout, would likely be resolved within a month or 2. There would be some sacrifices and deaths, but most people could return to normal life. Then he could go back to school, complain about the heavy workload, and lament not having enough time to play games. Those busy, bustling days were truly happy. Tomorrow let's go check out the vegetable market. I haven't had any vegetables in half a month, said Yu Shifeng. The village chief replied, the market's long gone, completely flooded. This news was news to them. The market was at the bottom of lane 27, in a low-lying area, so it seemed plausible that it had been flooded after half a month of continuous rain. Many houses over there are submerged, leaving people without shelter, the village chief said again. The title village chief was merely a form of address, as the 27th lane had long ceased to be a village. In his early years he had been the village chief of this area, and after retirement the title stuck. Few knew his real name, everyone simply called him the village chief. This meager relief grain isn't even enough for 2 meals, Fatty Wei complained. I wouldn't have bothered queuing if I'd known. Wasted half the day in the cold wind. Be grateful you're getting anything at all, the village chief retorted. They then discussed the matter of purchasing coupons, and several adults decided to check the nearby bank to see if it was true. If so, they would apply for some coupons to spend. After all, the rescue workers had warned that the power outage would last at least 2 months, urging everyone to prepare. Having a few hundred extra in cash at home was always a safety net. Thus the group detoured toward Bank A. While the adults discussed their affairs, Liang Shuyu and Wei Yoqi stayed out of it. Zhang Run, neither an adult nor a child, and with a troubled mind sidled up to Liang Shuyu and said ambiguously, "Call Liang Wenjing out to play. We've got such a long break. Let's have some fun." Even Wei Yoqi caught the malicious undertone and muttered, "Are you out of your mind?" Liang Shuyu glanced sideways at him and sneered, "How exactly do you want to play?" Wei Yoqi had no idea what Liang Shuyu was planning, but he sensed Liang Shuyu wouldn't casually joke about Liang Wenjing, so he kept quiet, waiting for Liang Shuyu's next move. Zhang Run chuckled, "Just play, you know." Liang Shuyu glanced at the adults walking ahead, then suddenly drew a sharp knife and pressed it against Zhang Run's throat. Seeing this, Wei Yoqi quickly cooperated, grabbing hold of Zhang Run. Together, they dragged him into a corner by the wall. Zhang Run was now pinned by Wei Yoqi, his hands restrained behind his back, a sharp knife at his neck, and his legs pinned by Liang Shuyu. He had no room to resist. Liang Shuyu grabbed his hair and yanked his head back, pressing the blade against the exposed skin of his neck. He threatened viciously, "If I ever hear my sister's name come out of your filthy mouth again, I'll kill you." "Got it. Heh, heh. Just kidding." Zhang Run backed down. Kidding. Liang Shuyu was not joking now. From the moment he saw that man surnamed Gu, Liang Shuyu realized no opportunity would ever be better than this. "Do you think I'm joking?" Liang Shuyu's voice was laced with danger. Wei Yoqi couldn't help but glance at him, thinking to himself that old Liang could be quite intimidating when he wanted to be. Fortunately, this tactic worked on Zhang Run, who indeed began to look scared. People always bully the weak and fear the strong. In the past, Liang Shuyu had avoided him because he was too young, only 17 this year, while Zhang Run was a grown man of 30. "I get it. I was wrong, okay? I won't say it again." Zhang Run begged for mercy. Liang Shuyu knew he wasn't truly afraid, just paying lip service. He figured Zhang Run didn't have the guts for anything more. He usually just ran his mouth. Today's threat was merely to vent the years of frustration Liang Shuyu had harbored. He had long wanted to teach this idiot a lesson. But a guy like this was still a ticking time bomb. Who knew when his brain might snap and he'd do something unthinkable? People with troubled minds never made sense. Liang Shuyu wouldn't let him off. Yet for now he released him, sheathing the knife. Zhang Run, freed from his restraint, stood trapped between Liang Shuyu and Wei Yoqi, afraid to make any rash moves. Not until Liang Shuyu looked up at him and said, "You can go now." Zhang Run hunched his back and scurried out of the corner. Liang Shuyu and Wei Yoqi emerged shortly after. Wei Yoqi was about to crack a joke when, as they passed a narrow alley, a violent gust of wind erupted. Zhang Run, walking ahead, was instantly swept sideways, his body lifted off the ground by the gale. Just before losing all traction, Liang Shuyu grabbed Wei Yoqi's belt. Both were swept along by the wind, skidding across the ground. They could see nothing but a blur of spinning chaos, punctuated by Fatty Weiss screams, a deafening roar, and the howling of the wind like a woman's wail. When Liang Shuyu finally grabbed onto something to steady himself, his hand gripping Wei Yoqi's belt was stiff with pain. They had been blown onto another street. What Liang Shuyu had seized was a trash can embedded in the ground. On the ground, murky yellow water rushed turbulently, at least 10 centimeters deep. The street had turned into a river flowing into a larger channel. Zhang Run was clinging to a lamppost near the junction where the road met the larger waterway. Even in such shallow rapids, the current was so strong that Liang Shuyu could barely stand. One misstep, and he would be swept into the main channel, where he might never know where he'd end up. "Grab the trash can," Liang Shuyu said, needing to free his hands. His grip on Wei Yoqi had grown numb. Wei Yoqi obeyed, climbing up along Liang Shuyu's body without much difficulty. Once steady, he pulled Liang Shuyu up, and the two carefully moved to the edge of the current. As long as they kept their footing, the rapids weren't too dangerous. Zhang Run, however, wasn't so lucky. His position was dangerously close to the main channel. To put it bluntly, if he loosened his grip even slightly, he would be swept away instantly. His face was twisted and pale from the effort of resisting the immense force. The wind was fierce, the rain heavy. The water was filthy, and the danger was real. Liang Shuyu edged closer to Zhang Run along the corner, watching him struggle desperately. A ruthless thought surged in his mind: this guy is a menace alive. About Zhang Run, Liang Shuyu knew far more than the neighbors, even more than Zhang Run's own father. How did his girlfriend run away? Zhang Run had introduced her to someone, but to his surprise he ended up with neither money nor the girl. The other man had a good time and fled, leaving Zhang Run to lose part of his savings. A classic case of losing the wife and the army, which only made his mind more unhinged. Especially the vile things Zhang Run had said. This coward with a thief's heart, but no guts, always made crude jokes about Liang Wenjing in front of him. The mere sight of his face disgusted Liang Shuyu. So Liang Shuyu lifted his foot and stomped on those pale hands, desperately clutching the lamppost, grinding his soul hard. What? What are you doing? Zhang Run's eyes were filled with terror. Liang Shuyu said nothing, not even glancing at Zhang Run's face. He already knew what expression had see, and there was nothing worth looking at. He just stared at the hands now smeared with mud under his shoe, gripping even tighter. So he stomped harder. Wei Youqi watched Liang Shuyu's actions with a mix of shock and surprise. The words of protest rose to his throat, but never came out. Hey, I know I was wrong, I won't dare again. Don't do this. Zhang Run panicked. Please, I'm truly sorry, I promise I'll never mention Liang Wenjing's name again. Zhang Run cried out in pain twice. One of his hands stomped until it bled, slipped from the lamppost in weakness. Only the other hand remained clinging desperately, his body tossed about by the raging current. Youqi, Shuyu. It was Fatty Wei's voice. To Zhang Run, that voice was a lifeline, because the moment Liang Shuyu heard it, his foot reflexively withdrew. His expression shifted dramatically, revealing shock. Zhang Run knew this kid didn't have the nerve. Trying to harm him, huh? Humph. Just wait. Help! Help! Zhang Run immediately opened his mouth to shout. Once he got up, he was determined to kill this insane little bastard. And then trick his sister into coming out too, yes? That Liang Wenjing was quite a looker, he'd have his way with her as well. But Zhang Run hadn't even enjoyed his triumph for 2 seconds before the knife that had threatened him earlier was once again pressed against his neck. Its icy touch was colder than water, chilling him from head to toe, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Liang Shuyu's gaze was as cold and lifeless as the stagnant water in his family's pond. Dark, gloomy, and menacing as he stared at him. Just one glance sent a shiver down Zhang Run's spine. Say that again. Liang Shuyu's voice was equally ruthless. It was as if any sound from Zhang Run would make Liang Shuyu immediately drive the blade into his neck. Damn it. When had this little bastard become like this? Hadn't he been easy to bully before? When did he change? Zhang Run still couldn't figure out what was happening, but though his mind was flawed, he wasn't completely stupid. He pursed his lips and shook his head frantically, not daring to utter a single word. He felt Liang Shuyu might have gone mad. Liang Shuyu let out a very faint cold snort through his nose, and only then did Zhang Run feel himself being yanked out of the water by a powerful force. As he rejoiced in still being alive, he realized that his father, along with Fatty Wei Yushifeng and the others, had all arrived. Zhang Run knew that his survival was thanks to these people. Otherwise, Liang Shuyu would have surely made a move against him. That little bastard. After being rescued, Zhang Run cradled his injured hand in pain, secretly stealing a glance at Liang Shuyu while plotting when he would exact his revenge. But Liang Shuyu, as if sensing something, suddenly looked over, startling Zhang Run so much he nearly fell back into the river. Zhang Run shuddered. Forget it, he'd find another opportunity. A moment ago, a fierce gust of wind had swept through, scattering Liang Shuyu, Fatty Wei, and the others. Fortunately, everyone was safe. But there were also the unfortunate. That strong wind had carried a piece of sheet metal which cleanly severed the heads of a couple walking ahead. Fatty Wei's scream had been triggered by that sight. By the time Fatty Wei and the others found their bearings, the couple's heads had been blown away, leaving only the man's body wedged in a corner by a trash can, instantly staining the murky floodwaters on the ground with blood. Silence was all they could manage. The relief they had just felt sank once again into the depths of despair, for as soon as they crossed a street, they spotted another corpse in a corner. This was a society governed by law. In the past, even a moderately serious car accident would be discussed for days, yet now bodies were casually strewn across the streets. What was happening? Had this city already become a living hell? Yushifeng couldn't hold back anymore. They'll go to the police station to report it. We can't just leave them lying on the street. The village chief said, they're swamped right now. Even if you go, where would they find the manpower? Yushifeng knew the village chief was speaking the truth, but he couldn't bear to watch these people die so miserably and be left exposed. What if the police couldn't spare anyone for 2 months? By then the bodies would have completely rotted away. Fatty Wei said, let's make the trip. At least we can file a report for them. It'll be up to them when they can spare the resources. Don't meddle in other people's business, the village chief disagreed. Besides, Zhang Run was soaked through and still bleeding from his hand. His heart ached for him, and he didn't want to stay outside any longer. It was too terrifying. You two go ahead then. They'll take Zhang Run back first. His hand is bleeding, the village chief said. Yushifeng and Fatty Wei understood. Just as they were about to part ways, they suddenly heard a woman's scream, and it was utterly harrowing. Yu Shifeng moved swiftly before anyone else could react. He had already rushed out, and Fatty Wei followed close behind. The village chief watched anxiously. He had wanted to leave, but now how could he? He could only stamp his foot and follow behind. Liang Shiyu and Wei Youqi remained where they were. Zhang Run for the moment was docile, not daring to hatch any schemes. Liang Shiyu stared coldly at his back, only looking away after he felt Zhang Run's extreme discomfort. Zhang Run didn't want to stay with the two of them either. What if Liang Shiyu made a move on him again? So he scampered off as well. Wei Youqi looked around and asked, should we go check it out too? Liang Shiyu didn't want to go. The lesson from last time was still fresh in his mind. They hadn't managed to save anyone, and it had affected his mood. He wasn't interested. I want to go home first, Liang Shiyu said. Wei Youqi was taken aback. Aren't we supposed to go to the bank later? We'll probably have to stop by the police station too, and we can scout for information while we're at it. I'm a bit tired, Liang Shiyu said. Oh. Wei Youqi blinked, sensing that Liang Shiyu was in a low mood, and tried to lighten the atmosphere. Old Liang, I never knew you had such a talent for intimidation. You scared Zhang Run so much he was like a grandchild. Impressive. Liang Shiyu glanced sideways at him. Wei Youqi inexplicably felt a flutter of panic in his heart. Just as he was about to look away, Liang Shiyu burst out laughing. Is that all the guts you've got? Wei Youqi instantly realized he had been tricked by Liang Shiyu. Liang Xiaoyu, you're dead. The two chased each other through the alley. Wind, wind. Liang Shiyu shouted. Wei Youqi retorted, may it blow you to death, you bastard. They ran halfway down the alley. They'll tell my dad. Maybe we should head back first. Liang Shiyu agreed. They went to find Fatty Wei and the others. The person had already been rescued by Yu Shifeng. She had nearly been swept away by the current. The bigger problem was that her bag had been washed away, containing her relief food and ID card. The woman wailed and cried, praying to gods and Buddhas. Yu Shifeng's heart softened, and he gave her his own family's 2 portions of relief grain. The woman saw there were still several portions left in the bag, and eyed them greedily. Yu Shifeng had to explain the situation, and only then did she relent. Liang Shiyu watched coldly from the sidelines. After they said their goodbyes to Fatty Wei, they headed back. Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei still had to go to the bank and the police station. They returned to lane 27 without incident. In front of Weiwei convenience store, a few beauties had gathered. They were Xiao Zhao and his accompanying female envoys who had traveled with Liang Shiyu and the others that morning. Earlier he had strutted out with so many beauties, drawing envious and jealous glances, his expression one of immense pride. Xiao Zhao was inside the store buying some melted popsicles, haggling over the price. If they weren't melted, we wouldn't sell them so cheap. It's already a bargain, Aunt Shopping said. Xiao Zhao had a crew cut, looked to be in his early 20s, and wore 4 or 5 silver earrings in his ears. He seemed like the type who frequented bars and KTVs, but no one expected him to haggle. Make it cheaper. They'll take them all for 5 yuan. 5 yuan. Aunt Shopping was clearly stunned by the price. Boss lady, be reasonable. If it weren't for us, who would be buying popsicles now? A yellow-haired beauty with a slender waist cooed. The crew-cut young man, Xiao Zhao's hand hidden below the freezer, pinched her thigh. Exactly, no one's buying them. Aunt Shopping was at her wit's end. These popsicles were destined to be thrown away anyway, so selling them for 5 yuan was better than nothing. She reluctantly handed them over. The group of 5 or 6 people happily left, carrying a pile of popsicles. After the group left, Aunt Shopping noticed the two returning soaking wet. How did you get so drenched? She asked, her face turning pale with alarm as she hurriedly pulled Wei Youqi inside. Liang Shiyu took his leave, and after a few brief words, Aunt Shopping did not stop him. She urged him to go home and take a hot shower. By the time Liang Shiyu reached the convenience store, Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying, who were upstairs, had already noticed him. So when he arrived home, clean clothes and a steaming cup of cold remedy were waiting. Quick, change your clothes. Drink the remedy first. Yes, yes, hurry, and take a hot shower. The water is already heated. It's rainwater, so it should be fine for bathing. The 2 women bustled about, tending to his every need. Just as he had taken off his shirt, Liang Wenjing was already there with a towel, drying his hair and back. Liang Shiyu said helplessly, where am I supposed to change my pants? Liang Wenjing turned and went into the kitchen. He'll check the water. Liang Ying stood still, making no move to step aside, and let him go to the bedroom. Liang Shiyu had to clear his throat. Liang Ying said seriously, it's not like... Mom. Liang Ying finally relented. Fine, hurry up. Don't catch a cold. Only then did she step aside. Liang Shiyu hastily changed his pants and took a quick hot shower. Only after feeling the chill of his body thaw and the warmth of the water did he let out a long sigh of relief. Ever since the power outage, it had been raining incessantly for half a month, leaving the house so damp it was nearly uninhabitable. Liang Shiyu's windowsill was covered in mold, and even the bedboards had patches of mold that had to be wiped clean every day. Otherwise, he feared accidentally ingesting it and getting sick. Living in such extreme humidity was also unbearable. The body felt heavy and waterlogged. When would this rain ever stop? He had forgotten to ask when he went out to collect food today. In coastal cities, it never rained continuously day and night for so long. Why was this rain so strange? Could a solar storm even affect the rain? He felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. After his shower, the day's meal was ready. Since they had no way to tell the exact time, they didn't know if it was lunch or dinner. In any case, everyone was hungry. The house had plenty of instant noodles and cookies, but they had grown tired of eating noodles every day. Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying had experimented and found several energy-saving ways to cook. They usually cooked only twice a day, once in the morning and once around what would be late afternoon, to ensure 2 hot meals. In the morning, they would cook a large pot of rice in a pressure cooker, placing a small tripod inside. Then, wrapped in aluminum foil, they would place some oil, pickled vegetables, canned fish, or cold-soaked noodles on the rack to steam and roast. By the time the rice was done, the side dishes were ready. The flavor was surprisingly delicious. For the second meal, they used cold rice, sometimes making rice balls wrapped in aluminum foil and heated in hot water. If the foil was clean, the water could be drunk. If not, it could be used for bathing. They now used only 1 tea candle a day, which burned for nearly 4 hours, and could boil 5½ kettles of water. They had to watch it while it burned, switching to fresh water as soon as the current pot was hot enough, recycling the heat of the kettle. With careful timing, the last pot could sometimes yield a 6th kettle of water. Though the teapot was small, the water boiled each day and stored in a thermos was enough for the whole family's drinking needs. It also allowed the ladies to wash up. The most important thing now was to eat hot food. Next was bathing, to bathe in hot water. The feeling of having no food in the house was unbearable. It was exactly like a woman with a closet full of clothes feeling like she had nothing to wear. Their home was well stocked with supplies, but the only edible things were instant noodles, rice, and pickled vegetables. So it felt like having plenty of stuff, but nothing to eat. Bread was no longer a snack, but a ration. Liang Wenjing, though craving it, could no longer eat it frivolously as she had at the beginning. Her daily activities at home now, aside from watching the water boil, sighing, and staring into space, were writing furiously on scrap paper. She seemed to be keeping a power outage diary, but she wouldn't let Liang Shiyu see it. Before, Liang Wenjing had thought that if she didn't have to work or go to school, she could stay home and play all day. But when it actually happened, she realized it was nothing like that. At first, the power outage and the resulting holiday excited her. She played cards and gamoku with Wei Yochi every day. The neighbors downstairs were also excited, gathering daily to play mahjong and gossip. But within less than a week, everyone lost interest. Boredom, restlessness, and anxiety filled every heart. They gradually realized that no amount of fun activities could shake off the anxiety and boredom inside, and they began to crave video games, cell phones, and TV dramas. But craving was useless because everyone understood that even if a TV were placed in front of them, they would lose interest within 3 days. People cannot stay idle. No one can truly be idle. That was the reality. After half a month of being off work, some people began to hope for a return to work. Long after dinner, the sky finally darkened. Peng Wei and Yu Shifeng returned with news. According to them, the police station was overwhelmed, and when they went to report the incident, no one paid them any attention, so they had to turn back. They also went to the bank. Now each person could only apply for 1 redemption token, and the procedures were extremely complicated with strict scrutiny. Anyone with the slightest blemish on their credit record was ineligible. Although Liang Shiyu didn't understand how the bank could check credit records without the internal network, he didn't want to queue for hours just for 100 yuan. Yu Shifeng and his group couldn't even get close to the bank. The area was packed with people queuing to get money, surrounding the place for hundreds of meters, so dense that even a typhoon couldn't blow through, let alone them. When Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing learned about the extent of the power outage, they also breathed a huge sigh of relief. Compared to their own guesses, getting accurate information from someone in the know felt much safer and more reassuring. As long as there was hope for improvement, there was nothing to fear. Though the typhoon was strange, blowing for half a month straight. But if a solar storm could happen, what was so strange about a typhoon? With the power outage and no entertainment, the neighbors had all returned to a good routine. As soon as it got slightly dark, aside from the sound of rain, there was no other noise. Though occasionally in the middle of the night the sounds of screams or cries would pierce the quiet city, they were usually ignored. The next day, all sorts of rumors would circulate from various people. Some said it was a secret affair, discovered a robbery, a suicide, a jump from a building. All kinds of speculation. In the warmth of the blanket, Liang Shiyu felt for the clean, sharp, cold knife. Liang Wenjing had made a crude sheath for it out of a leather pouch with her own needlework marks on it. She said it was a lotus flower, but it looked more like a chrysanthemum, a withered one at that. Liang Shiyu pulled out the knife, and its blade reflected a silver cold light in the pitch-black room. He gently touched it with the pad of his finger. The icy sensation made his finger tremble. Liang Xiyu stared at it blankly for a long time before tentatively licking it. It had no taste, just a cold, icy feeling. October 11th, 2032. Torrential downpour. Day 20 of the blackout. This city seemed forsaken by the sun, since September 23rd it had set and never risen again. Each day was an endless cascade of rain, a fierce and violent storm. It felt as though a vast ocean hung in the sky, ceaselessly pouring down, leaving one to wonder where all this water could possibly come from. The last distribution of relief grain was 8 days ago on the 12th day of the blackout. The rescuers on the grain trucks said that when the lights shifted to red, citizens could claim a second portion with their ID cards. Yet the relief grain vanished after only 3 days. Along with it, the beam that pierced through the clouds, a symbol of light and hope, disappeared forever into the boundless darkness. Not all electrical devices were destroyed after the solar storm. A fortunate few could still function provided they had a continuous power supply. In Lane 27, there were several working flashlights reportedly stored in car trunks, forming natural Faraday cages. Thus they were luckily preserved. But after a few days of use, they too ran out of power. At the very start of the blackout, traces of electric lights could still be seen in the city. Some shopping malls generated their own power, parts of public service facilities remained intact, and a few households had undamaged electrical equipment. As time passed, however, the night was gradually consumed by candlelight. Electronic lights seemed to become a relic of history, slowly fading from the stage. Deprived of entertainment like short videos, novels, TV dramas, movies, anime, variety shows, and games, people poured their energy into mahjong, poker, gossip, shouting matches, sleeping, and even jumping rope. People had an abundance of time to observe the city's transformation. In the first few nights of the blackout, laughter and chatter could still be heard. But the rain persisted for too long, and the atmosphere grew heavy. When the relief grain trucks arrived, the joy returned. Yet after the trucks vanished without a trace, the entire city plunged into a suffocating, powerless, and desperate struggle, worse than before. Visible corpses on the streets multiplied, the weather grew colder, and more people fell ill with colds, fevers, and diarrhea, lacking food and cash. Liang Xiyu had a mild fever the day after bringing back relief grain. Fortunately, there was enough cold medicine at home, and with his decent health, he recovered after half a day. Going out became an even more cautious affair. Neighbors said that several children and elderly nearby were suffering from fevers and colds, likely nearing their end. Hospitals turned people away, overwhelmed and unable to cope. Clinics were closed, and even the health station refused to open. A child was nearly burned alive by fever. The parents carried the child to the health station. When the station refused to admit them, the father smashed open its rolling shutter door. A fight broke out between the two sides, and the child was killed on the spot. No one knew who struck the fatal blow. It was impossible to tell. The two sides then clashed in a bloody brawl, leaving 3 dead, 2 health station workers, an old traditional Chinese doctor, and his student-turned-son-in-law. That night the health station was looted, its medicines stripped clean. The bodies of the 2 workers still lay inside. Rumor had it that the daughter and grandson were stranded elsewhere due to the blackout. By the time she learned of this tragedy, their remains would likely have rotted away. "Xiyu, bring me a bucket of water," called Liang Ying, busy in the kitchen. Liang Xiyu's family lived in a 3-story house with a rooftop. Since the water outage, they had placed all their buckets on the roof to collect rainwater. Later, Wei Yuki's family added a dozen more buckets. They had an abundance of trash cans, buckets, brooms, and mops. The rooftop was now crowded with buckets. However, the rainwater couldn't be used directly. It contained much dirt and debris. The full buckets had to be brought to the stairwell to settle for a few days before being filtered, boiled, and used for bathing and washing hair. Each time a bucket was taken from the stairwell, a new one from the rooftop was placed in to settle, an unspoken agreement among the 3 households. The second-floor family also used water from here, contributing only a single bucket, but the others didn't quibble over such idle resources. Moreover, with so many buckets on the rooftop, they couldn't simply be left there indefinitely. Every few days, excess water had to be discarded, the buckets cleaned, and fresh rainwater collected. Otherwise, the buckets would accumulate heavy sediment and bacteria, complicating filtration and disinfection. Liang Xiyu carefully carried a bucket of clean water through the living room to the balcony. As he opened the balcony door, a powerful force surged in. It felt like being in a swimming pool when the drain suddenly opens, and he was right in the drain. Closing the balcony door reduced the wind significantly. That was the nature of the wind, it only raged when given a passage. Confronted by a seamless wall, it became a headless fly, powerless. Liang Xiyu had to filter and disinfect the water on the balcony. Last time they hadn't found purification tablets at the small supermarket, but had bought 2 bottles of disinfectant which they now used. The filtration device was Liang Ying's stockings. Liang Wenjing also had stockings, but hers were cheap, costing only a few dozen yuan. His mother's stockings, however, started at 2 or 300 yuan. The difference was significant. Visually, Liang Ying's stockings even shimmered finely woven and delicate. They didn't snag or become sheer even when stretched, making them perfect for filtration. After filtering a bucket of water, it transformed from a slightly murky state to crystal clear transparency. A few drops of disinfectant were added, stirred to sterilize, and left to settle until evening for use. Today's bucket was for drinking water. For bathing only needed simple filtration. Out of caution, Liang Shiyu had never used the storage tank water. Once the water in the household tank was depleted, he began to consider using rainwater. If only they had a water purifier, but this was an old house, and they had never installed one. The water is ready, Liang Shiyu said. Time to eat, Liang Ying announced, emerging from the kitchen with a pot. Today they only cooked plain rice accompanied by a jar of fermented tofu and foil-baked ham sausages. Both items were bought by Liang Shiyu a few days ago at the large supermarket. It's time to eat, Liang Shiyu called, going to Liang Wenjing's bedroom. She was hunched over her desk writing a novel on scrap paper. She seemed not to hear him, so Liang Shiyu quietly leaned in to peek. October 11th, 2032. Torrential downpour. Day 20 of the blackout. Damn it. Last night I think someone saw me taking a dump. Ugh, screw it. Liang Shiyu. So she was writing it. After the toilet could no longer flush, they had to relieve themselves in chamber pots. Calling them chamber pots was merely a courtesy. In reality, they had merely procured a lidded trash bin from Wei Yuki's home. However, cleaning up after defecation proved exceedingly difficult. The stench was particularly potent. Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying, sympathizing with him, each decided to defecate into garbage bags, tie them up securely after use, and dispose of them outside. After all, they had an abundance of garbage bags at home. But Liang Wenjing, being rather fastidious, did not wish to defecate in her own bedroom. However, the bathroom had become unbearably foul since the toilet stopped flushing and had been sealed shut for a long time. So she waited until the dead of night. She went downstairs to a more secluded spot to relieve herself. Actually, she could have used the stairwell on the fourth-floor rooftop, but that area was filled with water containers left to settle water that might be needed for drinking. How could she live with her conscience if she did it there? Just behind the Weiwei convenience store downstairs lay an overgrown field unseen by anyone. Who would have thought? Sob, sob, sob. Even a goddess has to attend to her physiological needs. It was truly an awkward, yet unavoidable reality. Ahem, time to eat. Liang Wenjing, lost in her melancholy, was abruptly interrupted. Instinctively, she clamped her hand over her diary. What did you see? Her eyes flashed with menace. Huh? What? Liang Shiyu feigned ignorance perfectly. Liang Wenjing scrutinized him. It seemed he hadn't seen anything. Good, he was spared. All right, let's eat then. She nodded with an air of maturity, tucked the diary deep into the drawer, and only after watching Liang Shiyu leave her bedroom did she slowly emerge. Today's lunch was exceptionally lavish. Steamed white rice paired with fermented bean curd and tinfoil roasted ham. The fermented bean curd was bought by Liang Shiyu a few days prior. It happened like this: on the 12th day of the power outage, they went to collect relief supplies. That day, they learned the exact extent of the blackout. After a collective sigh of relief, the food trucks never showed up again from the 4th day onward. By the 5th day, the food trucks were still nowhere to be seen. The relief workers had initially stated that when the second light signal illuminated, they could collect the second batch of relief supplies. Liang Shiyu and his group didn't care much about the relief food itself. They were more concerned about what it signified. This significance wasn't about the government's attitude towards the people, but rather an indication of the situation. If the food trucks kept coming, it meant the relevant authorities were actively working to rescue and help the populace through the crisis. But the sudden disappearance of the trucks, what did that imply? Did it mean the authorities could no longer control this disaster? Or was the subsequent supply chain failing? Or had a major error occurred at some juncture? Liang Shiyu was a decisive person. This typhoon was already bizarre, and the solar storm had struck strangely as well. Theoretically, since last year's European solar storm, nations worldwide would have placed enough emphasis on solar storms to make predictions and preparations. The formation of a solar storm doesn't seem instantaneous. Could the relevant agencies have failed to detect it? Assuming they did detect it, why didn't they warn the public to prepare in advance? Using the excuse of not wanting to cause public panic would be untenable. Assuming the agencies didn't detect it, then this was a sudden solar activity event. How likely was that scenario? Liang Shiyu wasn't a professional, so he couldn't determine which possibility was more probable. But there was certainly something abnormal about this solar storm. Perhaps he needed to make more extensive preparations. Not planning for 2 months, but for half a year, or even a year. You're overthinking it, Wei Fatty said dismissively after hearing Liang Shiyu's analysis. Aunt Xiaoping also chimed in, I think so too. Didn't they say only about 7 or 8 provinces lost power? Seems similar to last year's situation, right? She had only heard this by hearsay and didn't know the specifics. The blackout area is a bit larger than last year's European one, Wei Fatty recalled. Mainly because Europe had a sparse population, actually last year's affected area was larger, but when converted to disaster-stricken area, it was much smaller. But it's fine to be cautious. Liang Wenjing felt there was no harm in stockpiling more. At worst they could eat it slowly later. She supported Liang Shuyu's ideas wholeheartedly. Wei Youqi also said, I think old Liang's guess makes sense. Our coastal provinces have strong typhoons every year, but never one that blows continuously for over half a month like this. Before the blackout, wasn't there a plane crash? Maybe many more things happened that we don't know about. After all, we're completely cut off from the outside world now. Or perhaps the Yellowstone volcano erupted due to the solar storm wiping out half of America, and we still don't know. Aunt Xiaoping rapped him on the head with her knuckles. Nonsense. A volcanic eruption would kill many people. Wei Youqi pouted, wouldn't that be delightful? Aunt Xiaoping finally poured the boiled hot water for Liang Shuyu, Liang Wenjing, and Liang Ying, saying, even if it erupted, their people would have been evacuated. Wei Youqi looked at his mother in surprise. Mom, where did you hear that? Aunt Xiaoping said with a hint of pride. I saw it on a video. You think I'm idle all day? Wei Fatty became intrigued. What's the story? Liang Shuyu hadn't known about this either, and pricked up his ears to listen. I'm not sure of the details, but it seems volcanic activity was a bit unusual, so many people were relocated. Something like that. Liang Shuyu pressed further. When did this happen? After last year's solar storm. I don't know. Wei Youqi curled his lip. Can you trust stuff on Douyin? Better not take it all at face value, Liang Wenjing said. Could a solar storm trigger a volcanic eruption? She hadn't heard of a direct link between the two. Liang Shuyu had come this time mainly to ask if Wei Youqi's family wanted to go shopping with him, not necessarily to persuade them. But the conversation had strayed off topic, so he had to steer it back. So Uncle Wei, your family isn't planning to stock up for now? Liang Shuyu asked. Before Wei Fatty could answer, Aunt Xiaoping said, we run a convenience store. What's there to stock up on? She turned to Liang Ying, her tone slightly stern. Why do you let these kids run wild like this? Haven't you already bought so many things? If they end up not having enough to eat, my store can feed you all. Why waste money buying a bunch of stuff to hoard at home? Liang Ying smiled faintly, not reprimanding Liang Shuyu because of this. Instead, she said calmly, he's more than half an adult now, he ought to have his own thoughts. Liang Wenjing snorted softly. It's not just fooling around. It's called preparing for a rainy day. Better than panicking at the last moment. Liang Shuyu stood up. I'm heading out now. You guys stay and hang out for a while. The latter part was directed at Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing. Liang Wenjing pouted in displeasure. I'm going back to my writing. She was currently writing on draft paper. Liang Ying also stood up. Go upstairs and put on a jacket before you go out. Old Liang, I'm coming too. What are you joining in for? The wind's so strong outside. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Wei Youqi wore a pained expression, casting a pleading look at his father. It's dangerous for old Liang to go out alone. Go on then. Although Fat Wei did not approve of Liang Shuyu's massive stockpiling, he had to admit the boy's thinking was rather prudent. Moreover, it was perilous for such a young child to venture out alone. Aunt Xiaoping shot Fat Wei a glare upon hearing this. Fat Wei blinked, feigning ignorance. As the two engaged in a silent battle of glares, Yu Shifeng arrived hoping to buy some soy sauce and rice. Upon learning that Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi were heading out, he promptly joined them. Thus, on the 5th day, the 16th day, without electricity, Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng set out together, heading for the large shopping mall he had previously visited with Liang Wenjing to stock up on supplies. The torrential rain along the way was harrowing, but ultimately uneventful. Upon entering the mall, a mere fortnight's absence evoked a profound sense of vicissitude. The filthy, grimy ceramic floor was nearly impossible to tread upon, covered in sludge and muck. Every shop along the corridor was shuttered, some reduced to rubble by violent force, their shattered metal fragments protruding onto the walkway. Bloodstains marred the debris. Decay, filth, and shock were the first impressions this grand mall left on visitors. Where had the memories of its former prosperity and cleanliness vanished? The place seemed visited by a god of rot, exuding a nauseating stench of decay and dirt everywhere. Yet the mall still had staff on duty, and emergency lights glowed within. At the entrance, only a single passage remained, all others were sealed off. A solitary checkout counter was manned by an auntie skilled in mental arithmetic, handling payments. Another auntie with a stern expression inspected everyone's backpacks, waistbands, and coats. 2 additional aunties were tasked solely with running errands. Their duty: checking prices. The cashier auntie would ask, "What's the price of XX?" The errand-running auntie would dash nimbly to the shelves and call back, "XX yuan." Thus, for each transaction, this auntie would run back and forth about 7 or 8 times, even after memorizing many prices. It was somewhat comical yet entirely expected. Most shelves in the mall stood empty. Instant noodles, pasta, bread, biscuits, chocolate, and canned goods were all but gone. However, these were not Liang Shuyu's primary targets. In truth, Liang Shuyu was not entirely ignorant of survival knowledge, as Liu Xiaoping had often spoken of it in the past. Yet precisely because he knew some survival theory after truly experiencing these 20 days without power, he realized survivalists were merely indulging in fantasies and many concepts needed grounding in reality. He had heard of terms like EDC, PSK, and SHDF. EDC stands for everyday carry items one must carry daily. Everyone's EDC differs. Liang Shuyu remembered Liu Xiaoping's EDC included a knife, a windproof lighter, a compass, and a small flashlight. The specifics beyond that escaped him. PSK refers to a small kit containing various tools to aid escape. Liang Shuyu was unclear on its exact contents. Additionally, there were concepts like BOB or AOA above PSK, but he could not recall what they were or their purpose. SHDF stands for shit hits the fan, the worst case scenario. Survivalists' most desired catastrophic events were undoubtedly zombie outbreaks, alien invasions, nuclear war, and the like. However, given the improbability of such occurrences, SHDF was often interpreted as a state of anarchy, a condition where no government agencies or personnel serve the citizens. True anarchy is terrifying. The reason the mall, banks, and hospitals still functioned was due to government control. Without government intervention, the mall would likely have closed long ago. If the mall shut down and people could not buy food, violent looting would inevitably erupt. Society would collapse in no time. Yet the current situation was akin to a semi-anarchic state. Nearly all public services were paralyzed except for the forced operation of the mall and banks, offering a sliver of hope and comfort. For the rest, people had to fend for themselves. This digression aside, Liang Shuyu found survivalist knowledge lacking in practicality, especially regarding food. Liu Xiaoping had once said that a survivalist's essential stockpile included rice, instant noodles, canned goods, salt, sugar, oil, and alcohol. Instant noodles, and canned goods in particular, were two major misconceptions. Liang Shuyu had calculated that instant noodles' biggest flaw was their lack of sustenance. As for canned food, influenced by Liu Xiaoping, he had always believed that only the ironclad cans costing over 15 yuan each qualified as canned goods. Not so. Perhaps that packaging style was imported. The varieties were mostly Spam, sweet corn, and beef, mediocre in taste. The only palatable canned fish seemed purely domestic, as it contained fermented black beans which foreigners likely avoided. In other words, these cans were not only expensive and unpalatable, but also lacking in sustenance. Their sole advantage was a long shelf life. For the current situation, Liang Shuyu did not require such longevity. In terms of cost-effectiveness, these imported-style canned goods were far inferior to affordable and diverse options like pickled vegetables, fermented tofu, preserved mustard greens, cured meat, sausages, salted eggs, century eggs, and flour. Of course, the concept of survivalism originated abroad, and Westerners do not consume pickled vegetables, fermented tofu, or cured meat. That was understandable. October 11th food inventory: 22 bottles of Kang Shifu mineral water, 48 bottles of Nongfu spring mineral water, 14 cartons of milk, 5 large bottles of cola, 3 large bottles of orange juice, 2 cans of mailing spam, 6 cans of gulong riatatoet spam, 13 jars of fermented tofu, 21 jars of pengsheng anchovies, 13 jars of pengsheng preserved mustard greens, approximately 42 assorted bread rolls, 25 packs of various instant noodles, 5 packs per bag, 8 bags, 73 packs of Maxwell House original coffee large box, 2 large bags of West Oat instant oatmeal, 12 packs of corn-flavored compressed biscuits, 2 for bags of 50 gene rice, 49 packs of assorted bagged pickled vegetables, 65 sausages, 48 crispy sausages, 45 century eggs, 33 salted eggs, 26 sticks of Cantonese-style sausage, 11 packs of beef jerky, 51 tea candles, 10 regular candles, 28 packs of tissues, 8 bottles of 84 disinfectant, 16 bundles of noodles, 270 garbage bags, 4 rolls of aluminum foil, 5 rolls of plastic wrap, 200 disposable chopsticks, 500 disposable underwear, 3 large bags of flour, 1 bag of glutinous rice flour. Besides century eggs, salted eggs, and anchovies, he also bought Cantonese-style sausages. TSK. They were truly awful. Excessively greasy and sweet. He also stocked up on soy sauce, salt, sugar, cooking oil, and other items, though they were not listed. Various miscellaneous snacks were also omitted. After purchasing food, Liang Shuyu also made a trip to the pharmacy. He managed to buy a small amount of antiviral cold medicine. It was truly a small amount, as cold medications were now sold by the pill. The Yu Shifeng household had no extra medicine stockpiled, nor did they have any spare money. So Liang Shuyu lent him 500 yuan with no need to repay, but on one condition: Yu Shifeng had to teach him some practical self-defense techniques. For Yu Shifeng was proficient in several martial arts including Muay Thai, Tai Chi, Chi Na, and even Baji Quan. He had originally run a martial arts school, and after arriving in Deep Blue City, he had been working as a special security guard. Liang Shiyu wanted to learn some hand-to-hand combat skills to protect himself, just in case. Moreover, their trip out for supplies had also caught the attention of the neighboring residents. Such is the nature of this society. Perhaps you yourself don't care or need something, but when everyone else is buying you can't help but think, what if I don't buy any, and end up at a disadvantage? So Liang Shiyu and his companions' actions spurred the neighbors into action. Many went out to stock up on supplies, spending whatever cash they had on hand. Old Chen's family on the second floor had no cash. They tried to borrow from Wei Pongzi, but he had none to spare. And Aunt Xiaoping refused. So Old Chen's wife came to borrow from Liang Ying. Liang Shiyu still remembered the morning he heard the knocking outside. It was from the second floor. He only opened the inner aluminum door, leaving the outer iron gate locked. Through the gap in the iron gate he saw Old Chen's wife, her face pale and bruised with eye bags as dark as ink and eyes swollen like light bulbs. Embarrassed, ashamed, and guilty, she came to borrow 500 yuan from their family. Liang Shiyu then recalled years ago when Old Chen was still a seemingly refined man. Not the crippled drunkard and gambler of today. Old Chen's wife was also a gentle woman who spoke softly. She was very skilled at making fermented rice wine, and every time she made a fresh batch, she would bring a bowl upstairs. Back then she would wear stylish floral print dresses, her waist slender and graceful, walking through the suburban alley, attracting countless gazes and turned heads. Now she had become like this. Liang Shiyu lent her 500 yuan and asked her not to tell anyone. She left with 1,000 thanks. Lending money was of course not out of sympathy. Liang Shiyu was not that kind of person. Even though he disliked the second-floor family, they now lived in the same building. In another sense, they were all grasshoppers tied to the same rope. If Old Chen's family couldn't even afford to eat, it would be a huge trouble for Liang Shiyu's family. To avoid trouble, Liang Shiyu lent her the money. He just didn't want them to starve to death. Besides cold medicine, Liang Shiyu also acquired some antibiotics and 4 or 5 bottles of feminine cleansing solution. Liang Ying and the others maintained good daily hygiene, but the weather was too damp, which had an adverse effect on female gynecological health. And since Liang Shiyu often didn't bathe, he had some issues in that area too. Diluting this solution in warm water and wiping the body could also help sterilize and prevent skin diseases. There was also the problem of the ladies' underwear. With continuous rain, even underwear wouldn't dry. Anything that came into contact with water would inevitably smell foul by the third day, covered in invisible mold and bacteria. Before noticing this problem, Liang Shiyu had obtained some old-style underwear from Wei Yuki's place for the two ladies. Later, when he went to the mall, he found disposable underwear and bought a large pile at once. He himself had long run out of underwear and had gone commando several times when going out. The ladies needed to change their underwear daily, and disposable underwear made it much more convenient. However, they still preferred their own private underwear, which was more comfortable to wear due to menstrual cycles. So they also stocked up on sanitary pads. These were things Liang Shiyu hadn't initially considered. Luckily, the mall was still open, otherwise it would have been a major problem. Life after the blackout was one of meticulous budgeting and trivialities like an old housewife. October 11th medication inventory list. 999 Gammaling granules 5 boxes, 938 sachets cold medicine Lianhua, Qingwen capsules 2 boxes, 24, 31 pills cold medicine Malin ibuprofen suspension, 100 milliliters children's fever antiviral oral liquid, 2 bottles influenza antiviral granules, 8 sachets influenza tacrolimus ointment, 2 tubes atopic dermatitis psoriasis eczema Biunchin erythromycin ointment, 3 tubes skin abscess scabies, pustules suppurative skin diseases ulcers leashing vitamin C tablets 5 boxes, 473 tablets leashing vitamin B complex tablets 3 boxes, 285 tablets Huashan brand Morodan 18 sachets stomach pain bloating heartburn stomach nourishment belching Labajingshi pills 100 pills diarrhea gastric bloating diarrhea amikacin lotion 2 bottles severe wound infection antibacterial Niuhuang Shangqing pills, 10 pills, heat-clearing, detoxifying headache, sore throat, mouth ulcers, Zingushui, 3 bottles, Kafu, iodine disinfectant 2. 8 bottles alcohol spray 6. 5 bottles levofloxacin hydrochloride capsules, 20 pills acute chronic bronchitis norfloxacin tonsillitis urinary tract infection Fincudixio, anti-inflammatory tablets, 48 tablets pharyngitis tonsillitis anti-inflammatory swelling, heat-clearing detoxification amoxicillin capsules 120 pills upper respiratory urinary reproductive tract infection otitis media, sinusitis pharyngitis tonsillitis pneumonia antibiotic penicillin V potassium tablets 36 pills bronchitis pharyngitis tonsillitis. sinusitis, otitis media, ceftonir capsules, 6 pills, oral cephalosporin broad-spectrum antibiotic cefixime capsules, 8 pills, streptococcus pneumococcus, gonococcus, moraxella catarrhalis, etc. Cushion lotion 4. 2 bottles, disposable masks, 10 bags, 20, 189 pieces, medical cotton swabs, 10 bags, 20, 192 pieces, elastic bandages, 10 rolls, band-aids, 96 pieces, antiviral cold medicine. Was truly hard to come by. Liang Xiyu had to visit 3 pharmacies to get just this small amount. From the 13th day of the blackout, their family started supplementing with vitamin C and B. 1 tablet per day, as they had gone too long without fresh vegetables. After the afternoon meal, Liang Xiyu no longer joined Liang Wenjing and the others in their recreational activities. Instead, he went with Wei Youqi to the stone platform at Yu Shifeng's house to practice Qina. Yu Shifeng knew many things. The easiest to pick up was Muay Thai, but the most powerful was Baji Quan, though Yu Shifeng claimed his Baji Quan was only average as it required deep internal training. Liang Xiyu chose Qina after careful consideration. If they ever got into a physical conflict with anyone, Liang Xiyu's goal was to disarm the opponent of their cold weapon or harmful tool, not to fight for victory. As long as he could quickly remove the opponent's weapon, he could reduce the danger. The practice of Qina didn't require much complexity. The most important basic training was to strengthen wrist and finger strength. After 3 or 4 consecutive days of practice, Liang Xiyu's fingers began to ache. Although the effect wasn't obvious, yet Yu Shifeng said these things required daily accumulation to gradually show results. At that moment, Liang Xiyu and Wei Youqi were practicing Tai Chi push hands. This martial art, far from appearing as gentle and playful as it seemed, actually embodied the art of mechanics. The simpler it appeared, the more unimaginable power it could unleash through persistent practice. Is your sister home? As Liang Xiyu and Wei Youqi were engrossed in their practice, a short-haired, graceful girl emerged from the house. She was tall and slender, her Korean-style wavy bob accentuating a crisp and neat elegance. Her eyes, though not large, sparkled with vitality, as if they could pierce through one's soul when gazing at someone. Her features were delicate and pretty, with smooth contours and a pointed chin. When she smiled, 2 exquisite and adorable dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. Of course, Liang Xiyu had rarely seen her smile. He had only discovered those dimples when she spoke certain sounds. Her demeanor always carried a cool and indifferent air. Especially when she asked Liang Xiyu, "Is your sister home?" He often had the illusion that she wasn't visiting Liang Wenjing for fun, but rather to cause trouble. Yes, she should be free. Liang Xiyu glanced at the dartboard in her hand. Yu Min was exceptionally skilled at darts, and through her exposure to Yu Shifeng, she had also picked up some martial arts. It was only after Liang Xiyu began dealing with Yu Shifeng that Yu Min grew close to Liang Wenjing. The two seemed to regret not meeting sooner, and quickly became fast friends. Yu Min even taught Liang Wenjing to practice darts, and they spent long hours together every afternoon. Previously, Liang Wenjing would play with Liang Xiyu and Wei Youqi, but now that Yu Min had arrived, the 2 girls were inseparable, leaving the boys out of the loop. Liang Wenjing indeed needed a female friend, as girls always had many intimate topics to share. After practicing Tai Chi push hands, they moved on to basic physical training, squats, push-ups, and jumps, focusing on agility and reaction speed to respond swiftly in dangerous situations. Resistance training was unnecessary. Their current goal was to subdue enemies quickly and strike first. However, once the solar storm passed and electricity returned, Liang Xiyu would indeed consider learning some martial arts. For now, they needed targeted practice on immediately useful skills. It's all because of your ice cream. What do you have to say for yourselves, eh? He's been suffering from diarrhea. What do you think? Liang Xiyu and Wei Youqi were doing sit-ups when they suddenly heard an argument from the convenience store. They heard Aunt Xiaoping say, "You knew the ice cream was melted when you bought it, and it's been so long." The two scrambled up, grabbed an umbrella, and crossed the street. What's going on? As they arrived under the store's awning, they found a crowd gathered. There were 6 or 7 women and 2 men. One of the men with a crew cut was called Xiao Zhao, whom Liang Xiyu had seen before. The other man was unfamiliar, his face deathly pale, as he slumped weakly on the ground, clearly ill. Xiao Zhao remained silent, but 2 of the women he brought were particularly fierce. If not for Wei Fatty's large build, the 2 women's spittle would have landed on Aunt Xiaoping's face. Liang Xiyu quickly grasped the situation after hearing a few words. Extortion blackmail is set up. Days ago, they had bought a batch of melted ice cream for 5 yuan, claiming the man had been suffering from diarrhea ever since and had come to demand compensation. It was obvious what they wanted. They were simply out of money and trying to extort some. "Since we can't agree, let's call the police." "Let them handle it," Liang Xiyu interjected firmly from the edge of the crowd. Among the 2 fierce women, one had short yellow hair, was slightly plump with thick lips and nose. Clearly not someone to mess with. The other was thin and scrawny, barely 5 feet tall with no flesh on her face, but her sharp tongue could cut like a knife with just a few words. What do you mean we can't agree? It's crystal clear. Your ice cream made my friend sick and you must give us an explanation. Liang Shiyu laughed. Our ice cream. Evidence. Receipt. Do you have any of the ice cream left? Take it to a hospital to verify if it caused the diarrhea. If you have no evidence, how can you claim his illness is related to this store? The skinny woman glared with bulging eyes. You didn't give us a receipt. Oh, then what about the ice cream? It's been eaten long ago. What kind of question is that, you idiot? Said the thick-lipped woman. Since you have no evidence, how can you pin this on the store? The two women were left speechless, unable to respond for a long time. Among the other women, one with black hair and no makeup, perhaps aware of their true intent, glanced nervously at Liang Shiyu, then at Xiao Zhao, hesitating timidly. Maybe we should. So you're refusing to admit it? The thick-lipped woman interrupted her, and the short, skinny woman shot her a glare, causing the black-haired woman to shrink back silent. Everything requires evidence. You bought those things days ago, and now suddenly claim it's our fault. It seems. Aunt Xiaoping, hiding behind Wei Fatty, began, but was cut off by the skinny woman. Oh, so you're saying we're running a scam? I didn't mean that. I meant. In short, you refuse to take responsibility, right? Said the thick-lipped woman. Exactly. They simply refuse to admit it, and now they're accusing us of extortion. Do we lack that little money? Damn it, extortion. The thin-lipped skinny woman said, as if feigning outrage. Not only do they refuse to compensate, but they're also turning the tables on us. Another woman chimed in. These women were so quick with their words that no one could get a word in edgewise. Indeed, their goal was likely just to extort some money. They weren't genuinely seeking justice. They were emboldened by their numbers, acting with impunity. Amid the clamor and chaos, even Liang Shiyu couldn't interject. Then someone shouted, "Let's trash the store. Do we lack that little money?" Two women charged at Wei Fatty, beating him. As a man, he was no match for two vicious women, his fighting spirit even weaker than Aunt Xiaoping's. Another woman and Xiao Zhao began ransacking the store, while two more blocked the entrance, stopping Liang Shiyu, Wei Youqi, and the arriving Yu Shifeng. The two women thrust their chests forward, and though Yu Shifeng wanted to grab them, how could a gentleman like him lay hands on women? Inside, Wei Fatty was pinned down by one woman, unable to break free. Aunt Xiaoping fought off too, holding her ground temporarily, but it was short-lived. Xiao Zhao kicked her over, and she fell to the ground, where two women grabbed her neck, pulled her hair, and clawed at her shoulders. Wei Fatty, heartbroken, had no choice but to resist forcefully. As soon as he shielded Aunt Xiaoping, three women charged at him, hitting, scratching, and biting with extreme ferocity. Yu Shifeng, standing outside, couldn't bring himself to intervene, merely watching as Wei Fatty was beaten, and cried out. His voice was deep and powerful, almost deafening to the ears. Stop! Stop right now! But no one heeded him. Wei Youqi, however, paid no heed to the consequences. The ones being beaten were his own father and mother. They'll fucking kill you. Wei Youqi, enraged, kicked a woman blocking the door, sending her flying, and charged inside to rescue his parents. Another woman trying to block the entrance was grabbed by her hair by Liang Shiyu and thrown onto the road. Liang Shiyu harbored no sympathy for women, especially vicious ones like these. Stop! This shout came from Wei Youqi. The three women who had been beating his parents were already sent sprawling with a few swift kicks and slaps. Taking advantage of the moment, Liang Shiyu grabbed the heads of the dazed women, one in each hand, and flung them all out. The two worked together flawlessly. Yu Shifeng, a man of integrity, watched the two youths with admiration, silently giving them a thumbs up, though he maintained a stern expression as he said to Xiao Zhao, "Get lost now, unless you're waiting for us to escort you out." Xiao Zhao shot them a resentful glare, reluctantly dragging the exhausted man out through the side door. Liang Shiyu, observing his expression, deduced that he was likely the mastermind behind this operation. Since they hadn't achieved their goal this time, they would surely return. The trouble at Wei Yuki's family store would inevitably affect Liang Shiyu's household as well. Liang Shiyu disliked leaving such threats unresolved. So he touched the knife. He carried his eyes fixed on Xiao Zhao as he slowly walked away from the convenience store. Among the women, the one with thick lips was beaten black and blue. They claimed they were trashing the store, yet three of them had bulging pockets. In truth, it was nothing but robbery. They might have achieved some of their goals, but they had utterly lost their nerve. In life, one can forego many things, but never pride. For the sake of this invisible pride, people might even kill and burn. So now they hurled the most vile curses imaginable. However, the youth standing by the store entrance, caressing his knife, cast a cold gaze upon them, as well as upon the silent, resentful Xiao Zhao. A sliver of silver light from the blade peeked through the gap in the black scabbard. This, combined with the boys' cold and gloomy eyes, sent a chill down their spines, robbing them of their confidence. Thus their curses gradually faded into silence, for the boy remained motionless, staring at them unblinkingly. Recalling how he had grabbed them by the hair and tossed them out, they knew he was no gentleman who would show mercy to women. The women, nudging each other, edged away, eventually pulling Xiao Zhao along, shouting, "We'll be back for you," before fleeing together. Though they hadn't gotten any money, they had managed to snatch a few things. Not a complete loss. Liang Xiyu kept his eyes on their retreating figures until they vanished into the entrance of that commercial building for a long while before finally looking away. Inside the room, chaos reigned. Yu Shifeng helped check the wounds. Just some superficial cuts and bruises. A bit of iodine would suffice, nothing serious. But the couple looked quite battered, their clothes torn, hair disheveled, bodies wrinkled and stained with blood, faces covered in red marks. Those women were truly vicious. Damn it! Wei Youqi cursed in pain and anger, his eyes reddening. Liang Xiyu said, "First boil some water for your parents to clean up. Don't open the store for now. I'm worried they'll come back for revenge." Though Liang Xiyu had tried to intimidate them, he wasn't sure if they would truly be cowed or if they would simply throw caution to the wind and return to cause more trouble. He tended to believe that people like this wouldn't easily let things go, so it was better to be safe. Wei Youqi replied, hurrying off to boil water. The couple rested in chairs, still not fully recovered from the shock. Liang Xiyu thanked Yu Shifeng, and the two of them helped reorganize the store's wrecked items. Most of the remaining items in the convenience store were daily necessities. In the 20 days since the power outage, food and snacks had been mostly sold out. Naturally, Wei Fatty's family wasn't stupid. They had stored quite a bit in the back room. They just weren't putting them out for sale. So what those women had taken were nothing but unsellable snacks, neither valuable nor substantial. Though the financial loss was minimal, the harm done to the people was the greatest loss of all. After tidying up, Yu Shifeng asked if they had any pain anywhere. He went home specifically to fetch his family's medicinal ointments and liniment to rub on Wei Fatty's sprained hands and feet. Only then did he finally take his leave. Liang Xiyu chatted with Wei Fatty for a while. Those people might not let this go. To be safe, it's better to move your valuable supplies elsewhere, so you can avoid them if worse comes to worst. Liang Xiyu's biggest worry was that they would come back with weapons. Maybe not sharp knives, but definitely a couple of cleavers. In such a situation, a single careless slash could be fatal. Perhaps most people only reflect when faced with real danger. Before that, they would rather turn a blind eye and deceive themselves than listen to others' advice. This time, Wei Fatty finally took Liang Xiyu's advice to heart. Alright, we need to move things. Move everything inside. Well, close the store for now. Blood was still beading on the scratch marks on Wei Fatty's face. Inside isn't safe either. This time was just a probe. If there's a next time, it'll be a foolin' robbery. Call the police. Let's call the police. I don't believe the cops can't handle them. Breaking in and assaulting people in broad daylight. They should get 10 years at least. Aunt Xiaoping sobbed indignantly. Wei Youqi in the kitchen retorted angrily, "What use are the police now? They're only this bold because of the current situation. I told you not to open the store and sell things, but you wouldn't listen. It's already too late for useless talk like that." Wei Youqi was also frustrated. Aunt Xiaoping, already beaten and now scolded by her own son, felt utterly humiliated. Angry and aggrieved, she wailed loudly, "What do you mean, useless? If I don't open the store, what will you eat?" Wei Youqi was furious, but he knew this wasn't the time for a war of words. His mother was just a housewife with limited vision, and her ingrained mindset was hard to change. He couldn't be bothered to argue. "Laoyang, how about we move the stuff to your place for now?" Wei Youqi suggested. "Good, that's what I was thinking. Leave only a few items in your inner room. If they come to rob again, let them think the store is already empty. That'll be much safer for you." That was a good idea. Liang Xiyu then discussed some details with Wei Fatty and Wei Youqi. "Alright, you two get some rest. We'll deal with the things tomorrow. If anything comes up, just give a shout." "Okay." Fatty Wei watched Liang Xiyu leave with gratitude. Today, thanks to Liang Xiyu and Yu Shifeng's help, he had no idea how he would have handled the situation otherwise. This kid was quite loyal. Liang Xiyu closed the small door on the rolling shutter for them, then entered the stairwell through the adjacent iron gate. He locked the iron gate behind him before heading upstairs with a clatter. As he passed the second floor, a door creaked open slightly. What happened? Was there a robbery? It was old Chen's wife. Ever since Liang Xiyu lent her money, she had started appearing occasionally, unlike before when she would hide in her room for weeks on end. Of course, it might also be that since the power outage, old Chen spent every day playing mahjong at the parlor downstairs and often stayed out all night, finally giving her a relaxed and free life to dare show her face. "Pretty much," said Liang Xiyu. Old Chen's wife gasped. Then, Liang Xiyu cut her off. But nothing serious happened. "They've all been driven away." He finished speaking and headed upstairs. Only after a while did he hear her close the door. Just as Liang Xiyu reached the door, and before he could raise his hand, Liang Ying opened it and yanked him inside. "Are you hurt?" She checked him from head to toe before letting out a sigh of relief, her expression tinged with both lingering fear and a hint of self-reproach. Then Yumin walked over. Those people probably won't let this go. You'll need to be more careful from now on. I'm heading back. Liang Shiyu made way for her, and she returned to her room with her dartboard. After Yumin left, Liang closed the iron gate and locked the aluminum door inside. The three of them sat down on the sofa. Liang Wenjing spoke first. We wanted to go down and check, but Minmin said it's best for women not to show their faces outside to avoid causing you more trouble if something happens. I thought that made some sense, but I was still so worried. Now that everything's fine, it's a relief. What did those people want? A robbery? She spoke in a rush. Liang Shiyu answered each question. They were just looking for an excuse to cause trouble. They took a few small things. For now I can't say what they'll do next. She was right. From now on none of you are to go down unless I call for your help. Stay home as much as possible. Liang Ying agreed with Yumin's point, and after what had just happened she realized the days ahead might only get worse. The further we go the more chaotic it might become. Yeah, if everyone runs out of money they'll find every way and spare no means to get what they need. Liang Shiyu said. The three fell silent. Though they knew the authorities were still trying, localized chaos was bound to persist. Today it was the convenience store downstairs, tomorrow it would be the mall on the street. As long as people had no money and no food, without rescue they would inevitably find ways to survive. The only way was to plunder the resources in plain sight. A couple of days earlier Liang Shiyu and Yu Shifeng had tried to buy 2 more gas canisters, but when they reached the market they found the entire area submerged. The market had 2 shops selling bottled gas, but now their locations were flooded and they might have moved. Asking the neighbors yielded no clue as to where they had gone. So Liang Shiyu returned empty-handed. Liang Shiyu also observed the water level at the market and realized that if the rain kept falling without stop in perhaps another month or 2 the water might reach their upstream area. Their home wasn't in a particularly low spot, but lower areas had already been submerged just 2 or 3 days after the power outage. In other words, if the rain continued, Liang Shiyu's home would also be flooded. With wolves at the front and tigers at the back, life was growing increasingly difficult. These nights were also becoming harder to endure. From outside came occasional screams and cries of agony, sometimes impossible to pinpoint, but always blood-curdling. And with more experience one could roughly discern what was happening from the different sounds. If it was a woman screaming urgently and shrilly, it was often a home invasion robbery. The city had become terrifyingly quiet since the power outage, so even moderately loud noises from outside could be heard. If such screams were accompanied by sounds of smashing, it was undoubtedly a home invasion plus sexual assault. Most such cases weren't spontaneous, but likely committed by acquaintances. Because the area around Liang Shiyu's home had few residential complexes and was mostly a cheap rental district. Most people living nearby were solitary or shared renters, various migrant workers. Some attractive women might have been noticed long before after the power outage. Certain individuals grew restless, and gradually people fell victim. Another typical night sound was a thud, often signaling a jumper. Liang Shiyu had heard that sound at least 5 times. There was also the sound of an explosion from a high-rise apartment about a kilometer away in a straight line. One night a sudden blast came followed by a raging fire. Though it was pouring rain, the rainwater didn't curve into the apartment. The fire endangered nearly all the neighbors around that unit. No fire trucks, no ambulances, no rescue. A few days later word spread that the occupants had been burned to death, a family of 4. 2 neighbors also died suffocated by smoke. No one dealt with the bodies. The neighbors pooled some money and had the property management move them to the police station. But rumors said the management simply dumped the corpses into a water-filled pit outside the complex. From then on, whenever a body needed disposal nearby, it was thrown into that same pit. The pile kept growing. In a society governed by law, the world people saw was filtered, making it hard to discern even the most vicious thugs living nearby. But in a collapsing society, even those who were once as timid as a pile of shit suddenly bared their fangs. Demons surfaced and the filter vanished. Some people even threw their own relatives' bodies into that pit, not out of coldness, but because they couldn't keep a corpse at home or just leave it on any street. It was better to dump them together and wait for unified disposal after the power outage. Now police stations and hospitals wouldn't accept bodies. Even if someone went to the trouble of transporting them there, they'd just be bagged and piled on the road. Since they were going to be left outside anyway, why go through all the effort? Perhaps that's what most people thought. The next day, Liang Shiyu and Yu Shifeng helped Fatty Wei move things. The rolling shutter of the first-floor convenience store was completely down, but Fatty Wei's family had an iron door leading directly to the stairwell. Liang Shiyu and the others moved quietly. As long as they didn't go outside, no one inside would notice the moving. Fatty Wei's family had a huge stock of rice along with an astonishing amount of seasonings, daily necessities, and disposable items. They also had plenty of bottled water, over a dozen cases. After all, it was a convenience store, these items were standard stock. They filled half of Liang Shuyu's living room. We also need to tidy up the areas we moved things from so no one can tell there was ever a pile of goods there, Liang Shuyu reminded them. He said this not entirely because of Xiao Zhao and those women. Almost everyone living nearby knew there was a convenience store here, and it was hard to guarantee no one would target it. If one day the store was indeed robbed, they could still sacrifice the lesser to save the greater, so they couldn't let anyone see that the store had once held many supplies. Yu Shifeng nodded in agreement. I didn't expect you to be so cautious. He had underestimated this guy. He looked so gentle and refined. Fatty Wei responded, all right, I'll go clean and tidy up now. Thus they busied themselves for another day or two. The rain continued to fall with no end in sight. It had been raining for 22 full days, not even stopping once in the dead of night, and the wind had been blowing for just as long. Was it caused by the solar storm? Or was this typhoon simply lasting this long? That evening Liang Shuyu did some physical training again, practicing wrist and finger strength. After sweating profusely and feeling exhausted, he fell into a deep sleep. Since he started training, with Yu Shifeng, his body had gradually returned to its pre-portage state. The damp, rainy days and idle lifestyle were too harmful to his health. In the past few days he had felt his body heavy, and only after training these days did he recover a bit. So he urged Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing to do some exercise and sweat every day, and he set even higher standards for himself. Morning and evening self-training plus afternoon intensive training. Most of the day was spent on training. Late at night, there seemed to be a loud banging on the door. Liang Shuyu in his sleep furrowed his brow, turned over, and continued sleeping. Such sounds were not uncommon in the dead of night. He was only afraid of having his peaceful dreams disturbed. But gradually the sound seemed wrong. It sounded familiar. Liang Shuyu suddenly woke up. Damn you. Get out. It was Wei Yuqi's voice. When Liang Shuyu woke up, Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing were also awake. He quickly threw on a jacket, pulled out the knife from under his pillow, and gripped it in his hand. Opening the bedroom door, Liang Shuyu said, don't go downstairs. Liang Ying nodded and said, watch the situation, be careful. If anything happens, just run. Liang Shuyu replied, and quickly opened the two doors looking down from the window in the stairwell. 4 women and 3 men were using tools to smash the rolling shutter door of the convenience store. In the time it took Liang Shuyu to glance, they had already broken open the small door, and the group rushed in. Liang Shuyu quickly withdrew his gaze and went downstairs. Arriving on the ground floor, Wei Yuqi's door was tightly shut. Liang Shuyu had to open the iron gate and closed it behind him, standing outside the small door that had been broken open with an axe. Inside, Wei Yuqi was howling. Liang Shuyu hesitated for 2 seconds, then still crawled in. Once inside, he saw Wei Yuqi being pinned down and beaten by 2 men and 2 women. Fatty Wei was confronting Xiao Zhao, who was holding an axe. The rest were rummaging through the chaotic convenience store for useful items, and one person was smashing the cash register. Aunt Xiaoping was nowhere to be seen. She was probably hiding in the back room. Last time they had really staged an accident, and this time they were truly committing burglary. However, it seemed they might not intend to harm anyone, or perhaps they hadn't yet made the decision to kill. Beating Wei Yuqi was just to vent their anger. Liang Shuyu hid his knife, stepped forward, and pulled apart the 2 men holding down Wei Yuqi. His intervention drew everyone's attention in the room. The 2 men were unfamiliar faces. Breaking up a fight was not an easy task. It could easily turn the fire onto oneself. The 2 men lunged at Liang Shuyu almost without thinking, but Liang Shuyu did not fight back. He merely shoved them away forcefully and stared at them coldly. Liang Shuyu did not want to get into a conflict with them, because these people had 1 axe, 2 iron pipes, and 2 kitchen knives. Liang Shuyu's meaning was clear: take what you want, but don't hurt anyone. The 2 men seemed to understand. They snorted coldly and turned around to swaggeringly search for things. After all, they had no grudge against Wei Yuqi and Liang Shuyu. They had beaten Wei Yuqi only because the 2 women wanted to hit him, and because Wei Yuqi kept resisting. The 2 women still on top of Wei Yuqi were the same fierce ones from 2 days ago. They had come this time for revenge. They still remembered vividly the 2 slaps and 2 kicks from Wei Yuqi last time. And now, seeing Liang Shuyu suddenly appear with weapons in their hands, they naturally became even more arrogant. Damn it! The thick-lipped woman cursed a few unpleasant words, rushed at Liang Shuyu, and raised her hand to slap him. Liang Shuyu reacted quickly, grabbed her wrist, and held it firmly. Take what you want and get out, or don't blame me for being rude. Liang Shuyu warned coldly. The woman felt her wrist was almost being crushed. Let go, you bastard, I swear I'll kill you. She spewed a stream of profanity, but Liang Shuyu couldn't hit her. After all, this woman hadn't come alone now. Unfortunately, the other side had a full 7 people. If Liang Shuyu accidentally angered them, they might harden their hearts and swing the cleaver a few times. Not to mention killing someone, even a scratch from the knife, would be a fatal wound. A person must distinguish between reality and imagination. He shook off the thick-lipped woman, and Wei Yochi had also broken free from restraint and stood up from the ground, his face covered in scratches and nosebleed all over his body. The bright red blood, like a dazzling rose printed on his white t-shirt, was particularly frightening. Liang Xiyu quickly grabbed some tissue to help him stop the bleeding. Seeing this, the thick-lipped and thin-lipped women did not continue to pester, although the thick-lipped one really wanted to cause trouble for Liang Xiyu, ideally to slap him a few times. But she always felt that beneath Liang Shiyu's gentle appearance lurked a chilling face, so after thinking it over she let it go. The two women had vented their anger and acted arrogant and triumphant. It was time to get down to the real business of their visit. Wei Yochi was indignant, and while stopping the bleeding he signaled with his eyes for Liang Xiyu to go get reinforcements. Liang Xiyu did not agree. What good would it do to call you sure phone in this situation? Fight with these people. What if someone got injured? The hospital had already fallen. Hadn't they heard that even the health station had been vandalized? Getting injured now would only mean certain death. Besides, even if they won, so what? There was no guarantee these people wouldn't come back again. Unless they could kill all 7 of them, only then could they eliminate the future trouble. Otherwise they had to play the coward. Wei Yochi saw Liang Shiyu's compromise and angrily slapped away the hand that was wiping his nosebleed. Last time his parents were beaten, and this time he was beaten. He couldn't swallow this anger. In the chaotic room, there was now a strange harmony. The intruders rummaged around, while Liang Xiyu, Fatty Wei, and others looked on coldly. Found the money. The one who had smashed the cash register rummaged in the desk for a long time, finally, finding a pile of small bills and a handful of coins. He happily counted them, and found it was less than 200 yuan. Damn, why so little? Who has cash now? A woman replied, and she seemed somewhat satisfied with the amount. Indeed, they weren't lacking money, they just couldn't withdraw it. Seeing them find the money, Fatty Wei's expression suddenly changed, and he pleaded, "That's the only money our family has. If you take it all, what will we eat next?" However, Fatty Wei was just putting on an act. It was Liang Xiyu who had suggested hiding the money in the cash register, and most of the food in the store had already been cleared out. If even the cash couldn't be found, how would the robbers let them off easily? But the act had to be played through. They couldn't let these people suspect there was anything still hidden. "We don't care if you've got no food. We've got none either," the one who grabbed the money sneered. "Weren't you pretty cocky a couple days ago? Now you're backing down." "Huh?" A woman weighing a cleaver in her hand chimed in. Wei Fatty forced a bitter smile and pleaded with them a few more times. But the money had already been stashed away by them, and it was clear that a few pleas wouldn't make them let it go. They even swept up every last coin. These people had nearly turned the store upside down, finding only a small pile of snacks, unsellable leftovers. They found half a case of bottled water and plenty of various drinks they couldn't carry away. They packed them into plastic bags filling 6 or 7 large sacks, mostly with beverages and beer. Wei Fatty watched the big bags and begged again. "That's the last of our clean water. Could you leave us a couple of bottles? Otherwise we'll have to drink rainwater." "Shut the hell up," the thick-lipped woman cursed, pointing an iron rod at Wei Fatty. "Say one more word and he'll smash your head in." Wei Fatty fell silent. The thick-lipped woman smirked triumphantly, scanned the room for anything else worth taking, and said, "Let's head back." The men and women began to withdraw, when suddenly Xiao Zhao's axe pointed toward the inner room. "There's something in there, isn't there?" The group's eyes finally landed on the small door hidden behind the shelves, and realization dawned. "Damn it. No wonder we didn't find anything. It's all stashed inside." Wei Fatty hurriedly blocked the door. "Only my wife is in there." "Moved." Xiao Zhao's axe pressed against Wei Fatty's neck. In a flash, the sharp blade cutting into his skin. Warm blood immediately trickled down his collar. Wei Fatty was terrified of blood. He had managed to stay calm while acting in front of these thugs, but the sight of his own bleeding sent him into a trembling fit. "Don't! Your axe! Dad!" Wei Yochi cried out. "Oomph!" Xiao Zhao snorted, shoving Wei Fatty toward Wei Yochi, and moved to enter the small door. Liang Xiyu stepped forward to block him. "Leave some leeway. Push us too far and no one benefits," he said. Xiao Zhao was lean and scrawny, slightly shorter than Liang Xiyu, with a trendy look and silver earrings. If judged purely by facial features, he might be the type girls fancy. But he was too short, having to tilt his head back to meet Liang Xiyu's eyes. "Huh." Xiao Zhao let out an exaggerated laugh, as if acting in a drama, probably believing himself invincible. His expression management was atrocious, exactly like the crooked-mouth villains in TV shows. Utterly repulsive. You little bastard." Even his tone was just like that. Liang Xiyu had always thought actors were just overacting, but now he realized that people really do put on such faces when they get cocky. "You can try," Liang Xiyu said coldly, "but I advise you to take what you have and leave." I'm bleeding. Nearby Wei Fatty mumbled frantically. He was especially afraid of getting hurt and bleeding, a fact Wei Yochi knew well. So Wei Yochi quickly grabbed some tissues to press against the wound. It's okay, it's okay. It's not much blood. Wei Yochi tried to soothe him through tears, though his own nose was still bleeding. Every word sent fresh blood streaming down. It dripped onto Wei Fatty, creating a gruesome pool of red. It was utterly chilling. Wei Fatty's muttering faded as his eyes rolled back. Dad? Dad! Wei Yochi screamed in terror. Aunt Xiaoping, who had been listening from the inner room, heard Wei Yuki's desperate cries, and fearing something terrible had happened could no longer hold back, and rushed out. What she saw was this Wei Fatty lying in a pool of blood, his eyes rolled back, the white tissue on his neck soaked through, and Wei Yuki's face covered in blood. Fatty, what have you done to him? He'll fight you all. Aunt Xiaoping let out a heart-wrenching scream and charged forward, but Liang Shiyu caught her around the waist to stop her. Chaos erupted. The thick-lipped woman rushed over and slapped Aunt Xiaoping across the face. Come on, fight, she roared. The slap was brutal, nearly blinding Aunt Xiaoping. As the thick-lipped woman raised her hand for a second strike, Liang Shiyu had to release Aunt Xiaoping. He used his free hand to shove the thick-lipped woman away, but Aunt Xiaoping had already lunged forward, grabbing Xiao Zhao by the hair and pulling. Liang Shiyu could no longer control the situation. As he tried to pull Aunt Xiaoping back, he heard the thick-lipped woman's chilling roar from behind, "Go to hell." Once the violence escalated, it was unstoppable. When Liang Shiyu's peripheral vision caught the gleam of that sharp cleaver, without a second thought, he executed the move he had practiced daily and rehearsed in his mind hundreds of times. Disarming the opponent, drawing the knife, using the Bodis rotational force, and driving it into the heart. It was seamless, instinctive, white blade and red blade out. In that fleeting moment, Liang Shiyu had already calculated his next steps: either intimidate this group into submission or kill them all. Zzz. Came the sound of something tearing. The thick-lipped woman staggered back 7 or 8 steps, staring in shock and disbelief at her own blood-soaked hands. She looked down at her chest, at the bloody hole. She tilted backward, her hand grasping at the shelf, her expression twisting into fragility and spasms. Struggling, she still managed to slump to the floor. Blood spread everywhere, and she seemed to let out a silent hiccup. Her chest heaved violently, her eyes fixed on Liang Shiyu with helpless, desperate longing. Her jaw went slack, her lips parted slightly, and then 2 long tears streamed down her face. Her complexion turned deathly pale, the rise and fall of her chest visibly slowing until only the muscles around her lips twitched. Liang Shiyu gripped his knife and slowly turned around. All movement in the room ceased, everyone stared at him. But after only about 10 seconds, those who snapped out of it let out massive roars and charged at him with their weapons. But it was just bluster. They were all afraid of that still steaming blade. Liang Shiyu barely shifted his stance before grabbing Xiao Zhao by the hair from behind. The hot knife pressed against Xiao Zhao's neck, and Liang Shiyu felt him tremble all over. His axe clattered weakly to the ground with a thud, like an alarm bell warning the rest that they were in danger. Everyone froze again, seemingly concerned for Xiao Zhao's safety, but from their trembling hands. It was clear they were just scared. Liang Shiyu swept his gaze over them before looking back. He wiped the blood from his blade onto Xiao Zhao's neck and said slowly, "Do you know what happens when your throat is slit?" Xiao Zhao's muscles convulsed. He dared not speak, only whimpering. Liang Shiyu said, "I heard the blood can spurt 2 feet high. What do you think, true or false?" Xiao Zhao's face had twisted into an expression more hideous than tears. He wished to speak, to beg for mercy, but sheer terror choked his words. Only guttural whimpers escaped him. He had believed his heart fortified, yet it was but a coward's vessel. The viscous substance on his neck still seemed warm, scalding even. The thought that fresh blood of the deceased clung to his skin, and that someone deliberated whether to slit his throat, plunged him into an abyss of despair and terror. He whimpered. "Will you return, eh?" Liang Shiyu asked. He shook his head frantically. "How can I trust you?" Xiao Zhao strained, but failed to utter a complete sentence, only forcing tears to stream down his face. "I want dare." Finally, he managed to force out a full sentence, yet at the same time, he felt a warmth spread beneath him. He had wet himself. Liang Shiyu let out a cold laugh. To Xiao Zhao, that laughter was utterly twisted and terrifying. Liang Shiyu released him and finally said, "Take the stuff and get lost." Xiao Zhao and his companions fled as if pardoned from death, scrambling away in panic. One man attempted to retrieve his axe. Liang Shiyu stepped on its handle and suddenly said, "Wait." The man froze, collapsing to the ground in fright, while the others halted reluctantly. Liang Shiyu pointed at their weapons. "Leave these behind. Take the rest." What did he mean? The group hesitated. The thin-lipped woman tentatively picked up a bag of drinks. Seeing no objection from Liang Shiyu, she quickly discarded her weapon and fled with the bag. The others followed suit, dropping their arms and taking the plundered supplies. Within 10 seconds, they had vanished, leaving behind a trail of urine and blood. As soon as they were gone, Aunt Xiaoping, who had been holding herself together, collapsed to the ground, bursting into anguished sobs. Wei Fatty, revived by Wei Yuki's pressure on his philtrum, saw the woman under the shelf and Liang Shuyu's blade. Now he sat expressionless, staring blankly ahead. Old Liang. Wei Yoqi strode over and embraced Liang Shuyu tightly. Liang Shuyu felt his shoulders gripped, hearing his suppressed low sobs. A wave of sorrow washed over him. He hugged Wei Yoqi back, patting the back of his head, and said as steadily as possible, "It's all right. It's all settled." Wei Yoqi clutched the fabric on his back, crying uncontrollably. "They broke into rob. I acted in self-defense," Liang Shuyu replied. Wei Fatty understood his intent. "All right, since you've decided to turn yourself in, I'll go with you tomorrow." The wound on Wei Fatty's neck was minor, now treated with iodine and covered with band-aids. Tears welled in his eyes, filled with self-reproach and guilt. His hands clenched and unclenched on his knees before he choked out, "It's my fault, my failing, my uselessness." If he had been capable, he wouldn't have let a half-grown child bear this burden. He thought he could live his remaining years carefree, without strife. But it was merely cowardice. Why has it come to this? What sin have we committed? Aunt Xiaoping wailed. "Go rest. They'll clean up here." Wei Yoqi approached and murmured to Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu agreed. Wei Yoqi escorted him through the rolling door. Outside, the darkness was absolute, signaling the approach of dawn. Wei Yoqi saw him to the iron gate. "Are you sure about turning yourself in? What if they detain you?" Liang Shuyu smiled. "Then their detention cells won't be enough." He could still crack a joke to lighten the mood. Wei Yuki's heart ached at his smile. "Old Liang, thank you." Tears streamed down his face, not sobbing, just flowing uncontrollably. "Thank you." "All right," Liang Shuyu patted his back. "Go comfort your parents." "I'm fine." Wei Yoqi wiped his tears. They parted ways. At home, Liang Shuyu said nothing, and Liang Ying asked nothing. She heated some water and laid out clean clothes. Liang Shuyu wiped himself down casually. When he emerged, Liang Ying had already disposed of his blood-soaked clothes. Liang Wenjing had been watching by the window for a while. Below, rain still poured in sheets. The narrow alley streamed with water, and as a broom emerged, the darkness of the rainwater deepened. Then Wei Yoqi dragged a woman out from the door. The dark water under her split into two streams. He placed her haphazardly outside the convenience store. "I'm a bit tired. I'll rest." The two women watched him cautiously. Liang Wenjing's eyes were red. "It's fine," Liang Shuyu said to her. "After dawn, Wei Fatty and I will go to the police station. But they're probably too busy for such minor matters. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll be back by afternoon." Minor matters. The death of a female burglar at the hands of a minor in self-defense was indeed trivial compared to the rampant homicides unfolding in this city. "All right," Liang Ying said. "Go rest." She asked no more. Liang Shuyu was indeed tired. As soon as he lay down, his body relaxed. Yet he found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning, growing more alert instead. What was he feeling? Some psychological discomfort. Liang Shuyu replayed every detail. First, Wei Yoqi was hit. He pulled away the two men. Someone found the prepared change. According to the plan, Wei Fatty was supposed to let them in reluctantly. Pretend everything in the house had been looted. Right. But then Wei Fatty faltered. Aunt Xiaoping rushed out. Chaos ensued, and the woman tried to kill him. He reacted instinctively. Then he intimidated the short, thin man, confiscated their weapons, and let them go. Aunt Xiaoping began to wail. What had Aunt Xiaoping said? Liang Shuyu recalled. Something like, "What a sin. What now? Why kill? How could this be?" His chest heaved. He sat up, took a cigarette from the bedside table, lit it, took a drag, and found it meaningless. He stubbed it out and leaned against the headboard, staring into space. The dark room had white walls and a white ceiling. A diamond-shaped ceiling lamp bore floral patterns, overlapping pink, purple, and blue lotus designs. On the lamp were several inconspicuous dark spots, probably insect carcasses. To the left was a two-door wardrobe. Across the desk stood a high-end computer he had saved long for, a 27-inch monitor chosen carefully for its refresh rate. How much had the graphics card cost? 3,001. 3,003. He couldn't remember. Regardless, the computer was now useless. He wondered if it would ever power on again when the electricity returned. And the light brown tiles in the corner. This reminded Liang Shuyu of something. Back then, the Yu Shifeng family lived in a three-person household, and they had a son. Liang Shuyu called him Stingy Brother. He had forgotten how the name came about. Once when Liang Shuyu and Luo Junxian came home from school, Stingy Brother offered to take them to play hide-and-seek. Stingy Brother's house was huge, a two-story building with 5 or 6 rooms, all furnished with high-quality wood and excellent soundproofing. He hid under a bed and fell asleep without realizing it, and no one found him. He secretly rejoiced, thinking victory was finally his. Suddenly Stingy Brother came into the room, and the bed began to shake. Stingy Brother made sounds. He didn't know what they were doing, but he counted the tiles on the wall of Stingy Brother's house. If each tile took him 10 seconds to count, then Stingy Brother had been making sounds for 37 minutes. Later he went home and got a beating because his sister had been searching for him for 2 whole hours outside, and had almost called the police. Liang Shiyu tossed and turned but still couldn't fall asleep. Yet he was very drowsy. His hand touched the already cleaned and unsheathed knife under the pillow. Liang Shiyu took it out. A cold light spilled from her beautiful form, like a crescent moon radiating a captivating white glow in the darkness. Liang Shiyu licked it. It still had no taste, no smell of blood, no scent of death. The knife was pure. Only humans could be tainted with the smell of blood. No matter how many people a knife killed, it remained merely a knife, forever unchanged. He brought the tissue closer, and Liang Shiyu put his hand back under the covers. The knife seemed to possess a strange allure. Licking it granted a mysterious power. The rain outside pattered, sometimes slow like a gentle hand, sometimes fierce, pounding wildly against the ground. Then, without warning, it was swept up by the wind and poured onto the window pane, before sliding down in a despondent stream, merging into a larger current. After that, Liang Shiyu slept very deeply. He was barely disturbed by any external noise. When he woke up refreshed, it was around afternoon. The meal was ready. Today's side dish was salted ham, steamed and baked in tinfoil, with a unique flavor that looked delicious. The rice was a bit dry, probably because they had added too little water today. Why are you chewing on one side? Liang Wenjing asked suddenly while eating. Liang Shiyu thought to himself, can she really tell? I accidentally bit it yesterday. In reality, he had accidentally cut it last night, without noticing. Liang Wenjing raised an eyebrow. Are you stupid? Liang Shiyu. Forget it. The more I say, the dumber you get. She patted Liang Shiyu's head like she was petting a dog. Oh, by the way, I've been working on a new book lately. It's super interesting. Want to take a look? Her tone was light, and a faint smile hung on her face, which inexplicably made Liang Shiyu feel a bit scared. It's not some weird novel, is it? It's just a fantasy novel. What are you thinking? Nothing. Liang Shiyu quickly denied it. If there's a novel to read, that would be even better. Exactly. Liang Shiyu smiled back at her. Liang Wenjing seemed in a good mood, and added, speaking of which, with such heavy rain outside, many places must be flooded. When you go out, try not to step in the water. What if there's a pit underneath? When walking, it's best to keep a certain distance between each person, just to be safe. Okay, Liang Shiyu said. Oh, and don't touch any utility poles. And also, she took out a modified small bag from her bedroom, slightly larger than a palm, made of 2 pieces of canvas stitched together with simple thread. It had her personal mark, a lotus, though it looked more like a withered chrysanthemum. In this bag I put band-aids, masks, cold medicine, headache medicine, and a bottle of alcohol spray. Everything is wrapped in plastic wrap to keep dry in case you need them. Also, I think you should put a bottle of mineral water and a compressed biscuit in your bag. If you get trapped somewhere, at least you can hold out for 2 or 3 days. She rambled on like an old mother, all the while stuffing a bottle of mineral water into Liang Shiyu's backpack. The little pouch she had converted into a waist pack was already fastened around Liang Shiyu's waist. So this is the legendary EDC, he said. Liang Wenjing looked at the waist pack, stroking her chin, and said with a sense of accomplishment. He had only mentioned it to her once, and she remembered. I suppose so, Liang Shiyu said. Also, she pulled out a handmade calendar from somewhere. Today is October 16th, Saturday. It should be between 2 and 5 in the afternoon. If you don't leave soon, they'll be off work. Liang Shiyu laughed. They should be swamped. Is there even such a thing as off work? Who knows? Maybe they're more relaxed than you think, taking a nap. He put on his backpack and raincoat, greeted Liang Ying, and prepared to leave. Be careful on the road, said Liang Ying, who had already washed the dishes with filtered rainwater and was disinfecting with alcohol spray. Okay, I'm off. Liang Shiyu went downstairs, and together with Wei Yochi, Fatty Wei, and Yu Shifeng, who had learned the news later, headed to the police station to confess and surrender. Yu Shifeng had only learned the news that morning. Liang Shiyu knew his house. The soundproofing there was excellent. But Yu Shifeng felt especially sorry because he hadn't heard anything about such a major incident last night. He never expected Liang Shiyu to have done this. However, he didn't say much. He knew Liang Shiyu needed some time to process it himself. 2 adults escorted 2 children, braving the torrential rain as they walked along the rippling road. The police station was some distance away, but since Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei had been there once before, they knew the way. There were more people on the streets than usual. Many families were on the verge of collapse. Not everyone was as fortunate as Liang Shiyu, having ample cash and a survivalist friend who had reminded him in time to stock up on enough supplies. Many families only realized they needed to hoard supplies when relief food was distributed. So when they went out to buy things again, they found they didn't have enough cash, and that the stores were almost sold out. As of now, most of the small supermarkets and shops on the street were closed. Some had almost sold out and dared not sell anymore, others were afraid of being looted. After walking down Nanmen West Street to the end, Liang Shuyu suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Wei Youqi asked. Then they all followed Liang Shuyu's gaze to the entrance of a small chain supermarket called Mingsheng at the intersection. There were 4 or 5 corpses lying there. The rolling shutter door, which should have been closed, was damaged with a hole in the metal big enough for 2 or 3 people to pass through. Peering through the dark hole, although it was pitch black inside and nothing could be seen, everyone knew it must be empty. The bodies lay across the entrance. The rain had washed away the stains, leaving no trace. But their eyes seemed to pierce through time, seeing those clearly visible bloodstains. They seemed to be imprinted. That woman and child got separated from the husband. "They're outsiders," said Liang Shuyu. "You know them?" Yu Shifeng's voice was icy. Liang Shuyu shook his head. "Seen them before." "Let's go," he said. With heavy hearts the group pressed on. If their first venture had already revealed the city's cruelty, now they realized they were merely country bumpkins in a grand garden, utterly naive to the world's harshness. Desolate streets lined with shuttered shops, wary eyes peering from behind security grills, the cacophony of rain and rushing water blending with the grotesque sight of corpses piled in corners. Also glaring, yet disturbingly expected. Shouts echoed from an alley. Yu Shifeng instinctively moved to investigate, but Fatty Wei pulled him away. The 4 of them hurried past. "We shouldn't meddle," Fatty Wei said. Yu Shifeng clenched his fist, silent. "From now on, avoid alleyways," Liang Shuyu advised. "They're narrow with blind corners where people can hide, and some buildings have vantage points. A stone dropped from above could strike true. The main roads are safer." At the police station, several hundred people were crowded inside and out. Before they even arrived, Liang Shuyu and the others could hear the uproar, guessing the situation was dire. Yet the sight still stunned them. The sliding chain gate was closed, but people ignored it entirely. The security booth was unmanned, the entrance barrier was a mere formality. Inside the hall was packed with people. Shouts, wails, cries, police sirens, whistles, and rain all mingled into a chaotic symphony beyond description. Find a place to stay, a hotel, a guest house, or at worst squat in a shopping mall for a few days. Yelling at me won't help. No money. Go to the bank. Do I have money? Can I give you any? I'm broke myself. Reporting a case. Forms are over there. Fill them out with your address and phone number. We'll notify you one by one when we can. Short-staffed. How many times do I have to say it? Bodies. Handle them yourselves. Take them to the hospital. You'd be better off queuing at the bank than obstructing official business. Short-staffed, I tell you. Anyone causing trouble goes inside. Stay home. Everyone stay home. Don't go out. Wei Youqi winced in pain. So we fill out the forms ourselves. Liang Shuyu had anticipated this. Yeah, that's the only way. As they approached the crowd, he stopped. Many people are coughing. Let's put on our masks. Except for him, no one else had brought masks. Liang Wenjing had only packed 3. Yu Shifeng said, "I'm strong. I don't need one." Liang Shuyu replied, "Then wait for us at the entrance. This environment breeds bacteria. It's better to be cautious." "Fine," Yu Shifeng agreed, seeing the logic. In the damp rain and prolonged inactivity, even the strong could have lowered immunity. So Liang Shuyu, Fatty Wei, and Wei Youqi put on masks while Yu Shifeng retreated near the security booth to wait. After filling out the report, Liang Shuyu and the others left without exchanging more than a few words with the officer on duty. The place was swamped. The man with the loudspeaker was hoarse from shouting, yet people still clamored for money, wailed, and caused chaos, driving the officers to the brink. Only 2 officers manned the entire station. The rest had been dispatched for flood relief and rescue. During this endless typhoon, while others could stay home safely sleeping or playing cards, they fought on the front lines of life and death. While other men struggled to protect their own families, these officers had abandoned their wives and children to fight for strangers. Leaving the station, Liang Shuyu and the others planned to check nearby shopping malls or see if they could buy anything in the vicinity. One outing ruined a set of clothes. They might as well make the most of it. The bank still had a long queue nearby. Supermarkets and shops were mostly closed, but pharmacies remained open. However, medicine was rationed. Common cold remedies were long sold out, and other related drugs were sold by the pill or packet. Do you have any wound healing medicine? After yesterday's incident, Liang Shuyu realized they had none at home. An oversight. The pharmacy had 5 or 6 people on duty, likely a family, all clustered behind the counter, probably fearing a robbery. Centella Asiatica tablets, 2 yuan per pill. Per pill. Fatty Wei was reading the instructions. It promotes wound healing for trauma, surgical wounds, burns, etc. Dosage 2 pills, 3 times daily. A typical 5-day course would require 30 pills. Can't help it. No pharmacy can restock now. Every pill sold is 1 less. Wasn't there a supply truck that came through? Hasn't the road been cleared? Asked Wei Yochi. The pharmacist replied, only parts of the city are open. The expressway is still gridlocked. We can't get out and they can't get in. Even if we could, several coastal provinces are blacked out. Other provinces can barely supply themselves, let alone spare us any, added another staff member. A bottle of Centella tablets contained 100 pills. Minor wounds didn't need them, major ones took at least 10 days to heal. So even with frugal use, one bottle would only cover one course for 2 injured people. Liang Shuyu intended to buy a bottle, but he kept his expression neutral. Too expensive. What about topical wound medicine? The seller glanced at Wei Yuki's face. This one, golden wound powder. Only sold by the bottle. The last 12G pack is 300. Liang Shuyu wanted that too. Yu Shifeng's family had a wound spray, but it only handled minor cuts. With these two, they'd have a chance against serious injuries. But he couldn't let the pharmacy staff know he had money. Idea like this. Uncle, can we discuss it? Liang Shuyu looked at Fatty Wei and Yu Shifeng as if consulting them. Yu Shifeng, being straightforward, didn't catch on. After all, Liang Shuyu was the richest among them. But Fatty Wei quickly understood. I don't have much, but I can lend you some. Liang Shuyu pulled them outside. The four formed a tight circle. Pretending to borrow money, he fished 500 yuan from 2 pockets. 200 yuan notes, 350s, the rest 10s and 20s, and even a few ones. These were all small change he had deliberately saved from previous purchases. The notes were crumpled and creased in his hand. Now the 4 of them returned to the pharmacy together. Liang Shuyu said, let's just buy both bottles. But we only have 483 yuan. Is that enough? How can that be? Do you have any idea how crucial these medicines are now? Liang Shuyu's face showed difficulty. This is all the money we can scrape together. The other man was momentarily exasperated. He glanced at a man standing by the cash register. Fine, forget it. But these items will only get more expensive as time goes on. You won't be able to buy them cheap later. Thank you. Money and goods changed hands. Liang Shuyu carefully stowed the medicines away and the 4 of them left the pharmacy. Someone's watching us. Move quickly. Yu Shifeng suddenly gave them a gentle push forward, ushering them along at a brisk pace. Wei Yochi exclaimed in alarm, how many? They hadn't expected to be followed just for buying medicine. Had someone been lurking outside the pharmacy all along? At least 3 men, Yu Shifeng said. The 4 quickened their pace. Originally they had planned to visit other large pharmacies and stores, but now their only thought was to shake off their pursuers. They crossed several streets and ducked through a narrow alley to lose their tail. Then they broke into a run, sprinting for 2 or 3 more blocks. Only when Yu Shifeng was certain they were not being followed did they stop by the roadside to catch their breath. All of them were panting heavily. I didn't realize things outside had become so dangerous, Wei Fatty said, frowning. Liang Shuyu remarked, it seems we need to be even more cautious when buying things in the future. With the police station in such chaos and the power still out in an anarchic state, might not be far off. Yu Shifeng pondered for a long moment before grasping the meaning of anarchic state. Once he understood, his face instantly paled. If it's anarchy, then shops, banks, and pharmacies won't open anymore, will they? Exactly, Liang Shuyu confirmed. Especially department stores and banks. Moreover, the mall staff would be the first to engage in embezzlement, carting everything home. Then the mall would be overrun by mobs, and all supplies would be looted. By the way, Wei Yochi thought of the provinces and cities without power. Is our city the farthest from any rescue effort? Deep Blue City's neighbors Zai and Fujian provinces, and the provinces of Jiangxi and Hubei to the north were also disaster zones. Rescue efforts from the southwest would surely reach Hubei first. Adding to that, Deep Blue City had been hit by over 20 days of relentless rain. Wouldn't that make it the most difficult to reach? If it were sunny, the blackout wouldn't be so unbearable. Yes, Liang Shuyu confirmed, then poured cold water on the thought. But that's not all. Do you think the only way for the authorities to rescue us is by land? Have you seen any aircraft since the power went out? No, Wei Yochi said, startled. So it's very strange, Liang Shuyu mused. Could it be that the typhoon was too strong and damaged the satellite signals, preventing any planes from coming in for rescue? Wei Fatty analyzed. That's a possibility, so I can't be certain of my theory. In any case, we'd better prepare for the long haul, Liang Shuyu said. Yu Shifeng nodded. Then we should stock up on more supplies. Better safe than sorry. Old Wei, you need to be careful with your family's convenience store. After some discussion, the 4 of them set off to search for nearby malls and pharmacies that were still open. A few kilometers away, Liang Shuyu and his group discovered a large shopping mall that was still open. However, most of its goods had already been sold. Liang Shuyu could only scavenge for leftovers. Yu Shifeng and Wei Fatty's families were not well off, so they could only afford small items. In short, they bought whatever was available in the mall. Liang Shuyu's family wasn't short of staple food, so he focused on items that could serve as dishes. unsold goods, various condiments, small trinkets in jars, stuffing his backpack to the brim. Leaving that store, they ventured further afield. There was another pharmacy that Yu Shifeng had once driven past and thought might still be open. To reach it, they had to cross a small bridge. The wind and rain on the bridge were fierce, and water cascaded down like a waterfall, completely submerging the stone steps. It looked like an artificial waterfall stripped of its original form. Let's take a detour. This bridge is too dangerous, Yu Shifeng judged. They went around. Beneath the bridge was a flowing river, and the detour was not short. When they reached a road that cut across, they saw that the river's lower reaches were completely flooded. This area had become a vast, shallow lake. Most of the buildings here were private homes, only 2 or 3 stories high. Now only their roofs were visible. Many residents were trapped on top of their houses, and it seemed they had been stranded for some time. The current here was swift. If anyone trapped dared to go into the water, those who couldn't swim would likely be swept away by the river. Looking around, at least 7 or 8 rooftops had people on them, mostly entire families. The youngest child was still in swaddling clothes, making escape even harder. Some roofs held 2 or 3 families. A few didn't even have umbrellas, covering their heads with buckets or bags. Who knew how long they had been enduring the rain? Fortunately, 4 or 5 people in uniform were attempting a rescue. But they only had one inflatable raft, and rescuing people in such a turbulent river was extremely dangerous. I'm going to help. Yu Shifeng unstrapped his backpack and tossed it to Wei Fatty, ready to dash out. Liang Shiyu grabbed him in a single stride. It's too dangerous. Yu Shifeng's expression was resolute. I was the city champion in swimming. You can rest assured on that. With this heavy rain, every day those people remain trapped is a day less they have to live. I can't just look away. There are already people rescuing them. You're not a professional. What are you trying to prove? What if something happens to you? How will we explain it to your daughter? If you sound just like that girl of mine. Selfish. He didn't say the word out loud. I've made up my mind. Yu Shifeng seemed struck by a thought. If it were any of you in danger, I would do the same. I'm sorry I couldn't help you last night. So when this chance comes today, I won't stand by again. Hearing the word again, Liang Shiyu withdrew his hand. Fine. Take responsibility for your actions. Old Yu, what are you doing? This isn't the time to play hero. If you win, no one will praise you. If you lose, there won't even be anyone to collect your body. Wei Fatty also tried to dissuade him. I thought you'd be on my side, Yu Shifeng said. Wei Fatty shook his head. I have a child and a family. I can't risk them. We're not young anymore. The burdens on our shoulders are heavy. I understand you both. But don't try to stop me anymore. If I don't do something, I won't be able to live with my conscience. With that, Yu Shifeng dashed out. Wei Fatty watched his retreating figure and let out a bitter smile. Yu Shifeng went to help with the rescue, but Liang Shiyu did not leave. He and Wei Yoqi found a nearby shelter from the rain and waited for him patiently. Wei Pengzi kept watching as Yu Shifeng removed his shoes and dove into the turbulent current, rescuing a family of 3 from the rooftop of the nearest house. His swimming skills were indeed no exaggeration. Even in such a fierce current, he managed to swim back and forth carrying a person. The rescue workers in uniform nearby, seeing the civilians joining the effort, were greatly inspired and worked even harder, cooperating with Yu Shifeng to save the remaining people. The water must have rushed down overnight, otherwise so many would not have been stranded on the rooftops. Could it be that a sluice gate had broken somewhere upstream? Liang Shiyu was not very familiar with the city's waterways. He pulled out a cigarette from his backpack and lit it. Wei Pengzi's eyes widened at the sight. You're so young and already smoking. Throw it away immediately. But Liang Shiyu completely ignored him. Wei Pengzi rolled his eyes inwardly. Well, it seemed he had no right to discipline Liang Shiyu anyway. Besides, Liang Shiyu must have been under immense pressure last night. He sighed, deeply feeling conflicted. Alas, if only he hadn't been so useless, he wouldn't have had to let Liang Shiyu take the lead yesterday. The kid must have been terrified. On the surface, he said nothing and didn't make a fuss, but deep down he must have been scarred. The more Wei Pengzi thought about it, the more guilty he felt. Once the power came back, he would take the kid to see a psychologist. He was worried that Liang Shiyu might be silently bearing the burden and developing psychological issues. Thinking this way, Wei Pengzi felt a little better. He turned back to look at the 2 children huddled under the eaves. Wei Yuki's face was covered in scratches and bruises, while Liang Shiyu wore a deep, somber expression. Wei Pengzi's heart tightened again. Both children had been affected. Damn this solar storm, damn this endless rain. When would it ever stop? Wei Pengzi felt a surge of resentment. Looking at the pitiful people stranded on the rooftops and the child trembling in his parents' arms, he wondered what crime had they committed to deserve such torment. Even if they were rescued, they would be homeless, wouldn't they? Where would they go? How could they recover from the economic losses and emotional trauma caused by this disaster? The deeper Wei Pengzi thought, the more suffocated he felt. He also recalled many details he had deliberately ignored before. The more he thought, the more cold sweat broke out on his forehead. So this was what he had been, an ignorant, oblivious person. Liang Shiyu had warned him several times to stop opening the door, but he had dismissed it as an overreaction, thinking Liang Shiyu was just being paranoid. In the end, when disaster struck, it was this half-grown kid who bore the burden for him, doing what an adult should have done. The backlash of morality and conscience tormented Wei Pengzi. When he came to his senses again, he suddenly pulled 2 ropes from his backpack and tied them tightly together. He rushed to the water's edge and shouted to Yu Shifeng, who was nearly exhausted, "Old Yu, tie the rope around them, and he'll pull from here. Make it tight. The rope is slippery." Yu Shifeng, who was pushing a raft in the water, beamed with joy and replied, "Good." Under the eaves, Liang Shiyu had finished one cigarette and lit another. "Give me one too," Wei Youqi suddenly said. "Kids shouldn't smoke." Wei Youqi. By the time everyone was rescued, it was already deep into the night. The rescue workers, including Yu Shifeng, Wei Pengzi, and Wei Youqi, were all collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted. Wei Youqi had later helped pull the ropes while Liang Shiyu had remained seated in the same spot. "Thank you all. Without you we wouldn't have finished today," said the leader of the rescue team. They were from the nearby fire department. After the power outage, they had been outside fighting floods and waterlogging. With no higher-level dispatch, they operated in teams, heading wherever help was needed. Today they had just dealt with a gas explosion when they discovered this area was flooded with people trapped on rooftops for over 24 hours. So dragging their weary bodies, they plunged into the intense rescue work without a moment's rest. "What are we going to do? Our home is gone. Where will we live?" As the firefighters spoke with Yu Shifeng, some of the rescued people lingered. Those with relatives had probably already left, the rest had nowhere to go. The firefighting leader said, "Just find any shelter to stay out of the rain. When the rain stops and the flood recedes, you can come back." Those people, perhaps traumatized and emotionally unstable, complained resentfully, "It's been raining for over 20 days straight. When will it ever stop? At this rate, the whole city will be submerged." The firefighter replied, "How would I know? I'm not the Weather Bureau." He seemed a seasoned veteran. Saving lives was his job, but comforting the victims' psychological trauma was beyond his scope. Having dealt with many people during these days of flood relief, he had no patience or energy to entertain those full of resentment. He accepted gratitude but ignored complaints. What kind of attitude is that? Is this how you police serve the people? The speaker, a man with glasses, looked indignant. "I'm not a cop. I'm just a firefighter, and this is how I talk. You don't like it? How about you go back and I'll give you a ride on my raft?" The man fell silent, snorted, and turned away. The firefighter snorted too and continued to rest under the eaves, completely drained of energy. His body was so weak he could barely stand, and the last bit of strength he had was spent on that retort. He was fuming. The rescued people gradually dispersed. They weren't cave dwellers fresh out of the mountains. Everyone knew the situation outside. Seeing that they couldn't get any more help from the firefighter, even though some muttered, "At least see us through to the end," they eventually grumbled and left. "Liang Shiyu," a female voice suddenly called out hesitantly. Someone here knew Liang Shiyu. Wei Youqi looked over in surprise. Xiaowen. She was their middle school classmate. And she had a history with Liang Shiyu. What a coincidence. Wei Youqi glanced at Liang Shiyu. Liang Shiyu, with a nearly burnt-out cigarette dangling from his lips, slowly looked at the drenched girl and her mother. He said nothing. "Wei Youqi, it really is you." Xiaowen cried with joy, likely overwhelmed by the disaster and the unexpected sight of a familiar face. "Do you know each other?" her mother asked hoarsely. "Yeah, we were classmates in middle school. Same class," they exchanged. Wei Youqi raised an eyebrow at Liang Shiyu, but Liang Shiyu ignored him. Middle school classmates or not, Liang Shiyu wanted no part in troublesome matters. The mother and daughter stood there. Meeting an acquaintance was just a brief interlude. The mother, struggling to contain her grief, finally spoke. "Excuse me, firefighter, have you seen a man in a blue jacket about 45 years old? He's the child's father. Yesterday, he was swept away by the water while saving us." Her voice was hoarse with pain, each word choked with tears, as if she had used all her strength to utter a complete sentence. The firefighter opened one eye. Didn't see him. She had known this would be the end, yet she couldn't help asking out of sheer unwillingness. If the child's father were still alive, how could he have left them, mother and daughter, to be drenched in the rain all day long? Upon hearing the devastating news, the two could no longer hold back and wept in each other's arms. Life is fragile and calamities do not choose their victims. When misfortune befalls someone, they must endure it. Those who understand the times either face it heed or bear it obediently. Those who wallow in despair are bound to learn a harsh lesson. Hence one must know how to adapt to circumstances. For those who do not often meet a swift end. Their sobs were so contagious that even the listeners felt their hearts ache, and the firefighters' brows furrowed deeper with each cry. Fatty Wei wiped away a tear, and even Wei Youqi was crying. After all, they were acquaintances, and their sorrow struck a deeper chord than that of complete strangers. Do you have anywhere to go? Wei Yochi asked. The mother and daughter both shook their heads. We're not from here, we have no relatives in this area. Wei Yochi clicked his tongue dryly. If they had nowhere to go, there was nothing he could do. So why had he asked? It only brought them more pain. For the first time, Wei Yochi felt he talked too much. Let's go. Liang Xiu suddenly stood up. They had been out too long, and their families would be worried. Wei Yochi hesitated. Were they really just going to leave like that? Liang Xiu looked at him. What did you actually think you could see this through to the end? Wei Yochi cast his eyes down, helplessly glancing at the mother and daughter, who looked at him with hopeful eyes. Were they really going to watch them become homeless? Fatty Wei stepped forward and pulled him away. There's nothing we can do. Let's go. Though they had enough rations, they couldn't afford to take in two strangers, especially homeless ones. Wei Yochi understood, but his conscience still pricked him. Liang Xiu strode ahead. Fatty Wei dragged Wei Yochi along, and Yu Shifeng let out a heavy sigh. He couldn't help in any case. His family's food could barely sustain two people. The four left. Liang Xiu. Xiaowen gazed at the back she had secretly admired many times before. She just wanted one last look. Liang Xiu didn't turn back. The firefighter couldn't bear it anymore. Damn it, he cursed, cursing himself. His eyes fell on the other comrades, and one of them stumbled under his gaze. Boss, you're not going to. I don't have any left. They'll trade with you, the firefighter said. The man grimaced, pulling out a small bundle wrapped tightly in a trash bag from his inner pocket. He peeled it open layer by layer, revealing 30 yuan from the innermost wrap. That's all I've got. There was no more than 50 yuan in it. The firefighter took it and pressed it into his palm. The others stood up with him. The group walked over, and the firefighter quickly stuffed the money into Xia Wen's mother's hand, leaving her no chance to refuse before they hurried away. "It'll buy a meal," he said as he left. The night was so still, like a gaping maw of blood swallowing people into the darkness, gradually merging with it. Liang Xiu moved through the labyrinth of stacked houses, the heavy rain beating on him, unable to shake his thin frame. Watching him walk with such calm composure, Wei Yochi let out a breath and caught up. Wei Yochi turned to look at his expression. This guy seemed to be deliberately playing it cool, his face wearing an expression Wei Yochi had envied as a child. A look of weathered maturity, the kind that seemed particularly manly and worldly wise. Hey, you don't have to act so tough, Wei Yochi said, slightly annoyed. Liang Xiu was deep in thought about the supplies they lacked at home and didn't react. Forget it. Wei Yochi resignedly draped his arm over Liang Xiu's shoulder. I understand you. Lao Liang wasn't heartless, he was too sentimental. But he only showed that sentiment to those within his circle of protection. So it was about Xiaowen earlier. Liang Xiu smiled. It doesn't matter. He didn't need anyone's understanding, he only needed to stick to his principles and yield as little as possible. They returned home close to dawn. Not to mention Aunt Shopping, even Yu Min, who was usually calm, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, terrified that something had happened to them. Liang Ying was most worried that the trouble Liang Xiu had gotten into might be serious enough to get him detained at the police station. When they finally returned and explained they had been delayed by a rescue, Aunt Shopping burst into tears. You couldn't have let us know. We were so worried. If something had happened to you, at least we could have come to help. All right. It was all so sudden. You don't know how pitiful those people were. Fatty Wei, sweating profusely, tried to console her, finding it harder than the rescue itself. Liang Xiu fared better, but Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing had been most afraid he was being held. Now that they knew the truth, they were just relieved. Liang Ying put his arm around Liang Xiu's shoulder. It's good you're back, but don't stay out so long again. We were too worried to even go out looking for you. Yes, we wouldn't have known where to find you anyway. Liang Wenjing hugged Liang Xiu's arm, burying her face in his shoulder, already in tears. She herself didn't know why she was crying, but it was just a false alarm. But that was the worst part, the false alarm. Ever since the power outage, she had become more sentimental, crying secretly under her covers before. Why couldn't she hold it in today? However, the worst expression belonged to Yu Min. Her glare could kill, as she had probably mentally slain Yu Shifeng over 100 times by now. Yu Shifeng broke into a cold sweat. The three families nearly sobbed in each other's arms. Yu Shifeng had fared well outside, but once home he was in for it. Can you stop being so willful, eh? Willful. That word applied to Yu Shifeng's old face was rather. But this time he was unyielding. I couldn't just stand by and let them die. Huh. Yu Min let out a cold laugh. Who do you think you are? A great saint. A savior. Just you. You girl, is that any way to talk to your elder? Yu Shifeng muttered as he headed for the bathroom, wondering where Shed picked up such a personality. Not from him or her mother. Stop right there. Yu Min's voice turned icy. You always run to the bathroom when I bring something up. When will you answer me directly? Yu Shifeng froze mid-step. Who's running? Can't I just use the restroom? The toilet's clogged. Yu Shifeng's head ached. You can't live like this. If you have the ability to help, but don't want your conscience torment you, Mimin, I've taught you. It won't. The rest of Yu Shifeng's words stuck in his throat like a peppercorn husk, impossible to dislodge or swallow. And another thing. Last night you clearly heard him, but didn't call out to me. Aren't you close with Liang Shuyu's sister? Were you just going to watch him get beaten? Is that how you treat your friendship with Liang Wenjing? Minmin, how could you be like this? Having no other argument left, Yu Shifeng had to bring up old grievances. Yu Min's expression indeed faltered slightly, showing that his words had hit their mark. Yu Shifeng felt a flicker of relief. If Liang Shuyu is truly injured, his sister will surely be heartbroken. How will you face her then? Minmin, sometimes we can't be too individualistic in life. Between friends, or even strangers, we shouldn't shirk from doing what's right. Besides, I have the ability, why wouldn't I do it? Just as he thought he had swayed her, Yu Min suddenly lifted her gaze. If you're so capable, why did your wife run off with someone else? Yu Shifeng was left speechless. The next day, a torrential downpour. The 25th day, without power. At the store Liang Shuyu had visited yesterday, nearly 80% of the visible bulk items, milk, bottled water, bread, biscuits, instant noodles, rice, and flour, had been sold. Though some remained, Liang Shuyu hadn't taken any large items. He had only grabbed small things, storing whatever he could, useful or not. His greatest gain from this trip, aside from 2 bottles of trauma medication, was the bag of ginger candy he had found in a corner. He wondered how much actual ginger it contained, but if he chewed 2 slices each day, might it have some warming effect. The rest were snacks which he could give to Liang Wenjing as treats. All for me. Put them in your room and eat as you please. Wow. Isn't this too extravagant? Liang Wenjing hadn't had snacks in ages. Even bread at home was only occasionally savored in small portions. She didn't dare drink coffee freely, either, only opening half a packet when her craving grew unbearable. Many families probably couldn't even get a sip of hot water now, yet here, she was with such a bounty of treats. They'll keep going out to stock up for a while, so eat without worry. Liang Wenjing was puzzled. Liang Shuyu explained, the situation outside is getting worse by the day. The public security system is overloaded, the bank's purchase vouchers are probably nearly exhausted, and without supply channels, the supermarkets will eventually collapse. Once the stores and banks can't hold on, social order will completely break down. Will people start looting the supermarkets? Inevitably, Liang Shuyu said. It's already starting, but only on a small scale. Once the shelves are nearly empty, the crowd won't be restrained. The monetary system will collapse too, so we need to spend all our money in advance. Liang Wenjing finally grasped it. That's right. If everyone starts looting, money becomes useless for transactions. Yeah, you just realized now, Liang Shuyu said, poking her forehead. Liang Wenjing covered her head. I don't go out often, so how would I know? How much money do we have left? Over 14,000. Liang Shuyu divided the cash into 2 stacks. The EDC kit you put together yesterday was quite useful. I used up the mask, so please prepare another one for me. Okay, no problem. Just tell me if you need anything. Liang Wenjing went to get the masks. This time she packed 4 masks, each individually sealed in plastic wrap. Should I portion out some of the golden moon powder too? In case you get hurt. Is it easy to pack? It was after all a powder. If you want to pack it, there's always a way. After organizing everything, Liang Shuyu went downstairs to talk with Fatty Wei and Yu Shifeng. He had thought carefully about the discussion the night before. The group gathered in the living room on the first floor of Yu Shifeng's house. Those present included Liang Ying, Liang Wenjing, Wei Youqi, Yu Min, and Aunt Xiaoping. As I just said, once the system collapses, money will be worthless. If we don't spend it, it'll be wasted anyway. Yu Shifeng took a deep breath. How can this be? This is your family's money. How can we take it for nothing? Liang Shuyu replied, it's not for nothing. After the break-in last time, I'm sure you understand there's strength in numbers. The more of us, the safer we are. The more united, the greater our power. If the intruders hadn't been 7 in number, but only 2 or 3, even armed, Liang Shuyu and his group wouldn't have played weak from the start. So with more people, the first advantage is psychological intimidation. Criminals will always target the smaller, weaker groups first. Also, Uncle Wai's family has a large stock of rice and bottled water, which can't be bought outside anymore. When necessary, we can trade among ourselves. That's another vital resource. Uncle Yue, your family may not have many supplies, but you know martial arts. You can not only protect us, but also teach us self-defense techniques. These are valuable resources too. My money may seem like a lot, but its purchasing power is vastly different now. In reality, it can't buy much. If you're willing, the 3 families can each contribute their strengths to get through this disaster together. The banks and supermarkets will eventually collapse, and social order will become far more chaotic than it is now. Only by cooperating can we be safer. But I have some conditions. I'm doing all this to protect my family and myself. I hope you feel the same. Every decision should prioritize the safety of your own life and your family's. I'm a selfish person. In this situation, I won't risk my life to save strangers. I hope you can understand that. Yu Shifeng's eyes flickered. Kid, I was just about to praise your generosity. Helping others is my own business, and it'll never endanger any of you. Rest assured on that. Liang Shuyu said, if Uncle Yu is willing to join us, your life is no longer yours alone. If Uncle Yu doesn't want to join us, then only with Yu Min's consent, your life can be your own. Yu Shifeng rubbed his aching head, thinking how this kid sounded exactly like his own daughter. Yu Min's gaze drifted toward him, a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. Doesn't feel good being lectured by a younger generation, does it? Charity has its limits, and you need to know when to stop. Indeed, old Yu. Yesterday's situation was far too perilous. Though you could protect yourself, you mustn't take such reckless risks in the future. The group chattered incessantly, finally managing to make Yu Shifeng's face flush crimson. Alright, I understand. I won't be so headstrong anymore. He hung his head low, having been scolded by Yu Min all night, and then lectured by the neighbors today, including the underage brat Liang Shuyu. He had utterly lost face. Oh well, he figured it was time to see reason. Acts of heroism were best left for times of peace. Both Minmin and Liang Shuyu were right. If he got hurt playing the hero in such circumstances, no journalist or police officer would pin a medal on him and send him to the hospital. If injured, he would have to bear it alone and drag his family and friends down with him. Enough. He couldn't act like this before the power returned. Since Uncle Yu has come to his senses, I wonder if you two would be willing to join me. Let's weather this storm together as 3 families. Yu Shifeng said, that sounds good, but my family supplies are scarce. Unlike old Weiss household, which is stacked with food, I have nothing decent to offer. Being able to fight is also a vital resource. Wei Yochi added, right Uncle Yue, you know martial arts. For me and old Liang, we can learn to protect ourselves and our families. For my parents, a bit of practice can keep them fit. Health is crucial in this weather. Fine, I'll be your bodyguard then. Liang Shuyu then asked Fatty Wei, and what about Uncle Wei's family? Do I even need to say it? Even if you hadn't asked, I'd be on your side. Fatty Wei chuckled. Good. Liang Shuyu nodded. It's an honor to stand with you. Honestly, aside from this cash, I have nothing else to offer. With the current purchasing power, this money might not buy much, so you're actually at a disadvantage. Don't talk like that, kid. Yu Shifeng clapped Liang Shuyu on the shoulder. With that sharp mind of yours, we'll be relying on you for many things in the future. Yu Shifeng wasn't just flattering him. As an elder, he had no need to flatter a youngster. He was simply a straightforward man who spoke his mind without any pretense. In the time he had known Liang Shuyu, he had found the boy to be calm, rational, intelligent, and forward-thinking, with an exceptional ability to prioritize. When the convenience store was robbed, he single-handedly turned the tide, not only killing one assailant, but also thoroughly intimidating the others into fleeing. Yu Shifeng believed the killing was an accident, a reflexive act of self-defense by Liang Shuyu. So he didn't think much of it, and after all, those who came to rob should be mentally prepared for such an outcome. Of course, there were 2 other things about Liang Shuyu that he truly admired. One was his ability to calmly handle any situation and his foresight in arranging supply runs. The other was yesterday, when even Wei Yochi had ultimately lent a hand to pull the rope, yet Liang Shuyu remained seated and unmoved. This was what Yu Shifeng admired most about him. The kid held fast to his principles to an almost maddening degree, unmoved by external factors. This was a quality that simply shouldn't belong to a child his age. So when Yu Shifeng said he would rely on him, he meant it. Yu Shifeng's greatest flaw was being too easily swayed. He needed someone like Liang Shuyu, calm, rational, principled, and unwavering, to occasionally guide him. Fatty Wei agreed with Yu Shifeng. The convenience store incident was still fresh in his mind. Even now, having experienced it once, Fatty Wei couldn't guarantee he would have handled it as well as Liang Shuyu did on the spot. Just having you is more than enough, Fatty Wei said. Liang Wenjing giggled. So everyone contributes what they can, money or effort. We unite, and with more people, safety is assured. Exactly, Wei Yochi exclaimed. Are you certain the power outage will last over 2 months? Yumin asked. Liang Shuyu replied, not certain, but there are many strange signs. So it's best to prepare for the long haul. Even if the power returns, and we've worried for nothing, we won't have lost anything. Yumin nodded. Aunt Xiaoping hesitated. I understand the situation outside is dire. But do we have to be this serious? She wasn't opposing Liang Shuyu's caution. After the last incident, she fully grasped the severity. But sometimes, perhaps due to inertia, not everyone can quickly shift their mindset when facing unprecedented events, especially for housewives who have seen little of the world. Deep down, they yearn for life to remain as it was, refusing to believe it could suddenly veer off course. Liang Ying patted her hand. Even if the power returns in 2 months, it's just a matter of 10,000 yuan. But if it doesn't, today's preparations could save our lives. Aunt Xiaoping nodded. That was true. Also, hey, race a list for you. From now on, when we go out we should carry at least 3 days worth of food and water in case we get trapped in danger. After Liang Shiyu spoke, Liang Wenjing handed 2 copies of the list to Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei. Great idea. It's rare to find such thoroughness. Yu Shifeng scanned the items on the list silently, admiring Liang Shiyu once more. Yu Min also looked at the list and said, "We have plenty of hand warmers at home. You might find them useful when you're out." Liang Wenjing beamed. "That's excellent." Fatty Wei said, "But my family doesn't have much medicine." Earlier when he had gone shopping with Liang Shiyu and the others, he hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation and had only stocked a little cold medicine. Items on the list like painkillers and antibiotics were absent from his home. Besides the daily carry items, the list also specified essential medicines for the household, all compiled by Liang Wenjing based on her own family's stock. Yu Shifeng said, "Don't worry about medicine. Xiaoyu's family has plenty, and they bought 2 more bottles of trauma medicine yesterday. And I have a good stock of liniments for injuries at home. When needed we can swap among ourselves and it'll be enough. I suggest each family list their surplus items. Then we compare the lists and focus our purchases on what all 3 families lack." Yu Min said. "Good." Liang Shiyu agreed with the idea. So the 3 families went back to compile their lists. As for food, Liang Shiyu's family had enough to last just over 2 months for themselves. They had a wide variety of ingredients that made Fatty Wei drool with envy. Fatty Wei's family had the most food stock. Over a dozen bags of rice, some 20 gene, and some 50 gene packs, enough to feed all 3 families for nearly a year. The food stock at Yu Shifeng's home could only sustain 2 people for less than 2 months. However, with the reserves from Fatty Wei's household, none of the 3 families needed to worry about staple food. If additional purchases were necessary, they only needed to acquire items that could serve as dishes. Fatty Wei's home also had abundant reserves of oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and various seasonings. Unfortunately, snacks and canned goods had mostly been sold out with less stock than Liang Shiyu's supplies. In terms of water sources, Fatty Wei's house held a large quantity of bottled water, beverages, and milk, excluding the portions seized by Xiao Zhao and his group, enough to last them half a year. Both Yu Shifeng and Liang Shiyu had large water storage barrels and tanks at home, but the water in the tanks was nearly depleted. The difference was that Liang Shiyu's family had started using rainwater, while Yu Shifeng's family was drawing from their storage barrel. Thus, after deliberation, they decided to cook communal meals together with all 3 families eating from the same pot. This would maximize conservation and utilization of water and fuel resources. Regarding meal preparation, they did not intend to pool their resources outright. Instead, each family would contribute a portion, and when supplies ran out, they would replenish jointly to avoid conflicts. For now, Liang Shiyu's family provided funds, enabling them to purchase scarce items when opportunities arose. Fatty Wei's family supplied rice, ensuring 2 months of staple food. Yu Shifeng's family contributed water and gas, with each family bringing their own dishes. The cooking was primarily handled by Liang Ying and Aunt Shopping, so meals would take place at Yu Shifeng's home. As for fuel, Liang Shiyu's family had 2.5 gas canisters, Fatty Wei's had 1.5, and Yu Shifeng's had 2 half canisters, totaling 4.5 canisters. Their fuel reserves were meager. Even with joint use, it would last at most 3 to 4 months. They needed more fuel. In terms of medicine, Liang Shiyu's family had the most comprehensive stock, covering nearly all needs. They possessed several types of antibiotics, as well as stomach medicine, trauma medicine, headache medicine, cold medicine, and vitamins. Yu Shifeng's family had originally stored a fair amount of trauma medicine and liniments. Last time when Liang Shiyu lent him 500 yuan, he only bought a little cold medicine and spent the rest on food. Thus, aside from liniments, his family had very little medicine. Fatty Wei's family only had basic cold medicine, fever reducers, stomach medicine, and Fatty Wei's own hypertension medication. Their medicine reserves were even smaller. Therefore, they primarily focused on acquiring cold medicine, antibiotics, stomach medicine, and diarrhea medicine. Whenever they encountered such items, they would buy as much as possible. Apart from Yu Min having half a bottle of vitamin C, Liang Shiyu's family was the only one with vitamin reserves. They had a substantial stock of 500 tablets, so they gave 100 tablets each to Yu Shifeng and Wei Yuqi's families. In an environment without fresh fruits and vegetables, prolonged vitamin deficiency could affect mood, cause skin problems, and trigger other chain reactions, so supplementation was essential. Regarding consumables, Fatty Wei's home had ample reserves of soap, toilet soap, sanitary napkins, tissues, disposable tableware, disposable cups, plastic wrap, garbage bags, body wash, and various daily necessities. Thus, they had more than enough resources in this category. Liang Shiyu had previously bought 500 disposable underwear, and when he made the purchase, Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei also bought some. Therefore, they lacked no hygiene items. However, the other 2 families had limited stocks of feminine cleansing products. But that was a matter for the women to discuss privately, so Liang Shiyu did not bring it up openly. As for disinfectants which could be used to filter rainwater, Fatty Weiss family also had some, though it wasn't 84 disinfectant, it should still prove useful. In terms of spiritual sustenance, cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, Fatty Weiss' home had a considerable amount of cigarettes and liquor. There were about 10 cartons of cigarettes in total. The alcohol mostly consisted of miscellaneous brand liquor and medicinal liquor along with some ordinary red wine, and 3 or 4 cases of beer. Liang Shiyu's family had dozens of bags of coffee, but tea was scarce. Combined, the 3 families had less than half a kilogram of tea. As for betel nut, a favorite snack in coastal city, Fatty Weiss' home had a large stock. Though a significant portion had been sold recently, there were still about 2 boxes left, each containing 20 bags, a substantial amount. These were the categories they had identified so far. There were bound to be details they had overlooked. In summary, their most pressing need was fuel for cooking and heating, followed by medicine. Water and staple food were the least scarce. Besides gas, they could also purchase solid alcohol, butane, and other fuels. Fatty Wei knew the location of the largest wholesale market nearby, so they decided to try their luck there first to see if they could find suitable fuel. There was originally a wholesale market beneath Lane 27, but unfortunately due to its low elevation it had long been submerged. 2 shops there specialized in selling canned gas. Liang Shiyu and his companions had visited them before. They didn't know where those shops had relocated, and their inquiries had yielded no results. This market wasn't particularly low compared to other parts of the city. The problem was simply that the rain had lasted far too long. The wholesale market Fatty Wei was referring to now was another one about an hour and a half's drive away, the largest in Deep Blue City. They decided to try their luck there. I suddenly have an idea, Wei Yochi said. Those 2 gas shops were flooded. But a gas canister should be quite heavy, right? Even if they used a tricycle to transport them, they couldn't have moved all those canisters in such a short time. Could there still be gas canisters down there? Also, this flooded area is a mix of a wet market and a wholesale market. Many people must have been unable to move all their belongings in time. So shouldn't there be quite a bit left underwater? Wei Yuki's words sparked an idea in Liang Shiyu and the others. The wholesale market Fatty Wei mentioned was an hour and a half away by car. Walking there in the typhoon and heavy rain with roads flooded and many detours necessary might take half a day or more. If there were supplies left beneath the flooded wholesale market, could they simply dive down to retrieve them? On October 18th, they scavenged for 2 canned gas canisters. On October 19th, they obtained 3 canned gas canisters and 2 barrels of water. On October 18th, after finding 2 pairs of swimming goggles at Wei Yuki's home, they put on simple clothes and headed to the flooded wet market area. This spot was originally over 800 meters from Liang Shiyu's home, but with the rising water level, it was now only about 500 meters away. The tallest buildings here were no more than 5 stories, while the low ones like the wet market with just a canopy had long been submerged without a trace. In the distance, all they could see was a vast expanse of murky yellow water with gentle ripples spreading across the surface. Trash and debris floated on the water, while only the rooftops of buildings peeked out with no sign of human presence inside. Unlike the environment where they rescued people 2 days ago, the water here looked much calmer, though also submerged. However, even so, diving in such conditions was still extremely dangerous. Even with goggles, you can't see anything in this water. It's too dangerous. Liang Shiyu judged. You sure? Feng said. I can give it a try. We won't know until we try. Wei Pengzi was relatively conservative. There might be undercurrents. Maybe we should go to the large wholesale market. Wei Yochi suggested we can first find the building where the gas is sold and dive along the building to reduce the risk. But the biggest obstacle is that the door might be locked, so we'll have to break it. What kind of door do they have? Once when there was no gas at home and the phone was out of order, Liang Shiyu had gone to his shop to order gas. If he remembered correctly, roller shutter door? Roller shutter door is easy. You sure? Feng said. A steel door would be a problem, hard to handle underwater. During the last robbery at the convenience store, they had confiscated an axe which might come in handy now. Having agreed, they tied ropes around themselves, linking the 4 of them into a chain. You sure? Feng led the way with Wei Yochi bringing up the rear. Among them, Liang Shiyu and Wei Pengzi were not very good swimmers, especially Wei Pengzi. Wei Yochi had attended swimming lessons as a child and had also trained in diving. Although it was many years ago, he was still much better than Liang Shiyu, who had learned in the wild. They had a swimming ring from Wei Yuki's home. The 4 of them moved forward slowly, encircling the ring. As soon as they entered the water, an icy chill pierced through them. The water was full of debris and garbage, and its buoyancy was slightly higher than that of a swimming pool. Although the garbage slightly hindered their movement, there were houses on both sides that were not completely submerged. With the help of the swimming ring and the houses, they could hold onto the edges and wade through smoothly. The most thrilling part was swimming through the gaps between houses where there were no houses to block the current. The water was very turbulent, and there were undercurrents below. Yu Shifeng needed to swim across first, then hold the rope from the opposite side, allowing the others to barely make it across. The murky yellow water emitted a foul stench. To swim through this area of houses, they had to cross a road about 10 meters wide. Across the road was a vegetable market behind, which was a wholesale market. The ground floor shop of the 5th building on the cross side of the wholesale market was the gas cellar. However, the vegetable market was a low shed now submerged. Liang Shuyu and the others could only see a vast expanse of yellow water. From their current position to the building where the gas was sold, it was at least 50 meters away, and the current on the road was very swift. Let out the rope. They'll swim across first. They had 2 ropes. Yu Shifeng untied the one on him and tied the longer one around his belt. Putting on his goggles, he plunged into the water with a splash. The current here was not too strong, and Yu Shifeng was experienced, especially since the last time he had been in a more difficult environment without even goggles. This time at least he had goggles which also protected his nose, allowing him to take a breath underwater. He took a deep breath and, relying on the momentum from his leg kick, surged diagonally upward. When he reached the destination, the deviation was much less than he had expected, indicating that the water's impact was not as strong as he had judged. Yu Shifeng grabbed onto the anti-theft iron railing of a building. The rope was already taut. It was only 25 meters long, so it seemed the distance was exactly about 25 meters. On this side, Liang Shiyu tied the other end of the rope to the anti-theft net. The remaining 3 held onto the swimming ring and swam along the rope to the opposite bank. Everything went smoothly. This building was not far from the 5th building they needed to reach. They arrived at the 5th building without much trouble. Next, Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi, who were better swimmers, went down to scout the situation below. Follow my commands underwater. If you feel you can't hold on, come up immediately. Never force it. Understood, said Wei Youqi. The 2 of them did a dozen ear pressure equalizations at 1 to 2 meters underwater. After feeling somewhat acclimated to the underwater environment, they began to dive along the building. The remaining rope was tied to Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi, with Liang Shiyu and Wei Pengzi each holding one end. If they pulled the rope twice underwater, Liang Shiyu would have to pull it up quickly. Before diving, they confirmed the hand signals and codes. As soon as they entered the water, it was pitch black, unable to see anything. Water pressure pressed in from all directions. Wei Youqi could only determine his position by touch. First, he touched the cement wall of the building. Continuing downward, he stepped on a piece of iron sheet, guessing it was the rain guard above the anti-theft window. He went further down and indeed touched the anti-theft railing. His ears could no longer hear any sound, only an indescribable buzzing. His eyes were completely dark. Fear and the unknown were instinctive. His sense of touch was heightened. Wei Youqi felt the rough cement wall, stepped on another iron sheet, and slowly reasoned that he had reached the 1st floor. But his swimming goggles did not cover his nose, so he couldn't breathe underwater. He began to feel dizzy. The pressure in his ears and chest made him uncomfortable. He couldn't hold on any longer. He touched Yu Shifeng beside him, lightly punched his shoulder, and tapped twice with 2 fingers, signaling that he wanted to go up. Without waiting for Yu Shifeng's response, Wei Youqi kicked hard with both feet and rose to the surface. Out of the water, he let out a big breath. It's too dark. I can't see anything. Any obstacles? Asked Liang Shiyu. No, it seems clean around. Wei Youqi took off his goggles, wiped his face with the dirty water, and shook his ears slightly. This water stinks. About a minute later, Yu Shifeng also surfaced. The roller shutter door is closed. There's a lock. The axe is useless. Better use a steel pipe to pry it open. They had brought an axe and a steel pipe, both weapons left by Xiao Zhao last time. The steel pipe was round. Yu Shifeng flattened one end with the back of the axe, then dove down first to pry the lock. This time Yu Shifeng went down alone. Underwater, Yu Shifeng first swam to the road and found a stone. He placed it outside the lock, inserted the steel pipe near the lock, and exerted all his strength to press down on the pipe. After about 3 or 4 attempts, he heard a sound from the lock. He pressed another 4 or 5 times, and he could feel the gap in the lock widening, but there was still a distance to fully pry it open. He took a breath underwater, and a thick layer of fog formed on his goggles. The air inside was not enough for another breath. Yu Shifeng simply held the steel pipe steady and lifted one foot to stomp on it, but the force was even less than using his hands. He switched to using his hands again, applying pressure. With a sound, he almost fell forward. Upon inspection, he found that the steel pipe had bent. Without much thought, Yu Shifeng kicked his feet and surfaced. How is it? Wei Pengzi asked. Yu Shifeng took off his face mask to catch his breath. The steel pipe bent. He'll go down again and try. This time should be fine. He cut off the bent section of the pipe with the axe and dove a second time. With the experience from before, he didn't waste much time and finally pried the lock open. He surfaced again and went down with Wei Youqi to pull the door open. Wei Youqi could not stay underwater for long, so Yu Shifeng, relying on his experience, quickly pulled him to the rolling shutter door. He handed a position over to Wei Yochi, then moved to the side, and together they strained to lift the door upward. The rolling door shifted slightly, and Wei Yochi felt a modest surge of water rushing inward. But he was prepared and was not swept away by the current. Yet pulling the door open had exhausted his limit. After doing so, he quickly signaled to use sure foam and floated upward. Once he broke the surface, Wei Yochi coughed out a mouthful of water. Underwater, the rolling door had been lifted about 20 centimeters. After catching his breath, Yushirfeng finally managed to create a gap large enough for a person to pass through. He surfaced once to take another breath, then went back down, slipped through the door, and groped through the elongated space. The room was cluttered with debris, and he bumped into several objects. After pushing aside a piece of fabric, he finally felt 2 or 3 iron cans stacked together. Yushirfeng first tested the weight of one can in the water, but he could not tell if it was empty or full. There was no choice but to haul it up first. He tied one end of a rope around it, cleared away the surrounding obstructions, and surfaced. The 3 of them worked together above water to pull the gas canister up. After hefting it on the surface, its full said Wei Fatty. "Is the current strong inside the room?" asked Liang Shuyu. "Not really. He'll try going down," said Liang Shuyu. "You've never dived before. It's too dangerous." "Better not," Wei Yochi quickly interjected. "There's always a first time. Give me Uncle Yu's goggles. If I can't hold on, he'll pull the rope. Just be quick," Liang Shuyu insisted. Since he was determined, the others said no more. Under the circumstances, learning a new skill was a good thing. Liang Shuyu put on the goggles, tying one end of the rope to himself and the other around his wrist. Following Yu Shifeng's instructions, he first acclimated to the underwater environment, performed a dozen ear pressure equalizations, and then attempted to descend along the building. On his first attempt, he could only reach the 2nd floor before giving up. The goggles allowed for one breath exchange, but being a novice diver, he panicked during the exchange. Coupled with the heavy water pressure, he could barely hold his breath for 2 seconds before surfacing. After his 2nd and 3rd attempts, Liang Shuyu finally entered through the rolling door. Guided by Yu Shifeng's memory, he felt his way to a gas canister. He untied the rope from his wrist, fastened it around the canister, dragged it out past the rolling door, then kicked off and surfaced with ease. The 4 of them then worked together to transport the 2 gas canisters back. Crossing the 20-meter-wide main road was not overly difficult with the help of swim rings and ropes. It just required an extra round trip. Wei Yuki's sudden inspiration had earned them 2 of the most scarce resources, fuel. On the way back, they carefully avoided prying eyes from nearby houses and first moved the canisters to Yu Shifeng's home. "There really is gas down there," Liang Wenjing exclaimed in delight, especially since they were full. "Yes, the place was mostly empty. These must have been left behind by the shop owner," said Liang Shuyu. "There are probably 5 or 6 more canisters down there," Yushirfeng added. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces brightening with joy. It was good news. That evening they cooked at Yu Shifeng's place, stir-frying pickled vegetables with ham and boiling a few salted eggs, enjoying a hearty dinner. After the meal, those who had been outside had to exercise to work up a sweat and avoid catching a cold. Liang Wenjing was practicing darts in the living room when Liang Shuyu said, "I asked Mom to heat some water for you. Go take a bath with Yumin." Yu Shifeng's house had an old wooden tub left by the previous owner, never used. They had found it in a room while storing the gas canisters, and Liang Shuyu had already cleaned it. "Wow, isn't this too extravagant? Won't it waste too much gas?" she asked, thrilled at the thought of a bath despite the power and water outage. "Go on," he said. Liang Wenjing's face lit up. She dropped her darts and ran to find Yumin. Min. Yumin was in her room, reading the new chapter Liang Wenjing had written that day. "Bath," Liang Wenjing announced. Yumin's usually calm eyes sparkled. "Is it okay?" she asked. "It's fine, the water's ready. Come on, let's go." The 2 happily gathered their clothes and looked at the steaming tub. Liang Wenjing even went home to fetch some rose tea and tossed it in. Soaked in the hot water, the dried rose blossoms unfurled, and soon the water turned a clear yellow. They undressed and climbed in the roses, floating and drifting beside their pale arms, bobbing with the ripples. To keep the water warm, Liang Ying prepared a raincoat to cover the tub. Liang Wenjing and Yumin sat at opposite ends, their cheeks flushed from the steam, utterly content. "Ah, this feels so good," Liang Wenjing murmured, closing her eyes in bliss. Yumin also allowed a genuine smile to spread across her face. Since the power and water outage, the most luxurious thing had been mixing a small basin of hot water to wash up. To be able to soak so leisurely felt like a surreal happiness. "It's nice to have a mother," Yumin sighed. "Huh." Liang Wenjing was taken aback. "No, it was my brother who arranged this. To be honest, my mom is a scatterbrain." "What do you mean?" Yumin asked. "Let me tell you a secret. My mom can't wash clothes properly, can't clean dishes, and her cooking is terrible. The only reason it tastes good now is because of the power outage. The best cook in our family is my brother. He's been in charge of our meals since he was 10. Yumin was surprised. "And you?" Liang Wenjing coughed. My cooking isn't good either. She added, but I think it's edible. I can eat what I make. It's just that they don't like it much. Oh well, I guess I didn't inherit that gene. Yumin couldn't help but laugh. My cooking isn't good either. Ha ha ha, Liang Wenjing roared. My brother may seem like an unreliable guy, but sometimes he's quite thoughtful. Yumin said he seems okay to me. Really? Liang Wenjing pouted. That's because you haven't known him long enough. You haven't seen his true nature. She began to recount Liang Shuyu's countless atrocious deeds from his childhood, painting him as a notorious little tyrant. Now he looked all proper, but it was just a facade. For instance, when he was little and wet the bed, he was afraid of being scolded by their mother, so he deliberately poured water onto Liang Wenjing's bed and claimed sister wet the bed too. But Liang Wenjing was already in middle school by then. That lie was ridiculously easy to see through. What infuriated her most was that every time he finished his snacks, he would hide the empty wrappers under Liang Wenjing's bed, causing their mother to scold her every single time. Yet she herself secretly indulged in snacks, so she could never be certain if the wrappers had accidentally fallen from her own stash. If not for that one midnight when she caught the little rascal sneaking into her room, she would have remained oblivious forever. Oh, it's just snacks, isn't it? I could just collect the wrappers and toss them outside. Little did she know that Liang Shuyu would say, I heard that eating junk food harms the body, but if you hide the wrappers under someone else's bed, it won't hurt your own body. Liang Wenjing was utterly baffled. What kind of twisted logic was that? Then why don't you hide them under mom's bed, she pressed. Liang Shuyu replied with a straight face, I don't want mom to get sick, it would weigh on my conscience. So your conscience is fine with hiding them under my bed? Liang Shuyu met her gaze with earnest eyes and said, I do feel uneasy, but I've heard that messy girls are more likely to be liked. Maybe a rich and domineering CEO will pursue you. Then you'll surely be happy in the future. Though the words were utterly illogical, riddled with flaws, and failed to answer her question, Liang Wenjing was still moved by little Liang Shuyu. Back then she was captivated by the idea of a domineering CEO, so she accepted the blessing and let the little brat off the hook. But the next day she discovered in the little rascal's diary, Lucky I was clever and escaped that old hag's clutches. Liang Wenjing was furious. That night, she gave him a thorough beating, letting him feel the wrath of the old hag, know the fury of a beautiful young maiden. Haha. Yumin covered her mouth with a hand as water splashed. When did you two stop fighting? Liang Wenjing thought carefully. After he turned 14. But they still bickered occasionally. Or maybe it was after he started high school. Yumin rested her chin on the back of her hand. You two are quite amusing. Liang Wenjing smiled, running her fingers through her long hair, twisting the loose strands into a small ball. You're not bad. I think every lifestyle has its unique charm. Circumstances tailor themselves to each person, and countless small events have shaped who I am today. So no matter what happens, it's a kind of fortune. That makes some sense, Yumin said. Hee, Liang Wenjing laughed. I want to cut my hair. It's too long and inconvenient to wash. Shall I find you some scissors later? Can you cut hair? No, Yumin replied bluntly. It's fine. Just give it a couple of snips. I won't blame you if it's ruined. I can try, Yumin agreed. After the bath, Yumin fetched some scissors. Though she had no skill in haircutting, she mimicked the techniques she remembered from watching others, and gave Liang Wenjing a clean, neat, short haircut. Soon Liang Wenjing felt her head had become much lighter. She washed her hair in the still warm water from the bucket, and after the two of them cleaned up the scattered locks, they emerged to find the sky outside had turned completely dark. Liang Shuyu was waiting for her on the redwood sofa in the living room on the first floor. He was holding an old martial arts novel from Yumin's house, which he had picked up from the bookshelf in the living room, and was reading with great interest. He looked up and saw that Liang Wenjing's long hair was gone, replaced by wet short strands clinging to her head, too damp to tell if it looked good or not. Why didn't you dry your hair? There's no hairdryer. How could I? Liang Wenjing pouted, taking the dry towel Yumin handed her to continue drying her hair. Yumin returned to her room, and Liang Wenjing followed. They chatted for a while longer until her hair was about half dry, then she came out. Why haven't you left yet? How can you say that? You're a novelist, yet you don't own a single physical novel at home. No wonder you're a flop. Liang Wenjing fumed. Say that again. Liang Shuyu suppressed a smile, flipping through the book. You're not. I misspoke. Liang Wenjing was exasperated. What was there to laugh about? How dare he mock her? Didn't a flop deserve any dignity? There's water on your hair, Liang Shuyu said, pushing her away with disgust and wiping the droplets off the book. Liang Wenjing felt wronged. You're disgusted with me. I'm not. You are. That expression just now said it all. And she had even spoken well of him to Yumin, though she had said more bad things. He closed the book, ready to head back. Liang Wenjing flung the towel at Liang Shuyu's face and stomped out huffily. Liang Shuyu resignedly picked up the damp towel, grabbed a large umbrella from behind the door, wrapped the towel around Liang Wenjing's head, and stood against the wind, shielding her entirely with the umbrella. It's cold outside. Don't let the wind hit your freshly washed hair. Do you want to catch a cold? There aren't any extra cold meds at home. The two crossed the road under the umbrella. It was only about 5 meters, taking less than half a minute, but their trousers were already half-soaked, a testament to the heavy rain. You're such a nag, blah. The next day, Liang Shuyu and the others headed out again to the market to fish for supplies. Liang Shuyu was lucky. Once in the water, he encountered an undercurrent and was swept into a neighboring shop where he happened to touch a bottled water container. So the next day, they brought back 2 containers of water. His original plan was to spend all the money they had buying as much as possible. But now that they could retrieve supplies from the water, and it was a wholesale market, couldn't they get even more? Naturally they could. However, their ability was limited. They couldn't stay underwater long enough. If they had equipment to breathe underwater, they could obtain an endless stream of supplies. Then they could use all their money to buy medicine, securing their survival for the remaining days. They only had a pair of anti-fog goggles that could protect their noses. If they had the right gear, they might be able to modify it. Liang Shuyu proposed his idea to the others. We could drill a hole in the lens and connect it to a large water bottle, sealing the joint with waterproof tape. Would that work? Wei Yoshi suggested. It might come loose. We could find some super glue. Do you have any at home? Liang Shuyu asked. I don't think so. Use glass glue, Fatty Wei suddenly said. What was glass glue? Seeing the 2 kids' blank expressions, Fatty Wei snorted. Of course you've never used it. It's a special glue for glass with excellent sealing. That made it easier. They could use the flexible tube from the coffee table's water pump connected to a large water bottle to create a simple breathing apparatus. Yu Shifeng's house had the tubing, they just needed the glass glue. On October 20th, they went out, found a nearby hardware store that was closed, knocked for a long time, and finally bought glass glue at a high price. After buying the glass glue, they didn't rush back. There was no underwater activity today, so they planned to use all their cash to buy medicine from the pharmacy, purchasing as much as they could. There were 5 pharmacies, 2 health stations, 2 dental clinics, a people's hospital, and a traditional Chinese medicine hospital near Lane 27. All were relatively close. The nearer health station had never opened its doors, while the farther one was the site of a murder and had long since been looted. One of the 2 dental clinics was a street-side practice that had never opened. The other, a national chain on the 4th floor of Guangda Plaza. Liang Shuyu and his group had never visited, and it seemed unlikely to be open. The TCM hospital was closer. Liang Shuyu had passed it once, and the area outside was already filled with corpses. Private hospitals. The People's Hospital was somewhat farther away. Fatty and Yu Shifeng had been there. The situation was similar. People were still working when they last visited, but the current state was unknown. It was certain, however, that no medicine could be bought there. Liang Shuyu and the others had visited all 5 remaining pharmacies. The cold medicine in these places was nearly sold out, but they weren't concerned about money at the moment, believing they could buy enough as long as they had sufficient funds. They worked in pairs. Liang Shuyu and Wei Fatty did the purchasing, while Yu Shifeng and Wei Yoshi kept watch outside. Last time they came to buy medicine, they were targeted, so they couldn't afford to be careless this time. This pharmacy wasn't the one Liang Shuyu had visited before. The shop was tended by an elderly woman, an old man, and a middle-aged man, likely 3 generations of the same family. The pharmacy's rolling shutter was pulled down, leaving only a small door behind which a heavy table was wedged. The staff stood behind the table. Outside the shop, a couple lingered. The woman, afflicted by some strange illness, had a sallow complexion and swollen legs so bloated that her trousers couldn't reach down. Liang Shuyu planned to wait until they finished, but the couple kept fussing at the door with no sign of leaving. He heard the woman say, "Please just take a look at what's wrong. Our child has the same problem. Can't even urinate." The elderly woman didn't even glance at them. "Medicine won't help. You need to go to a hospital for this." "The hospital has no one on duty now. We've already been there," the man said. Liang Shuyu pricked up his ears at the mention of the hospital's condition. How could the hospital have no one on duty? The woman replied, "No one at all. It seems so many people went for treatment that the staff was overwhelmed and got beaten. Some even killed doctors there. The doctors were terrified and fled home. Now the hospital is empty and all the medicine has been looted." Had the hospital already descended into such chaos? The pharmacy aunt's eyes widened in shock. Killing doctors? Yes, by patients' families, and some just barged in to kill. It seemed personal. It's clearly medical violence. These people are lawless. The pharmacy aunt spoke with indignation, her eyes growing moist. If not for the mandatory orders from above, she wouldn't be risking her life to keep the shop open. Everyone knew how chaotic it was outside. Screams often pierced the night. If not for their caution, their pharmacy would have been robbed long ago. When there were benefits, they were never considered, but when trouble struck, they were forced to stay open. What kind of justice was this? "Hey, you in the back, what do you need? Hurry up." The couple then noticed Liang Shuyu and Wei Fatty behind them. Seeing both of them wearing masks, the couple, fearing they might be ill, stepped back. "Ma'am, could you first tell me what medicine I should take?" The pharmacy aunt finally gave the woman a thorough look. "Do you have any family history of illness?" The woman seemed to think for a moment. "My father has high blood pressure, my mother had breast cancer, and..." Suddenly something struck her, and she clapped both hands over her mouth. "My uncle died of uremia." She burst into tears. The man wrapped his arms around her swollen frame, cradling her puffy face in his hands. "It might not be that bad. Don't cry. Honey, what about our son?" The woman wailed, collapsing into his embrace. It was clear that before her illness, she must have been a woman of considerable beauty. The pharmacy aunt, seasoned by experience, sighed and turned her attention to Liang Shiyu. "What do you need?" Liang Shiyu had only glanced at them briefly. Wei Fatty, however, was already quietly wiping away tears, his eyes red. Since the blackout, everyone seemed more prone to sentimentality. Cold medicine, diarrhea medicine, wound supplies, masks, iodine, bandages. Liang Shiyu rattled off a long list. The pharmacy aunt looked at him in surprise, then at the tearful Wei Fatty. "These things aren't cheap now. They're 10 times the usual price. Do you have that much money?" Wei Fatty was distracted. "Huh. Oh, ask him." The aunt turned back to Liang Shiyu, who nodded. "Just get what you can." She said nothing more and gathered a pile of medicine as requested, but nearly every item was sold in broken doses, limiting how much she gave him. Only items with larger stock were provided in greater quantities. The total came to over 6,000 yuan, just enough to fill Liang Shiyu's backpack. Last time he had bought twice as much for just over 1,000. After finishing at this pharmacy, Liang Shiyu and Wei Fatty left for another one. The sick woman and her husband remained slumped at the pharmacy entrance, weeping. Liang Shiyu, carrying his full backpack, slipped into a narrow alley. Yu Shifeng followed, and when they emerged, Liang Shiyu's backpack was empty again. Yu Shifeng and Wei Yoqi trailed at a distance. Liang Shiyu didn't plan to visit too many pharmacies. Ideally, he could finish in just 2 or 3, avoiding unnecessary attention. The second pharmacy was one he had visited before, the one where he had bought medicine before the blackout. He had also stopped by last time to get antiviral cold medicine. The aunt here, surnamed Lu, was in her 50s. "Auntie, I need some medicine," Liang Shiyu said directly. She was the only one in the shop, which had a glass door. One panel closed, the other open, allowing people to walk in as usual. Aunt Lu recognized him and smiled. "What do you need?" "Just stock up on anything useful for now. You youngsters are so cautious." She turned to fetch the medicine. Seeing her shop so wide open with only her alone, Liang Shiyu remarked, "There have been a lot of robberies outside lately. I heard even the hospital has no one on duty. Isn't it unsafe to keep the shop like this?" "What's there to fear?" She pulled some medicine from the shelves, which were now visibly half empty compared to before. Piles of loose drugs sat on the counter. Aunt Lu bent down and retrieved a heavy long knife from beneath, weighing it in her hand. "Should I be afraid of them?" Her eyes were sharp and fierce. Liang Shiyu was genuinely surprised. Fatty Wei stared at the blade and asked, "Is it real or fake?" "Of course it's real. My grandma even knows the 18 dragons subduing palms." A crisp child's voice came from inside the counter, though the speaker was nowhere to be seen. After a moment, a tiny head emerged from behind the glass display case. Judging by the expression on her face, she seemed to find climbing the stool a bit challenging. "It's very impressive, you know. What are you doing out here? Go back inside," Aunt Lu scolded her. "No, I want to mind the shop here." The little girl lisped, showing her missing front teeth as she acted spoiled. Fatty Wei reached out and pinched her chubby little cheek. Seeing such an adorable child, he couldn't resist. So young and already helping out at the shop. That's amazing. "Of course. I'm going to learn the 18 dragons subduing palms to beat everyone under heaven and become the unrivaled ruler of the world, uniting all under one banner." Fatty Wei was amused by her adorable antics. Aunt Lu quickly scooped her up and carried her into the back room. "So noisy. Oh, I want to watch the shop." Inside. The little girl was settled in the back, and only then did Aunt Lu return to settle the bill with Liang Shiyu. 3,000 yuan, she said generously. "All right." Liang Shiyu said nothing, swiftly counting out 3,000 yuan in cash and handing it to her. Today, 2 rounds of medicine had cost him a full 10,000 yuan. Moreover, Aunt Lu had clearly given him a discount. The second batch of herbs, though not as much as the first, was still considerable. "Thank you, Aunt Lu. But I still suggest you close the shop and leave just a small window like the others." "All right, I understand. They'll get my husband up to fix it right away." Liang Shiyu took his leave. These 2 trips were enough. Liang Shiyu and Fatty Wei headed back. Yu Shifeng and Wei Yoqi followed at a distance behind them. Though the streets were still battered by wind and rain, Liang Shiyu and his companions had developed enough immunity to navigate the weather with ease. There were a few scattered pedestrians on the street, with more gathered near shops that had their doors open. It was no longer as deserted as before. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of someone running rapidly through an alley reached his ears. Liang Shiyu identified the direction of the noise. It was coming from the alley exit he was about to pass. Out of caution, he pulled Fatty Wei a couple of steps to the side. In this weather, sprinting through an alley at top speed could only mean trouble. Sure enough, within 2 seconds a middle-aged man with a panicked, terrified expression burst out of the alley. When he saw Liang Shiyu and Fatty Wei, he shouted, "Run!" Even as the word left his mouth, he had already dashed across the road and disappeared into an alley on the opposite side. Hearing the warning, Liang Shiyu quickly yanked Fatty Wei backward. At the same moment, 3 men wielding cleavers charged out of the alley. Their expressions were savage, scanning the surroundings like hunters seeking prey. Their gazes soon locked onto Liang Shiyu and Fatty Wei. The cleavers in their hands were still dripping with blood. The leader, a middle-aged man, flashed a sick, excited grin at Liang Shiyu. The other 2 were younger, seemingly his lackeys. The strangest detail was that all 3 had a black ribbon tied around their left wrists, as if it were some kind of organizational insignia. Liang Shiyu grabbed Fatty Wei and turned to run. Behind Liang Shiyu there were 2 or 3 passersby. He shouted to them, "Run!" But they weren't as quick to react as he was, since he had already been on alert after hearing the running footsteps, while these people were caught completely off guard. Time waits for no one. Among the 3 passersby, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s was the slowest. By the time he realized what was happening, a cleaver had already struck his neck without hesitation. Instantly, blood sprayed. His head lolled unnaturally to one side, the severed end facing upward. What did it look like? A sliced open sausage? Or perhaps a piece of frozen snack snapped in half? What a vivid imagination. Wei Youqi still had the presence of mind to ponder such things. Moved? It was Yu Shifeng. He came to pull Fatty Wei. The 4 of them, along with the 2 other innocent passersby, fled frantically forward. Were those people insane? Why were they attacking anyone on the street? "Brother!" A younger middle-aged man cried out as he ran, tears streaming down his face. The man whose neck had been slashed was his elder brother. But despite his grief, he didn't dare stop to confront the 3 assailants. He could only follow Liang Shiyu and the others in their swift escape. Liang Shiyu's initial plan was to put some distance between them first, and then if necessary find the right moment to counterattack. He had already sensed that these men might not be motivated by revenge or a sudden impulse. They were likely rioters taking advantage of the social chaos. When the attackers had suddenly burst out, Liang Shiyu and his group were at a disadvantage. Even with Yu Shifeng present, he didn't want to take unnecessary risks. However, during their flight, they unknowingly ducked into an alley that twisted and turned, eventually leading them into a dead end. The 6 of them turned back, but the sound of pursuit was already close behind. "Get up there!" Liang Shiyu pointed at the houses on either side of the alley. These buildings had security grills and air conditioning racks on the outside. Easy to climb. Without hesitation, Wei Youqi, Yu Shifeng, and the others followed Liang Shiyu's lead, scaling the building's security grills and balcony railings. They climbed to about the 2nd floor, standing on the air conditioning racks, one hand gripping the security grill and the other holding a weapon. The other 2, seeing the 4 of them do this, also climbed up. They had barely steadied themselves when the 3 men with black ribbons arrived at the scene. From his position on the 2nd floor, Liang Shiyu could see that the other side of the dead-end wall seemed to be a courtyard. A car was parked beneath the wall, and the courtyard gate was tightly shut, giving no indication of whether anyone lived there. But if the 3 men pressed them too hard, they could always jump over the courtyard wall. The wall was over 3 meters high, though landing on the car should be safe enough. Liang Shiyu edged closer to the wall. The 3 pursuers saw all 6 people hanging on the wall. The oldest one smirked curiously. "Why are you hanging up so high? Playing a game?" None of them spoke, except for the man whose brother had been killed, who glared at the leader with hatred. What kind of expression is that? I made a clean cut just now. Didn't cause any pain at all." The other 2 also laughed. "You beast. You scum." The middle-aged man cursed, his eyes red with rage. Another passerby, who looked to be about 25 or 26 with a round, slightly plump face, watched the 3 men committing such heinous acts without shame, even looking smug. He felt both anger and a sense of brutality. "Why are you doing this? Aren't you afraid that once the power comes back you'll face the law? Don't think that just because there are no cameras now you can get away with anything. You want to escape? Oh, you almost made me forget." The middle-aged man with the cleaver swept his gaze over the 6 of them. "Looks like I can't let you leave me then." The round-faced young man choked on his words, gritting his teeth as he stared at them. The middle-aged man, leading the group, chuckled a few more times before instructing the 2 younger ones to keep an eye on Liang Shiyu and the others. He then turned back to retrieve a few stones from the corner of the wall. As he picked them up, a self-indulgent expression crept onto his face. "This is how society works, don't you understand? Survival of the fittest. Once I might have been beneath you, but now I am your master." Heh. He weighed the stones in his palm, his gaze falling on the round-faced youth. "Judging by your clothes, you must be quite well off. What brand is that?" The round-faced youth sneered in return. A brand you can't afford. Heh, you needn't provoke me. In this world, nothing you do will have any effect on me. Suddenly, he hurled the stone in his hand fiercely at Liang Shiyu, who was standing nearby. The round-faced youth, startled, reflexively dodged, as if the stone were aimed at him, nearly falling off. However, Liang Shiyu had been on guard against this all along and dodged swiftly. The stone struck the security grill and fell to the ground without harming Liang Shiyu in the slightest. TSK. Quite quick reflexes. The middle-aged man's eyes met Liang Shiyu's. Ah, so that's how it is. Liang Shiyu had no idea what the man saw in his eyes, but the other's expression suddenly shifted to one of dawning realization. Then he lowered his head, muttering something unintelligible to himself before abruptly hoisting his cleaver and turning to leave. He'll be back next time. He cast a backward glance at Liang Shiyu, a strange, indescribable smile curling on his lips. Liang Shiyu found that smile utterly chilling. When he came to his senses, the three men had vanished. The round-faced youth naturally didn't believe they had simply given up and walked away. There must be some scheme afoot. Liang Shiyu thought the same. After waiting a while, and seeing no sign of their return, he decided against going down from here. Let's go this way. Jump into the courtyard. Liang Shiyu moved toward the courtyard wall, and the others followed. The 3-meter-high wall was embedded with glass shards. Liang Shiyu carefully stepped on them, glancing at the Blackout below. After a moment's thought, he decided not to land on it, instead leaping lightly and landing carefully beside it. Though mentally prepared, the height and gravity still left his feet numb. After several of them jumped down, Liang Shiyu sensed several gazes from the windows of the courtyard houses. Sorry, just passing through, he said. Then they opened the large vermilion wooden gate of the courtyard and dispersed. The three men had truly left. No ambush, no pursuit. Strange. Though this encounter had been a close call, Liang Shiyu couldn't fathom why the man had left so inexplicably, leaving behind that unsettling expression. He was certain he had never met or seen this person before. So why? In a society where order had collapsed, everyone stood on the same starting line. Class, wealth, power, all reshuffled. A multi-millionaire boss might end up worse than a dog, while the dregs of society could transform into someone's nightmare. Thus, the upper echelons craved stability and peace, while the lower classes longed for chaos. Over the next few days, Liang Shiyu and his companions modified the goggles and sealed them with glass glue. The glue needed time to dry and set, usually half a day, but longer in humid weather. After resting for 2 days, they returned to the market behind lane 27. The rope tied across the middle of the road remained, and they floated along it to their previous spot. Yu Shifeng, wearing the modified swimming goggles, tested them underwater at 2 meters depth. Once confirmed usable, he dove again to the bottom. In the gas store, they retrieved 8 gas canisters. In the adjacent water company, they obtained 13 barrels of tap water. Then they shifted their target to other nearby shops. Liang Shiyu, Yoichi, and Yu Shifeng took turns diving. The water bottles were large, empty ones costing 3 yuan each, tied to their waists. Liang Shiyu had fully adapted to the underwater environment, though the murky current and dark light made it impossible to see even with open eyes. But with his experience over these days, he managed with ease. This time his target was a wholesale snack shop. The rolling door had been pried open by Yu Shifeng. Most of the goods inside had been removed, and after the flood, the shelves were scattered haphazardly, requiring extra caution. Fortunately, underwater, Liang Shiyu could leap over obstacles. Where were the snacks hidden? Usually on the ceiling. Many food packets contained air. Liang Shiyu just needed to shake the shelf beneath, and after a while, items floating to various corners of the ceiling could be collected. As for the other areas under the shelves, Liang Shiyu gave up on searching them. Getting tangled or tripped would not be worth the loss. After thoroughly feeling the 4 corners of the ceiling, he ran his hand along the wall and suddenly touched a crack. Following the crack, he found a door. Finally, a door, perhaps a storeroom or the shop owner's living quarters. The doorknob was round and unlocked. The gap at the bottom was wide enough to indicate water inside, so the risk was minimal. Liang Shiyu turned the knob and slowly pushed the door open. As the door opened, he felt the temperature difference between the 2 water bodies, along with some water flow and floating debris. After waiting for the water to stabilize and mix, he slowly swam in along the wall. To the left was a wooden cabinet. The items on it had either floated away or scattered elsewhere, so apart from very heavy objects, most had left their original positions. The underwater scene was peculiar, seeing nothing, relying only on touch, an experience entirely new to Liang Shiyu. When he first put on the goggles and dubbed, the phrase "splendid and diverse" instantly came to mind. The underwater world was utterly different from the reality Liang Shiyu lived in. Though murky, filthy, and reeking, it was mysterious and novel beyond measure. Hence, most of the time, when Liang Shiyu dove, he wasn't entirely scavenging for supplies, but exploring this strange new world. Now enveloped by the turbid yet warm water, all he heard was the unique silence of the deep. His entire sensory perception converged on his hands as they stroked the unfamiliar wooden shelf. The grain of the wood brushed against his fingertips, as if the shelf were telling its history and marks. Liang Xiyu touched a glass jar. He shook it. There was liquid inside. Perhaps canned fruit. He placed it into his backpack. His hand moved to the side, encountering a soft, mushy texture. He gently pulled at the object, revealing its contents. Another glass jar. A whole box of glass jars. In this storeroom, Liang Xiyu harvested a great deal, entire boxes of glass jars, as well as tin cans possibly containing mixed kanji or something similar. If that were the case, this haul would be tremendous. Pushing open the door of Yu Shaifeng's home, the wind and rain surged in alongside 4 men wearing smiles. The room was filled with the warm fragrance of food. On the table, 4 sets of clean clothes and towels were neatly stacked. Hearing the door open, the person in the kitchen knew they were back, and Liang Ying's voice came through. "I've heated some water for you. Wipe yourselves down and change your clothes." As she spoke, she emerged carrying a kettle of hot water and placed it in the bathroom. Liang Xiyu set down his soaked school bag and other belongings, grabbed a clean towel and clothes, and all 4 squeezed inside. In the bathroom were 2 half-full buckets of clean cold water, and Wei Fatty mixed the hot water in. "Don't dawdle, or you'll catch a cold," he said. Since they were all men, no one minded. The 4 stripped off their clothes, wet the towels, and Liang Xiyu and Yu Shifeng shared 1 bucket. They washed up simply with the hot water and towels, then changed into fresh clothes. When they came out, Wei Yoqi and Wei Fatty went first. Liang Xiyu noticed that Yu Shifeng had finished washing but was lingering, so he kept an eye out. Pretending to leave, he stood outside the door for half a minute, then suddenly pushed it open again. There he saw Yu Shifeng hiding something in a panic by the bathroom sink. "You startled me." Liang Xiyu chuckled. "What's there to hide about having a smoke?" "That's not." Yu Shifeng wanted to say that Yu Min wouldn't let him smoke, but he found it embarrassing. Liang Xiyu walked over and saw that Yu Shifeng had hidden his cigarettes and lighter in a taped-up bag under the sink. The technique seemed quite refined. Looked like an old hand at this. Liang Xiyu grabbed a cigarette from his hand, lit it, and teased, "The most pitiful creatures in the world are men, controlled by their mothers before marriage, by their wives after marriage, and by their daughters after having kids. It's utterly unjust. Ain't that the truth?" Yu Shifeng found it deeply resonant. But turning to see Liang Xiyu skillfully smoking the cigarettes he had hoarded for so long, he felt a pang of pain mixed with a hint of parental concern. Why is a kid like you smoking? And smoking the ones had hidden for ages. That was too much. Liang Xiyu was in a good mood today, and spoke with a touch of childishness, just relieving some stress. Yu Shifeng was about to say a kid that age didn't even have a waist, so what stress could he have? But that was just habitual thinking. When he realized the current situation and what Liang Xiyu had been through, he too felt the weight of pressure. Of course, he had no idea that Liang Xiyu was just making it up on the spot. His gaze toward Liang Xiyu grew even more tender. The 2 of them huddled behind the sink, furtively finishing a cigarette before slowly emerging from the bathroom. As Liang Xiyu was drying his hair, Liang Wenjing and Yu Min were crouched by the door, sorting through the backpacks they had brought back. "Canned oranges. 8 treasure kanji." The 2 girls exclaimed in delight. "We get to eat fruit." Heaven knew how long it had been since they last had fruit. This haul was incredibly generous. They had brought back so many cans of fruit. Liang Xiyu sat down on the rosewood sofa. "We only brought back part of it today. There's plenty more. Eat as much as you like." Liang Wenjing's eyes seemed to sparkle, glistening and bright as she looked at Liang Xiyu. She sidled over to his feet like a crab, lifted her face, and said excitedly, "Really? Wow, I'm so happy." Liang Wenjing hugged the 2 cans of oranges in her arms, rubbing her face against them. Her round head, like a well-fed kitten, nuzzled against Liang Xiyu's knee as if on the verge of rolling on the floor in bliss. "Dear little brother, which one did you drop? This can of oranges on the left, or this one on the right?" "Neither is mine, you can have both." "Ha ha ha. Alright, stop fooling around and come eat." Liang Ying and Aunt Xioping set the food on the table, seeing Liang Wenjing sitting on the floor laughing without a hint of ladylike grace. What a sight. "Don't sit on the ground, get up now." That day's meal, besides the ever-present pickled vegetables and ham, also included fermented rice dough balls and canned fruit. With plenty of fuel, they could afford to use more gas to cook something everyone enjoyed. The fermented rice had also been salvaged from the water 2 days ago, and it was delicious boiled with the dough balls. Originally, according to the plan, meals were cooked at Yu Shaifeng's house, but each family brought their own dishes. He remembered the first time they had a communal meal. Wei Yuki's family brought Peking duck. Well, actually spicy strips. That could also go with rice, and Aunt Xioping stir-fried it with canned luncheon meat. It was especially tasty. But today it wasn't fried and served as a beef jerky substitute, which was also good. Liang Wenjing brought half a jar of fermented tofu, half a jar of preserved vegetables, and most of a jar of anchovies. Although they agreed to share dishes, everyone was mentally prepared to eat only their own food, a basic adult courtesy. But when they saw all the delicious food Liang Wenjing had brought, especially Yumin, who looked at her own box of dried biscuits as her dish, suddenly felt it wasn't so appealing. The dishes were all placed together. Liang Wenjing first poured some oil from the anchovy jar onto her rice, then added half a piece of fermented tofu, mixing the oil and rice together. It's amazing mixed like this, you should try it. Yumin, from a region where fermented tofu wasn't common, smelled the aroma and couldn't help but swallow. Yet she stubbornly said, "Isn't that made from mold?" Liang Wenjing had already shoveled several bites into her mouth. Moldy tofu. Ah, so good, don't be shy, everyone. Seeing this, Wei Fatty unceremoniously grabbed a piece and mixed it into his bowl. This is the real deal for eating with rice. If I'd known the power would go out, I'd have stocked up on more Laogan Ma. Sigh, I've run out of my stash at home. Aunt Xiaoping lowered her head at this. She had actually sold quite a bit of it. Yumin finally picked up half a piece and took a bite. Her delicate brows furrowed. Such a strange taste. Huh? Wei Yoshi laughed. Sister Minmin, are you a bit silly? You have to eat it mixed with rice. It's like a foreigner eating century eggs. Yeah. Liang Wenjing nodded vigorously. He'll make century eggs for dinner. You still have century eggs? Aunt Xiaoping asked, surprised. Liang Wenjing nodded. Yes, didn't you buy any? She assumed that since Liang Shiyu had gone shopping together, all three families would have bought similar things. She had no idea that Yu Shifeng had specifically bought instant noodles, biscuits, and bread, while Wei Fatty was fixated on buying alcohol, believing it would become especially precious. Although Liang Shiyu had reminded them to buy more assorted foods, each family's reserves were different. Yu Shifeng didn't have the spare cash for extras and had to rely on staples. Wei Fatty had plenty of both staples and extras, so he spent on spiritual comforts. Of course, Wei Fatty later realized he didn't have that many extras. While they chatted, Yumin silently picked up some anchovies. This stuff was really tasty with rice. So scenes like today's were something Yumin had grown accustomed to. After the power outage, she had always expected to survive on dry rations. But ever since Liang Shiyu's family moved in with them, their meals had improved dramatically. The fermented rice dough balls today were just average. Yesterday's simple version of scallion pancakes made by Liang Ying was the real treat. It was just strange why Liang Wenjing would say her mother's cooking was mediocre. After dinner, as dusk approached, they briefly sorted through today's gains and stored them in a room that Yu Shifeng had specially cleared out. Liang Shiyu took the manuscript of Liang Wenjing's newly written novel back to his room for appreciation. Liang Wenjing was an online writer who had loved writing since childhood. In elementary school, after watching a magical anime, she began creating stories with her classmates out of interest. From today's perspective, that was called fan fiction. Later during her school years, she experienced a major flu pandemic and inexplicably developed a fascination with suspense and horror, rewriting numerous short horror stories. She even made Liang Shiyu, who was less than 10 years old at the time, forcibly appreciate them. Liang Shiyu figured that was how his courage was forged. But Liang Wenjing was a girl with a 3-minute heat. Those who had written novels with her had all made it onto the 12 Heavenly Kings list, or even earned millions a month. Yet she remained a nobody. During the Blackout, she conceived 2 novels. One was a traditional fantasy, which Liang Shiyu had already finished. He was urging her for more updates. The other was a realistic diary-style piece, seemingly intending to document the daily life after the Blackout as a novel. It was quite interesting. Liang Shiyu savored the delicate words describing life in the Blackout diary, reading with great delight. Liang Wenjing wasn't going home to sleep tonight. She was staying with Yumin. Yumin's house was a small 2-story rectangle with a long balcony on the 2nd floor facing the alley. Sitting by the window, one could avoid the rain while enjoying the view. So ever since Liang Wenjing discovered this spot, she often came here to sit and play. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, she dragged Yumin to sit there and enjoy the breeze. They also saw Liang Shiyu in the opposite window reading her work by candlelight. Here, Liang Wenjing said, pulling out a bag of QQ candy from her pocket. Yumin refused. I don't really eat these. Astonishing. A girl who doesn't eat snacks. Liang Wenjing was shocked. Don't you like QQ candy? So she pulled out a bag of rainbow candy from another pocket. Then take this. Yumin said with a troubled expression, how come your family hoards so many snacks? I don't know, my brother buys all sorts of random stuff. Liang Wenjing tapped her foot. Let me tell you, he used to be so stingy. He'd always snatch my snacks, and when he got pocket money, he'd eat secretly outside. So infuriating. Yumin chuckled. Yeah, you mentioned that last time. Oh right, huh? She couldn't help bad-mouthing Liang Shiyu every time. Just try it, sweets relieve stress. Liang Wenjing handed the QQ candy over again. Yumin glanced at the bright packaging, then picked up a piece between 2 fingers and placed it in her mouth. Liang Wenjing said, once the power's back, let's go to the archery range. You can win me a plush doll. I've never won one, but with you there it'll be a sure thing. I can try. I hope the power comes back soon or that sunny days arrive quickly. Otherwise I'll mold. I really want to go shopping and watch movies. Yumin smiled again, as she actually found these days quite pleasant. Liang Shuyu. Liang Wenjing suddenly shouted toward the window across the alley, which faced Liang Shuyu's room. After 2 shouts, the opposite window opened, and a head appeared behind the security bars. His expression asked, "How about you come over and play chess with us? Minmin has a chess set." "Go find Wei Yochi." "I'm not going." Wei Yuki's voice came from the first floor across the way. Then half a head poked out from their damaged rolling shutter door. "I don't know how to play chess. How about fight the landlord?" "But there are 4 of us," Liang Wenjing said. "Golden flower," Wei Yochi suggested. "No," Liang Shuyu replied. "Let's play something more exciting. Compare card points, truth or dare." Liang Wenjing suddenly had an idea. "That's great." Wei Yochi pulled his head back and soon knocking sounds came from across. Liang Shuyu had no choice but to open the door. The 2 of them stood together by the window. On this side, Liang Wenjing fetched a deck of cards and split half with Yumin. "No cheating. Anyone who cheats gets no breakfast tomorrow." "Don't worry, am I the type to cheat?" Wei Yochi raised an eyebrow. "Even if I cheat, you won't catch me, silly." "Then let's begin." First round, Liang Shuyu had the highest points 9, Liang Wenjing had the lowest, only 1. Truth. Liang Wenjing wanted to cry. Why did she have to be the first to suffer? Liang Shuyu couldn't muster much interest. She was his own sister. Though Liang Wenjing was considered somewhat of a goddess to outsiders. Nice looks, good figure, big eyes, fair skin. Her face was a bit chubby, giving her a lively appearance. However, for a man who had even seen her constipated expression, Liang Shuyu held no mysterious expectations of her. "Who was your last crush?" Liang Shuyu asked casually. "Woo." Wei Yochi held excitedly. Spill it, spill it." Liang Wenjing's eyes widened. "Me have a crush? Am I the type to secretly pine for someone? I've never had a crush in my life. Everyone's had a crush on me or pursued me, okay? Then who was the last person to pursue you?" Wei Yochi pressed on, eager for gossip. Liang Wenjing actually looked up at the sky, trying hard to recall. Yumin reminded, "That's the second question." Liang Wenjing. "Right, that was the second question." Next round. Second round, Wei Yochi had the highest points, Yumin the lowest. Liang Wenjing's gossip soul ignited. Minmin probably didn't have a secret crush, but she must have had many suitors. Ask how many times she's been in a relationship. Liang Wenjing frantically signaled Wei Yochi. Wei Yochi clicked his tongue. Sister Minmin clearly hasn't been in a relationship. Do you even need to ask? Huh, really? Liang Wenjing looked at Yumin. Yumin smiled and shook her head. Actually no. Oh, I see. Liang Wenjing slumped her head. She had wanted to learn from Yumin's experience, but it turned out she was also a lifelong solo. A miscalculation. Then hey, raise my question. Wei Yochi curved his lips into a sly grin. Have you ever watched porn? Liang Wenjing covered her mouth. Your question is so bad. But she was also curious, looking at Yumin. Yumin remained calm and countered, do pop-ups count? Wei Yochi raised an eyebrow. Of course not. I mean, have you watched a full one? Trying to slip through. No way. Yumin blushed slightly. Liang Wenjing coughed and said, seriously, girls are human too. Everyone has curiosity. So you have watched it, Wei Yochi said. Huh. Well. Liang Wenjing also blushed. Hey, isn't it a bit precocious for a minor to discuss such things with older sisters? Liang Shuyu timely interrupted. Alright, next round. TSK tisk, so you girls watch this stuff too. Even I haven't seen it. I never expected you girls to be less pure than me. Liang Shuyu turned his head in surprise. You haven't. Nowhere would I watch it. Wei Yochi realized what he had said. What the hell? So among the 4 he was the only innocent one. You guys. Wei Yochi scratched his head in exasperation. That's so unfair. Damn, they didn't even share. Wei Yochi never expected that the one who seemed the most frivolous among the 4 would actually be the purest. He wasn't sure whether to feel proud or sorrowful. After the power outage, life was mostly dull, but with so many people around it wasn't so bad. At first it was just a game among the 4 youngsters, including Liang Shuyu. Unexpectedly, Fatty Wei found it amusing and wanted to join in. Just then the neighbor from the house to the right of Liang Shuyu, the male homeowner, also expressed a desire to play. To the left of Liang Shuyu's house was the village chief's residence. Since Zhang Run was taught a lesson last time, he dared not cause trouble anymore, so they hadn't seen him in a long while. To the left of Yu Shifeng's house was Luo Wei's home. The father and son kept to themselves and weren't close with the neighbors. To the right of Yu Shifeng's house was Granny's standalone home with a small garden. Granny loved joining in the fun, playing mahjong and gossiping, but she had nothing in common with youngsters like Liang Shuyu. Mornings were her active time. Further right were the 2 rental houses. Since the incident with Xiao Zhao, the faces coming and going from those houses were never familiar. 8 is the highest, 2 is the lowest. I went, huh? Said the newly joined male homeowner. His surname was Zhao, given name Guoji, around 60 years old. After retiring from his company, he moved to this street with his wife to enjoy their old age. Liang Xiyu always saw him as a playful old man, a quirky uncle who loved playing with kids. It was just that his wife was very rigid in her words and actions, and few on the street dared to provoke her, so people weren't very familiar with old Zhao either. What question should I ask? Old Zhao and Fatty Wei both sat on the stone platform at Yu Shifeng's house. Old Zhao crossed his legs, his hair graying. But his eyes were sharp as he scanned Liang Xiyu and Wei Youqi in the third-floor window across the way. So, let me ask, what's the advantage of black hair? This round Liang Xiyu was the loser. Caught off guard by the question. What advantage does black hair have? Wasn't this supposed to be truth or dare? How did it turn into a riddle? It doesn't fade. Liang Xiyu guessed. Wrong. Old Zhao waved his hand, his face scrunching like a bitter gourd. It means the kidneys are good. Is there a direct connection? My kidneys are just fine. Old Zhao touched his white hair. It looks good, Liang Wenjing said from upstairs. Not that either. They thought of 7 or 8 reasons, but in the end they couldn't come up with any more. Even Fatty Wei couldn't figure it out. So what's the advantage? Old Zhao looked at Fatty Wei with an expression that said, how can you be so stupid? And said, it doesn't tan. Fatty Wei and Liang Xiyu. Ahem, next round. Is Wei Hongxing living here? Just as they were talking, 2 men entered from the alley. They asked as they walked. Reaching under the Weiwei convenience store, they saw the shabby sign. This should be the place, right? One of the men pointed at the store and made a move to knock. Fatty Wei, sitting across, hesitated whether to speak, but Old Zhao beat him to it, looking for Old Wei. He's right here. The 2 men turned around at the sound and immediately spotted Fatty Wei sitting on the long bench. Brother Wei, finally found you. The newcomers were one fat and one thin. The tall fat one had a huge beer belly, his transparent raincoat bulging high. He wore a farmer's pointed straw hat on his head, smiling as he walked toward Fatty Wei. The thin one also wore a farmer's pointed straw hat, his dry black long hair tied into a Taoist bun tucked under the hat. He was dressed in a black Wudong Taoist robe. His face was long, covered in black moles or freckles. If these 2 were walking down the road with a sword on their backs, they would look exactly like wandering martial artists, especially the kind from Shako Island. Is it Old Zhou? Fatty Wei took half a second to recall the man's surname. Right? I thought you'd forgotten me. The fat one slapped his thigh and, acting familiar, sat down on another bench in the yard, moving it closer to Fatty Wei. Where have you been making a fortune lately? Haven't seen you in ages. Why don't you come out and hang with the brothers? Old Zhou and Fatty Wei were old acquaintances. They used to work together at the same factory. Back when Fatty Wei was about to be promoted to supervisor, but was sabotaged, Old Zhou ran around for him many times. At that time, Fatty Wei was young and hot-headed, feeling the factory director didn't trust him. In a fit of anger, he quit on the spot. Actually, if he had just lowered his head a little back, then the matter would have blown over. What a pity. When you're young, how can you think that far ahead? After leaving the factory, Fatty Wei and his wife used their savings from the factory to open this convenience store. In the first few years, Old Zhou still came to visit them, but later they drifted apart. Why did you suddenly come? Fatty Wei wasn't stupid. After so many years, the friendship had faded. Showing up at a time like this couldn't just be for catching up. But Fatty Wei was also a kind-hearted person. Though some thoughts crossed his mind, the idea of mooching hadn't even occurred to him. I missed you, little brother. Let me introduce you first. This is Old Fan, a senior member of the Deep Blue City Martial Arts Association. Haha, I specially asked this brother to escort me today. The situation outside is too chaotic. If it weren't for coming to find you, I wouldn't dare travel such a long way. When Fatty Wei heard he was from the Martial Arts Association and saw the man's light Taoist robe, he showed a bit more respect. Hello, brother Fan. He then introduced Old Zhao. Just then Yu Shifeng walked out from inside. On the second floor, Liang Wenjing and Yu Min were leaning over the corridor, eavesdropping on the intentions of these uninvited guests. In the third-floor window across the way, Liang Xiyu and Wei Youqi furrowed their brows and came down from the 3rd floor. Through the large iron gate, they reached behind the rolling door of Fatty Wei's shop, their weapons ready. Fatty Wei then introduced Yu Shifeng to the 2. Old Fan immediately recognized that Yu Shifeng was also a practitioner. Prosperity and fortune, he said with a cupped fist salute. Yu Shifeng, not quite familiar with the Cantonese customs, casually returned the greeting and stood aside, listening to their conversation. Then they all sat down again. Old Zhou smiled warmly and got straight to the point. Brother Wei, given our friendship, I won't beat around the bush. I've come to you because I need a favor. Fatty Wei listened attentively. What's the matter? Old Zhao chimed in. Yes, what's the matter? Tell us quickly. Haha. Old Zhou chuckled, lowering his voice. Originally, this matter was only for insiders, but thinking about how bad things are outside, I thought of you, little brother. Oh, right. Have you been out lately? On my way here, I saw corpses everywhere. It's terrifying. Fatty Wei said with such heavy rain how could I go out? My shop was even robbed. I wouldn't dare step outside. Oh. Old Zhou was taken aback. Wei Pengzi pointed at the roll-up door behind him, which had been repaired after being damaged. Look for yourself, the door was smashed. Old Zhou had never expected that Wei Pengzi's convenience store had been robbed. So wouldn't his trip be in vain? This. Then Brother Wei, are you alright? Wei Pengzi pointed at the scratches on his face that had not yet healed. Nothing major, but the bruises are still fresh. See. Old Zhou leaned in, and indeed saw several distinct scratches on Wei Pengzi's fair chubby face. Absolutely lawless. A power outage, and there are so many brazen people. Old Zhou's face was full of anguish. What a pity, he said. Wei Pengzi pressed on. What's the pity? Even though my things were stolen, I'm still fine, right? Something to celebrate. Old Zhou sighed, and said, let me put it this way. Lao Fan's Martial Arts Association has established an internal association. Those who join can receive protection from the association. The association not only has martial arts masters, but also doctors. Haha, as long as you become a member, you can enjoy these resources first. When Old Zhou heard about such a good deal, he quickly asked, are there personal bodyguards? Old Zhou nearly spat in his face. If you pay enough membership fees, personal bodyguards are easy. Old Zhou immediately asked, how much? Old Zhou felt that Old Zhou was deliberately undermining him. No one starts negotiating by talking about money, it's always about building connections first. So he didn't answer Old Zhou's question. Instead, he continued with Wei Pengzi. You can't even imagine how chaotic the outside world is. There are robberies and murders everywhere, completely ignoring the legal system. That's why our association was established, to protect law-abiding people like you and me. The association includes martial arts masters, doctors, nurses. In short, nearly all the urgently needed public resources. For example, my wife's best friend's senior sister is a doctor who also joined the association. If any association member needs help, they are available at any time. Of course, this is entirely due to the current environment. The hospitals have collapsed. My neighbor's child died of illness. When they sent him to the hospital, there was no one there, just corpses everywhere. It's terrifying. Who would have thought society would suddenly become like this? Wei Pengzi also sighed, alas. Old Zhou had braved the wind and rain all the way and talked so much. His whole body was wet and cold. How about we sit in your store? The wind here is too cold. Wei Pengzi thought there was nothing left in his store anyway, so sitting there was fine. So he invited the two of them into the convenience store. They crossed the road together, Old Zhou joining in the fun, and Yu Shifeng naturally followed. However, Yu Shifeng was not a talkative person, while Old Zhou's mouth was clearly eloquent. Only Wei Pengzi, a half-businessman, could chat with him a bit. So Yu Shifeng consciously kept silent. Inside the store, only a small door was open, and there were no candles lit. It was cold and pitch dark. As soon as Old Zhou entered, he almost bumped into Wei Youqi and Liang Shiyu, giving him a start. Your son is this tall already. Old Zhou looked at Liang Shiyu. Wei Pengzi mumbled, yeah, the kid's growing like a weed. How do you have two sons? Did you have another? Wei Pengzi neither denied nor confirmed, pulling out a few plastic stools and saying, sit down quick. After Old Zhou sat down, he finally made out the condition of the room in the faint light. The shelves were tilted, the floor damp and dirty, covered in mud. The only items left on the shelves were daily necessities. The places where food used to be were now empty. So it really was a robbery. That's right, twice in total, Wei Pengzi emphasized. Old Zhou sighed deeply again. Hey little Wei, pour your uncle some water. I've been walking all the way, thirsty and hungry. I set out this morning. Old Zhou pointed at Liang Shiyu. Wei Youqi was about to go, but Liang Shiyu patted him and went into the back room. He found a few cups in the kitchen along with a half-full bottle of mineral water they probably hadn't finished. Liang Shiyu brought the cups and water out and placed them on the counter. The cups had not been used for a long time and had some stains. Liang Shiyu wiped them with the hem of his clothes. Old Zhou, who was discussing the association with Wei Pengzi, saw this and said, hey, that's unhygienic. Isn't there any water? Liang Shiyu seemed to hesitate for a moment. Is rainwater acceptable? Old Zhou, well, that'll do, I guess. Wei Youqi stifled a laugh. Yu Shifeng observed everything, but couldn't figure out what Liang Shiyu was up to. Liang Shiyu poured 2 half cups of cold mineral water for Old Zhou, and the Daoistrobed Lao Fan. Uncles, have some water. Old Zhou drank it all in one gulp and complained, why is it cold? Can't you even give your uncle a cup of hot water? I have to say, Brother Wei, this son of yours doesn't know manners. Besides, who only pours half a cup? Such stinginess didn't resemble Wei Hongying at all. Wei Hongying was very generous when he was young. Wei Pengzi scratched his head sheepishly. Can't help it. Conditions are limited now. Once the power comes back, we'll have a proper gathering. Old Zhou sighed a few more times, wondering if this trip had been a waste. Thus, with a look of regret, he said, the association has so many good resources and I thought of you first. I came all the way here to bring you along to join. Each member can only invite one person. Sigh, if it were normal times I'd pay your membership fee too, but now I can barely manage myself. After all this talk, how much is the membership fee? Old Zhao was impatient. Is this about money? Without an internal invitation, you can't get into such an association. In this situation, where can you find doctors, nurses, and martial artists? They won't even give you the time of day. Old Zhao pursed his lips. Then how much supplies do we need to hand over? I told you it's not about money or supplies. You need an internal recommendation, understand? And there are limited spots. Not everyone can get this opportunity. Old Zhou felt this old man was deliberately undercutting him. Every word hit the nail on the head. It was utterly infuriating. So how do we join the association? Liang Shiyu also chimed in. Old Zhou finally broke into a knowing smile. It's hard for others, but I'm an old friend of the association president. With just one word from me, it won't be a problem. However, well, although we're old friends, we can't just join and enjoy others' resources for free, right? Liang Shiyu nodded in understanding. So what should we give? Well, that depends on your ability. Just a token of appreciation is fine. Of course, the association has certain standards. There are basic, intermediate, and advanced memberships. Naturally, the higher the level, the better. So how much do we need to pay for the advanced membership? Liang Shiyu rephrased Old Zhao's question. The association has specific regulations. Those with technical skills may contribute less, otherwise one must submit items like tobacco, alcohol, rice, flour, or coal, as per the association's rules. The exact details require a thorough reading of the charter. Of course, I can speak with the chairman to grant you some leniency, Liang Shiyu said. But our home has been looted clean. Oh, we have nothing left. Could you advance us some rice? We have no food for tonight. The last half bottle of clean water is also gone. Old Zhou. Wei Fatty's eyelids twitched involuntarily. It was his first time witnessing Shuyu's talent for blatant fabrication. To utter such shameless words. Yu Shifeng finally understood. So this old Zhou and priest Fan were essentially extorting them. What association? That place is so remote. If trouble arises, could they really fly over to help? Even if they could, is this association reliable? Would they betray each other? How many members are there? If it's only 4 or 5, then they're just scrounging for free meals. But when did Liang Shiyu learn such acting skills? Normally he seemed like a composed, reserved, and self-centered kid, yet now he played the innocent so convincingly. Yu Shifeng silently touched his nose, increasingly convinced that Liang Shiyu was no ordinary child. This level of precociousness rivaled that of his own daughter. By the way, uncle, if I join the association, could you give us some cold medicine? Old Zhou nearly fell off his plastic stool, and the cup he held, long empty and untouched, almost slipped from his grasp. Cold medicine. Do you know how hard it is to get that stuff? The entire association only has enough for 2 people. Give it to you. Who do you think you are, the Emperor of Heaven or my father? Why should I give it to you? Old Zhou's mind raged with silent curses. He thought to himself that the thick skin he had cultivated through half a lifetime of freeloading was nearly outdone by this shameless brat. Truly a fall in a ditch. Bah, he hadn't even given anything yet, and already wanted favors. How could he be more brazen than me? But old Zhou, seasoned in the ways of the world, didn't lose his composure easily. I can put in a request for you. Oh, thank you, uncle. Thank my foot. Old Zhou felt like he was going to vomit blood. He had hoped that since Wei Hongying's family ran a convenience store, even if he couldn't recruit them into the association, he could at least squeeze some resources out of them, or at worst get a hot meal. Now those were all unrealistic fantasies. He had rushed over after eating, nearly getting washed away by the flood on the way. How infuriating. Well, it's getting late. My wife will be worried at home. You'll go back and discuss your application with the chairman. Brother Wei, it's not that I don't want to help, but I'm struggling myself. Wei Fatty waved his hand. We've been brothers for years and no need for such formalities, right? Just remember to put in a request for me. Wei Yoshi nearly burst out laughing at the last sentence. When did his father become so cheeky? He used to be so serious, and now he was playing along with old Liang's banter, definitely corrupted by him. Old Zhou's smile was barely holding up. Of course, with our friendship. Take care, uncle, Liang Shiyu said at the right moment. Old Zhou's smile completely vanished. He hadn't even stood up yet, and he was already being told to leave. Was he being kicked out? How could Wei Hongying raise such an ill-mannered son? Meanwhile, priest Fan in his Taoist robe couldn't hold back any longer and stepped out of the small door first. His already long face stretched further like a black horse with freckles. Old Zhou dared not offend this martial arts-trained priest, so he didn't bother scolding Liang Shiyu and quickly followed. But he was furious inside. Coming empty-handed and leaving empty-handed. Where was his dignity? So as he left, his eyes swept over the household items inside like buckets, brooms, and mops. Brother Wei, you have quite a few buckets here. Liang Shiyu said, not many buckets, but plenty of trash cans. Would you like one, Uncle Joe? Old Joe thought the kid was finally catching on. Trash cans will do. They're great for collecting rainwater. These are for trash. They can hold water too. Old Joe had already grabbed 2 or 3 and clutched them in his arms. It seemed he was determined to take something even if it was just trash cans. A wanderer who doesn't scrounge something isn't a true wanderer, right? Those are for trash, Liang Shiyu emphasized. No problem, no problem. Old Joe had already walked outside with the trash cans. A smile returned to his face as he turned back. No need to see me off. He'll definitely put in a request for you. Brother Wei, take care. Take care, take care. Wei Fatty thought this guy has no shame. Old Joe smiled and turned to leave with Priest Fan, but after a few steps, he kept replaying Liang Shiyu's repeated mention of trash. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Was that brat insulting him? Damn it. This little bastard. Old Joe couldn't swallow his pride. How could a seasoned wanderer like him lose all face to a brat? Since they'd never meet again, he had to teach him a lesson. Brother Wei. Old Joe turned back. Wei Fatty and the others were about to close the small door. Hearing his call, Wei Fatty poked half his body out. What now? This son of yours. Phew. Old Joe suddenly sensed a foul smell in the air and sniffed hard. The stench grew stronger. It seemed carried by a recent gust of wind. Why does it stink so much? Wei Fatty hadn't noticed at first, but then sniffed and caught the odor. It felt like, oh no. Wei Yoshi suddenly rushed out of the door and ran to the wall. I forgot to move her after cleaning up the body last time. It must be rotting. I thought someone would come to take it away the next day. Does a rotting corpse produce a lot of bacteria? Wei Yoshi asked. Old Joe's face changed at the words corpse and rotting. What? Corpse? Wei Fatty, not noticing Old Joe's expression, replied to both him and Wei Yoshi. A casualty from the robbery. There must be bacteria. We need to move her quickly, maybe drag her to the intersection. The 3 trash cans in Old Joe's hands clattered to the ground. They rolled far away with the wind. Wei Fatty finally looked up at him. We've already reported it to the police station, but they're too busy to handle it. Meanwhile, Wei Yoshi was figuring out how to dispose of the body. The realization hit Old Joe. The faces of Wei Fatty, Wei Yoshi, Liang Shiyu, and Yu Shifeng all bore the mark of brutality. He fled in panic, not even bothering to pick up the trash cans. Brother Wei, I have matters at home. Farewell. Hey, you forgot the trash cans. As Old Joe fled in panic, Fatty Wei burst into laughter. Shiyu, you're something else. Ha ha ha. Yu Shifeng also chuckled. I never would have guessed. Wei Yoshi, hands on hips, remarked, Old Liang has always been good at pretending you just didn't know. Old Zhao, finding the scene highly amusing, rubbed his hands together excitedly and said, more entertaining than a movie kid. Didn't expect you to be such a character. Liang Shiyu pursed his lips and remained silent. Honestly, he hadn't anticipated such a comedic outcome. Old Joe had stumbled upon the corpse and been scared off thanks in large part to Wei Yuki's brilliant final act. Liang Shiyu's initial plan was merely to send the man away, but he hadn't expected Fatty Wei and Wei Yoshi to cooperate so seamlessly. It was beyond his expectations. Later, when Liang Wenjing and the others came to inquire, Fatty Wei and Wei Yoshi were already doubled over with laughter. That evening they fooled around for a while at Fatty Wei's convenience store. As the sky grew completely dark, Old Zhao took his leave, agreeing with Yu Shifeng and the others to come help move the corpse the next day. He bade farewell. Old Zhao knew about the robbery at Fatty Wei's home. The neighbors had already heard about it from the old woman. Thus, everyone was wary of the people in those 2 commercial apartments. After all, they were rental units mostly occupied by those who worked in KTVs and bars. While professions aren't inherently good or bad, ordinary law-abiding people naturally prefer not to associate closely with those who work in such places. Given what had happened, it was only natural to be cautious. Fortunately, no further trouble had arisen recently. So Old Zhao naturally sided with Fatty Wei. They also agreed to come help move the corpse early the next morning to prevent bacteria from spreading and affecting the living conditions, which could lead to illness. In the morning, several adult men, including Yu Shifeng, Fatty Wei, and Old Zhao, all donned masks and disposable gloves. They transported the corpse to the farmland behind and disposed of it. Being a kind-hearted man, Fatty Wei eventually dug a shallow grave and buried her. The body had begun to decompose slightly, and even with masks the stench was unpleasant. That day Fatty Wei barely ate lunch, and the task of dealing with the body naturally delayed other matters. The looting situation outside had been escalating, perhaps signaling the near approach of the collapse Liang Shiyu had predicted. Liang Shiyu still had several thousand yuan in cash and lacked for nothing, so he decided to do a favor. He planned to give 1,000 each to Old Chen's family on the 2nd floor and Luo Wei's family. Liang Shiyu was by no means a saint who gave away money for nothing. He had his own considerations and concerns. Liang Shiyu knocked on the door of Old Chen's apartment on the 2nd floor with 1,000 yuan in hand. Somewhat surprisingly, it was old Chun himself who answered. Liang Xiyu hadn't seen old Chun in a long time. After the initial power outage, he had been spending his days at the mahjong parlor downstairs, often not returning home at night. Today he was home, though it was unclear when he had returned. Old Chun looked utterly dejected and dispirited. His stubble seemed a month old, his face unwashed, his breath reeking of alcohol, and his eyes were bloodshot yellowed and crusted with sleep. He wore a greasy, grimy, dark red jacket, as if he had just crawled out of a pile of beggars. A faint foul odor emanated from him. Where was the once somewhat handsome, refined man from memory? That was a memory from years ago. Uncle Chun, Liang Xiyu greeted him. Old Chun nodded and opened the door as if to invite Liang Xiyu in, but Liang Xiyu didn't enter. You're well aware of the current situation, so I won't elaborate. Hey, race 1,000 yuan. Take it and go buy some supplies in the next few days, food, drink, and medicine. Buy as much as you can. Liang Xiyu handed him the money. Old Chun said nothing and simply took it. Liang Xiyu added, medicine is now a necessity. You can still buy it now, better to do it sooner, or you might not be able to later. Old Chun's dull eyes no longer looked at Liang Xiyu, seeming unfocused. He bowed his head slightly and muttered thanks. Liang Xiyu hadn't done it for his thanks. He turned and left. He had heard that Old Chun had become like this after a car accident broke his leg and left him deep in debt. Disasters and accidents were truly formidable, capable of reducing a perfectly fine person to such a state. Liang Xiyu thought that no matter what misfortune befell him, he must not let it erode his will. Then Liang Xiyu knocked on Luo Wei's door and gave him the money. Liang Xiyu's most vivid impression of Luo Wei dated back to a visit to his shop. Luo Wei used to run a small computer store on the street selling computer peripherals, printer consumables, and office supplies. Liang Xiyu was in 6th grade then and had gone to his shop to print exam papers. At the time, a customer needed a rare part for a printer. Luo Wei spent hours scouring computer malls and street shops across the entire Shenlan city to find it. Liang Xiyu ended up waiting for him in the shop for 3 full hours. He had also helped watch the store. Liang Xiyu assumed the part must be very expensive, otherwise it wouldn't have been worth Luo Wei's 3-hour trip. In the end, it sold for a mere 12 yuan. 12 yuan for over 3 hours of work. Luo Wei said he hadn't made any profit because although the wholesale cost was only 2 yuan, the transportation fare was 5 yuan. That meant he had earned only 5 yuan from the deal. 3 hours for 5 yuan. At the time, Liang Xiyu thought he must be crazy. Running a business like that, it was no wonder his shop had gone under. What kind of money could such a miserly little business make? Liang Xiyu deeply despised him, thinking that even a child could understand such a simple truth, yet Luo Wei, an adult, couldn't. Liang Xiyu's opinion of Luo Wei changed 6 months later. One morning while buying breakfast, Liang Xiyu saw Luo Junxian eating rice noodle rolls with eggs and ham. The soy sauce and seasonings were mixed into the white sticky rolls, steaming and fragrant. By then, Liang Xiyu and Luo Junxian had drifted apart, but sometimes Liang Xiyu envied Luo Junxian. Even in junior high, such a big kid, he was still taken to school by his father every day, and his breakfast was bought and handed to him. Yet Luo Junxian always wore a cold, indifferent expression. Luo Wei, on the other hand, fawned over him like a doting servant. This often led Liang Xiyu to wonder if all fathers were like that. After Luo Junxian finished eating and left without a word, Luo Wei would eat the leftover soy sauce and crumbs from the plate, even asking for an extra half cup of rice water. Then he would hurry off to take his son, who was as tall as he was, to school. That was probably Luo Wei's breakfast. Liang Xiyu couldn't understand it. If he wanted a free breakfast, how could a cup of rice water be filling? If he wanted to save money, the rice noodle rolls cost 7 yuan each. With that money, he could cook a pot of porridge in the morning and pair it with a small dish. Even a plate of peanuts would be more filling and cheaper. He couldn't fathom why some parents would indulge their children so irrationally. But regardless, Luo Wei was indeed a good father. It was just that he wasn't the kind Liang Xiyu acknowledged, so from then on Liang Xiyu no longer envied Luo Junxian. Uncle Luo, take this 1,000 yuan and go buy some supplies first. Upon suddenly seeing the thick stack of crimson banknotes, Luo Wei's expression shifted. He waved his hand and said, "Hey, what's this for? How could he just hand over money like that?" Liang Xiyu explained, "We withdrew some cash before the power outage. Take it for now. Go buy some supplies for home. You might not be able to later." Luo Wei pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and seeing that Liang Xiyu was completely serious, he reluctantly accepted the money. He folded the bills in both hands, squeezed them tight, and then tucked them into the inner pocket of his leather jacket. "Thank you. I'm truly grateful." After stashing the money away, Luo Wei glanced outside. "Come in and sit for a while, have some hot water. We'll find a way to pay you back once the power's on. It's impossible to withdraw cash anywhere right now. It's a real headache." "No need. We'll talk about repayment after the power's restored. For now, you'd better go shopping as early as possible." Alright. Luo Wei agreed readily, a smile finally spreading across his face. As Liang Shiyu was about to leave, Luo Wei suddenly called out to him. Luo Wei looked around, and seeing no one nearby, he leaned out and whispered to Liang Shiyu. I've noticed you guys going to the back market often lately. Can you get some resources there? He had actually wanted to ask for a while. Had even seen them moving a gas cylinder once. Gas was a very scarce fuel resource. But he felt he wasn't close enough to Liang Shiyu or Wei Fatty to ask, and at a time like this with resources so precious, he didn't have the nerve to inquire. Now that Liang Shiyu had willingly given him money, it showed he still valued him as a neighbor of many years. So he dared to ask. Liang Shiyu had no intention of hiding it from him. After all, diving wasn't something everyone could do. Everyone relied on their own skills. The wholesale market over there is flooded. There's quite a bit of food underwater, and we occasionally dive down to bring some up. So that's it. Luo Wei suddenly understood. How deep is the water, he asked. 7 or 8 meters at the deepest. But there are undercurrents, so it's quite dangerous unless you're a trained diver. Hearing this, Luo Wei remembered that a few years ago Luo Junxian had wanted to learn diving, and had even paid for lessons and equipment. Unfortunately, Luo Junxian had given up soon after. There might be supplies underwater, but the water was filthy and foul-smelling with treacherous currents. Far too dangerous. Forget it. It'll pass then. This money will last me a while. Thank you. Liang Shiyu nodded in understanding and took his leave. Luo Wei lived right next to Yu Shifeng's house, so the straight-line distance to Liang Shiyu's home was only about 20 meters. Liang Shiyu turned and headed toward Yu Shifeng's place. He wasn't going diving today, but planned to train with Wei Yoqi. Before he reached the stone dam, however, he heard an argument coming from the second floor of his own house, followed by a door slamming shut, and old Chin's roar, though the curses were unclear. Then he saw Chun Baoyi, her hair disheveled, emerge from the main iron gate on the first floor, one side of her face red and swollen. There were several scars on her wrist, and her red-rimmed eyes made her look quite disheveled. But when she saw Liang Shiyu standing under the stone dam, not far away looking at her, she quickly straightened her clothes and hair, her expression reverting to its usual aloof demeanor. Swaying her hips, she stepped through the pouring rain and onto the stone dam in front of Yu Shifeng's house, where Yu Shifeng was instructing Wei Yoqi in training. Uncle, could I ask you for a favor? Fortunately, her tone was soft, conveying a plea for help. Otherwise, her expression might have easily led one to believe she was there to reject a suitor. Yu Shifeng turned at the sound, saw Chun Baoyi's swollen cheek and scarred wrist, as if she'd just been in a fight, and furrowed his brow, softening his voice. What's wrong? My mother is sick and I want to buy her some medicine. But my father can't go out, so I was hoping you could help. Her voice was crisp, tinged with a hoarseness from crying. What did she mean by her father can't go out? He just didn't want to. Yu Shifeng had heard some rumors about old Chun. No problem. He'll go with you. Let me change clothes first. Yu Shifeng agreed without a second thought, and turned to go inside. By then Liang Shiyu had also reached the stone dam, and sat down on a bench next to Wei Yoqi. Wei Yoqi muttered under his breath to Liang Shiyu. I never knew old Yu was such a softy for a pretty face. I thought he was clueless about romance. Liang Shiyu replied. Is that the right word for it? This was crossing generations, for crying out loud. Liang Shiyu had given money to old Chin's family in the hopes of minimizing contact with them. He hadn't expected old Chun to be such a useless coward, sending his own daughter out to buy things in this situation. Didn't he know that robberies and murders were common outside? Oh well, if Chun Baoyi went alone and something happened, it would go against his intentions even more. Yu Shifeng went inside to grab his raincoat and gear, and upon entering saw Yu Min leaning against the railing. Yu Shifeng said, he'll be back soon. It was hard to refuse such a request from a young girl. Besides, accompanying someone to buy things shouldn't be a life-threatening activity, right? But Yu Shifeng still felt a bit guilty. He glanced at Yu Min again, and seeing that she was merely displeased but hadn't explicitly stopped him, he breathed a sigh of relief and went to get his raincoat. After putting on his gear, he saw that Chun Baoyi was wearing only a thin set of clothes and didn't even have an umbrella. How could she go out like that? Yu Shifeng asked if she had a raincoat. I'm on my period, so it might not be very convenient. Chun Baoyi said, lowering her head. On her period? That really wasn't convenient for going out. A girl's period was crucial. If she caught a chill, it could cause pain during the next one and be bad for her ovaries and uterus. Wei Yoqi felt like punching someone. So what if you're on your period? If you've got the guts, go buy it yourself. What do you mean by this? Treating us like errand boys. We're not your knights in shining armor. Go find someone else and stop putting on airs here. You brat, how dare you speak like that? Having grown close to them, Yu Shifeng scolded the two without hesitation. Wei Yoqi curled his lips, let out a disdainful snort, and glared at Chun Baoyi. Sensing something off, Liang Shiyu asked quietly, when did you two become enemies? Their relationship hadn't seemed this bad before. Wei Yoqi snorted coldly. Big-time enemies. Liang Shiyu pressed him with a look. Wei Yoqi remained silent. When Liang Shuyu insisted, he lowered his voice and said, "Where do you think their food and drink come from? It's all from my dad. I can't stand her, acting all high and mighty just because she has a pretty face." Wei Yoqi was frustrated, believing that Wei Fatty was bewitched by Chun Bawai's beauty and secretly helping her family. Liang Shuyu didn't think so. Wei Fatty was naturally warm-hearted. Even if Chun Baoi were plain-looking, if she asked for help he would consider it. But there was bad blood between Wei Yoqi and Chun Baoi. It went back several years when their relationship was already just so-so. At least until Wei Yoqi was beaten up by one of Chun Bawai's suitors. After that, things became very, very strained. Over on the other side, Yu Shifeng had already decided to help Chun Baoi with the shopping and was asking for details. Liang Shuyu stood up and walked over. After all, if he hadn't given money to old Chin's family, Yu Shifeng wouldn't have to make this trip. The root of the matter lay with him. This couldn't be allowed to slide so easily for Chun Baoi. She couldn't just order people around with a few words. "Uncle Yue, we need to discuss this further." Liang Shuyu interrupted them, his gaze falling on Chun Bawai's slightly swollen right cheek. "Robberies and murders are common outside. It's too dangerous for you to go out alone." Hearing that his tone wasn't one of outright opposition, Yu Shifeng breathed a slight sigh of relief. "They'll ask your Uncle Wei to come along. It's fine. That's not what I meant. I'm saying if Miss Chun is not in a hurry, we happen to be going out tomorrow, we can stop by and bring something back for you." Indeed. Every time they went out, they ended up ruining a set of clothes. Tomorrow they were going into the water anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to bring something back for Chun Baoi. Yu Shifeng thought it was a good idea, but Chun Baoi said no. "My mother's illness can't wait. She can't even get out of bed anymore." "So serious?" Yu Shifeng quickly asked, "What illness?" "I don't know." Chun Bawai's eyes reddened again. "She has a cold, her body is swollen, and she can't eat. I'm afraid something will happen to her." Yu Shifeng and Liang Shuyu both thought of the couple they had seen outside the pharmacy that day. Yu Shifeng pressed, "Is her face sallow? Any family history?" Chun Baoi was taken aback. "No. That was good." Yu Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. That woman that day seemed to have something like uremia. Under the current medical environment, without electricity in the short term, there was probably no cure. "What medicine do you need to buy?" Liang Shuyu asked. "I don't know. Can you get a doctor?" Liang Shuyu, actually willing to help her. That surprised Chun Baoi. She thought Liang Shuyu had come to stop Yu Shifeng. She had been worried for a moment. After all, since she could remember, Liang Shuyu had almost never spoken to her of his own accord. Her beauty, which she prided herself on, had never worked on him either. But then again, the money had come from Liang Shuyu in the first place. Why would he stop it? Yu Shifeng was at a loss for words. In the current situation, where can we find a doctor? They're probably hiding. You don't know what it's like outside. It's utter chaos. Then what do I do? Hearing this, Chun Bawai's tears streamed down like two clear springs. She had never cried in front of outsiders. Yu Shifeng was one thing, but Liang Shuyu, who never paid her any attention, was also there. That made it even worse. She quickly turned her face away and wiped her tears with her palm. When she turned back to speak, the tears streamed down uncontrollably again. This time she couldn't even wipe them away in time. I think she's going to die." Yu Shifeng was shocked. "What do you mean?" "She hasn't been able to eat for days, but last night, she couldn't even drink porridge." After some inquiry, they learned that Chun Bawai's mother had been ill for a long time. It started as a mild cold, then gradually worsened, general swelling, then loss of appetite. It had been at least 10 days. And a few days ago, when she became better, Chun Baoi went to the mahjong parlor to find old Chun, but he refused, saying the hospital wasn't working. Still, old Chun came home the next day to check. At that time, Chun Bawai's mother could still get out of bed and talk. But old Chun thought Chun Baoi was playing tricks on him, so he quarreled with the two of them. The next day, she became even more swollen. She couldn't get out of bed anymore. Chun Baoi kept arguing with him, asking him to buy medicine and find a doctor. He said he had no money. Today, Liang Shuyu had sent 1,000 yuan, which Chun Baoi heard in her room. She came out and asked him for the money, but he refused, saying he needed to pay off debts at the mahjong parlor first. Chun Baoi argued with him again, and even got slapped twice, but she managed to snatch 600 yuan from him. She planned to ask Yu Shifeng to help find a doctor. How could there be such an unworthy father in this world? Yu Shifeng was furious, especially when he saw the 600 yuan Chun Baoi had taken. It was crumpled and 2 of the bills were torn. It showed how hard she had struggled to get those few hundred. What a scumbag. I'm going up to reason with him. How can there be such a despicable father who abandons his wife and child in this world? Yu Shifeng rolled up his sleeves and was about to cross the street, but Liang Shuyu quickly stopped him. Wei Yoqi, who had been listening nearby and understood the whole story, temporarily set aside his personal grudges. He felt nothing but contempt for old Chen's actions. "Uncle Yue, we can't be so impulsive. What's the use of reasoning with him? The most important thing now is how to get her mother to see a doctor." Reminded by Wei Yoqi, Yu Shifeng calmed down. You're right. But where do we find a doctor now? It's difficult, Liang Shuyu commented bluntly. From her symptoms, it's not something that can be cured with a few days of medicine. She might need specialized equipment and definitely a professional doctor and medical system. Liang Shuyu was right. Just then Yu Mint's voice came from behind them. Since the power went out, it's been raining heavily and storming for almost 40 days. Have you seen the rain stop? They didn't know why she had changed the subject, but Wei Yoqi replied, no, not once. Exactly, not once. Yu Mint's voice was clear and calm. She was stating a fact. The rain is strange, the wind is strange, and the power outage is even stranger. The medical system has collapsed. Can you afford the cost of saving someone whose illness you don't even know? What do you mean? Chun Bawai's eyes widened as she demanded. Exactly what I said. Chun Bawai's eyes turned red. Are you telling me to give up on her? She's not your mother. How can you say that? Yu Shifeng quickly consoled her. No, she didn't mean that. He grabbed Yu Mint's hand and pulled her inside, whispering harshly. How could you say that? That's cruel. I'm just reminding you since you're not thinking clearly, Yu Mint said coldly. Minmin, Yu Shifeng felt deeply hurt. You can't be so cold-blooded. She's a human being, not a disposable object. A person's life cannot be judged by the cost of saving it. If it can, then what's the difference between a person and an object? Have you never heard the saying, a person must live with value? The one who said that already equated himself with goods. So people have always been goods. Fair exchange is the only rule. Yu Shifeng was so angry he couldn't find a retort. Excuse me. Liang Wenjing suddenly poked her head in. Uncle Yue, I think Minmin has a point. The situation is so bad now. It's really difficult to save someone whose illness is unknown. You're right, but we have to try. Liang Wenjing said, Uncle, for rich people trying is just an investment. But for ordinary people trying might mean losing everything. Are you willing to do that? Is it that exaggerated? If you find a doctor and they're willing to treat her but the fee is high, who will pay it? Yu Shifeng was stunned. But we have to try, don't we? Liang Wenjing shrugged. Yu Shifeng had nothing more to say. Yu Shifeng stood there in a daze for a short while. Just as Liang Wenjing thought he was about to give up, Yu Shifeng suddenly said, Indeed, it is extremely difficult to save a gravely ill person under these circumstances. Yet I still cannot stand idly by and watch someone die. You must think me pedantic, a soft-hearted fool. But I choose to do this not for gratitude or anyone's favor. It is simply because life must go on and I cannot face my own inaction once the power returns. Thus I can only choose to act with a clear conscience now. After speaking to the two women, Yu Shifeng turned and walked out. He said to Chun Baoi outside the door, I will do my utmost to help find a doctor for your mother. But if the consultation fee is exorbitantly high, I can only offer limited assistance. I cannot help beyond that. Because I still have a family to support. I hope you can understand. Then he said to Liang Shuyu, Shuyu, you need not persuade me. You have your choices and your convictions. But I too have my own choices and convictions. Yu Shifeng's gaze was resolute with a hint of stubbornness. His involuntarily furrowed brows seemed to narrate his obstinate, yet determined choice after inner turmoil. Indeed, everyone has their own choices and convictions. Who can sway another's choices and convictions? Liang Shuyu did not have that right either. The precondition Liang Shuyu had proposed against Yu Shifeng was merely to prevent him from recklessly engaging in life-risking acts of righteousness, as it would jeopardize their collective interests. All right, Liang Shuyu agreed. Without compromising the interests of our three families, Uncle Yu is entitled to his own convictions. I understand, Yu Shifeng nodded. Even if it involves my personal belongings, it will affect the three families. So I will exercise restraint. Because even his personal resources, if excessively used to aid others, would eventually lead to the other two families having to assist when his own fell short. Thus it would still impact them. Seeing that Yu Shifeng had already considered this, Liang Shuyu was completely relieved. Good. With that settled, Yu Shifeng left to check on Chun Bawai's mother. After he departed, Liang Shuyu continued his training unaffected. Wei Yoqi, however, felt somewhat deflated. Liang Shuyu urged him, train, don't slack off. Wei Yoqi slumped bonelessly on the bench. I feel, how should I put it? Indescribable. He tilted his head back, staring blankly at the roof beam for a while, then murmured, Old Liang, what do you think we should do after the power comes back? After everything that's happened? Although the killings were forced self-defense acts like going into the water and breaking into shops weren't entirely coerced. Of course they could compensate those shops after the power returns. But still, after going through all this, can he still live as before? Well, deal with it as it comes, Liang Shuyu replied, finishing a set of exercises and crouching to catch his breath drenched in sweat. But that's not right. I always feel, I don't know how to say it. Wei Yuki's mind was a tangled mess of thoughts, worries, and concerns. Yet it was like a ball of chaotic yarn, impossible to unravel. He couldn't articulate the specifics. Liang Shiyu began his second set of exercises, speaking as he trained. You just lack experience. You'll get used to it after going through more. I lack experience. I'm only 2 months younger than you. I'm saying he lacked experience. Old Liang was indeed mature and steady, but he wasn't bad either. Even though he seemed like a flighty, unreliable guy, he wouldn't let anyone down at critical moments. Liang Shiyu didn't argue. Train. Take a break today. Inside, Liang Wenjing and Yu Min returned to the living room to continue practicing darts. Recently, under Yu Min's training, Liang Wenjing's accuracy had greatly improved. She could hit near the bullseye 5 or 6 times out of 10. However, she urgently needed to practice dynamic accuracy. This was a major issue. Perhaps distracted by the earlier events, Liang Wenjing missed several times after returning. She had to resort to practicing wrist strength. But after a while, she noticed Yu Min staring at her. What's wrong? Liang Wenjing asked. Am I doing it wrong? No, Yu Min smiled. Continue training. They'll assign you new tasks today. Great. In the kitchen, Aunt Xiaoping and Liang Ying were preparing dinner for everyone. They planned to make pancakes today. After the power outage, the variety of dishes had dwindled with the same things day in and day out. Now that Aunt Xiaoping had some ingredients, she began to make them tasty treats with variety. Her culinary skills were far more refined than Liang Ying's, who had spent most of her life focused on her career. For Aunt Xiaoping, her career was in the kitchen and the home. This isn't ready, yet needed a bit more, Aunt Xiaoping said, adding some flour to the dough and handing it to Liang Ying. Liang Ying followed her instructions, listening as Aunt Xiaoping said, Has old you left? It's so late now. When will he be back for dinner? Liang Ying glanced at the sky outside. It's around 4 something. We'll eat a bit later, it should be fine. Aunt Xiaoping blinked. How can you tell the time? Liang Ying replied, You get a sense of it after a while. The sun is always there, just hidden by dark clouds. The light outside still changes subtly. Aunt Xiaoping peered out through the iron bars of the window, where the rainstorm continued unabated. The sky remained as gloomy as when they woke up, except it would grow darker at night. She couldn't discern any change. How can I see it? Aunt Xiaoping pulled her head back in. That's incredible. Liang Ying handed her the newly kneaded dough. Is this good enough? Almost. Aunt Xiaoping mixed diced spicy sticks, dried silverfish, and a series of spicy ingredients into a small ball of dough she had pinched off. Today let's try spicy stick pancakes. As she was shaping a ball, Fatty Wei, who had just woken from his nap, searched around, but couldn't find Yu Shifeng. He asked Liang Shiyu outside. Liang Shiyu recounted the events to Fatty Wei. After a moment of thought, Fatty Wei decided to head to the second floor of the opposite building to find Yu Shifeng. But he put on a mask first. Upon arriving at Chen Bawai's home and entering the door, Yu Shifeng was immediately hit by a stench. It was a foul odor, a mix of dampness, decay, and countless indescribable things. Yet Chen Baoi was there, and her biological father was lying on the sofa snoring away, completely unconscious. Yu Shifeng had to force himself to endure it, and went in to check on her mother's condition. What met his eyes was a messy bed, a pale, frail figure lying in disheveled, damp blankets. Her faint breathing made it hard to tell if she was alive or dead. Her face was so swollen that her original features were unrecognizable, and her puffy eyelids bulged like light bulbs, leaving only a slit for her eyes. Even if she tried to open them wide, she wouldn't be able to see her pupils fully. It's already this severe. Why didn't you go out to find a doctor sooner? She's been worse before and recovered on her own. But this time, Chen Baoi lifted the damp, moldy blanket, revealing her mother's swollen and purplish body beneath the quilt. I don't know what to do. Is there still hope for her? Yu Shifeng felt a throbbing headache. This illness was clearly not something that had developed overnight. It was highly probable that her already frail constitution had been aggravated by the power outage, triggering a cascade of complications. Even under normal circumstances, treatment would have been exceedingly difficult. Let alone now. You need to prepare yourself for the worst, Yu Shifeng could only say. A glint of hatred flickered in Chen Bawai's delicate eyes as she covered her face with both hands, stifling her anguished sobs. Please help me. She's my mother. She can't die. But Yu Shifeng was powerless. Help me lift her onto my back. They'll carry her to the pharmacy to see if they can diagnose her and determine if she can be treated. Chen Baoi complied, tears streaming down her face. Yu Shifeng first removed his own raincoat and wrapped it around her mother, then, after lifting her onto his back, found 2 ropes to secure her in place. He did this to prevent the strong wind from blowing her off as they walked outside. Carrying the woman out of the room, he saw old Chen still sprawled unconscious on the sofa. Yu Shifeng was so furious he wanted to go over and beat him. But what would be the point? There were simply some people in this world unworthy of being called human, unworthy of being fathers, unworthy of being husbands. They gave birth, but didn't raised, but didn't teach, and instead of teaching they drained their children dry. Others leached off their parents, they leached off their offspring. Yu Shifeng carried the woman down to the first floor where he happened to run into Fatty Wei, who had come looking for him. The moment Fatty Wei saw the condition and smell of Chun Bawai's mother, he quickly put a mask on Yu Shifeng. Old Yue, this is wrong of you. When you help others, you need to consider yourself too. Who knows if her illness is contagious? If you get infected, no one cares, but what if you pass it on to the child? Yu Shifeng had actually already considered this when he first entered the room and smelled the odor, but with Chun Baoi present, he hadn't wanted to show it. Now filled with guilt, he said, "Alright, I'll be more careful next time. Are you taking her out to find a doctor? Let's check the pharmacy first." They had no idea where the doctors were. Normally they'd find a doctor at the hospital, but where would they look now? They could only try their luck at the pharmacy, hoping they knew a doctor. "Alright. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. He'll go with you." Fatty Wei nodded. Yu Shifeng was delighted. Good. At last he had someone to accompany him. He hadn't misjudged Fatty Wei. However, Fatty Wei had already seen through Yu Shifeng's thoughts, and said, "I heard about your grand ambitions earlier, but I'm different from you, old you. I'm only doing this out of my old friendship with old Chun from years ago, and taking her to see a doctor isn't much trouble. I don't have such lofty aspirations as you." Yu Shifeng gave a bitter smile. "What aspirations do I have? I just don't want my conscience to trouble me. And what is conscience worth?" Even so, Fatty Wei went back to put on his raincoat. When he came out again, he told Chun Baoi to wait at home. Yu Shifeng, clutching the crumpled 600 yuan, carried her gravely ill mother on his back, as he and Fatty Wei left 27th Lane together. As they departed, the family's meal was cooking, and the pleasant aroma of rice filled the air. Chun Baoi stood under the eaves as the rain splashed against her feet. Her fair face appeared delicate and translucent in the rain. She stood there in silence, staring in that direction. When she didn't speak, she looked beautiful and serene. But due to her temperament, most of the time she acted like an aggressive hedgehog. On the second floor of Yu Shifeng's house, Liang Wenjing, tired from training, was leaning against the window, secretly eating canned fruit. Liang Wenjing speared a piece with her fork. Yu Min withdrew her gaze and crouched down by the window as well. She ate the orange slice that Liang Wenjing fed her. "At this rate, your stock will be gone in less than a month, won't it?" Liang Wenjing stuck out her tongue. "I won't eat any tomorrow." Yu Min said, "People used to say that no matter the adversity or prosperity, if you persevere, you can find the light again. But now I realize that a person's fate is inherently unchangeable." Liang Wenjing didn't understand how her thoughts had suddenly jumped to life philosophy. "Oh, I won't eat any tomorrow, alright." By the time night had fully fallen, Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei had returned home through the wind and rain. They first took Chun Bawai's mother back, and by then old Chun had woken up. He discovered that his wife had been carried out to see a doctor by two other men. When Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei arrived at his house, and had just set Chun Bawai's mother down, old Chun scolded them for meddling. Old Chun said, "Even if she dies, even if my whole family dies, it's none of your business." Fatty Wei looked at his former friend, now a fierce man with a stubbly face, and couldn't connect the once refined man with the one before him. "There's nothing we can do now anyway. She's beyond saving," Fatty Wei said mercilessly. A flicker of confusion passed through old Chin's bleary eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, good. This woman should have died long ago. You bastard. The one who should die is you. It's you." Hearing this, Chun Baoi suddenly rushed at old Chun like a madwoman, her fair hands pounding fiercely against his worn, greasy body and face. Old Chun grabbed her wrist viciously and slapped her across the face. Chun Bawai's slender figure was sent flying over the sofa, crashing heavily to the ground. Yu Shifeng had never seen such a heartless creature, especially one who would strike his own daughter. "Are you even human? You don't care about your wife's life, and you show no mercy to your own daughter. I have truly never seen a scumbag like you." Yu Shifeng cursed in fury, but he couldn't think of any harsher words. He suddenly realized he was clumsy with words, unable even to vary his insults. Fatty Wei quickly went to help Chun Baoi up. Her face was already swollen badly. She was never mine. Raising her has been my utmost duty. What more do you want? My life. Who do you think you are? Taking her to see a doctor makes you her saviors. And me? I've raised a bastard for 18 years for nothing. What more do you want? You really are meddlesome." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Chun Bawai's expression shifted from initial shock to dawning realization. So that was it. She wasn't his biological daughter. That's why he tormented her. Tormented her mother. Fatty Wei hadn't expected this either. He only knew that back then old Chun and his wife had a free love and were deeply in love. But Chen Yuqing came from a well-off family, while his wife was from the countryside and her family disapproved. The two eloped against their family's wishes to work in a coastal city. They got married and had a child. When they first arrived at the factory, Chen Yuqing was still a refined young man who occasionally quoted poetry. His wife was gentle and beautiful, virtuous, and kind, the envy of all the bachelors in the factory. Later, Fatty Wei quit his factory job and came here to open a convenience store. After the factory closed down, Chen Baoyi reached school age. Chen Yuqing could no longer afford his original rent, so he sought out Fatty Wei, who helped him find a place upstairs in his own building. Later, Chen Yuqing got his driver's license and started driving a truck. Just as he began earning a bit of money, an accident occurred. However, the boss at that time, trying to cut costs, had not purchased insurance for either the vehicle or the cargo. Chen Yuqing not only had his leg broken in the crash, but also ended up saddled with a massive debt. From then on, he fell into a slump and picked up many bad habits. But Fatty Wei had always believed his loss of drive was due to the unfortunate turn of events. Could it be that Chen Baoyi wasn't his biological daughter? Was old Chen's transformation also related to this matter? Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei were both stunned by this shocking revelation, at a loss for words. Upon learning the truth, Chen Baoyi pushed Fatty Wei away, rushed into the bedroom, and slammed the door shut with a bang. It was as if she wanted to shut everything out. Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei were left staring at each other in dismay. These herbs should be boiled down from 6 bowls to 1 packet per day. It can alleviate some of the pain. Setting down the herbs, Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei could only take their leave. They had carried Chen Baoyi's mother to Aunt Liu's pharmacy. Aunt Liu took one look and said there was no hope, that it couldn't be treated now. But after their repeated pleas, Aunt Liu gave them the contact information of an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Whether the old doctor would be willing to help them, she couldn't guarantee. Later, Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei found the old doctor's residence. The old doctor was quite agreeable and prescribed them some herbal medicine. He said that after 1 course of treatment, if she recovered, she would recover. If not, they should prepare for the worst. He didn't charge a consultation fee, but Yu Shifeng gave him some canned fruit. It was part of their share from the items retrieved from the water. Chen Baoyi's 600 yuan was used to buy the herbs. Fortunately, only Western medicine was in short supply. Chinese medicinal herbs weren't particularly scarce. The price of the medicine had certainly gone up, but Aunt Liu didn't deliberately overcharge them. The matter of Chen Baoyi came to a temporary close, and for a long time afterward, no one from her family appeared. Later, her mother passed away, and Chen Baoyi all alone dragged her body to the barren field behind and buried her. But that was many days later. That evening, after Yu Shifeng and the others had returned and eaten dinner, Luo Wei came knocking again. My son said you guys might be able to use this. It was a diving mask, even better sealed than Wei Yuki's. Liang Shuyu expressed his gratitude. After discussing it with Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei, they decided they could share a portion of the items retrieved from underwater with their family. But since their family wasn't providing any manpower, their share would naturally be smaller. No, this is just to thank you for the 1,000 yuan you sent us. It came at just the right time, Luo Wei said with some embarrassment. But if you do have some extra supplies, I would be very grateful for even a little bit. Luo Wei took his leave. Next, Liang Shuyu and the others modified this mask as well. Now with 2 masks, the 2 of them could look out for each other underwater. With much higher safety, they also dared to venture into deeper waters. November 1st, 2032. Torrential rain. Day 40 of the power outage. This city had completely become a city of the dead. The gloomy sky never cleared, as if even the heavens were emphasizing this is the apocalypse. This is the end of the world. Sounds of smashing and screaming rang out every single day, growing more intense with each passing day. Countless people armed with weapons stormed into shopping malls and banks. Just as Liang Shuyu had predicted, order had collapsed. This city was like a dead bird, its heart having long ceased to beat. Its meridians had withered, and the cells deprived of blood screamed and surged out madly, ravaging its flesh to sustain themselves. Thus the dead bird visibly decayed, festered, and wasted away. The city's eruption was more violent than Liang Shuyu had imagined. The once quiet city seemed to have regained its bustle overnight. But people would rather endure the noise of industry and traffic than listen to this terrifying liveliness, a cacophony woven from desperate cries and wretched screams. The rain continued to fall without any sign of stopping. Those living downstream were in the worst situation. The water level rose higher and higher, submerging half of Lane 27. The homeless from downstream gathered upstream, begging door to door. Although the village head was no longer officially in charge for the sake of his own safety, he took the initiative to hand over the keys to 2 rental units at the entrance. He had contracted these units out for rent, and most of them were furnished with appliances. Only half were currently occupied. Now he lent the houses to these homeless neighbors to stay in. It was better than having these people pushed to the brink suddenly erupt. So many people moved upstream, and the security situation in the area changed instantly. The various sounds at night were beyond description. Most of the downstream residents were small vendors from the market, motorcycle taxi drivers, factory workers, construction laborers, a motley crew of all sorts. After they arrived, Fatty Weiss convenience store was broken into several times. They only left after being told repeatedly that the store had already been completely looted. Among them were some particularly troublesome individuals. With their homes flooded, lacking sufficient food, and having no bedding or clothes to change into, they begged from one household to the next. The old lady next door to Yu Shifeng was a kind-hearted widow who lived alone. She couldn't withstand so many women coming to her to chat and gossip. After she lent them a few pieces of clothing, they came to her house every day to talk. The old lady was fond of company and also liked to visit Aunt Shoping at Yu Shifeng's place. And so she would bring all these women along with her. Lane 27 had never been in such a chaotic and helpless state. In the dead of night on November 2nd, a gunshot signaled the beginning of the looting. The sounds of smashing, clamor, abuse, and threats erupted outside. Wave after wave of people broke down the doors of shopping malls, banks, various shops, and supermarkets, swarming in and looting with weapons. The people who had come up from downstream were desperate, their eyes burning with greed. Hearing this sound, as if starving ghosts had spotted their prey, they whooped and swarmed out the door. The supplies of Liang Shuyu and his group, thanks to their fishing expeditions during this period, were more than abundant. However, if they stood idly by, it would only arouse suspicion and vigilance. Surviving in this chaotic environment had one primary condition. That was, you had to do what everyone else was doing. If others looked destitute and haggard, it was best not to appear too clean and composed. If everyone was gaunt and sallow from hunger, while you remained plump and wealth, you couldn't blame people for turning their predatory gazes upon you. Therefore, they locked their main doors, leaving Fatty Wei to guard the house. Everyone gathered at Yu Shifeng's place, freeing up Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng to get ready to go out. They equipped themselves with backpacks, EDC, emergency supplies, weapons, and their wits. Stepping out, they ran into Luo Wei and his son. Luo Junxian wore a baseball cap with 2 or 3 layers of plastic wrap stuffed inside. His expression was cold and stern, silent. He wore a transparent raincoat over his clothes. His figure was tall and lean, slightly taller than Liang Shuyu by half a head. Luo Wei, on the other hand, held an umbrella, also with several layers of plastic bags tied around his head to keep off the rain. He wore a pair of blue old slippers with his pant legs rolled up high. Even when standing straight, he always gave the impression of a hunched back. A lot of people have already gone. We need to hurry, or everything will be gone. Ever since Liang Shuyu had given his family 1,000 yuan and shared some supplies from their fishing trips, they had grown closer to the 3 households. Through their interactions, Luo Wei proved to be a man of considerable discretion. Regardless of how much or how little supplies were given to him, he never once asked for more. He accepted what was offered with genuine gratitude on his face, and occasionally he would manage to procure fish, not from the village chief's pond. Where he found them remained a mystery, but whether they were from polluted waters or elsewhere, he would bring them to Liang Shuyu and the others. Thanks to him, they enjoyed several meals of fresh fish. Alright, before we set out, let me say a few things. Our top priority is safety, and only second is supplies. Yu Shifeng said. Absolutely, absolutely, Luo Wei nodded. Everyone closed the door and set off. Inside, Wei Youqi and Yu Min moved the marble dining table to block the entrance. The area had become too chaotic lately, and they needed to be more cautious. The people of 27th Lane marched in a throng onto the street, merging into the main flow of the road. The last time the streets had seen such a crowd was during the relief grain distribution. Though both occasions involved mass outings, the purposes could not have been more different. One was filled with hope, the other with a twisted amalgam of hope and despair. And unlike last time, the crowd was no longer scattered and formless with occasional murmurs and noise. This time they clustered into small groups, each maintaining a wary distance from the others, silent and without conversation, leaving only the sound of rain, wind, and hurried footsteps. Nearly every shop along the street that had anything to do with food had been broken into. Even restaurants, fast food joints, milk tea shops, and the like had fallen victim. After all, for those on the verge of starvation, the frozen food left in the refrigerators of restaurants was a decent source of sustenance. The crowd converged on the nearest shopping mall. As they approached, the clusters of people almost broke into a run, then rushed inside in a frenzy. The smaller shops that could be looted had already been ransacked. What remained untouched were mostly large chain supermarkets. In an attempt to prevent such incidents, the authorities had stationed armed forces at the mall entrances to maintain order. But with a single gunshot in the dead of the previous night, the last vestiges of order had finally collapsed. No one knew who fired that first shot that shattered the peace. Yet for most of those now rushing in to grab supplies, it might have been a cause for relief and exhilaration. A group of 5 entered the mall, a large multipurpose complex. The first floor was mainly clothing stores, jewelry, accessories, toys, and the like. The second floor housed a massive, affordable chain supermarket. The third floor was dedicated to electronics and appliances. The fourth floor held a cinema and an arcade. Liang Shiyu's target this time was the first floor. They urgently needed clothes. If not for the fact that one piece of clothing had dried that day, they would have had to go out in women's attire again. The surging crowd poured through the shattered mall entrance, the ground strewn with broken glass, debris, mud, and grime. The dirty, disheveled interior of the mall indicated it had been visited many times before. Liang Shiyu and Luo Wei had different objectives. Liang Shiyu's family lacked clothes, but not food, while Luo Wei's family, though not desperately short of food, would naturally welcome more. Liang Shiyu said, "Meet at the entrance after counting to 1,000, don't be late." Luo Wei had never gone out with Liang Shiyu before and didn't know this rule. It means counting silently in your head 1, 2, 3, 4. Like this, Wei Yochi demonstrated the counting speed. At that pace, 1,000 counts would take about 20 minutes, a bit slower than a watch. Luo Wei finally understood. "Are we going separate ways?" Liang Shiyu replied, "We'll grab clothes on the first floor and leave immediately. You need to be quick too. Don't linger, don't cause trouble." "Okay, got it." Luo Wei now understood that Liang Shiyu and the other two families didn't lack food and wouldn't be heading to the second-floor supermarket. After parting ways, Luo Wei swiftly led his son Luo Junxian toward the second floor. The figure of this middle-aged man, notoriously nicknamed Turtle Speed, moved briskly through the crowd resembling a clumsy penguin. He was the type of customer salespeople dreaded most. He could spend 2 hours on a single item worth 30 yuan. He would examine the item from every angle, and though he didn't bombard the salesperson with questions, simply standing in a shop staring at the same thing for 2 hours was bound to be annoying. The only saving grace was that he didn't keep asking questions. If he had chattered endlessly while shopping, he would surely have been blacklisted. He was equally verbose when selling things as long-winded and tedious as an old woman's foot-binding cloth. This was the second major reason Liang Shiyu suspected his shop might not survive. Liang Shiyu, Wei Yochi, and Yu Shifeng entered the first floor of the mall. This level housed expensive gold jewelry, precious stones, cosmetics counters, brand name, clothing boutiques, and a range of other high-value items. Many people charged in, with their first target being the gold jewelry counters, armed with hammers and large wrenches as tools of vandalism. Judging by their aggressive demeanor, this intention had been premeditated. But the glass of the gold counters was not so easy to break. As a popular online funny video depicted, these people were still hammering away when Liang Shiyu and his group went in, and they still hadn't cracked it by the time the trio came out with their loot. The brand-name clothing stores on the first floor were mostly women's wear. But now they couldn't afford to be picky. Having something to wear was already a blessing. The clothes Liang Shiyu had on today were stinking women's clothes, were still better than damp, foul-smelling ones. As long as they picked long pants, t-shirts, jackets, coats, and avoided ultra-short shorts, miniskirts, or even strappy dresses, there wouldn't be too much incongruity. Grabbing clothes, pants, underwear, shoes, socks, and even towels, hats, scarves, and other daily necessities, Liang Shiyu and his two companions wasted no time and quickly returned to the mall entrance on schedule. All the items had been sealed in garbage bags to prevent them from getting wet. The mall was crowded, but as long as they didn't deliberately compete with others, people's attention was focused on the scramble, making it relatively safe. They encountered no obstacles. "Time's up. Why haven't they come out yet?" Yu Shifeng said. "Maybe they counted too slowly." Wei Yochi was speculating when a loud gunshot suddenly echoed from inside the mall. Immediately after, a frantic crowd rushed out. It was obvious that something had gone wrong in the mall. That gunshot in the dead of night had shattered the peace that had prevailed since the power outage. Before that, people still held hope for the city. But that single shot extinguished the last of their illusions. This city was on the verge of collapse. From the panicked, bewildered expressions of the fleeing crowd, Liang Shiyu deduced that many were merely swept along by the mass instinct, unaware of what had truly transpired inside the mall. Since the blackout, Liang Shiyu had been diligently honing his survival skills, which included maintaining composure amid chaos and extracting every possible advantageous piece of information from his surroundings. By observing the facial expressions and body language of these people, he swiftly singled out one who wore a look of sheer terror. What happened inside? Based on his assessment, this man was likely an eyewitness. Liang Shiyu employed a subtle linguistic technique. He asked what happened instead of what's going on, a phrasing that carried a soothing tone, making the stranger more willing to open up. "Killed someone," the man stammered, breathless from running or sheer fright. "A group in black clothes with guns. Killing everyone they saw. The mall, it's all blood." From his fragmented, incoherent account, Liang Shiyu learned that a uniformed group of black-clad individuals had been indiscriminately slaughtering people in the second-floor budget supermarket. The leader wielded a gun, likely the same person who had fired shots the previous night. The rest of the black-clad men, though unarmed with firearms, carried weapons: knives, iron rods, hammers, large clubs, kitchen knives, and had corralled the people inside for some unknown purpose. In any case, he had been on the periphery and reacted quickly enough to escape. Those remaining in the mall were trapped inside. Upon hearing this, and realizing that neither Luo Wei nor his son had emerged from the mall's torrent of fleeing people, Liang Shiyu and his two companions grew anxious. Could they be trapped inside? What should they do in the face of such an event? Wait and see for now, perhaps. Maybe Luo Wei and his son were just a bit slow and not truly unfortunate enough to be cornered. The three of them moved to a higher vantage point nearby, each taking a position to scrutinize every face that emerged from the mall's main entrance, hoping to spot the father and son. Alas, by the time the stragglers had almost all run out, there was still no sign of Luo Wei and his son. Wei Youqi even wondered if they had already gone home. Maybe they had simply missed them. So, what now? Wei Youqi was at a loss. Liang Shiyu remained silent, while Yu Shifeng furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the mall entrance. The shattered glass there had been trampled to the sides by the crowd, revealing the grimy, smooth marble floor. "We can't abandon them," Yu Shifeng said. It was less a statement, and more an assertion of his stance directed at Liang Shiyu. Perhaps he had always considered Liang Shiyu a cold-hearted, wicked child, and thus felt the need to emphasize his own position. "Let's go in first to see if they're trapped inside, then decide based on the situation," Liang Shiyu announced his decision. "All right." Yu Shifeng, though not entirely agreeing with the plan, found it acceptable. Liang Shiyu's implicit meaning was that if the situation became too perilous, they might have to let Luo Wei and his son fend for themselves. The consequence of failure would be. Yu Shifeng, on the other hand, believed that no matter the circumstances, they had to find a way to rescue Luo Wei and his son. Their thoughts diverged, each holding firm to their own convictions. But for now, the three swiftly moved into the mall stealthily, making their way toward the large budget supermarket on the second floor. Before they even reached the supermarket entrance, they spotted two black-clad men wielding large blades, standing guard at the entrance. A supermarket typically has at least one entrance and one exit, but both were guarded. The supermarket was too large for them to glean what was happening inside from the entrances. All they could hear from outside was a familiar background melody playing within, "I Don't Enter Hell" from Kung Fu Hustle, accompanied by the sound of a man laughing, roaring with laughter. But they couldn't make out what he was saying. Supermarkets like this usually have a staff entrance. "Let's find it," Liang Shiyu suggested. The staff entrance likely wouldn't be inside the mall itself, but rather a small door, elevator, or fire escape outside. So they had to leave the mall and search for it from the outside. This was no small task, as none of them had done such work before and lacked the experience to quickly locate a staff entrance. However, luck was on their side. When they reached the back of the large mall, they found a freight elevator passage. Since the supermarket needed supplies, going up this freight elevator would surely lead to another entrance. And indeed, they took the fire escape next to the freight elevator directly to a small entrance at the back of the supermarket. It led into the supermarket's warehouse, which was unguarded by any black-clad men. Exiting the warehouse would bring them to the first floor of the supermarket, but this large supermarket's warehouse was unique. It was interconnected like a moat surrounding the supermarket. The three quickly traversed the warehouse, and through the vents above they could see the scene inside the supermarket. Empty shelves had been pushed to the sides, creating a small, open platform in the center, where about 30 to 50 people were trapped. Surrounding them were over 20 men and women, young, middle-aged, and even a few burly women, all clad in black t-shirts and armed with weapons. Luo Wei and Luo Junxian were among them. Besides them, there were several familiar faces, some neighbors from Lane 27, and the man surnamed Gu, whom Liang Shiyu had briefly encountered during the relief food distribution. In front of this group of innocent captives lay several corpses. Some had been shot, others hacked to death by blades, their bodies a bloody mess. One injured man, still alive, trembled and staggered, pleading for help. The leader, a middle-aged man with a gun, was dancing to the tune of "I Don't Enter Hell," playing from a radio. Yes, he held a gun in one hand and was fully immersed in performing the Axe Gang dance. The scene was bizarre, as if mimicking Stephen Chow's Kung Fu Hustle. But the blood was real and the gun was real. No one had the leisure to appreciate this awkward cosplay. Seeing this, Liang Shiyu's heart sank instantly. It's often said that three types of people in the world are the most troublesome: artists, madmen, and criminals. And this man before them, clad in a black coat with a standard Kim Jong-un-style middle part, dancing the Axe Gang dance, could very well be a performance artist, a madman, and a criminal, all rolled into one. Haha, worked up a good sweat. The performance artist let out a loud laugh. His appearance wasn't that of a stereotypical boss. Oh, many people in this world have faces completely at odds with their personalities. This performance artist had a delicate, plain face. He tossed aside his coat, hung the gun on his half-zipped pants, and plopped down onto a chair his underlings had prepared for him. Then with a smile he swept his gaze over the terrified, bewildered crowd, licked his lips, and said, "Who's next? You decide. If I have to choose, it might be much worse." What was he saying? Could it be that his intention wasn't robbery or murder? Of course not. Liang Xiyu even suspected that everything happening today was a trap set by this man. He had deliberately killed people in the mall to drive the crowd into a frenzy of panic buying only to encircle and imprison them, fulfilling his own perverse desires. To satisfy some craving that couldn't be fulfilled in a law-abiding society. The mall, in an effort to maintain order, had always been guarded by armed forces dispatched by relevant departments. However, these so-called armed forces carried no firearms, only electric batons and iron rods. Even their blades were merely for intimidation, never actually used against anyone. After all, these armed personnel were temporarily reassigned civil servants, not hired thugs. So they were effortlessly overwhelmed by a crushing assault. As the performance artist's words fell, those standing in the front rows involuntarily stepped back, only to be threatened by the knife-wielding thugs behind them, leaving no room to retreat. Since no one is willing to step forward, I'll have to choose myself. With a casual point of his finger, two of his minions charged into the crowd and dragged a man out. The crowd erupted in panicked cries at this series of actions. The dragged-out man screamed in terror and confusion. The performance artist watched him with gleeful laughter. "Don't be scared." He pulled out a gun and waved it above the man's head. "You know the rules, don't you? No need for me to repeat them." "No." The man shook his head frantically, but his mouth was muffled. "All right then, my question is, which do you prefer, apples or bananas?" The man was so terrified he burst into tears. There was simply no right answer. The last person who answered this question had replied with both apples and bananas, yet still got shot. This man had no intention of letting them go, he only wanted to torment them. The radio was playing 9 Swords of Solitude, and the performance artist had lost patience. "You're too slow." Cut off one of his hands. As he spoke, a third subordinate stepped forward with a cleaver, and without a word severed the man's arm. The cleaver wasn't very sharp, or it took 7 or 8 hacks to break through. The wound looked like the markings on a centipede's back, jagged, segmented, and gruesomely nauseating. Wei Youqi nearly screamed along with the crowd, but Liang Xiyu covered his mouth just in time. Yu Shifeng's expression mirrored the other's panic and confusion, and the look he gave Liang Xiyu had lost its earlier stubbornness. Faced with such a madman, what could they possibly do? Liang Xiyu grasped Yu Shifeng's shoulder and gave it a squeeze as if offering comfort. There was one thing they could be thankful for. At least the 3 of them weren't in that crowd. In the middle of the supermarket, the man, now missing an arm, screamed as blood gushed out. But the performance artist wasn't done with him yet. "You still haven't answered my question. Hurry up." "Oh, you don't want your other arm either." No, the man yelled. "You like both. You like both." The previous person had answered banana, apple, and neither, so the only remaining possibility was both. In truth, the man guessed that no answer would be correct, because this person had no intention of letting anyone go. He was a psychopath who took pleasure in tormenting others. Wrong. Unsurprisingly, there was no right answer to this question. "You still have one more chance," the performance artist said. The man had no choice left but to follow the artist's lead. What else could he say? "You don't like fruit at all." "Ha ha ha." The performance artist burst into laughter. "Alas, you're too stupid." With a bang, a bullet flew into his head. The trapped crowd could no longer hold back. Though the enemy had weapons and numbers, they were more numerous. If they couldn't win in a direct fight, wasn't there at least a sliver of a chance to escape? In an instant, the crowd broke free from the black-clad thugs' restraints and scattered in all directions. Those who had weapons engaged in combat. The unlucky ones were targeted and hacked down by a flurry of blades. This was perhaps the first armed assault incident in this city. But in the days to come, such situations would likely become increasingly common. Whether these trapped people could break out was hard to tell. Just as they launched their escape, rapid footsteps sounded outside the supermarket, followed by a series of powerful roars. "Don't move. Drop your weapons." Bang! 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 In the warehouse, Liang Xiyu grabbed the other 2 and quickly ducked behind a pile of goods. Outside, chaos erupted with gunfire, clashing weapons, screams, and cries of agony. 2 factions, a crowd of hostages. Who would win, who would lose, who would ultimately escape? It was all a matter of fate. Thump thump. An uneven, limping footstep echoed in the warehouse. Liang Xiyu and his 2 companions hid behind a square wooden shelf, holding their breath instantly. Creak, bang. It was the sound of the warehouse door opening and then closing. Then about 5 meters away from them, amidst the background music of "A Man Should Be Strong" and the sounds of gunfire and combat, came the rustling of fabric. It was the performance artist. And who else? They finished quickly. Only the performance artist made a sound. But Liang Xiyu managed to distinguish 2 other voices from the chaotic background noise. It was a man and a cripple. After they finished, 4 sets of footsteps crossed the warehouse and left through the way Liang Xiyu and the others had entered. Outside, the clashing continued. All sounds ceased only after about 3,000 heartbeats, meaning Liang Xiyu and his companions had hidden there for at least an hour. Their bottoms had gone numb. Yu Shifeng's expression was dazed, and Wei Yuki's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Liang Shiyu stood up first and peered through the ventilation vent near the warehouse ceiling to check the situation outside. Certain that there wasn't a single person in his line of sight, he told Yu Shifeng and Wei Yoqi to wait there while he went out to examine the bodies on the ground for Luo Wei and his son. Thankfully they weren't there. They must have gone back, Liang Shiyu said, calling the other two out and tossing them the weapons he had picked up from the ground. Wei Yoqi was only bewildered for a moment. In truth, ever since the last supermarket robbery, when Liang Shiyu had killed someone by accident, he knew that this world was no longer what it used to be. What they were experiencing now was a brand new brutal era, not yet recorded in history. Wei Yoqi wiped the tiny tears from his eyelashes, stripped a backpack from a body on the ground, and slung it over his own shoulder. After scanning the area and finding nothing else of value, he stepped through the trail of red stains toward the exit. As for Yu Shifeng, he took off the jacket from a corpse and draped it over the face of a uniformed civil servant. The three of them cautiously left the mall. Outside, the rain was still pouring down in torrents. The rain was the same, but the color of the sky seemed even darker. But on the way home, as they passed an intersection, Liang Shiyu saw Luo Junxian sitting alone on the steps. Could something have happened to Luo Wei? Liang Shiyu and the other two hurried over, and Yu Shifeng had already asked hesitantly, "Where's your dad?" Luo Junxian wore a black baseball cap, sitting on the cascading steps like a waterfall, his eyes staring ahead without emotion. That expression made Liang Shiyu and the other two's hearts sink. "He went back first," he said. Whoosh! The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Then why was he sitting here alone? The water gushed loudly, soaking all of Luo Junxian's clothes. Liang Shiyu saw the bloodstains on Luo Junxian's raincoat that hadn't been washed clean and said to Yu Shifeng and the other, "You two go back first to report that we're safe, put down your things, and then come out again. We'd better grab some supplies while things aren't too chaotic today. In a day or two, there won't be any left." He handed his backpack to them. Yu Shifeng didn't hesitate. In his eyes, Liang Shiyu was a resourceful and calm person, and his actions always had a reason. Wei Yoqi hesitated, glancing at Liang Shiyu and Luo Junxian twice before quickly leaving with Yu Shifeng. Watching their figures disappear into the rain, Liang Shiyu followed the water flow on the ground along two deeper streams to find the source. Inside this narrow alleyway around the corner, a twisted figure lay collapsed there. This figure, these hands slashed beyond recognition, and this face marred by cuts, stirred up forgotten images deep in Liang Shiyu's memory. He was very young then, and so was Luo Junxian. They had gone to play at the house of the stingy big brother, who was now Yu Shifeng. He remembered once while playing a game, he couldn't find Luo Junxian. To his young self, the stingy big brother's house was like a palace with countless rooms. He opened door after door, but still couldn't find Luo Junxian. Then he heard Luo Junxian's crying. Not exactly crying, more like a struggling sound. He pressed his ear to the crack in the door. Just as he was getting a clue, the door suddenly opened, and Mr. Gu stood behind it, smiling warmly. "Uncle Gu, what are you doing here?" Young children always had endless affection for elders who were generous, gentle, and witty. "We're playing a game. Do you want to join?" "What games?" Just as young Liang Shiyu was about to step inside, Shen Yuqing's voice came from outside Shiyu. Shen Yuqing, wearing a white t-shirt and holding a bag of potato chips, walked onto the stone dam like a faint cloud and asked Liang Shiyu, "Your sister Bowie recently had a tooth pulled and can't eat chips. Can you help with these?" Liang Shiyu was instantly drawn away. "Mr. Gu," slammed the door shut. Later, after finishing the chips, Liang Shiyu remembered he had forgotten to say goodbye to Uncle Gu, and he brooded over it for days, feeling he had been terribly rude. Maybe Uncle Gu wouldn't like him anymore. He couldn't recall much of what happened later. A few years after the stingy big brother moved away, and that house stood vacant for many years. A convenience store opened downstairs from his home, and the owner had a son about his age. Gradually, he drifted apart from Luo Junxian, whose temper grew increasingly difficult. So many years later, when he accidentally overheard neighbors gossiping that the stingy big brother's sudden move might be related to that young man surnamed Gu, and that the incident had caused quite a stir, Gu lost his job and moved away. The stingy big brother also went abroad. Liang Shiyu belatedly realized the filth hidden in his happy childhood, but by then his relationship with Luo Junxian had grown too distant for either to return to the past. Liang Shiyu also sat down on the steps. No one spoke, only listening to the rotting rain falling on the wet earth. Gusts of wind carried the rain into murky puddles flowing along the drains into deeper realms. Garbage swirled in the yellow water like whirlpools, then was swept into unknown abysses, sinking deeper and deeper, never to see the light again. They were all innocent, really. It was just that the rain was too heavy, forming such large puddles. Garbage had no eyes, no hands or feet. Wherever the inertia of the water carried it, there it landed. They had no choice. No matter how noble they were before or how lowly they were trodden underfoot, in this murky puddle, they were all equal. Equally wretched, equally doomed. Destined to be swept away by the current rushing into an abyss with no turning back. Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi returned with empty backpacks. As Liang Xiyu had said, once the long-maintained social order was broken, there would be no law or morality left. People would first loot all visible resources in the city. Now before many in the city could react, they needed to gather more resources for themselves. They weren't short on food. They had already scavenged plenty underwater. Nor were they short on water. What they still lacked was fuel and medicine. So Liang Xiyu and the others planned to head to the pharmacy to see if there was anything worth taking. Accompanying Yu Shifeng was Luo Wei. Earlier Luo Junxian had told him to leave first, but he was unwilling. After returning and hearing that Yu Shifeng and the others had seen Luo Junshuan, he hurried over. Actually, he had thought that after the incident Liang Xiyu had abandoned them and fled first. But Yu Shifeng arrived home even later than he did. Though he hadn't yet learned the full story, he now trusted Yu Shifeng's group more. Let's go hurry to the pharmacy. Despite the narrow escape from the supermarket, Luo Wei was more afraid of a world without medicine. Facing a matter of life and death, he rarely compromised. Plus, being with someone like Yu Shifeng was much safer than figuring things out on their own. Let's go. Liang Xiyu responded, and the five of them rushed to the nearest pharmacy. There were many pedestrians on the street, as many as before the power outage. Perhaps due to the gunshots and fighting at the supermarket, there were also some uniformed officials hurrying about, adding a touch of reassurance to the crowd. It seemed that although the city's order was collapsing, there were still people striving to maintain it. No one knew how long they could last, though. This time officials stepped in to suppress the incident and disperse the gang of thugs. But what about next time? No one knew. With that thought, though, people felt a bit more at ease. That sliver of reassurance wasn't enough to make them give up the chance to loot and obediently return home, not causing trouble for society as before. At the first large pharmacy, quite a crowd had already gathered outside. It seemed many had the same idea as Liang Xiyu, to grab medicine after the incident. Inside the pharmacy, 7 or 8 men in worker uniforms were stuffing all the medicines from the shelves into nylon bags. The pharmacy floor was covered in bloodstains. Liang Xiyu and his group arrived a step too late. The pharmacy had already been seized by 7 or 8 workers. Even the other onlookers, their eyes burning with covetousness, dared not rush in to snatch a share. Those who arrived earlier had witnessed the entire process of the workers looting the pharmacy. These workers had come almost without hesitation, as if they had long planned their move, acting swiftly from the start. The male owner of the pharmacy was injured, and the bloodstains on the floor were his. Seeing that he could no longer hold the place, he hurriedly took his family and left. Thus no greater conflict erupted, and the workers took control of the spot with minimal effort. Liang Xiyu stood at the edge of the crowd, observing for a while. Even if they filled their nylon bags to the brim, they would not be able to carry away all the items in the pharmacy in one trip. He then instructed Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi to stay there, hoping to scavenge some leftovers after the workers left. After that, he led Luo Wei and Luo Junxian toward another nearby pharmacy. The reason he left Yu Shifeng behind was the concern that conflict might arise. If he left Luo Wei and Luo Junshuan, their safety could not be guaranteed, let alone the chance to scavenge. Liang Xiyu seemed to be gradually becoming the core of the group, Luo Wei thought. Although the wind outside still howled fiercely, Liang Xiyu and his companions were now familiar with the path. When they arrived at the second pharmacy without incident, an inexplicable sense of foreboding crept into Liang Xiyu's heart. Compared to the first pharmacy, the owner of the second was somewhat of an acquaintance to Liang Xiyu. The first batch of medicine after the blackout was bought here, and he had visited several times since even meeting Aunt Liu's granddaughter. They arrived. As Liang Xiyu had anticipated, the glass door of this pharmacy had been smashed, and the shelves inside were now completely empty. 2 or 3 people were still scavenging through the empty shelves. Luo Wei, unaware of the story behind this pharmacy, saw that it had been stripped clean and slapped his thigh in frustration. Too late again. Let's go check the next one. But Liang Xiyu rushed inside instead. Luo Wei was about to tell him not to waste time, as the chaos outside was escalating, and every moment they lingered here meant fewer opportunities elsewhere. Ignoring the few people still rummaging through the cabinets, Liang Xiyu bypassed the curved glass counter and entered the inner room of the pharmacy. As soon as he stepped inside, a strong smell of blood hit him. A young man was ransacking the inner room. When he saw Liang Xiyu, he first startled and grabbed a makeshift weapon, then followed Liang Xiyu's gaze to the bodies of an old man and a young girl lying on the floor. He quickly defended himself. It wasn't me, I had nothing to do with it. They were already lying here when I arrived. The blood on the floor had already changed color, indicating it had been some time. Liang Xiyu swept his eyes across the inner room, and the young man nervously pressed his back against the wall. The old man and the young girl lay in the corner, the grandfather holding his granddaughter tightly, their bodies curled together, occupying less space than a single brick. There were footprints on the windowsill, but Aunt Lou was nowhere to be seen. Either she had been chased away by someone, or she had chased after someone. Liang Xiyu let out a sigh. Perhaps the gunfight earlier that morning had left too deep an impression on him. At this moment, seeing two more lifeless bodies, he felt nothing beyond a sense of the impermanence of life. No other emotions stirred within him. He withdrew from the inner room, and saw Luo Wei and Luo Junxian standing outside, dazed like two penguins waiting for his command. Liang Xiyu knocked impatiently on the nearby Chinese medicine cabinet. Pack up all the usable Chinese herbs. Don't just stand there. Alright, okay. Luo Wei finally snapped out of it. He had been wondering why with such limited time Liang Xiyu would waste it in a pharmacy that had no supplies. But now he realized he was too slow to catch on. Besides Western medicine, the pharmacy also had Chinese herbs. The father and son climbed into the glass counter to gather the Chinese herbs. The two other people who had barely scavenged anything finally caught on and joined in. Liang Xiyu returned to the inner room, grabbed a white coat from the wardrobe inside, and draped it over the old man and the girl, covering their faces. Thinking that Luo Wei was not particularly reliable, he reminded them again, take only a little of each herb, not too much, or you won't have enough space. Luo Wei was just thinking that these Chinese herbs took up a lot of room. Liang Xiyu was speechless, feeling that Wei Youqi was much more sharp-witted. At least he didn't need to personally direct what to do. As for Luo Junxian, well, he might as well not exist. This rain was like the arrows Zhuge Liang borrowed from the grass boats, 1,000 times over, so abundant that it had become numbing, as constant and unnoticed as breathing. It continued to pour down, providing a rhythmic accompaniment to the frenzied looters. Liang Xiyu was of course one of the looters, even looting a store belonging to an acquaintance. Angelica licorice, astragalus white, Angelica mint. Cotinopsis. Cotinopsis seemed like a decent thing if it had the character Shinjinseng in it. What was the difference between that and ginseng? And what were its effects? Liang Xiyu searched for a while, but didn't find any ginseng. Instead, he found red ginseng, which he remembered could be steeped in water to drink. As for its effects, he had no idea. If only he had Baidu or Zhihu, he could look it up online. But unfortunately, there was no electricity, now let alone internet access. Perhaps he could take these back and ask the older folks at home, they might know their uses. Liang Xiyu stood on the glass counter, picking and choosing, selecting only those herbs whose names he had heard and whose effects he vaguely knew, but he still quickly filled a backpack. This time Luo Wei cleverly went to rummage in the inner room, but still found nothing and was startled by the figures covered with the white coat. Then he turned back to search under the glass counter, only to bump into another body at the bottom of the cashier's counter. There's another person here. Luo Wei cried out in alarm, forgetting to search the cabinet and quickly retreating from the cashier's area. He adjusted the straps of his backpack and stood in the middle of the hall, thinking that any place worth searching near the cashier would have been picked clean long ago, so it wasn't his turn anyway. He had heard that repeatedly encountering dead bodies could bring bad luck. After surviving such a close call today, he wondered if he would fall ill after returning home. He definitely wanted to boil a pot of water and take a hot bath. His exclamation was trivial, but made Liang Xiyu's hands freeze as he was opening a cabinet. But it was only for a moment. Life and death were unpredictable, especially in such circumstances. Heaven was blind. When it was someone's turn to die, it didn't care about anyone's face, nor whether the person was an acquaintance of Liang Xiyu. So Liang Xiyu moved to the cashier's counter without much psychological burden. When he saw that it was a man in uniform, his heart eased slightly, then tightened again. He recognized the man's attire. The 7 or 8 people who had looted the first pharmacy wore exactly the same. So did those people loot this pharmacy first before moving on to the next, or were they simply workers from the same factory sent out en masse to grab supplies? The worker wore a gray uniform made of a special waterproof fabric resembling that of a chemical plant employee. Surrounding the city of Shenlan were numerous factories, with most workers being migrants from inland areas seeking coastal employment, typically housed in factory-provided dormitories. If all workers gathered together after a power outage, it would naturally form a hierarchical organization. Even a moderately large factory employed thousands. Though these individuals might not be united, they would split into small groups of at least 20 to 30, or even 50 to 60 people. Such a multitude of laborers could easily swarm into a lawless society to commit any act. Liang Xiyu recognized the words Shanhua chemical embroidered in red silk thread on their gray uniforms. His neck was slashed, the wound resembling a missing wedge from a blood orange. This sword technique, though not the 18 dragon subduing palms, was at least on par with the 9 swords of Dugu, undoubtedly the work of Aunt Lu. It confirmed she knew martial arts and had indeed fled. Whether she survived remained unknown, but given the tragic state of the grandfather and grandson, who hadn't even time to tend to their kin, it was likely dire. With their backpacks full, Liang Shuyu and his companions had no reason to linger. They swiftly traversed the wind and rain, reaching the first pharmacy as if on flat ground, only to find it empty. Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi had presumably already returned. Thus the trio hurried back, but at a crossroads Liang Shuyu spotted several men in gray factory uniforms. They were undoubtedly operating as a gang. In the smallest factories their numbers started at 50. If they dispatched in batches they could amass a considerable fortune. Liang Shuyu decided on the spot, instructing Luo Wei and Luo Junxian to carry the backpacks back first. He intended to confront this chemical factory gang to locate their base. Better not go. It's too dangerous. In an era without phones or mobile networks, Liang Shuyu had to share all his plans and conjectures with his companions before acting alone. This ensured they wouldn't flounder blindly if something happened to him. Upon learning that Liang Shuyu planned to trail a gang of perhaps 50, Luo Wei instinctively tried to dissuade him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Don't you have enough supplies already? I don't think you need to take this risk. But Liang Shuyu thought otherwise. No matter how much they had, there were always gaps. Similarly, the factory gang, despite their abundant resources, would have blind spots. They couldn't simply shop for what they lacked. So before long, they'd trade their surplus for what they needed. To Liang Shuyu, they were a massive supermarket. Pinpointing its location now would facilitate future trades. Liang Shuyu had already extended his expectation of the power outage to 6 months, or even a year. Thus, he couldn't afford to miss any potentially useful resource. He didn't waste time explaining further to Luo Wei, as it would be futile. Moreover, after their brief encounter today, Liang Shuyu had dismissed the idea of future outings with Luo Wei and his son. Luo Wei lacked agility, was too old and slow, and would need care in emergencies. As for Luo Junshuan, he was even worse, utterly indifferent to the outside world, like a zombie, if not for his breathing. Indeed, everyone's experiences shaped their distinct personalities. But for safety's sake, Liang Shuyu refused to cooperate with such people. What worried him most was that Luo Wei and Luo Junxian were father and son. If both he and Luo Junxian were in danger, Luo Wei's choice as a father was obvious. This meant Luo Junxian gained double protection without effort, while Liang Shuyu had to make decisions and lead yet lacked any security. So without further explanation, he tossed his backpack to them, informed them of his likely destination, and followed the factory workers who had already walked away. These workers were clearly not the ones who had raided the first pharmacy. They carried bundles made from tied clothes bulging with unknown contents, but certainly useful supplies. In the stormy weather and the fresh market rush, the streets were bustling with people. Liang Shuyu easily tailed them with deliberate concealment, eventually pinpointing their lair in an industrial park about 4 kilometers away. It was a bit far, but the gains were substantial. This was a small to medium-sized industrial park. From his rough estimate, outside it housed dozens of factories of varying scales. The men he followed were just one group. In the 1,000 heartbeats he observed from across the street, he saw several batches from different factories carrying supplies inside. Most moved in groups operating as gangs. Liang Shuyu noted the location and retraced his steps. In Shenlan City, such industrial parks were common. If they were food processing factories, they'd hold vast edible resources. Unfortunately, the situation was merely a power outage, not a zombie siege or alien attack. Though the factories held abundant supplies, tempting as alluring maidens, these young ladies would be claimed first, leaving nothing for Liang Shuyu after a trainload of takers. If it were a zombie siege, things would be far simpler. Vast resources would lie obediently in the deceased's homes, sparing him such exhausting scheming. The distance from the industrial park back to lane 27 was even greater, requiring crossing a dozen intersections and walking along a basin-shaped main road for half an hour. The passers-by's gazes were sharp and laden with hidden emotions, forcing Liang Shuyu to be extra cautious as he moved alone. As he passed through a park, the rain-soaked rotted bushes emitted sharp, piercing cries. The damp shrubs quivered like a snapped, slender waist shaking off a snail dozing atop them. The snail, dazed, extended its antennae toward Liang Shuyu, the passerby, its bewildered expression as if asking, was that an earthquake? Let me go? Came a woman's voice. I've protected you for days now, give us some reward. A man's voice followed. It's a man's world now, you think it's still the old days? Added another. Liang Shuyu, about to hurry away, paused and leisurely observed the scene. Rain always carries a gentle and endearing quality. Back then the song Rainy Day swept across the land, captivating countless hearts with its charm. The stake in the rain became a topic of endless debate, and now this rare sight of applause in the rain is indeed a treasure to behold. In the past, Liang Shuyu would have feigned innocence, covering his eyes to avoid such scenes. But times had changed drastically. Having survived a gunfight in the morning and witnessed the untimely demise of an acquaintance in the afternoon, he craved something thrilling to balance the day's rhythm. Yet the park was utterly wretched. Flowers and grass had rotted in the rain, and a single touch yielded slimy, stinking leaves like seaweed mud. The thought of a porcelain-like figure rolling around in such filth was too grotesque to imagine, utterly devoid of beauty. He also feared parasitic infections. So after a brief glance, Liang Shuyu hastened away in long strides. Finally reaching 27th Lane, the sky had dimmed to a half-darkness, as if veiled by a demonic filter. From afar he spotted 7 or 8 women besieging the stone platform at Yu Shifeng's home. One woman sat on the ground wailing like a stuck pig. What happened? Liang Shuyu rushed over. He left with you lot, and hasn't returned all day. Who knows if you've done him harm? Wah! A perfectly good man killed by you. Murderers. The woman opened her cavernous mouth wailing with all her might. Yet her eyes were as dry as cracked fields parched for 3 years, not a single tear shed. Her face was mottled with black spots like speckled bamboo, her visage so ferocious she seemed ready to devour Yu Shifeng and the others alive, bones and all. It was hard to believe she sought justice, rather she was clearly extorting and blackmailing. Her voice was more devastating than an atomic bomb. Even Yu Min, known for her composure, felt her temples throbbing. Retorts and rebuttals stuck in her chest, too weak to hurl back for fear of a counterattack. Liang Wenjing leaned against the doorframe, her face twisted with disgust and contempt. Others like Liang Ying and Aunt Xioping hid indoors while Yu Shifeng, honest and tongue-tied, refrained from self-humiliation, standing aside with arms crossed watching coldly. Luo Wei, a latecomer, was unlucky. Returning not long ago, he had run into this woman. Now pacing on the stone platform, he argued until his mouth was dry. I've told you it's got nothing to do with us. We barely escaped with our lives. Why would we have time to harm your husband? Get up now. Don't sit here anymore. It's shameful for the neighbors to see. What shame is there when my man is dead? You killed him so you can say whatever you want. Poor me, a lonely, helpless woman with no way to live. The woman flopped like a dead fish, kicking her short, thick legs like Donald Duck's. Her massive feet were mostly hidden by her swollen belly and buttocks, giving the illusion of no thighs, only calves. His body is still in the mall. If you think we killed him, go see for yourself. Luo Wei had explained countless times, but the woman seemed determined to throw a tantrum and play the victim, not to hear the truth. No matter how many times he spoke, she wouldn't listen. So unless she got what she wanted, she wouldn't go for an autopsy. Luo Wei had seen the man a few times, so he kindly added, you'd better go soon. The weather will make him rot quickly. Too long, and there'll be nothing left. At this the woman's eyes grew even fiercer. You still say you didn't kill him? Liang Xiyu, who had been listening from afar, roughly pieced together what had happened. A neighbor who had gone shopping at the mall that morning had lost his life there. His wife, unable to find him, came to demand answers from Yu Shifeng and the others. No, to be precise, she was using the pretext of demanding justice to engage in blatant extortion. Liang Xiyu remembered her well. She lived downstream and used to sell trinkets at the market. Her face, covered in black spots, left a deep impression on him. When she first moved in, she often came to chat with Granny on Yu Shifeng's stone platform. Liang Xiyu disliked her visits along with those of the other women. But it rained incessantly outside. Staying indoors for long felt like lying in a refrigerator waiting to mold like a stale white bun. The only place to shelter from the rain while enjoying a breeze and conversation was Yu Shifeng's stone platform. So despite Wei the Fatty's repeated hints to leave, these people still gathered there. This woman was the standout among them. On her first day, she praised Wei Youqi to the skies and insisted on adopting him as her godson. The next day, she showed up at her godson's home with a bag asking for handouts. As Liang Wenjing put it, if I could buy Coke, I'd spray her with salt soda. Liang Xiyu surveyed the other 7 or 8 women lingering around. Apart from Granny, 4 were at least 50 years old, and the youngest was over 30. All were simply dressed with calloused hands and faces etched with life's hardships. Clearly women who earned their living through labor. Only they in such circumstances would neglect survival planning to gossip and scheme, always seeking to profit from neighbors, as if everyone else were fools. Madam, everything requires evidence. Do you have any? Just your words. Do you expect us to compensate you? Said Wei Youqi, rejoining the fray after a brief rest. Exactly. Without evidence, how can you accuse us of murder? You haven't even seen the body, Luo Wei added. Any sensible person could see the woman had ulterior motives. Her husband was dead, yet instead of claiming his body for a proper burial, she came to harass Yu Shifeng and the others. Isn't Xiao Wu killed by you? What else can you say? Murderers. Who was Xiao Wu? They paused for a moment, then recalled the thick-lipped woman who had tragically died during the robbery at Weiwei convenience store. You're quite bold then. Liang Shiyu's voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone turned around. A young man emerged from the drizzling rain, stepped leisurely onto the stone platform, shook off the water, peeled off his raincoat, and hung it on a nearby railing. He unbuttoned his slightly damp jacket and sat down on a red wooden bench facing the woman. Smiling at her, he said, "And yet you still come to threaten us." His voice carried a faint chill from the rain. The moment Liang Shuyu returned, the atmosphere on the stone dam shifted abruptly. If the woman was a shameless bandit queen, then Liang Shuyu was the upright county magistrate. No matter how ferocious a bandit might be, they were still just a thug, and their legs would tremble at the sight of a high-ranking official. As for Luo Wei with his silver tongue, he was like a useless junior advisor, able to spout endless logic, but in most cases logic was less effective than a fist. After all, a slap at least leaves a mark. Heh, when did I ever threaten you? Though she put up a brave front with her words, the woman's confidence had already wilted by a third. She knew Liang Shuyu. This kid had fresh blood on his hands. The woman prided herself on having seen countless people. Even if she hadn't met more than shed-eaten salt, she was at least a fifth as worldly wise. Just by looking at Liang Shuyu's eyelids, she knew he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Normally his eyelids looked ordinary, but when he stared coldly at someone they would droop, half covering his pupils. Being caught in that gaze felt like being targeted by a vulture or a wild wolf. It was just that he was young, his temperament not yet fully tempered by the world, so most of the time it wasn't apparent. "Shuyu, you're back." Liang Ying's voice came from inside the house. Liang Shuyu turned and asked, "Is dinner ready?" "I'm hungry. It's been ready for a while." Liang Wenjing replied. Liang Shuyu scolded lightly, "Why are you out here? Go back inside." Then he looked at Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi. "Let's eat." He waved at Luo Wei, and Luo Juanshuan, completely ignoring the woman, picked up the raincoat from the railing, as if no one else was there, and walked into the house. The crowd on the stone dam dispersed in a rush, leaving only the woman and the other onlooking women. The old lady then shook the wrinkles on her face, and said, "Time to head back." It was only then that the woman still sitting on the ground realized she had been completely undercut. If she hadn't been momentarily stunned, she would have grabbed Yu Shifeng and refused to let him go. A thin-skinned, honest man like him would have been no match for her. But now the red wooden door had slammed shut with a bang. That solid wood door. Forget punching or kicking it, even hacking at it with a knife would take dozens if not hundreds of strikes to break through. She still had several tricks she'd been planning and scheming for a long time left unused, and now they were all wasted. Inside the house, Liang Shuyu first went to the bathroom to change into clean clothes. It was a pair of women's black casual pants and a light green off-shoulder t-shirt. Don't ask why he was wearing such effeminate clothes. Ask, and the answer was that they were dirt poor. He then put his slightly damp jacket back on over it. Though the green inside was still visible, it looked much more presentable. Coming out of the bathroom, Liang Wenjing held a bowl of golden steaming hot soup before him. "What's this?" "Ganoderma boiled water." Wei Youqi and the others brought it back. "I'm not sure if it helps with dampness." "Not bad, you even got your hands on some Ganoderma." Liang Shuyu was surprised and gulped down the yellow liquid. It was slightly bitter with no particular taste. What you could get from a pharmacy was probably cultivated Ganoderma. It was said to have effects like relieving coughs, calming the mind, and toning qi. Though what they really needed now were things to dispel dampness and keep warm, like ginger and barley. Ganoderma might still be of some use. "I also brought back some red ginseng. Can that be steeped in water too?" Liang Shuyu handed the bowl back to Liang Wenjing after drinking. Yes, would you like some?" Since Wei Youqi and Yu Shifeng had brought the Ganoderma first, she had brewed that first. The red ginseng was brought back later by Luo Wei and Luo Juanshuan along with 3 backpacks full of Chinese herbs. As usual, they had divided them on the first floor, but they hadn't brewed them yet. No need. The room was filled with the fragrant scent of rice, like the first sip of an ice-cold cola after exercise. Just smelling it made one yearn for it. All the gains Liang Shuyu and the others had made today had already been properly stored by Liang Wenjing and Yu Min. The clothes, underwear, socks, and shoes obtained from the mall, as well as the Chinese herbs from the second trip to the pharmacy, were all placed in the small storage room on the second floor as communal supplies. Wei Youqi and Yu Shifeng had guarded the first pharmacy, managing to get some Ganoderma loose ginseng, dried tangerine peel, and other dried goods along with some less useful medicines. Liang Wenjing had already filtered through them and temporarily stored them in the small storage room. The men like Liang Shuyu were mainly responsible for external matters, so they didn't need to worry about household chores. He didn't have to concern himself with the specifics. However, Liang Wenjing always felt that Liang Shuyu had suffered outside and wanted to help him in every way possible. Right now, for instance, Liang Wenjing was drying Liang Shuyu's hair with a towel. She made him sit on the wooden sofa gently and meticulously wiping his hair, and asked, "Do you want me to heat some water for a bath? You were out for quite a while today. No need, I'm used to it. Taking a bath now might actually make me catch a cold." Liang Xiyu replied. That's true. Liang Wenjing nodded in agreement, her movements becoming even gentler. Such a scene would have been unthinkable before the power went out. It would have been a miracle if his skull hadn't been cracked open. Now Liang Wenjing had become much more understanding. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Liang Xiyu was enjoying himself, a violent pounding came from the security window behind him. You think you can just brush this off? Murder has consequences. Do you think you can get away with it just because the police are busy? I won't let this go. You have to answer to me. She had let them slip away earlier due to a lapse, but since she had made a scene and done her part, she wasn't leaving without getting something. Liang Wenjing curled her lip in disgust at the voice, glanced at the dark-spotted woman outside the window, and felt that her thoughts were as ugly as her appearance. Liang Xiyu had no intention of engaging with her. She was just banging on the window and yelling. If she wanted to yell, let her. In the current environment, right, wrong, and justice no longer mattered. Some people for their own gain would stop at nothing and had neither a heart nor a conscience. When the power first went out, they might still have cared about face and so-called morality. But as the blackout dragged on and society's order crumbled further, their long-corrupted faces no longer needed to be hidden. They could finally bear them without restraint. If Liang Xiyu had to deal with every ill-intentioned person, he might as well not live his life. As the saying goes, if you have no morals, you can't be blackmailed. Do we have any iron wire at home? Liang Xiyu asked the house manager Liang Wenjing. Liang Wenjing thought for a moment. I don't think so. What do you need iron wire for? A hardware store would definitely have it. The one we went to last time should sell to us. Just then the chubby Wei Yoqi, who had just woken up, came downstairs. What do you need iron wire for? To reinforce the house, Liang Xiyu said. Having just read Liang Wenjing's update, Wei Yoqi slapped his thigh. Right? I was just thinking about that. Foreigners nail up wooden boards, but we can't nail boards to our concrete walls. Wrapping it with iron wire should definitely work. Since the three families began collaborating, Liang Xiyu and the others spent most of their daily activities at Yu Shaifeng's home. They only returned to their own houses to sleep at night. Meanwhile, the rainwater downstream accumulated more and more, threatening to flood the area near Liang Xiyu's home. Perhaps in another half-month, Wei Fatty's house would become uninhabitable. The rolling door at Wei Fatty's place had been damaged earlier, so they simply moved to Yu Shaifeng's home. Consequently, most of their activities took place there, making the security of this house a top priority. The house was a rectangular two-story structure with a semi-open balcony on the second floor lacking anti-theft bars. Someone even slightly agile could climb along the wall to reach that balcony, posing a dangerous vulnerability. However, the house had one advantage: all its doors were solid wood, sturdy, and with excellent soundproofing. Liang Xiyu had considered reinforcing the house before. Ever since the downstream neighbors moved into the commercial apartments and many women began gathering here to gossip, he had been thinking about it. Almost everyone in the vicinity knew their family was relatively well off. It wasn't that they had flaunted their wealth, rather their constant comings and goings from dawn till dusk made concealment impossible. Hence many had their eyes on them. Besides slightly fortifying the house, Liang Xiyu also wanted to relocate some supplies. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Moving supplies could prevent accidents and provide a second refuge. If the neighbors here proved too difficult to deal with, they could simply move away. His mother's studio was the ideal second base. That building should be unoccupied. However, the specifics depended on an on-site inspection. He shared his thoughts and plans with everyone. In the living room, Wei Fatty, Wei Yoqi, Yu Shifeng, Yu Min, and others were all present. Just as the dishes were ready, they gathered at the dining table to discuss the matter over dinner. Each dish on the table was modest in portion, but there were 5 or 6 varieties. Along with bowls, chopsticks, and drinks, the table was fully spread. Whenever they ate, Wei Yoqi would draw the curtains to prevent outsiders from seeing the abundance of food. Today was no exception. But today there was one difference: as she drew the curtains, an obnoxious black toad lurked outside. You must give me an explanation. Even through the tightly sealed glass window, her naive clamor was audible. Blah! Wei Yoqi made a face at her, then slammed the curtain shut, completely shutting out that ugly visage. On the dining table, among the 5 or 6 small plates, there was a dish of canned yellow peaches, a perennial fruit that everyone, whether they liked it or not, had to eat. Wei Fatty hated this the most, but Aunt Xiaoping still spooned 2 pieces onto his plate, causing his face to scrunch up like a dumpling. There was also a small plate of lao gan mom mixed with soybeans. The golden beans were soft and tender, adorned with bright red fermented bean paste, some vinegar, and sugar, offering a sweet and sour appetizing taste. All ingredients came from the underwater market. There was a plate of Beijing roast duck minced with crushed Oreo cookies, a plate of ham sausage fried noodles, and a pot of vegetable and seaweed soup. The vegetables were actually from instant noodle packs. When boiled, they looked quite convincing. The seaweed was also retrieved from underwater, but only 2 plates were obtained. Yet that was enough for many pots of soup. Aunt Xiaoping and Liang Ying stayed at home all day racking their brains to prepare nutritious and tasty meals for the others. Especially for Liang Ying, her talents lay outside the kitchen. However, given the chaotic external situation, she refrained from going out to avoid unnecessary trouble. So she stayed home fully utilizing her remaining energy. Besides these dishes, each person had a drink. The beverages changed daily, sometimes hot milk beer cocktails, green or black tea. Today it was boiled reishi mushroom water. So tomorrow we're going to the hardware store for wire and tools, not going out to scavenge. Wei Yoqi frowned, taking a sip of the reishi water. Everyone at the table had just heard Liang Shiyu's plan and had no objections to his decision to stop going out for supplies. After all, their household supplies were relatively complete. According to Liang Wenjing and Yu Min's calculations, they had enough to live comfortably for 7 to 8 months. If they rationed, it could last a year. However, fuel wouldn't last that long. It was their only shortfall. Fuel would only last about 4 months. With the rain, water wouldn't be a problem. But if the rain stopped, their existing water supply would only last 4 to 5 months. With lakes and rivers outside, water wouldn't be a major issue. The biggest problem remained cooking fuel. Liang Shiyu's proposal to reinforce the house and move supplies had crossed Yu Shifeng and Wei Fatty's minds before, but they hadn't found suitable methods or locations. Scavenging is indeed unnecessary. The current situation is too dangerous. But if we go out daily now, others will assume we're gathering supplies, not suspecting we're actually moving them, analyzed Liang Wenjing. Wei Fatty nodded. Today I noticed someone loitering nearby. We've indeed attracted too much attention. In this environment, the best survival strategy was to keep a low profile. Unfortunately, their constant comings and goings with every house in the vicinity occupied made it hard to avoid leaving traces. Who is it? Do you recognize them? Liang Shiyu caught the key point in Wei Fatty's words and set down his chopsticks. Wei Fatty instinctively frowned and shook his head. No, a completely unfamiliar face. As a convenience store owner, most locals had shopped there, so he should have at least some recollection. This only meant the person might not be from the area. Then tomorrow we'll head to the hardware store for wire and tools, Liang Shiyu said, turning to Liang Wenjing. Don't open the door easily unless we're back. If anyone causes trouble downstairs, ignore them. Liang Wenjing nodded. Today that woman pounced during the gap when Luo Wei and the others were returning. You know Luo Wei. He can't help but chime in even when it's not his business, so he started explaining to her, and it dragged on endlessly. Right, isn't his nickname Foot Trap? Wei Yoqi suddenly said. Yumin chuckled and asked why. Wei Yoqi replied, because his speech is long, tedious, and endless. He can ramble on about anything whether it concerns him or not. Everyone laughed for a while, then Liang Shiyu said seriously, Luo Wei has his limits, but Luo Junxian is utterly useless. From now on, well, act alone and not get entangled with them. When they were young, Liang Shiyu and Luo Junxian had been very close, but their bond gradually faded due to certain events. Luo Junxian came from a single-parent family, and unlike Liang Shiyu, whose mother Liang Ying was a democratic parent, Liang Shiyu also had an elder sister, so he never lacked companionship during his childhood, which prevented him from developing a withdrawn personality. Luo Juanchuan, however, was entirely different. Luo Wei possessed a rustic simplicity and innate kindness, yet he also had a heart that worried endlessly like an old mother hen. He exuded a kind of womanly fussiness, the type who would meticulously pick out individual seeds when buying bulk sunflower seeds. Moreover, he excessively micromanaged every aspect of Luo Zhengxuan's life, taking upon himself all the problems that should have been Luo Zhengxuan's own. Luo Junxian had experienced some unpleasant things when he was young, and he couldn't share them with anyone, which led to his increasingly sullen and introverted character. Everyone has their own personality. There is no good or bad. It's just that Luo Zhengxuan's temperament was ill-suited to the current situation. He could serve as a temporary collaborator, but as a comrade in arms he was inadequate. Yu Shifeng, who had dealt with Luo Junxian before, quickly nodded in agreement with Liang Shiyu's assessment. It was acceptable to work with Luo Wei alone, but not with his precious son in tow. Everyone who ventured out wanted to go with their lives and return with them, so naturally, they preferred a safer option. That was not to say they would never bring Luo Wei along again, for Luo Wei was after all a decent person who knew his bounds. They simply decided not to take him on solo missions and to maintain some distance. Afterward, Liang Shiyu shared with Yu Shifeng and the others the exact address of the industrial park where he had followed the workers that day. Is that so? I was thinking if those big company and factory workers united, they could definitely form a regiment. That's terrifying. The chances of a company forming a regiment are slim, since colleagues tend to have shallow relationships like diluted plain water, and many are married, making it hard to band together. Factories are different. Many workers are single. If there's a charismatic leader, they could rally the factory employees at a moment's notice and turn them into an organization in no time. Yes, so we must be extremely cautious. After the collapse of social order, society will enter an initial chaotic phase like sand falling into a glass of water. Only during this chaos can we fish in troubled waters. Once the chaos subsides, society will form a new order, and by then we should minimize our outings, Liang Shuyu said. So you only have these few days? Liang Wenjing asked. Yumin glanced at Liang Shuyu and nodded. Indeed, only these days are relatively safe. There are many people outside, but everyone is busy looting things. When there's nothing left to loot, they'll start taking what others have. Exactly, Fatty Wei said with a heavy nod. The atmosphere at the table grew somber, and everyone couldn't help but worry about the days ahead. The power had been out for over 40 days. With the sound of a gunshot yesterday, it wasn't just social order that collapsed, but also the government and the hopes of people like them. How much longer would the blackout last? Life would undoubtedly become more and more difficult. They finished dinner in silence. Outside, the sky had turned as dark as ink, and everything was eerily quiet save for the relentless rain pounding the ground and brick walls, along with the stubborn woman with dark spots still lingering by the window. But everyone simply ignored her. Tonight was not a bath night, so after washing the dishes, cleaning up, and finalizing the plans for tomorrow's outing, Liang Shuyu and the others didn't intend to stay long. They put on their raincoats and prepared to head back to their own homes. We're going back now. Remember to lock the door, Liang Wenjing waved. Wei Yoqi was leaning on the railing of the second floor. Sister Xiaojing, can you write 2 more chapters tomorrow? Your word count is enough for publication, isn't it? Time for extra updates. Bah. Liang Wenjing spat a tumterlong spray of saliva at him. You're lucky to even get to read what I write. You have no right to ask for extra chapters, humph. Wei Yoqi then put on a pitiful crying face. Just as they were about to leave, Yumin, still in her pajamas, suddenly ran down from upstairs, pulled Liang Wenjing aside, and whispered something in her ear. Huh. Liang Wenjing sounded a bit surprised and lowered her voice. Are you sure? Yumin nodded, her expression a mix of shyness or something else, an indescribable emotion. Liang Wenjing hummed an acknowledgement, waved goodbye to her, and Yumin went back upstairs. Liang Shuyu was already holding an umbrella at the door waiting. As soon as Liang Wenjing came over, he pulled her and Lianging behind him. When the big red wooden door opened, the cold wind mixed with humid raindrops fiercely blew onto the three of them, and their hair instantly became coated with tiny droplets of rain. The rainy night was drizzling pitch black like blindness, with nothing visible at all. More than 10 days ago, the city's nights still had lights, candle flames, flashlights, generators, or something else. But later all went out. Perhaps they ran out of electricity, or maybe they needed to conserve fuel. So people who went out at night were like stones dropped into ink. After rolling around a couple of times, they were no different from the darkness. The temperature has dropped again, Lianging said. Liang Wenjing felt it. It seems to have dropped. The weather is getting colder. Could we end up in an ice age? She recalled the wild ideas she had written in her novel. Liang Shuyu held the umbrella while Liang Wenjing and Lianging turned around to close the door. Inside, Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei quickly moved the solid wood sofa over to block the door, then turned and went back to their rooms to sleep. Perhaps because it was too cold after nightfall, the Donald Duck-like woman who had been shouting under the window earlier was nowhere to be seen. The three of them quickly crossed the street, which was less than 3 meters wide, and deftly found the keyhole on the door. They opened the door swiftly, and a strong stream of water gushed out from inside, but with their experience they easily dodged it. Once inside, they closed the umbrella and carefully climbed the steps while holding up their raincoats. The stairwell had turned into a small waterfall. After a month of moisture, green moss had grown on the steps, so they had to be extra cautious. Fortunately, they were all wearing slippers and had rolled up their pant legs. All they needed to do was prevent slipping. When they reached the third-floor apartment, they groped their way in and closed the door. Liang Wenjing and Lianging now shared a room. After each went to their own room and locked the door, Liang Shuyu dried his feet with a towel and laid down in his quilt. But before that, he pushed the desiccant bag inside the blanket under his pillow. Because the rainy days were so humid, each of them had quicklime placed in their rooms. This was Fatty Weiss' idea. Their factory used to use quicklime for moisture-proofing. They had found the quicklime from a nearby unfinished construction site, which wasn't too hard, and it really came in handy. The next day, just as dawn broke, or rather when the outside world became barely visible, they each prepared to set out according to the previous day's plan. However, an uninvited guest arrived at the stone courtyard of Yu Shifeng's house. The sky had just begun to lighten, though the hour was uncertain, when Liang Shuyu fully awoke. Still clinging to the warmth, he curled up beneath the covers. Though his mind was clear, his eyelids drooped heavily, and his head felt leaden, as if his body soaked in a hot spring while his mind was mired in a bog. Liang Shuyu knew this was the result of days spent in the rain, coupled with the damp environment, plunging him into an unnamed state of malaise. Despite exercising daily until he worked up a light sweat, resting adequately, and never staying up late, the morning discomfort never seemed to lessen. At times he could even feel his organs grow heavy like sponges saturated with water pressing down until it was hard to breathe. He knew that Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping had already begun to show signs of edema while Liang Wenjing's face had broken out in pimples. Yu Min, perhaps due to her stronger constitution, had yet to show any abnormalities. Everyone's body had developed minor ailments, yet there was no solution. They could only endure for now, hoping the rain would stop and the power would return soon. Liang Xiyu let out a soft sigh beneath the covers, feeling the tension between his brows ease slightly, before reaching a hand out from the warm blanket to retrieve a cigarette from the bedside drawer and light it. Silver-white ash fell rhythmically into a water bottle, and a faint orange glow reflected in Liang Xiyu's pupils, though it seemed dull, almost colorless. His breath, like a crushed gardenia, spread heavily through the sealed room, its fragrance akin to floral scent. After smoking 3 cigarettes in succession, he decided to conserve and put the pack back before lighting a 4th. After lingering a while longer, Liang Xiyu suddenly threw off the covers, leaped out of bed, stretched, and took a deep breath to force a smile, before calling Liang Wenjing to get up. Even without work, can't I still sleep in? Liang Wenjing pulled her head back under the covers. Liang Xiyu pulled her out again and flicked her forehead. Get up, exercise, no slacking. Liang Wenjing let out a petulant cry. Liang Xiyu could only pull out the flattened pink rabbit from her neck. How's your dart practice? How sure are you in a kill? Such a provocative question, so early in the morning. Is it for killing? It's for self-defense. Can't you say something nice? You make me sound like an assassin. Liang Wenjing snatched the pink rabbit back and hugged it to her chest like a hen protecting her chicks. Don't scare my little baby. So how's the practice? Need I say? Absolutely unbeatable. Liang Wenjing tucked the pink rabbit under the covers and finally got up. My master is strong, so how could her disciple be weak? Master, of course, referred to Yu Min. Before the power outage, Yu Min's dart skills were only slightly better than an untrained person's, hardly professional. But after the outage, through long-term practice and refinement, she had become a highly skilled dart thrower. 7 out of 10 throws hit a moving target. Liang Wenjing's skill wasn't as strong, as she was still stuck on stationary targets. Liang Xiyu smiled and shook his head reluctantly, acknowledging her self-proclaimed invincibility. He took out clean clothes and a jacket from the wardrobe for her, then waited in the living room while putting on his raincoat. Just as he finished rolling up his pant legs, Liang Wenjing emerged in fresh clothes. Liang Xiyu helped her into her raincoat, and as they were about to open the door and head downstairs, they heard a knock and a man shout from outside, "Is Old Wei in?" Liang Wenjing glanced at Liang Xiyu, who remained expressionless as he closed the door. Let's go down and see. Someone looking for Fatty Wei so early in the morning was rarely good news. They quickly reached the first floor, and Liang Xiyu stood under the eaves looking toward the stone dam. A man was peering through a window, the curtains wide open to let in the morning light. Unfortunately, he only saw the empty hall with nothing unusual beyond the standard furniture. From the kitchen, however, wafted an irresistible aroma of rice, making his mouth water. Old Wei, you're not still asleep, are you? He called out again. Liang Xiyu didn't rush over, but instead circled around to Wei Yuki's convenience store, found a small stool, and waited there with Liang Wenjing. Liang Xiyu knew this man who had essentially watched him grow up. His surname was Liu, and he lived a bit farther down the slope. He was Old Chin's card-playing buddy, and because of that acquaintance they exchanged greetings when passing by, but Liang Xiyu's relationship with him was only as far as "have you eaten?" After they moved up, Old Chun gained complete freedom, and groups of 3 to 5 often gathered to play mahjong. As far as Liang Xiyu knew, Old Chun hadn't been home for many days. He wondered if his wife was still alive. After 2 more shouts, Fatty Wei didn't appear, but Yu Shifeng showed up behind the first-floor security window. Where's Old Wei? Didn't he move in with you? Old Liu's expression showed slight disappointment when he saw it wasn't Fatty Wei. Yu Shifeng shook his head with a straight face. He's still sleeping. TSK. Get him up quickly, I have important business to discuss with him. It's a huge opportunity for you all. Old Liu wore a look suggesting they were about to strike it rich, deliberately playing coy. Yu Shifeng remained impassive. They had agreed earlier if someone came for Fatty Wei, Yu Shifeng would handle it. If someone came for him, Fatty Wei would step in. In short, they would deal with whatever came, ready to counter any move. No one was going to take advantage of them or freeload. Alas, Yu Shifeng sighed with a hint of sorrow. He's not been well lately. What do you need him for? What's wrong? Where's the trouble? Old Liu asked with feigned concern. Yu Shifeng waved his hand as if it were hard to explain. Old Liu stood there for a moment, cursing inwardly. They're all drama queens who doesn't know who they are. But on his face he put on a friendly smile. No matter, talking to you is fine. Actually, I've got a great deal to discuss with you, one that's absolutely risk-free and profitable. Yu Shifeng's relationship with Old Liu was also only as far as "have you eaten?" But he knew Old Liu was Old Chin's card buddy, so he quickly lumped him in with Old Chin's kind. Such people were not worth befriending, associating with, or cooperating with. What business can there be in this day and age? Just surviving is good enough. I'm not cut out for business, you Feng said, showing no interest. Whether it's worth doing, you have to know the details first, right? The worst thing for a person is to be closed-minded and self-limiting. No matter the time, we must strive to absorb new knowledge and keep up with the times. Remember, there's no era where you can't make money, only people who can't make money. Am I right? Yu Shifeng's head spun from the torrent of words, unable to grasp the core idea, only catching the word money. Cash should be useless by now, right? Outside cash probably couldn't buy anything anymore. What was the point of making money? Old Lu was momentarily speechless, not because he had been refuted, but because the words coming from Yu Feng carried an inexplicable air of naive innocence. Of course, I'm not talking about making money. What I mean is gathering supplies, food, water, fuel. These are what we need most right now. Why don't you come out, and I'll explain it to you in detail. I'm sure you'll be interested. He refrained from inviting him in for tea, as old Lu was not so shameless or tactless. A cup of hot water was now a luxury, and purified water was even rarer. Every household practiced strict conservation. Moreover, every home kept its doors tightly guarded. Casually suggesting a visit to someone's house was as audacious as a man asking to sit on a woman's bed. I'm definitely not interested. Yu Feng shook his head, completely unmoved. You will be interested, old Lu insisted. No, I won't. No, I guarantee you'll be interested. Yu Feng said, I need to go eat now. Old Lu was left speechless. Was this giant a 3-year-old? Why did he talk like this? Seeing that Yu Feng was about to leave, old Lu could no longer keep up the mystery. Old Yu, wait. Let me finish. He hurriedly continued. Hey, race the thing. There are plenty of people on this street. I've discussed it with a few brothers, and we're thinking of setting up a trading platform to make it easier for neighbors to exchange supplies. The outside world is chaotic now, and the power outage seems endless. Who knows how long it will last? The malls and banks have been looted too. Look, no matter how much you've stockpiled at home, there's always something you'll lack, isn't there? Why not cooperate with us? You can trade your surplus for what you need. Wouldn't that be a win-win? Don't you think this idea makes sense? A sure profit with no risk. It's not bad, Yu Feng thought. That kid Liang Shuyu was truly prescient. What he mentioned at dinner yesterday was already happening today. Yesterday at the table, Liang Shuyu had said that once the trade system collapsed, the city would revert to bartering. Then you could always find what you needed by trading with others. And now here it was. But Liang Shuyu had also advised against trading with neighbors. Better to trade with people farther away. Yu Feng shook his head. I'd better go eat first. No, hear me out. Old Lu quickly called out, even reaching through the window to grab Yu Shifeng's sleeve, as if afraid he would run away. It's not just a trading platform. We can also provide security services or collect taxes on trades. If you join us, we'll pool our efforts, split the profits evenly, and everyone will live comfortably, eating and drinking well. Yu Feng twisted his arm like a rhino shaking off fleas, thinking, I'm already living well every day. Why would I bother with these people? It would be like averaging out the wealth of a tycoon and a poor household. Cooperation with old Lu wasn't collaboration, it was charity. I need to go eat, Yu Feng said simply, finally shaking off the big flea, then closed the glass window and locked it. Old Liu's face turned green with frustration, and he couldn't help but speak harshly. Don't you know that a tall tree catches the wind? Do you understand what it means to be a target? Your family has stockpiled quite a bit, and the neighbors have seen it clearly. It's not that we're envious of your stuff, or we're offering a good faith invitation to join us. Once you're part of our group, we'll help each other out. If anyone tries to target you, they'll have to get through us first. Don't you understand that unity is strength? Right now, numbers matter. With more people, no one will dare mess with us. If you had cooperated with us earlier, Old Weiss convenience store wouldn't have been targeted, right? Inside Weiwei convenience store, Liang Shuyu stretched lazily and stood up, walking over with Liang Wenjing. Old Lu was still trying to persuade, but he wasn't sure if Yu Feng inside could hear him. Liang Shuyu guessed he couldn't. The house had excellent soundproofing. Shall Liang go talk some sense into your uncle? Old Lu said, looking at him like a lifeline. Liang Shuyu gave a perfunctory smile, pulling Liang Wenjing close to shield her, while knocking on the door, casually asking, Uncle Lu, do you know a woman with dark spots on her face from the commercial housing area? Old Lu recalled, not very well. Oh, Liang Shuyu nodded. So he did know her. That woman had only tried petty tricks to get cheap deals when she first moved here, but yesterday, she became annoyingly persistent, clinging to Luo Wei and Yu Feng until dark. With her tenacity, she should have been out this morning when they were leaving, yet she wasn't. So someone had tipped her off. The door opened, and Liang Wenjing slipped in first. Old Lu craned his neck to look inside, but Liang Shuyu's tall, lean frame blocked the view. I need to go eat too. Make yourself at home, Uncle Lu. Old Lu realized from their attitude that the deal was off. But his family was on the brink of starvation. He was too afraid to loot, and without something his two sons would starve. So no matter what, even if he couldn't get them to join, he had to squeeze something out of them. Xiao Liang will be honest with you. I didn't just come to recruit you today. I came to save your lives. Oh, how so? Liang Shiyu closed the door, crossed his arms, and leaned against it, listening with interest. Old Lu didn't mind sharing his plan with a teenager like Liang Shiyu. He had heard that the young man had a say in things. That Zhao guy and his crew, you killed one of their buddies. Do you really think they'll let it go? Let me tell you, Zhao is smart. He's already connected with Third Brother and Cannon Brother. Your stockpile has been targeted for a while. Liang Shiyu had never expected Zhao and his gang to back down. He had been honing his skills all along, waiting for them to come again, so he could crush them completely. Who's Cannon Brother? He knew Third Brother, another card partner of Old Shen's. A burly man from the northeast with tattoos on his shoulders, built even bigger than Yu Shifeng. But Liang Shiyu knew he was all show, a paper tiger. However, he had no idea who Cannon Brother was, which made him think of what Fatty Wei had said about unfamiliar faces lurking nearby. Old Lu appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 50s, though his actual age was clearly much younger. He merely looked older than he was. His murky eyes only gleamed with cunning when he was scheming against others, and at this moment, they seemed freshly moistened, radiating sharp light and vigor, even exuding a hint of menace. His wrinkled cheeks were covered with age spots resembling leopard prints, and his calloused hands were not from hard labor, but entirely from playing mahjong. Liang Shiyu recalled that he worked in a factory, holding a position as a supervisor or manager. He was well-versed in the art of communication. First, he tried to bribe Yu Shifeng, and when that failed, he resorted to angry threats, then intimidated young Liang Shiyu. Clearly well prepared. Brother Cannon is the boss of this area, he said, twitching his left brow and grinning. In the early years, he followed the top dog of Shenlong City and spent 12 years inside. You know how it is inside. Those without skills can't survive. I'm not familiar with this guy myself, but I hear he's quite ruthless. Uncle advises you not to make an enemy of someone like that. Liang Shiyu chuckled inwardly, setting aside the fact that Shenlong City had been cracking down on crime for years. Even if such figures existed, the core followers of the so-called top dog would have long lost their lives. These so-called bosses were merely self-proclaimed hype. Yet Liang Shiyu did not underestimate this Brother Cannon. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall, let alone a man desperate enough to be ruthless. He would not underestimate any potential enemy, but neither would any potential enemy be allowed to extort him. Oh, Liang Shiyu nodded in acknowledgement. Then this Brother Cannon must be quite formidable. Of course, Old Lu said, glancing around. He has dozens of men under him. He tapped 3 fingers on his palm. Uncle isn't after your family stuff. Oh, I just want to warn you. There's strength in numbers. Otherwise, with just you folks, you won't be able to hold on. Why risk losing both your belongings and your lives? Seeing Liang Shiyu smile, Old Lu assumed the boy was naive about the dangers outside. Don't take this lightly. Things are chaotic out there. Murder and arson, every evil deed. It's no longer the lawful society it used to be. Yesterday there was a shootout near the mall. Over a dozen people died. Those were real lives lying there completely dead. A dozen living people. Not just numbers, but truly dead. Do you understand what death means? Old Lu felt that Liang Shiyu, though appearing grown, was still at an age where he couldn't grasp the true meaning of death. Only when one reaches their 30s or 40s, experiencing the fleeting nature of a 100-year life, does true fear of death set in comprehending its essence. Yes, I understand, Liang Shiyu nodded earnestly. Good, I'm glad you do. In short, life is precious. If you don't value your own, think of your family and friends. After speaking, Old Lu suddenly recalled that Liang Shiyu had apparently killed someone, though it was said to be self-defense and accidental. But seeing the faint smile on the boy's face, now a chill crept up from his feet. So Uncle Lu, what do you think we should do? Though Liang Shiyu was smiling, his eyes held no warmth. They should have been bright, youthful eyes, but instead carried a dull sharpness. Old Lu suddenly felt he had been rash to come alone. He should have brought someone along. If negotiations failed and he angered the other party, would he be killed on the spot? Given the current state of society, pushing someone too far might lead to that. Old Liu's heart skipped a beat. Well, I suggest you find more people to cooperate with. There's strength in numbers. United, you won't fear being robbed. Oh, who should we approach? Well, Old Liu's idea was of course himself, but he suddenly felt he shouldn't get involved. At least not now, not without a few others to back him up. Based on his years of workplace intuition, he sensed that Liang Shiyu was a difficult person to handle, even more so than the burly Yu Shifeng. We can discuss it further, Old Lu said cautiously. All right, think it over, Uncle Lu. I need to go eat. Oh, sorry to keep you from your meal, Xiao Liang. Old Lu forced a smile. Liang Shiyu nodded to him and went inside. A chill ran down Old Liu's forehead, and his steps felt unsteady. He thought he was being ridiculous, scared by a mere child. He turned and hurried toward his temporary shelter, his gait faltering, shoulders trembling like a penguin that had just pushed its companion into the water and was guiltily fleeing to hide the evidence. Liang Shuyu entered the house. On the table, bowls and chopsticks were already set. Everyone sat around waiting for him, their chopsticks untouched. Breakfast consisted of simple congee and pickled vegetables with half a salted egg each. For Liang Shuyu, this meal was even more lavish than before the power outage. He often skipped breakfast. "Why didn't you start? The food's getting cold. Let's eat," he said as he sat down. Aunt Xiaoping replied, "The congee is piping hot, it needs to cool a bit." In truth, their little group had a rather odd configuration. The most decisive leader was Liang Shuyu, a boy not yet 18. Among the three families, there were only 2 adult men. Yu Shifeng was indeed strong, but he was stubborn and foolish, at times lacking cunning. A doer, not a leader. Fatty Wei was resourceful, enthusiastic, and upright, but too timid and physically weak. He tended to falter at critical moments, making him unreliable. Among the rest, Yu Min was the best candidate, combining strength and intelligence, but as a girl it was unsafe for her to venture out. She might be targeted by desperate thugs before finding supplies. Liang Ying was also intelligent, experienced, and insightful, but similarly constrained by her gender. She was currently unsuited for outdoor work, which somewhat wasted her abilities. Thus Liang Shuyu had slipped into this role, or so he himself believed. "Are you going to agree to cooperate with them?" Liang Wenjing asked. "No way," Liang Shuyu replied, taking a sip of congee. Everyone else picked up their chopsticks to eat. Fatty Wei answered for him. "Agreeing is out of the question. Oh well, just have to string them along ambiguously." Yu Min hummed in agreement. "If we give a definitive answer, they'll take other actions." Wei Youqi frowned. "But we can't just keep dragging this out." In their eyes were practically overflowing with wealth. "Maybe they'll stall for a short while, but when they're truly desperate, they'll certainly take more drastic actions." Liang Ying also nodded. "That's right." Aunt Xiaoping could understand what they were discussing, but she knew she had no say in such matters, so she paid little attention, only thinking about what delicious food to prepare for lunch to reward them. "Mom, if we move to the studio, can we all stay there?" Liang Shuyu asked Liang Ying. "It's possible. It's over 400 square meters. But there are no beds, so the sleeping conditions will be a bit rough." That didn't matter. They didn't have to stay there permanently, only if this place was compromised. "Let's move some things over first after breakfast to see how it goes." It was the same plan as yesterday, but more determined now. Everyone agreed. The clatter of chopsticks and bowls soon ended the meal. Liang Ying and the other woman cleared the table, while Liang Wenjing and Yu Min quickly gathered the items to be moved. 3 backpacks, each only half filled, to make them appear neither too heavy nor too light. Inside were riatatoet, canned congee, and bread. The studio had no gas stove or fuel, so even if they moved rice and flour there, they couldn't cook. They placed the backpacks inside raincoats to shield them. Then Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng put on clean socks and 3 layers of waterproof plastic bags over their feet before wearing the wet shoes reserved for outdoor use. They often walked outside, their feet constantly wet, which over time turned them white and blistered. Wearing plastic bags not only prevented water, but also kept dampness from entering their bodies through their feet, perhaps making them healthier. However, it was slippery, so they had to be extra careful. "Red ginseng water, drink it while it's hot." Before leaving, Liang Wenjing gave each of them a bowl of hot red ginseng water. Whether it had medicinal properties or not, having hot water to drink in such times was comforting. The 3 prepared to leave, and at that moment Luo Wei also arrived at the stone dam. Seeing the 3 carrying backpacks and weapons clearly about to go out again, Luo Wei's expression showed surprise at first. Then he said apologetically, "Are you also planning to go out today?" Luo Wei had come alone and wasn't dressed for going out, so it seemed he wasn't planning to leave. The 3 nodded. Luo Wei said, "The person in my house was a bit scared yesterday. I want to stay home and rest for a couple of days. We have enough supplies, so I won't go out." Liang Shuyu was relieved. If Luo Wei insisted on going with them, he would have found it hard to refuse. After a few more casual words, they parted ways, and Luo Wei returned to his home. After Liang Shuyu and the others left the remaining Wei, Fatty and the others moved a wooden sofa to block the large wooden door tightly, leaving Yu Min and Liang Wenjing to keep watch on the first floor and also to train before he went upstairs to rest. Wei Fatty had high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high cholesterol, and a weak heart. The excessively damp weather might have triggered some complications, as his spirits had been low recently. He slept 15 or 16 hours out of 24. Even exercise didn't seem to improve his energy. The group had intended to take him to see a doctor, but the recent gunfire incidents had delayed that. Today, Liang Shuyu and the others would first go to the studio to check the environment, then return to buy some wire and tools. Passing by the 2 commercial apartment buildings, Liang Shuyu looked up. Most of the previously vacant units were now occupied. All were merchants, laborers, and shopkeepers who had moved up from downstream. A few sparse figures emerged from the buildings, all unfamiliar faces wearing plastic bags over their heads because they had no raincoats. Obviously, using umbrellas in this weather was unwise. That woman from yesterday won't come pester us again, will she? Wei Yochi looked at the two buildings worried. Yu Shifeng also glanced his square face, showing annoyance. She clearly wants to take advantage of the chaos. It has nothing to do with us, yet she keeps targeting us. If we let her carry on, will it have a negative impact on us? It will definitely have an impact, Wei Yochi said. The spark effect. Many people around here know we're relatively well off. Someone might seize the chance to cause trouble. Does she have any other family? Liang Shuyu suddenly asked. Wei Yochi and Yu Shifeng turned to look at him simultaneously. Wei Yochi thought carefully. I haven't seen any. Liang Shuyu nodded. Wei Yochi blinked his hands, unconsciously rubbing his thighs. Since the power outage, old Liang's personality had changed a lot. He was becoming more and more cunning, even coming up with such ideas effortlessly. That's good. If she came to my house to make a scene, it would be too troublesome, Yu Shifeng said with relief. Hey. Wei Yochi was startled. Is that the point? Yu Shifeng stared with innocent eyes. Huh? Wasn't that what they were worried about? Ahem. Wei Yochi cleared his throat. We're here. Then he pushed open the two heavy fire escape doors. Sheiyue building had 10 floors, and Liang Ying's studio was on the 7th. The fire escape doors on the first floor were not locked. Liang Shuyu and the others had worried they might be locked, and had brought pliers, but fortunately they weren't needed. Once inside the fire escape, Wei Yuki's expression became solemn and serious, a stark contrast to his usual lively demeanor. Liang Shuyu showed little change. He always appeared steady, but his hands were now gripping the knife handles hanging from his thighs. Yu Shifeng walked at the front, tightly gripping his axe, his steps steady and powerful. Wei Yochi was in the middle, his back against the wall as he ascended, while Liang Shuyu brought up the rear, his eyes vigilant. This was the tacit understanding among the three. Oh, no separate assignment was needed. Whenever they entered an unfamiliar area, they would be on guard like this. Following the fire escape to the second floor, they saw the second floor fire doors locked tightly. By the third floor, there were no water stains on the steps, indicating that no one had been here in the past day or two. Perhaps the building was empty and safe for now. Step by step, they passed the 6th floor and reached the fire escape doors outside the 7th floor. Liang Shuyu examined the chains on each fire door. Some were iron chains, others were uship locks. The security locks on the 5th and 6th floors showed signs of forced entry, meaning outsiders had tried to break in but failed. On the 7th floor, the uship lock on the fire door was the most damaged, with dozens of knife marks. Although the lock hadn't been completely cut open, who would have climbed to these floors specifically to try to open it? This building housed only small companies and studios, not restaurants or supermarkets. Old Liang, this lock has been tampered with, Wei Yochi exclaimed in alarm, casting an even more cautious look around. He had already drawn his knife, which cast a daunting silver gleam in the dim corridor. I see. Who could it be? Wei Yochi often came here to play with Liang Shuyu, and knew the situation in this building well. There was nothing worth looting here. Who would specifically come to break the lock? Could it be an employee of Bixing Huayuan? Why? Liang Shuyu did not answer. He only leaned in to examine the lock. It was a standard ushipped anti-theft lock with a layer of aged orange rubber wrapped around the silver alloy. The rubber had been cut into ragged segments strung together like rotten intestines pierced through the metal. The silver alloy was also damaged to varying degrees, but the deepest cut was no more than 0.1 centimeters. The person who did it might not have found the right tool. Moreover, judging by the uneven and staggered cuts, it had not been done in a single attempt. At this observation, a tremor suddenly seized Liang Shuyu's heart, as if an electric current surged upward from his heels, making every hair on his body stand on end. He felt as if he were standing on a vast plain swept by wind and lightning. It was Aunt Li. Was it her? Liang Shuyu's usually composed expression suddenly collapsed. That day after he escaped from the elevator, the electrician had said something like, "Go home quickly, no need to stay on duty." Could it be that they hadn't fixed the elevator afterward? If the elevator wasn't repaired, then the only way to leave this building was through this fire door. Although it was sealed behind the rolling shutter door of Bixing Huayuan, breaking a rolling shutter door was not difficult. But could it be that Aunt Li had destroyed the rolling shutter door, but was unable to saw through this lock? And so? No, that might not be the case. Perhaps Aunt Li had already left, and the marks on the lock were left by someone else. Liang Shuyu's expression regained some calm. He reached out to push the heavy iron door slightly open, just enough to see what was inside. But his hand trembled uncontrollably in the air. The trembling fingertips conveyed a chill to Liang Shuyu's heart, leaving him feeling a wave of pallor. Boom. He finally pushed it open a crack. What a stench. From the crack, a thick odor burst forth, like the sensation of black viscous liquid from a sewer splashing onto one's nose. Wei Yochi nearly vomited. Yu Shifeng's face also changed. He quickly stepped back, pulled 3 masks from his waist pouch, tossed them to Liang Shiyu and Wei Yoqi, and put one on himself. Then he swiftly opened the ventilation window at the stairwell. The cold wind from outside blew and finally diluting most of the stench of decay in the room. "Be careful of infectious germs," Yu Shifeng said. Wei Yoqi put on his mask and saw that Liang Shiyu was still standing there in a daze, not even wearing a mask. Old Liang the mask, he couldn't help but shout. Liang Shiyu turned around, one hand gripping the railing like a man so hungry he couldn't stand without support. He furrowed his brow and closed his eyes as if taking a deep breath. It was a long moment before he opened them. His eyes were already red with moist tears glistening in them, but they did not fall. Wei Yoqi and Yu Shifeng both sensed something wrong and dared not interrupt. After a moment to compose himself, Liang Shiyu straightened up, tilted his head back, and pressed his lips together before calmly putting on the mask. When he turned around again, his expression had returned to normal. "Break it open," he said, his voice a little hoarse. Yu Shifeng replied. Liang Shiyu and Wei Yoqi moved aside. Yu Shifeng raised the axe high and brought it down fiercely on the uship lock. Before coming, they had anticipated this situation and had brought a spare lock in the backpack, one that Liang Shiyu used to lock his bicycle. Yu Shifeng struck the lock more than 20 times at the already cut marks, quickly destroying it. After removing the broken lock, considering the possibility of infectious germs inside, the three took out towels from their backpacks and wrapped them over their masks. They pulled the door open to ventilate for about 10 minutes before cautiously entering. Inside, the floor was not dirty or messy as Liang Shiyu had imagined. Instead, it was spotless and shiny. The beige tile floor reflected the white light. The rolling shutter door between Bixing Huayuan and Samu Accounting had been pulled up, and the elevator door beyond it had been forced open. Tool marks remained on the door, and along the edge of the elevator floor were faint, dried bloodstains from fingers. Everything outside was still normal, but the abnormality lay inside Samu Accounting. The glass window facing the street had been smashed, and a strong wind was howling and rattling the remaining window frame with a clatter. Yet beneath this window, besides water stains, it was extremely clean, with not a single shard of glass in sight, as if someone had deliberately swept it. The stench came from inside Samu Accounting. But through the 2 glass doors, the floor, desks, and even the reception counter were all clean, without any signs of filth or damage. It made one wonder whether there really was a corpse inside that had been trapped for over 40 days, rotting and emitting the foul odor. Maybe the toilet was broken, like at Luo Wei's home, where excrement had burst from the toilet and polluted the air. Was that the case? Liang Shiyu pushed open the unlocked glass door. The stench grew even stronger, penetrating even through the thick towel and mask. This was the smell of death. Liang Shiyu had smelled it before. The workroom was still as Liang Shiyu had seen it that day, even cleaner and tidier. The floor was spotless. There were 7 desks in the hall, each with neatly stacked documents. But there was no sign of any corpse. Yet Liang Shiyu already guessed where she would be. The office. There was only a foldable cot in the office, which could be lowered for rest when tired. When Liang Shiyu was a child, he often watched anime there, while Liang Wenjing would set up a small stool nearby, doing her homework, while secretly stealing glances at Liang Shiyu's screen. When Liang Shiyu caught her, he would immediately tattle, and Liang Wenjing would be dragged out to do her homework at the front desk. At that time, Aunt Li would say to Liang Wenjing, "Anime isn't worth watching. It's for kids. A well-behaved girl like you should prefer reading books." But Liang Wenjing was already a teenager by then. How could she not see through such a perfunctory consolation? She would only say to Liang Shiyu, "If you dare tattle again, I'll break your dog legs and stuff your toes into your mouth. Just try me." At first, Liang Shiyu was so frightened by her threats that he dared not tattle for a long time. Later, however, he discovered that Liang Wenjing lacked the audacity and was utterly incapable of breaking his legs, let alone stuffing her toes into his mouth. Liang Shiyu had already tried that. It was impossible, so he no longer feared those baseless warnings and continued to act as he pleased. Another time, the 2 siblings brawled in the studio. Aunt Li, while trying to mediate, couldn't help but chuckle because Liang Shiyu lost his footing during the fight and landed squarely on the floor with a thud. This left him nursing a secret grudge against her for a long while, vowing never again to eat the fruit she offered. The rest of the memories had grown hazy, but Aunt Li always left an impression of being a gentle person, occasionally uttering perfunctory and ill-timed remarks, yet stern when it came to work. During the first and last few days of each month, she resembled an active volcano on the verge of eruption. Liang Shiyu stood before the black door of the office. The odor grew stronger, and he was now certain that the corpse lay within. Without hesitation, he donned a pair of transparent, disposable plastic gloves, twisted the golden round doorknob, and the door creaked open slowly, spilling out both the scene and the stench within. Inside and outside the door were 2 entirely different worlds. Though the beige ceramic tiles had been swept clean, the floor inside was riddled with black blotches, and even the pristine white walls had not been spared, splattered like ink radiating outward from the resting place of the corpse. The floor was also strewn with paper-folded stars and origami cranes crafted for newspaper. Some of the cranes had stars, moons, and flowers drawn in red ink on their wings, beautiful and lifelike like real blossoms. No, they were even more exquisite than real flowers. She had not even dared to use the financial statements from the studio, instead folding everything from outdated newspapers and magazine pages. Perhaps she had run out of red ink by the end, leaving behind some pale, unadorned cranes. She had given herself a perfect, beautiful funeral. Liang Xiyu recalled that her favorite color was sapphire blue. For once, she had worn a sapphire blue dress, and he had said, "It's hideous." At that time, he still harbored resentment toward her. She had been in a good mood that day and replied, "Not at all, it's gorgeous. My husband spent 2,000 yuan on it. It's my favorite color." Yet among the origami cranes there were no sapphire blue patterns. Perhaps she was dissatisfied with the blue ballpoint pens in the office. "Old Liang, look at this." Just then Wei Yochi approached from behind, holding a long rope made of various wires and fabric strips tied together. All the appliance cords have been cut. This rope was found on the coffee table outside. The rope was at most 7 or 8 meters long, and the rubber coating of the wires was slippery, making knots difficult to secure, wasting considerable length. Yet even so, the knots had still come undone. Liang Xiyu suddenly understood the purpose of the shattered window, not for suicide but for escape. Everything here was shocking and harrowing. Liang Xiyu stood still for a long moment. Wei Yochi also saw the scene inside the office. In an instant, the tears he had held back for so long finally spilled forth. He wept shamelessly despite having sworn last time that he would never cry again. Still, he could not remain as composed as Liang Xiyu. After all, he had known Aunt Li for quite some time. Though they were not particularly close, she was still someone he knew. She left with dignity, Wei Yochi said after a long pause, refraining from wiping away his tears. He feared that bacteria on his hands might enter his body through his eyes. The thought lingered in his mind, and he suddenly realized how terrifyingly cruel he had become. A person he knew had died, yet he worried about contracting a disease. He too seemed to have changed. Yu Shifeng walked over and patted Wei Yochi on the shoulder, asking Liang Xiyu in a very soft voice, "Should we still leave the stuff here?" "Yes." Liang Xiyu did not dwell on sorrow. He pulled the office door shut and said, "Next time bring the glass sealant and seal this door." The corpse had decomposed beyond recognition. Even the maggots were dead. It was impossible to touch the body or move it from here. The risk was too great. Only by sealing this door completely could the transmission of pathogens be prevented. Following the original plan, they hid the supplies in the studio. However, hiding things required skill. They could not simply stash them in drawers or cabinets, as anyone who came across them would loot everything. Thus the places suitable for hiding were limited. One spot was inside the standing air conditioner. Removing the back panel with a screwdriver sufficed. Another was inside the computer case, which offered ample space for many items, and few would think to look there. The items they hid were not haphazardly tossed in as cans of 8 treasure porridge or fruit preserves. Instead, Liang Wenjing and Yu Min had carefully designed and packaged them into individual portions. Today, Liang Xiyu and the others had brought out 6 portions, each packed separately in plastic bags. Each portion included a bottle of water, a can of 8 treasure porridge biscuits, or bread and sugar, or chocolate. Each portion contained at least water, sugar, and something to stave off hunger. A single portion could sustain one for 2 to 3 days. The food at home was similarly portioned, with some packages containing medicine distinguished by differently colored plastic bags, all prepared for emergencies. However, the 6 portions brought out today did not contain any medicine. After hiding everything, Wei Yochi, smelling the still potent odor of decay in the air, said, "I reckon the people from Lane 27 won't let this go easily. Since the environment here is decent and there are no other threats, we might as well move here." Yu Shifeng nodded. "Yeah, I think so. Should we open the windows to air the place out?" Liang Xiyu vetoed the idea. "We can't open the windows. There are definitely people living in the other buildings nearby. Suddenly opening the windows would draw attention." Yu Shifeng's eyes lit up. That makes sense. He marveled at how thoroughly Liang Xiyu thought things through, even noticing such details. What a shame a talent like his wasn't a reconnaissance soldier. Yet Yu Shifeng lamented further, "Though there's no one else here for now, the anti-theft locks on the 5th and 6th floors have been tampered with, meaning others have had their eyes on this place." "There's no one else." Yu Shifeng was puzzled. "But there are signs of break-in on both the 5th and 6th floors." After hiding everything and erasing all traces, even reconnecting the computer cables exactly as before to avoid any indication of tampering, Liang Xiyu and the others finally left Samu accounting firm. Yu Shifeng still couldn't figure out why Liang Shiyu was so certain there was no one else until Wei Yoshi pointed at the elevator and the bloodied fingerprints along the edge of the elevator floor. Oh, so it was her. She had climbed from the elevator shaft to the 5th and 6th floors, but still failed to break the external locks. Leaving Shashan Tower, they visited the hardware store they had previously shopped at, exchanging 3 packs of biscuits, 2 bags of jelly, and a pack of cigarettes for a large quantity of iron wire pliers and a saw. Biscuits and jelly were not long-lasting provisions, but cigarettes held value, and men who smoked would never refuse them. Hardware stores were not typical targets for robbery, as they were stocked with knives and various tools. No sensible person would be foolish enough to rob one. However, the owner was only willing to trade for non-essential hardware, refusing to exchange knives or any tools that could be used as weapons, despite Liang Shiyu and the others pleading until they were exhausted. Fortunately, they were not desperately short of weapons. At home, they had kitchen knives, small knives, hammers, axes, steel pipes, and even a watermelon knife. The 3 men who had ventured out each carried at least 1 blade, so they were not lacking. Carrying the iron wire back to lane 27, they spotted the woman with dark spots wailing loudly on the stone dam from afar. But today something was different. Old Lu and 2 other men were beside her, trying to console her. The women who usually gathered to watch were nowhere to be seen. "Old Yue, you're finally back," Old Lu exclaimed, spotting the 3 returning through the wind and rain like a tadpole finally finding its mother. "She insists on coming to your place to wail and mourning. We simply can't stop her. It's disrupting the neighborhood's rest." Rest? Did he say rest? Even without this woman wailing here, could anyone still sleep peacefully now? Yu Shifeng found him somewhat annoying. Even a cockroach knew he was putting on an act, yet he pretended not to know and played his role with great immersion. But Yu Shifeng knew he was not quick with words and feared being trapped by the other's rhetoric, so he simply said with a stern face, "Then he'll trouble you." Old Lu choked again. Why did he always feel that Yu Shifeng was retorting him? Don't mention it. Old Lu chuckled, then stepped back to reveal the 2 men behind him to Yu Shifeng and Liang Shiyu. "Let me introduce you. This is third brother, and this is Old Li." As he spoke, the man called Old Li, rubbing his bald head, stepped forward with an eager and amiable smile. "Just call me Lightbulb." He extended his hand to shake Yu Shifeng's. Unexpectedly, Wei Yoshi suddenly stepped forward, extending his right hand with a grin. "I just touched a corpse that had been rotting for dozens of days. If Uncle Li doesn't mind." He was still wearing disposable gloves stained with unknown black smudges. Upon hearing this, the bald Lightbulb's expression changed. He jerked his right hand back as if bitten by a snake, exclaiming with disgust, "A corpse? One that had been rotting for dozens of days?" He had long heard that this family had 2 sets of tools for scavenging underwater and often went to the market to fish for things. But now that the market was picked clean, were they even turning to corpses? What could be found inside a corpse? Could organs be used as food? That couldn't be. Bald Li's shiny head seemed to twist in contortion. Wei Yoshi shrugged. Bald Li's reaction, though somewhat exaggerated, was entirely within his expectations. However, the one called third brother appeared quite composed, perhaps proving to be a tougher nut to crack. Old Lu turned his gaze to Liang Shiyu. "Did you go out to scavenge corpses today?" Clearly he had realized that among these 3, Liang Shiyu held the higher authority. Yu Shifeng was just a bodyguard. Liang Shiyu felt no obligation to disclose their actions to them. Ignoring the 3 men and completely disregarding Old Liu's greeting, he spoke to Liang Wenjing inside the house, asking her to throw out a bottle of alcohol spray. As for the woman wailing on the ground, he paid her no mind whatsoever. Liang Wenjing complied, tossing a bottle of alcohol spray from the window. Liang Shiyu and the others then busied themselves setting down the iron wire, taking off their raincoats to rinse under the rain, removing their shoes, and using a brush to clean the soles in the corner. They disinfected their heads, faces, trouser legs, and shoe soles with the alcohol spray. The rinsed raincoats were not separately disinfected due to their large surface area. After draining the raincoats and completing this series of actions, Old Lu and the other 2 finally believed that they had indeed gone out to scavenge corpses. Otherwise, why would they be so meticulous with disinfection? Alcohol spray was also a scarce resource. The ambition and courage that Old Lu had just mustered, encouraged by third brother, dissipated completely in the face of the 3 men's unhurried, composed demeanor, waning and then vanishing entirely. These people were ruthless. If threatened, they would surely be killed if provoked. Old Lu showed a hesitant expression, looking at third brother. But third brother's expression remained as resolute as ever, pressuring him to proceed with the original plan. Old Lu shook his head secretly at third brother in fear. No way. He had gone to Xiao Zhao and the others for more information last night, and they said Liang Shiyu was definitely a tough character. Moreover, they heard Yu Shifeng had run a martial arts gym and was highly skilled in combat. Did they really have to target these people? Had these people hoarded so many supplies just because they were more foresight and resourceful? Had they encountered no obstacles while gathering supplies outside? Who knew if they had killed or committed evil deeds out there? Just because we don't know doesn't mean it hasn't happened. Old Liu's mind was deeply conflicted. On one hand, he was not the leader of this operation, third brother was. He was merely pushed forward as a pawn due to his tactfulness. On the other hand, his family was on the verge of starvation. He was timid and cherished his life dearly. When his home was first flooded, and he moved up here, he had tried to go out for supplies, but encountered a gang of thugs, and barely escaped with his life. That narrow escape had utterly extinguished any desire he had to venture outside again. Fortunately, he was quite smooth-tongued. Thanks to his silver tongue, he managed to scrounge some food and drink from others. Back then, they didn't know the power outage would last this long. They believed that given the country's capabilities, power would be restored within, at most, half a month, unlike in Europe. Furthermore, he preferred to believe that even if power wasn't restored, the government would surely take measures and not abandon ordinary people like them. Who would have thought it would come to this? No government officials came to rescue them. He heard that even flood relief efforts had ceased. Officials had fled home because everyone had a family, everyone needed to protect their loved ones. Officials were human too. So by the time he finally understood the meaning of no rescue, he was about to pay the price for his former arrogance and foolishness. Under third brother's relentless gaze, he thought of his two half-grown children who had nothing to eat for their next meal. Steeling himself, he took a deep breath. Xiaoliang, have you thought clearly about what I said yesterday? Rather than ending up with everyone losing out and both sides suffering, why not cooperate with us? Then we can all share the wealth and blessings, isn't that good? No matter how fierce you are, you're only a few people. Over on our side, we can muster as many as we need. If things really go south, how many of you will come out on top? Liang Xiyu could not directly and unequivocally refuse old Lu. As Yu Min had said, burning bridges would force the other party onto a second path, an unwise move. What old Lu and his group wanted from Liang Xiyu was supplies. To put it kindly, it was cooperation, but to put it bluntly, it was outright robbery. Old Lu dared to act not because he himself was formidable, but because too many eyes in the commercial housing complex were fixed on them. If old Lu and his men were truly pushed to the brink, a single command could rally a swarm of envious individuals to plunder. They were not true allies, but regardless of success or failure, Liang Xiyu would suffer the greatest loss. This was a game, not of commerce nor of psychology, but of life and death. The loser would pay with their very existence. Thus, from yesterday onward, Liang Xiyu had already entered this game. Just as he had deliberately disinfected and washed his shoes while ignoring old Lu and his men, it was not arrogance or showing off, but a means to create psychological pressure and a sense of mystery, making old Lu believe that Liang Xiyu held some hidden trump card. If Liang Xiyu had received them as usual, even treating them courteously, they would have assumed he was afraid. Yet he could not afford to offend them, for if he inadvertently provoked them, they could gather a motley crew, and regardless of the outcome, Liang Xiyu would not emerge victorious. We won't gain anything either, Liang Xiyu said, draping the wrung-out raincoat over his arm and tilting his head slightly with a faint smile. But you won't come out ahead either. At that moment, Wei Youqi stood with arms crossed behind Liang Xiyu's flank, while Yu Shifeng stood erect under the eaves. The splashing rain dampened his shoulders and moistened his black coat, and the breeze tousled his slightly long, unkempt hair. Together with Liang Xiyu and Wei Youqi, they formed a stable triangle. Yu Shifeng possessed solid, robust shoulders and sharp, resolute brows. Wei Youqi had a quick, agile mind and fearless, daring courage. Liang Xiyu was marked by steady, cautious scheming along with a composed and unhurried demeanor. Standing together, they were like a masterfully crafted piece of Lu Ban's carpentry, every piece fitting perfectly, leaving no opening to exploit. A light breeze swept over the two remaining strands of hair on old Liu's bald pate, sending a chill through him. Humph! Third brother, who had been silent but observing the trio all along, snorted through his nose. Are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Old Lu quickly interjected. It hasn't come to that, no. Acting as a mediator, he added, Little Liang, we truly mean no harm. We just want to cooperate with you. You must appreciate our good intentions and not lose sight of the bigger picture for minor gains. Wei Youqi also let out a cold laugh and curled his lip. If you want to talk cooperation, shouldn't you show some sincerity? Threatening us at every turn and sending a woman to wail on our doorstep. That's hardly sincere. If they truly had strength, they would have stormed in when Liang Xiyu and his people were out. But they were indecisive, fearing both action and consequence. Old Lu raised his eyebrows in a hurry to deny and explain, disavowing any connection with the woman with the dark spots, and insisting he had only come to persuade her to leave. Liang Xiyu had no interest in listening to his rambling digressions, and simply said, If you truly want to cooperate, at least come up with a plan. Surely your idea of cooperation isn't just for us to hand over supplies. Are you planning to rob us outright? No, how could that be? Old Lu sensed a slight softening in Liang Shuyu's tone and looked to third brother seeking his decision. Third brother pondered for 2 seconds. What conditions do you want? Just say it. It's about what you can offer, Liang Shuyu replied with a smile. Third brother's expression twitched. Just then Liang Shuyu knocked on the wooden door, and it opened a crack revealing Liang Wenjing's big eyes. Liang Shuyu and his 2 companions took the wire and raincoats inside, ignoring the 3 men. Old Lu and his group stood there for a moment before heading back, presumably to discuss what they could offer. Inside the house, Liang Wenjing and Yu Min took the raincoats and wire while Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping gathered around. Aunt Xiaoping blinked her anxious eyes and asked nervously, "Are we really going to cooperate with them? Isn't that like courting a tiger for its skin?" "Mom, you know idioms?" Wei Yoqi exclaimed in surprise. Aunt Xiaoping's face fell. "I went to technical school, you know. Don't underestimate your old mother." The 3 men's clothes weren't very wet, but they still wiped themselves with towels handed over by Liang Ying. Liang Ying asked, "Are you going out again?" "At least 2 or 3 more trips." They could only carry so much at a time, and given the situation they might not be able to stay here much longer. Aunt Xiaoping's idiom was apt. Cooperating with such people was indeed like courting a tiger for its skin. No, to be precise, in this situation, cooperating with anyone was like courting a tiger for its skin. Even Luo Wei, under extreme circumstances, could not be trusted not to turn against them. Apart from their closest family, no one could be trusted. Does this wire need to be treated? Like the barbed wire at school, do we twist it into star shapes? Liang Wenjing studied the heavy coils of wire. "Yes, we'll need your help today. You can twist the wire, and we'll start work tomorrow," Liang Shuyu said. "Dad, is he sleeping again?" Wei Yoqi asked, not seeing Fatty Wei. "He says he has no energy, so he's just lying in bed." Yu Shifeng thought of Chun Bao's mother when she was gravely ill. "They'll go check on him." Liang Shuyu and Wei Yoqi quickly followed. Fatty Wei's room was Spartan. A single bed, no desk, chairs, or wardrobe, with belongings neatly stacked on the floor. In the corners were sacks of quicklime for moisture absorption. Thus the floor in the room was relatively dry, unlike the damp, slick floor of the living room. "Old Wei, how are you?" Yu Shifeng patted the sleeping Fatty Wei, who didn't stir. He slept deeply, like those last 10 minutes before waking up in the morning, when the will wants to wake, but the body stubbornly clings to drowsiness. Just very tired and sleepy." They finally managed to rouse him, but his eyes were too heavy to open, slightly swollen. Liang Shuyu suddenly lifted the blanket at his feet and saw that the swelling in Fatty Wei's legs had worsened. "This won't do. We'll take him to see the Chinese medicine doctor today." It was the same doctor Yu Shifeng had taken Chun Bao's mother to see. "I'm really fine. Besides feeling tired, I don't have any pain," Fatty Wei protested weakly. "You call that fine?" Wei Yoqi shouted angrily. He had thought his father was just tired since he seemed normal during meals. He never knew it was this serious. With a sudden heave, Wei Yoqi and Yu Shifeng together dragged Fatty Wei out of bed. "What's wrong?" Seeing Wei Fatty being carried down by Wei Yoqi and Yu Shifeng, Aunt Xiaoping thought something had happened and rushed over to ask. "Nothing, we're taking him to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor today," Liang Shuyu said, not wanting to say too much to avoid worrying them at home. Aunt Xiaoping nodded hastily and quickly found a raincoat to put on Wei Fatty. Wei Fatty was so dazed he could barely stand, and the group fumbled for a few minutes. Seeing his condition, Aunt Xiaoping was so frightened that tears streamed down her face. Leave one person at home. If even Wei Fatty went out, there wouldn't be a single man left in the house. It would be too dangerous. The neighbors had a clear picture of how many people lived in their house, their genders, and even their ages. They couldn't just all leave at once. Yoqi, stay home. Yu Shifeng was the muscle, and although Wei Yoqi was clever, he wasn't steady enough. Liang Shuyu couldn't let him take Yu Shifeng and Wei Fatty out alone. Wei Yoqi understood and nodded in acknowledgement. "Uncle Wei, we can't support you later or ITLL give others ideas. Can you walk on your own?" I can." Wei Fatty slapped his face hard, forcing his eyes open. Though his steps were still unsteady, his head swayed, and his vision was slightly blurry, he could manage to walk, even if he had to go slowly. With that settled, Liang Shuyu left the house with Wei Fatty and Yu Shifeng. Just as they were about to step out the main door, Liang Shuyu suddenly remembered, "Sis, give me a copy of our herbal medicine list." The old Chinese medicine doctor might not have all the herbs they needed. "Oh, the list." Liang Wenjing was reading Liang Shuyu's shoelaces. "They'll get it," Yu Min said. Her tall, slender figure darted away like a rabbit and returned just as quickly, now holding a piece of paper torn from a notebook. "Don't let it get wet or Jingjing will have to count everything again." They hadn't had time to make a backup yet. Liang Shuyu took the paper, folded it, and tucked it into his chest before they set off. The three walked slowly with Wei Fatty in the middle. Though he swayed a bit, he could walk on his own without much trouble. The old Chinese medicine doctor's place wasn't too far away in an old neighborhood. Only Yu Shifeng had been there before. Aunt Lu had introduced him to it. Thinking of Aunt Lu, Liang Shuyu recalled the two bodies, grandfather and grandson, curled up together in the pharmacy. He wondered if Aunt Lu was still alive. People who seemed alive just yesterday were already long dead today. This melancholy of parting and death tinged Liang Shuyu's eyes with sorrow. He thought back to the great flu pandemic years ago. The official death toll had eventually settled at around 2 million. A light, airy 2 million. Those four simple syllables etched the blood, tears, and grief of countless families. From the cracks between those bare words, an ordinary person could hardly glimpse their cruelty and horror. But if you replace those four words with your closest family, your dearest love, your childhood friend, your confidant, someone you knew, or even a stranger you spoke to yesterday, and imagine them all vanishing suddenly, only then could you truly feel the weight of those four heavy syllables. They reached the old Chinese medicine doctor's residence without trouble. On the way, many people hurried past them, but they were all too busy looting to bother with them. Uncle Chun, Yu Shifeng called up to the second-floor balcony from the ground. The houses in this old district were generally 5 or 6 stories high, quite dilapidated. But precisely because they were old, their doors and windows were especially sturdy. In the early years, the coastal areas had poor public security, so all the doors were reinforced. Liang Shuyu's house was a typical old building, a heavy iron gate on the first floor, and on the third floor both an iron door and an aluminum door, very secure. So Yu Shifeng couldn't just lead them upstairs, he had to call from below. After just one shout, a small head appeared on the balcony peering down. Yu Shifeng quickly said, "It's me, Xiaoyu. I came last time." The child, recognizing him, went back to inform the adults. Soon they heard footsteps clattering down the stairs. A middle-aged man's face appeared behind the green iron gate on the first floor. "Who's the patient?" he asked. Yu Shifeng quickly helped Wei Fatty over. The middle-aged man reached out to take Wei Fatty's pulse, examined his eyes and tongue, and used a stethoscope to listen to his chest and lungs. Liang Shuyu stood a meter away, not approaching. Yu Shifeng had never seen this middle-aged man before. "Where's Uncle Chun?" "He's resting. It's inconvenient for the old man to go up and down." "I can treat him too," the middle-aged man added. Without asking for anything, he had immediately started the examination. Yu Shifeng was already grateful and certainly wasn't about to question him. After a while, the middle-aged man took out paper and a pen to write a prescription. He only asked Wei Fatty a few questions before making his diagnosis. Spleen deficiency with dampness accumulation and poor circulation in the triple burner. It's not a major problem, but it's best to treat it immediately. Don't delay. I've written down the simplest herbal formula and the Western medicine. I've also noted the substitute herbs beside them. He spoke plainly, then tore off the paper and handed it to Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng looked at it. There was a herbal prescription and a few names of Western medicines with some alternative herbs marked next to certain ingredients. He quickly handed the paper to Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu saw that they seemed to have all the listed herbs, and they also had a bottle of Buzhong Ichi pills among the Western medicines. It looked like it wouldn't be a problem. Judging by the middle-aged man's practiced manner, he had probably seen many patients with similar ailments recently. "Thank you. Can we get the medicine here?" Liang Shuyu asked. "No," the middle-aged man replied bluntly. "That's fine. Thank you anyway." Yu Shifeng gave a sincere smile and took some supplies from his backpack: a bottle of Jiang Xiaobai liquor, a pack of cigarettes, 2 cans of fruit, and a jar of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce. All rare and practical items. He handed them through the gap in the iron gate to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened slightly at the sight of the supplies. His expression softened and his voice gained a hint of warmth. "Get treatment soon. Even if it's just caused by damp feet, it can easily lead to serious problems if you let it drag on." He had originally worked at a hospital in a neighboring city. At first he thought the power would come back soon, but as the situation grew worse, he brought his wife and eldest son to find his father and younger son. It was fortunate he came. His old father was too kind-hearted, treating anyone who came, and they had nearly been killed. He had wanted to move his father away from this place, since too many people nearby knew the old man was a doctor of traditional Chinese medicine. But his father refused, insisting that times like these needed doctors more than ever. How could he argue? After all, he himself was a doctor, and was it not a doctor's duty to heal the wounded and rescue the dying? However, before saving others, one must first ensure one's own survival. Thus he now only treated patients through the iron gate on the first floor, never proactively charging consultation fees. If the other party was willing to give, he would accept; if not, he let it be. For him, it was merely a matter of examining a patient and writing a prescription requiring no additional cost. But Yu Shifeng had given him a bottle of liquor, a pack of cigarettes, and a precious canned fruit. Hence a deeper sense of gratitude settled in his heart. Ever since he arrived to take his elderly father's place in practicing medicine, he had encountered too many ungrateful individuals who were unwilling to pay consultation fees and harbored malicious intentions. Yu Shifeng and Liang Shiyu took this opportunity to inquire further about the details of the medicine. The middle-aged man patiently answered each of their questions and even taught them techniques for conserving fuel when decocting herbs. Liang Shiyu diligently noted everything down. After leading Fatty Wei away from there to another sheltered spot under the eaves, Liang Shiyu took out the note Yu Min had given him. Upon cross-referencing, they found that only one type of Chinese herb was missing, but they had a substitute for it. Putting both notes away, the two of them supported Fatty Wei and headed home. Arriving home, it's nothing serious, just excessive dampness in the body. Liang Shiyu handed the prescription to Aunt Xiaoping, and upon learning that they actually had all the required herbs at home, let out a huge sigh of relief. I told you it was nothing, Fatty Wei chuckled. After the walk, his spirits had lifted considerably, and he was now fully conscious. The doctor said you must exercise every day to sweat it out. It's best to get a scrape therapy. It's effective for expelling cold and dampness. Yu Shifeng gave Fatty Wei's shoulder a firm slap, nearly sending him sprawling to the ground. Easy, old Yue, I'm a patient here, Fatty Wei protested. Learning that he was fine, Fatty Wei's mood instantly lightened, and he began joking with the others. Do we have any essential oil and a scraping board at home? Liang Shiyu asked Liang Wenjing, since she and Yu Min were in charge of the household supplies and knew best what they had. Yes, I think there's rose essential oil, Liang Wenjing recalled, though it was something she had bought long ago. But the quality isn't great. Will it work? I have tea tree and narrowly essential oils, Yu Min offered. Any essential oil will do, the doctor had said. A mild essential oil was sufficient for scraping the back, providing some effect in dispelling cold and dampness. But the scraping board? Liang Wenjing struggled to remember. Can a crystal scraping board work? Back then she had found the horn scraping board unattractive. It looked like plastic, so she had bought a crystal one for its beauty. Now she realized that one must never be vain when buying things. It should be fine. Let's give it a try, Liang Shiyu said. With that, Liang Wenjing and Yu Min headed home together to fetch the essential oil and scraping board. The group then shared the techniques for decocting herbs and saving fuel with Aunt Xiaoping and Liang Ying. After obtaining the scraping board and essential oil, Aunt Xiaoping went upstairs to scrape Fatty Wei's back, leaving the task of boiling the medicine to Liang Ying. It was still early, just around lunchtime. Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping had expected them to be gone much longer, so they hadn't started preparing lunch yet. Given this, Liang Shiyu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng decided to make another trip out, returning in time for the meal. This trip's smoothness was beyond Liang Shiyu's expectations. Given the current shortage of medical supplies, Dr. Chen's generosity in treating them without a second thought was truly commendable. However, Liang Shiyu also admired his pragmatism. It was said that the elderly Dr. Chen had been practicing there for many years, and many knew of their location. If people came seeking treatment and were refused without reason, it would certainly provoke some into a furious rage. By treating patients and writing prescriptions through the door without asking any questions, he neither gave away anything nor risked offending anyone or courting trouble. Truly a masterstroke. The household bustled with activity. Liang Ying was decocting the medicine, Aunt Xiaoping was scraping Fatty Wei's back, and Liang Wenjing and Yu Min were twisting iron wires. Liang Shiyu poured several cups of hot red ginseng water from the thermos, drank with Wei Youqi, and the others then grabbed the glass glue, uship lock, and alcohol spray before setting out once more. They had never had much alcohol spray, and it had long since run out. The bottle now contained high-proof, low-quality liquor. Fatty Wei's family sold such items themselves, including even red wine, though it was also of poor quality. Later they had acquired more from the underground market, so they weren't short of alcohol. But alcohol had a wide range of uses and was consumed in large quantities, so they still needed to conserve it. At Xiaofeng Tower. Upon arriving, Liang Shiyu and his companions conducted a second inspection of the building. Finally, they confirmed that no one else had been in the building for the past 3 days besides themselves. Only the stairs on the first floor bore water stains which had seeped in through a window on the second floor ventilation shaft. But the stairs from the second floor upward were completely clean, save for the faint footprints they had left that morning. The locks on every floor were intact. After entering, Liang Shiyu and the others used the uship lock they had brought to secure the door from the inside. Then they climbed to the rooftop on the 11th floor, breaking open the door to the roof, which revealed only a sealed equipment room and an open terrace. There was nothing up there. Then Liang Shiyu and the others broke the security locks on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, entering each to search for supplies. Unfortunately, the building was filled with small companies and studios. They only found small items like cigarettes, lighters, candy, snacks, utility knives, and hardware tools. However, in one CEO's office, they discovered several bottles of dry red wine, apparently a private stash. The 5th and 6th floors had already been searched by Aunt Li, leaving not a single candy or biscuit behind. But they did find some cigarettes, tea, and small tools. Liang Shiyu also noticed that due to the design of the 5th and 6th floors, there were only small windows and no large ones. The only relatively large window was set very high, and the nearest point where a rope could be secured was far away. If the 5th floor had had a window as large as the one on their 7th floor, perhaps Aunt Li might have had a chance to escape. Perhaps. After searching every floor, Liang Shiyu and the others hid the supplies they had brought in various locations on different floors, places where no ordinary person would think to look. Liang Shiyu and Yu Shifeng began sealing the 7th floor office with glass glue. Aunt Li had passed away with dignity, lying peacefully on that black sofa, the floor around her scattered with the stars and paper cranes she had prepared for herself. Liang Shiyu did not wish to disturb her funeral. He merely bowed gently to her at the door, lit a candle, and placed a hand-drawn bouquet of black and white chrysanthemums. Are you really not going to tell your mother? They couldn't keep it from her forever. Once they moved in, Liang Ying would eventually find out. Knowing later will spare her a few days of grief. Liang Shiyu cut off the dried white glue at the tip of the glass glue tube and handed it to Yu Shifeng. That statement seemed unassailable. Yu Shifeng had no retort. Old Liang, look at this. Wei Youqi suddenly walked over with a sticky note in his hand. Xiaowen, I'm sorry. I always can't help but say hurtful words. I know you might have forgotten, but I've always remembered it in my heart. That day I scolded you, it wasn't entirely your fault. I also failed in my duty to supervise and remind you. I'm sorry. You are an excellent child. I believe you will only get better. Who doesn't make small mistakes when young? You will surely improve. I wish you and your boyfriend a harmonious union soon. This was a note written by Aunt Li to an employee named Xiaowen. Liang Shiyu recalled that Xiaowen seemed to be the lowest-ranking clerical worker in the studio. She was a young woman in her 20s, delicate-looking. There's a note on everyone's desk, and this one is for your mother, and these are for you. Wei Youqi handed the colorful notes to Liang Shiyu. There were only 2 for him, but a full 5 for Liang Ying. Sistering, I'm sorry. By the time you see this letter, I will surely be gone. It's a pity. I tried many ways, but still couldn't escape this place. I'm so hungry, my hand holding the pen is trembling, my eyes are blurry, but I can still remember how to write the characters. Sistering, don't be sad for me. I left peacefully. Although there are many things I couldn't accomplish, many ideals I couldn't fulfill, I can accept this reality. My fate ends here. You should also find a man. Don't tough it out alone. The 2 children are grown, they will understand. Having a man means you have someone to lean on when trouble comes. I wonder if you're doing well at home. The rain outside is really heavy and the wind is so strong. I envy you. Your son Shuyu is so sensible, and Wen Jing is very promising. My Nanan is too naughty. I shouldn't have left him in the countryside. What can the elders teach? Sister Ing, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Don't dwell on it, don't grieve for me. Everyone dies. What's the difference between dying early and dying late? In fact, I've thought about it, my life has no meaning anymore. It's better to die like this. Maybe more people will remember me. Will I make the news? Just kidding. I'm really leaving. Goodbye. The words on the paper, from the smoothness at the beginning to the messiness in the middle and finally to the painstaking neatness of the last paragraph, were like an ancient mural passed down through millennia, extolling the splendor and bloodshed of different eras. They also narrated Aunt Li's increasingly frail and declining body and her state of mind, from resignation to struggle to relief and then to helplessness. Liang Shiyu didn't know how she felt writing these notes for everyone, but at this moment only these candy-colored notes witnessed Aunt Li's final moments. She had not only left peacefully and with dignity, but also with composure. Perhaps she had struggled, resisted, resented, and suffered at first, but later she resigned herself, found relief, and left a note for everyone, cleaning the office spotless. She also folded hundreds of stars and origami cranes, ingeniously drawing stars, moons, and flowers on the wings of the cranes with a red pen. Liang Shiyu thought she must have been painting with a faint smile. Perhaps she was also listening to the rain, feeling the breeze, relaxed, sitting cross-legged on that chair, dangling her high heels from the tip of her raised foot, like a fashionable woman, just as she did when she was happy. Though at that time Liang Shiyu would always think contemptuously, this woman wasn't even pretty, who could she seduce with such gestures? But now in memory, it was extraordinarily beautiful. The thin candy-colored paper was burning hot. Shiyu, I wonder how long it will be when you see this letter. Has the power come back? How long did the blackout last? Let me guess. Last year the European blackout took a month and a half, but in our country the rescue time must not exceed a month, right? Am I right? Alright, let's just assume I'm right. Then my body must be completely rotten. Maybe maggots have already gone through several life cycles. Did I scare you? I don't think you'll be scared, you're very brave. Study hard, okay? It's not easy for your mother to raise you two siblings. If possible, I still hope your mother can find someone else. After all, you siblings will start your own families when you grow up. Will you leave her to grow old alone? That's too cruel for a woman. Tell Wenjing for me, I wish her to find an excellent boyfriend, and I hope she has a child early after marriage. You two siblings must take good care of your mother. She has really struggled alone. Goodbye, Shiyu and Wenjing. Don't miss Annie, because Annie won't miss you either. Let's forget each other. Let me leave this world without any attachments. After reading all the notes, Wei Yoqi shamelessly cried again, even sobbing audibly. Even Yu Shifeng's eyes were reddened. Wei Yoqi glared at Liang Shiyu. Are you even human? Your eyes aren't even red. She sniffled her nose tip red. Liang Shiyu said, crying isn't the only way to express emotions. Then what emotion is the expressionless Master Liang trying to convey now? Wei Yoqi wiped away her tears, carefully folded the dozens of colorful notes, and placed them in a clean folder. Then she carefully put them into her backpack, intending to take them back. The emotion of being expressionless. Liang Shiyu said indifferently, stopping Yu Shifeng from sealing the door. There might be a suicide note inside. He hadn't noticed before, but now that he had found the notes, Aunt Li must have left a suicide note for her family. It might be in the office. So Liang Shiyu put on his mask, towel, and gloves, and asked Yu Shifeng and Wei Yoqi to stay away. He entered the office again, scanned the room, and indeed saw a conspicuous document bag on the desk. Earlier he had only noticed the origami cranes on the floor and the corpse on the sofa, assuming the papers on the desk were financial documents, so he hadn't paid attention. Now seeing the A4 cover with patterns drawn in red ink inside the transparent document bag, he confirmed it was indeed a suicide note. Liang Shiyu carefully entered the office, not wanting to disturb Aunt Li's funeral scene. Fortunately, the black scabs behaved themselves, not crawling under his feet like insects. After all, the real bugs on the black spots were long dead and couldn't move. Liang Shiyu successfully retrieved Aunt Li's suicide note. It was sealed in a transparent white striped document bag with a cartoon cover drawn with a red water-based pen, a barely recognizable Ultramantiga. The A4 papers inside were neatly and carefully stapled. Liang Shiyu first disinfected it with alcohol spray, then took out the note. The letter was a full 7 or 8 pages long. The handwriting was neat at first, then became messy, and finally the characters were barely formed. Liang Shiyu opened it and read it word by word. Nanan, by the time you read this letter, I will surely be gone. Isn't this opening too cliché? It seems like all suicide notes in TV dramas start this way. Nanan, don't be sad. Listen to me carefully. I have 4 commonly used bank cards under my name with a total of around 1600 yuan. Save this money well for your future education. The passwords are all your birthday. If you can't find the bank cards, take my ID and death certificate to the bank. If they give you trouble, show this letter to Aunt Liang Ying, and she'll tell you what to do. I also have an investment account in the app on my phone. The login password is LXL37629999, and the payment password is your birthday. Sell all the investments and withdraw the money to the bank card. If the market doesn't crash after I'm gone, it should be around 300 yuan. Keep it for a down payment or starting a business. Arrange it yourself. But if it drops a lot, ask Aunt Liang Ying, as she'll guide you. Your grandparents are getting old. You must keep track of this money. After I'm gone, it's all that will accompany you. Don't waste it. You're still too young to earn a living. Without this money, how would you survive alone? I'm sorry, Nanan. I'm useless. I can no longer watch you grow up. Be sure to take good care of your grandparents. Grandma has a bad back. Tell her to work less in the fields. And your grandma has a temper. Protect your grandpa. He's had a hard life. Nanan, I beg you here, study hard, at least finish college. You're young and don't know the hardships of society. Last time you said factory work pays 3500 a month, and you were eager to drop out and work. But I calculated the cost of living for you. You probably didn't get it. Now that you have money, calculate for yourself if 3500 a month can support this family. Nanan, I hope you promise me to finish college no matter what. Nanan. It was an exceedingly long suicide note. Liang Shiyu and the others read it word by word, then found a clean folder to store it neatly, placing it flat in the backpack. Let's go. We have to go out a few more times this afternoon. Let's not waste too much time. Woo-woo. Wei Yoqi sniffled, sobbing as he crouched on the ground, wiping his tears. This is too heartbreaking. Yu Shifeng sat weakly at the table, his eyes red like a gorilla who had lost its purpose, weeping uncontrollably. Liang Shiyu tapped the table with the back of 2 fingers. All right, that's enough. Pull yourselves together. We have more important matters to attend to. Save the sorrow for when we get home tonight. Old Liang, you're inhuman. Wei Yoqi whimpered in accusation. You didn't even blink at such a tear-jerking letter. Yu Shifeng composed himself, his face somber and grave. Should we still keep this a secret? Of course they couldn't hide it any longer. Tell them, Liang Shiyu said, thinking of the long years of camaraderie between Liang Ying and Aunt Li. I hope it won't break their hearts too much. Yu Shifeng agreed. It was no longer necessary to conceal it. After all, it was merely a sorrowful matter. Hiding it or not wouldn't change anything, so there was no point in keeping it secret. Let's go. Yu Shifeng walked over patted Wei Yoqi and straightened him up before leaving Samu accounting firm with Liang Shiyu. Before leaving, they locked the fire door on the 10th floor, but left everything else unlocked. They planned to stash some unimportant items on the 10th floor in visible corners to mislead anyone who might come. When they left Xiaofeng Tower, they also locked the fire door on the 1st floor, which had previously been unlocked. On the way, Wei Yuki's tears flowed freely. From behind, he watched Liang Shiyu steady back his steps as composed as ever, showing no sign of emotional strain. Wei Yoqi pouted. Whispering in Yu Shifeng's ear, he said, "Old Liang used to cry for half a day if he lost a single hair as a kid. He was nicknamed Little Crybaby. I bet he'll be sobbing under the covers tonight. He's just faking it now. Just wait and see his eyes tomorrow morning." Why is a crybaby called Little Crybaby? Yu Shifeng asked, puzzled. Well, cry means weep and baby means childish, so it fits. Yu Shifeng's big head emitted a small signal of confusion. That doesn't quite add up. Anyway, he's secretly sensitive. Huh, what do you mean? Well, once. Wei Yoqi covered his mouth and whispered in Yu Shifeng's ear just as he reached the exciting part. Liang Shiyu's deep warning came from ahead. I can't hear you. Yu Shifeng. But he hadn't heard anything. Back home, they handed Aunt Li's suicide note to Liang Ying. Fearing she might lose control, Liang Shiyu stayed by her side as she read it. To their surprise, Liang Ying only cried for half an hour hunched over the table. After learning from Liang Shiyu that she had passed peacefully, she stopped weeping. She would want us to accept her departure with peace of mind. Liang Ying set her eyes cast downward with a faint smile. After a moment, she took a deep breath and asked Liang Shiyu, did any of the other notes mention where Nanan lives? No. She probably assumed the police would notify them. She never mentioned Nanan's address. That's a problem. Liang Ying clutched the thick stack of letters. I don't even know exactly where her hometown is. Let's set it aside for now. If we happen to run into her later, we can give it to Nanan then. Perhaps there would be no such coincidence, Liang Shiyu thought objectively. That was all they could do. Liang Ying put away the letter and notes. The household atmosphere grew heavy and gloomy due to Aunt Li's passing. At lunch, there was barely any joking around. After the meal, they went out 3 or 4 more times in the afternoon, moving some packed supplies to Xiaofeng Tower. Every floor had hosts, air conditioners, server rooms, or large all-in-one printers, perfect hiding spots. They also placed some less important supplies in drawers and corners on the 10th floor. If Xiaofeng Tower were ever breached, intruders would be drawn to the 10th floor, overlooking the more deeply hidden items. That evening at home, after a simple wash with hot water, Liang Wenjing approached. Little bro, I learned how to scrape your back today. Want me to try? It helps with dampness. Unaccustomed to the new nickname, Liang Shiyu frowned. You're not going to scrape off a layer of my skin, are you? Huh, how could that be? Though I admit my technique isn't great. I want to sleep. No, you. So if one were to ask a younger brother who the most terrifying woman in the world was, it would undoubtedly be his elder sister. For the sister who seemed too delicate to care for herself outside could at home tear apart a Japanese soldier with her bare hands. Not only that, but most of them had mastered the long-lost martial arts of the invisible kick and the 1,000-mile sound transmission. Ouch, are you peeling my skin off? I'm dispelling cold and dampness from you, dear little brother. Liang Wenjing scraped vigorously at Liang Shiyu's back with a pink crystal gua sha board. Bro, you look like a boiled chicken. Liang Wenjing licked her lips. I really want to eat chicken fish, KFC fried chicken legs cake. I want to eat everything. Liang Shiyu, lying on the bed like a lamb to the slaughter, felt as if his life was in danger. Would he be devoured alive, deep-fried, or steamed by Liang Wenjing? Judging by her engrossed tone, she seemed to have been famished for a long time. Bro, can we get some KFC? Liang Shiyu couldn't stand the new nickname bro. She was already quite tomboyish, and using this northeastern accent made him feel like the one scraping his back wasn't a cute girl, but a woman with bulging biceps who also happened to be cute. Speak properly. Dear little brother, can we get some KFC? I really want to eat fried chicken legs. As she spoke, she deliberately feigned a sobbing tone, as if she were pitifully helpless. But the strength in her hands only increased, and Liang Shiyu felt as though he had already been skinned. He'll go check it out tomorrow. Best brother ever, love you, moi. Liang Wenjing blew a kiss into the air happily, and then pressed even harder. Wei Yoqi, listening from outside the door, trembled in fear, clutching a bath towel, unsure where to go. You men happened to walk by? Wei Yoqi, pitiful, helpless, and cowardly, swallowed the words in his throat. He wanted to have his back scraped to sob. Bro, your kidneys aren't in great shape. Liang Wenjing commented, scraping hard at the kidney reflex zone on his spine, eliciting a scream from Liang Shiyu. TSK. Liang Shiyu. Could he possibly get better with that much force? Had Liang Wenjing drilled a hole in his back with the guasha board? After about 10 minutes, Liang Shiyu finally escaped from Liang Wenjing's clutches forever, leaving an indelible shadow from the word guasha. As the door opened, Wei Yoqi finally seized his chance. Old Liang, how do you feel? Sister Jingjing, could you do me too? Sure. Liang Wenjing felt she needed more practice to get the hang of it. Wei Yoqi was overjoyed and hurried to slip inside. But a large hand pushed him back by the face. I've learned it. They'll do it for you, said the owner of the hand. Oh, okay. The naive Wei Yoqi happily carried his bath towel inside, took off his shirt, obediently laid down on the towel, wiggled his butt, and cast a flirtatious glance at Liang Shiyu. Enjoy. Even the power outage couldn't cure his flamboyance. Ah, Wei Yoqi yelled. Why does it hurt so much? Is it because it's my first time? This is the kidney area, meaning your kidneys are weak, Liang Shiyu said coldly, completely ignoring Wei Yoqi's flirty expression. Humph. Wei Yoqi snorted softly. Ah, you're not getting back at me, are you? The innocent Wei Yoqi that day left an indelible shadow from the word guasha. Just sit still and don't cause me more trouble here. In another room, Aunt Xiaoping was organizing the clothes she had just collected that evening. The room had no wardrobe, not even a table, because it required her to be more meticulous in her arrangement. Unexpectedly, the usually restless Fatty Wei had changed his ways today and come to help her fold clothes. It was more of a hindrance than a help, and the sight of it was infuriating. Hee, I just wanted to give you a hand, Fatty Wei said with an apologetic smile, sidling up behind Aunt Xiaoping. His pale hands reached for her shoulders. You've worked hard, dear. Humph. Aunt Xiaoping chided him. Now you know I've worked hard. But look at yourself. Our underage son is out there risking his life, while the father lies at home sleeping all day. I'm not the one who's worked hard, it's your son. At this, Fatty Wei felt deeply guilty. His health had been decent before, but it started deteriorating after he went to retrieve things from under the water at the market. In truth, he had never even dived down, only staying on the surface to assist the others. Yet even so, his body couldn't take it, and he soon began to feel unwell. Around that time, they had almost exhausted the items they could retrieve. When the Fat Cow group targeted them, Liang Shiyu struck a deal with Fat Cow, giving them diving equipment and transferring the territory to them. After that, they stopped going into the water. He had thought that staying out of the water would help him recover, but instead, he only grew worse. He became drowsy during the day and suffered from edema in his lower body. To be honest, it was his own uselessness. He couldn't blame anyone else. He's my own son too. Do you think I don't care? Don't worry. Once I'm feeling better, he'll take his place. Then he can stay home with you. How about that? Give me a break. Are you going out there to get yourself killed? I'd rather have Yoqi go out. It makes me feel more at ease. I knew you were tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. Fatty Wei smiled contentedly and pulled Aunt Xiaoping into his arms. Dear. Aunt Xiaoping quickly pushed him away. What are you doing? Don't you see where we are? Have you no shame? Of course it's you. Mom. With a creak, the red wooden door was pushed open abruptly and a head poked in. Is there anything to eat? Luckily, Aunt Xiaoping and Fatty Wei had separated quickly. By the time Wei Yuki's head popped in, he only saw Aunt Xiaoping organizing the clothes. What's wrong? Didn't you have enough to eat tonight? Aunt Xiaoping quickly stood up, while Fatty Wei leaned backside and lay down on the bed, casting a look of disapproval at Wei Yoqi. No, I just want something to eat. The innocent Wei Yoqi walked in, holding his waist, his posture somewhat resembling Song Dandan's. What's wrong with your waist? Guasha, it's not. Oh, is there anything to eat? Have a seat first. Aunt Xiaoping pointed to a small stool at the corner of the bed, and then dove into a neatly organized pile of supplies, pulling out several small snacks that she remembered Wei Yoqi loved. In the past, she had hated Wei Yoqi eating these things, thinking they were bad for his health. But now she found them precious and kept them in the most important place. Since Liang Wenjing took over managing supplies, they had reorganized their existing resources. Fuel, medicine, water, staples, and daily consumables were all converted to communal property. The remaining snacks, drinks, canned fruits, and the like were redistributed based on the proportion of communal property each household had contributed. So Wei Yuki's family received the most snacks, because they had contributed the most staples and purified water. Yu Shifeng's family received the smallest share, as they had the fewest supplies stored. However, Yu Shifeng's personal abilities were also factored into the common shares. In truth, no one minded an equal split, but Yu Shifeng refused to take advantage of them. Thus, the other two families chose not to burden him with guilt, and handling matters strictly by the rules was the best approach. The clearer the division, the fewer unnecessary conflicts arise. When did these snacks become so delicious? Wei Yoqi marveled at the little treat in his hand. Truly, absence made the heart grow fonder. He used to find them dry and unappealing, but now they tasted wonderful. And he left. He'll ask old Liang if he wants some. Eat them here. Aunt Xiaoping stopped him, pulling him back to the stool. Every family got their share, ooh, just enjoy yours. Wei Yochi thought for a moment. All right. He chewed slowly, savoring the golden strip-shaped snack. It was so rich and left a lingering aftertaste. Leaning back comfortably, Wei Yochi lay down on the pile of clothes Aunt Xiaoping had just folded. Eating snacks is true happiness. He saw her smiling at him and asked if she wanted some. I don't eat those, you go ahead. Aunt Xiaoping smiled sweetly, tucking the hair that had fallen into his eyes. Your hair's so long now. Want a trim? It's getting in your way. This is called being handsome. Having just escaped school, he had no intention of cutting his hair. He planned to let it grow past his ears and style it. He remembered there was some hair gel at home. Yes, he was sure of it. He would find it when he had time. Maybe he could even charm a girl someday. Speaking of girls, a thought struck Wei Yochi. Mom, I'm going to bed. Tossing the empty snack wrapper into his mother's hand, Wei Yochi dashed off. He found his backpack and pulled a sizzling photo album from a hidden pocket, chuckling to himself. The next day the plan was simple. In the morning, make 2 trips to Shopping Tower to let Liang Wenjing and the others finish twisting the wire. In the afternoon, reinforce the windows and the second-floor balcony at home. Yesterday, Liang Shiyu had promised Liang Wenjing to look for KFC. Though the hope was slim, Liang Shiyu, Wei Yochi, and the others discussed it and decided to check nearby fast food joints. These days, many people were out looting and robbing, grabbing anything useful they could find. As Yumin had said, this situation was ironically safer because everyone was too busy stealing to pay attention to passers-by. Only when there was nothing left to loot in the streets would people turn their attention to others. I remember it was around here. The constant rain had changed the streetscape, and Wei Yochi was struggling to recognize the way. After moving the supplies, they had already checked nearby KFC, Wallace Golden Arches, and every other named fast food chain. All were in shambles with nothing left. Then Wei Yochi remembered there were similar fast food places near the school. But half of that area was flooded, making it unrecognizable. I recall KFC chicken legs and wings are frozen. Even if we find them, they'd be spoiled, right? Yu Shifeng said. But we can find seasonings, ice cream cones, drinks, or maybe other things. They weren't just searching KFC, they were checking every visible fast food shop, milk tea store, beverage shop, and snack bar along the street. Though they hadn't found anything particularly useful, they did score a few bottles of homemade seasonings from the shop owners. Things like chili powder or cumin for skewers. Over there. Wei Yochi pointed at a red roof in a murky yellow flood. So that area is submerged. No wonder I couldn't find it. Since it was flooded, the contents of those restaurants were likely ruined. The 3 of them skirted around the waterlogged area and moved further away. This area was heavily submerged with water reaching above their waists. In lower spots like the street Wei Yochi had pointed to, the buildings were completely underwater, their full forms invisible. They walked along the eaves of the street-side buildings. Liang Shiyu's sharp eyes spotted a cosmetics store on higher ground. They didn't have to be rigidly fixated on food, water, and fuel. Cosmetic stores surely had useful supplies too, didn't they? Over there. Liang Shiyu gestured for the 2 to follow him to the cosmetics store. It was green with a large green brand logo and had glass doors and windows, easy to break. Are you sure? Wei Yochi hesitated, seeking confirmation from Liang Shiyu. They had grabbed quite a few things on this trip, but they had never smashed a door themselves, except for the underwater market and shopping tower. Well, they hadn't been to many places anyway. Give me the axe. They'll do it. Liang Shiyu extended his hand. Wei Yochi obediently handed it over. With a loud crash, Liang Shiyu struck the glass door at a corner 2/3 of the way up with the axe's back. After just 3 hits, the glass shattered, falling into the water in large pieces stuck together like tape. Then Wei Yochi spotted a box with the SKI logo on the packaging. Isn't this the legendary facial treatment essence? He quickly stuffed all the series sets from the shelf into his backpack. Guess if Sister Jingjing will adore me for this. Liang Shiyu kicked him expressionlessly, causing Wei Yochi to lose his balance and fall to his knees. Yu Shifeng said. A sibling romance won't work. Wei Yochi was shocked. Then he was intimidated by Liang Shiyu's piercing gaze. I didn't mean that. Absolutely not. My legs were just a bit sore, I lost my footing. Damn, he almost got killed by that look. Yu Shifeng asked, why are your legs sore? Last night. Wei Yochi stopped mid-sentence, squinting. Old you, are you trying to set me up today? Yu Shifeng looked innocent. Huh, why would I set you up? This kid's so random. The last part was muttered to himself. Wei Yochi was speechless, his eyes pure and aggrieved. Old Liang, you have to believe me. Believe what? Liang Shiyu raised an eyebrow. It's just a photo album. No big deal. Wei Yochi was shocked. He thought he had hidden it so well. You were spying on me. Do I need to spy? Liang Shiyu looked at him like he was an idiot. That book was already finished by Liang Wenjing and the others before dinner yesterday. Wei Yochi felt like had been struck by lightning. He had found the photo album at Shopping Tower yesterday, forgetting that his backpack was organized by Liang Wenjing after he brought it back. But the album was still in the backpack, so he thought it was safe. Little did he know he had slipped up. Oh, and your mom saw it too. Kids these days learning bad habits so young, Yu Shifeng sighed. It was his first time. His first time looking at such stuff. Really? Mom, give me another chance. TT. Wei Yuki's life had lost its purpose. Alright, let's get down to business. Liang Shuyu flicked his forehead, then began stuffing useful cosmetics from the shelves into his backpack. Facial cleanser would be useful, face masks. Maybe could take a few. Face cream, and also condensed milk. Huh, condensed milk. He misread it. It was toner. Might come in handy, take some too. Wet wipes. Liang Shuyu stuffed all the wet wipes, cotton pads, disposable dry face masks, and anything else that could serve as tissues into the backpack. It was instantly full, leaving no room for any more items. Rose essential oil. Yu Shifeng exclaimed softly from the other side of the shelf. Wei Yochi glanced at him with a mournful expression and said weakly, "That's rose hydrosol, isn't it? Have you ever seen essential oil in such a big bottle?" This old Yu was utterly clueless. TSK. Ah, it's hydrosol. Yu Shifeng looked more closely and realized he had indeed misread it, revealing an honest smile of a man unacquainted with such things. Can we use this? I remember it's drinkable. Take all the hydrosol. Wei Yochi considered himself somewhat knowledgeable in this area. There were quite a lot of items in this counter. Liang Shuyu and the others filled 3 backpacks, leaving no room for more. They would have to come back another trip. Before leaving, Liang Shuyu hid the items they could use but couldn't take, such as sunscreen, toothpaste, and body cleansers, securely. This place was quite far, so each round trip took a long time. Another return trip, fully loaded. During this period, most people were looting necessities, food, water, medicine, the 3 major categories. Only a few paid attention to soft needs like cosmetics counters and similar supplies, which faced less competition. Still, caution was needed. The naive and honest Yu Shifeng had indeed heard of fairy water. Would fairy water be good for washing my face? 1,000 yuan per basin of face washing water. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Even if it was looted, using it to wash one's face would still hurt. That expensive? Liang Shuyu was astonished. His knowledge had expanded a bit. This is nothing. Wei Yochi wore a look of "you don't understand." When women go wild, no one can comprehend them. Yu Shifeng nodded in profound agreement. Liang Shuyu, is that you? As the 3 chatted while wading through the increasingly deep water, a tentative voice called out to them. Liang Shuyu, Wei Yochi, and Yu Shifeng all turned around simultaneously. Beneath the eaves of a house on their side, they saw a slightly chubby boy with natural curly hair and 2 middle-aged men in black jackets carrying backpacks and wearing baseball caps with blue plastic bags over them. The curly-haired chubby boy's eyes held a survivor's joy, while the 2 middle-aged men were relatively composed, their gazes probing. Yao Hao. It was their classmate. Wei Yuki's eyes widened, and he blurted out, "How are you here?" After saying it, he laughed at himself. Where else could he be? Yao Hao trotted over the water almost up to his chest, parting into 2 waves that splashed onto Wei Yochi. Without a second thought, Wei Yochi hugged him back. Yao Hao was the class hygiene monitor, and they had been good friends. They had even attended the same middle school before moving up to the same high school class. Friendship far beyond the ordinary. The embrace sent murky yellow water splashing everywhere. Liang Shuyu took a step to the side, using the spray as cover to create a relatively safe distance between the 2. Yao Hao, held and holding, couldn't help but sob. Finally ran into a classmate. Damn, it's been so tough. He released Wei Yochi and turned to hug Liang Shuyu, but Liang Shuyu placed a hand on his shoulder first. What are you crying for? No backbone. Yao Hao leaned his back against the wall, dabbing at his tears with his fingers to avoid smearing dirty water on his face. He laughed and cried at the same time. Weng Lin is dead, and so many others. It was terrifying, really. Seeing you guys safe and sound, I'm relieved. Who? Weng Lin. Who else died? Weng Lin was also their classmate, a little beauty. No, I mean, I saw a lot of dead people. Yao Hao sobbed even harder. He wasn't a weepy person. When Weng Lin died, he had only cried for half a night. But seeing his former close classmates, the tears wouldn't stop. He didn't want to cry so pathetically in front of them, but he couldn't control it. All strangers, I mean, there were many dead bodies. Yao Hao explained further. Indeed. Wei Yochi sighed. Have you seen anyone else from our class? Liang Shuyu asked. Yao Hao shook his head. Weng Lin lived near my place. I don't know about the others. Since the power outage, you 2 are the only ones I've seen. How did she die, Wei Yochi asked. Yao Hao fell silent. After a long pause, he said, about 20 days into the blackout, she went out to look for food with her grandparents. Her parents are in another province, not here. And then, he didn't finish, but it was enough for Liang Shuyu and the others to guess the truth. Everyone let out a deep sigh. Liang Shuyu suddenly thought of something. Are you pretty good at playing Battlefield? Huh, just average. Yao Hao was surprised, a shy expression creeping onto his face. He wondered why Liang Shuyu suddenly complimented his gaming skills. That time when Lu Xiaopeng paid someone to carry him, Was it you? Liang Shiyu got to the point. Though it was a while ago, Yao Hao remembered clearly. Yeah, why? Are you looking for Lu Xiaobang? Then do you know where Lu Xiaobang lives? Yeah, I went to his place to play. Lu Xiaobang was the only person Liang Shiyu knew who had some survival knowledge. He had been wanting to find him since the blackout, but didn't know his exact address. Now that he had run into Yao Hao, if he could find Lu Xiaopang, he might be able to ask for some useful advice. We need to see him about something. Wei Youqi knew about Lu Xiaobang and how he had urged Liang Shiyu to stockpile supplies before the blackout, so he took the chance to ask. Yao Hao didn't think much. Should be in Country Garden Zone C. As for the specific building, he couldn't recall. He had just gone there to play and hadn't noted the number. Anyway, from the main gate, the third or fourth building on the right. 17th floor, first door on the left when you exit the elevator. Black iron door. He told Liang Shiyu and the others all the information he could remember. Good, thank you. Liang Shiyu said sincerely. What do you need him for? Yao Hao couldn't help asking. Wei Youqi glanced at Liang Shiyu, unsure whether to share the information. But Liang Shiyu never liked owing favors, so he told Yao Hao everything about Lu Xiaopang's advice to stockpile supplies before the blackout. Of course, he didn't mention whether he had actually stocked up. Holy crap! Yao Hao exclaimed. He didn't even bother to warn me. If it were me, I'd have just cleared out the mall. Yao Hao was stunned. Is he a prophet? How can he be so accurate? Impossible. Wei Youqi curled his lip. He was dead set on saying there'd be a war, but it turned out to be a solar storm. This time it can't just be a solar storm, can it? What kind of solar storm would cause rain to pour down for over a month without stopping? Yao Hao even suspected that if the rain continued, it might trigger a tsunami. But that seemed unlikely. He preferred to believe there would be no tsunami, no disaster. The rain would soon cease, power would return, police officers would patrol the streets again to maintain order, and the toilets would flush properly. These were all his hopes. But would hope become reality? Yao Hao suddenly felt a vast uncertainty ahead. I don't know when things will get back to normal. The former companions gathered together, confronting the stark reality, as if it were a reunion years after graduation. Each had weathered their own tribulations since parting ways, and looking back now, they were filled with sighs and reflections. How have you all been getting by? Yao Hao asked them. Wei Youqi had many things he longed to vent, but he held back, merely restraining himself to say, just surviving. Scavenging for supplies, living, and all that. Perhaps recalling some unpleasant experience, Yao Hao's expression shifted. Now I realize how good school was. If only I could stay in school forever. Wei Youqi raised an eyebrow. No way, what have you been through to make you say something like that? Yao Hao smiled bitterly, and shook his head, then turned to Liang Shiyu. Feels like old Liang has become much more composed. Huh, really? Liang Shiyu didn't think so. He had always been like this, hadn't he? Had he changed? Yeah, you used to joke around a lot. But now he barely smiled, his face perpetually stern. Yao Hao knew everyone had been through bad times. So are you planning to go find Lu Xiaobang? Yeah, exchange some info. Might get something useful, Liang Shiyu said. Yao Hao pursed his lips and nodded. At first, seeing his classmates had stirred excitement and sorrow. But once the impulsive emotions faded, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After all, everyone was now guarded, unable to open up as they once did. How about we exchange contact info? Yao Hao ventured tentatively. Then he joked, in the old days we could just swap phone numbers, or we chat. Now I realize how hard it is to reach anyone in this vast world. Yeah. Wei Youqi sighed. Unless we exchange addresses, it's tough to get in touch in time. But addresses were a secret. Even to Yao Hao, a friend since middle school, Wei Youqi dared not casually reveal his location. Thinking this, he suddenly felt the world was profoundly sorrowful. As Wei Youqi voiced this sentiment, Yao Hao realized his own words had been too unrestrained. My dad and I still need to scavenge for supplies. What about you? The matter of contact info was quietly dropped. We're heading back for lunch, Wei Youqi said. Yao Hao nodded, then glanced at Wei Youqi and Liang Shiyu in turn, as if trying to memorize their faces. My dad seems to be calling me. He'll head off now. If anything comes up, have Lu Xiaobang pass the word to you. He waved at the three of them, turned without looking back, and trudged unsteadily through the water to where his father and another man stood. There he turned around once more, waving again at Liang Shiyu and Wei Youqi. Take care, you all. You too. Wei Youqi and Liang Shiyu waved back. Yu Shifeng nodded in acknowledgement to the three men. With the farewell over, Liang Shiyu and the others turned and walked back the way they came. Yao Hao watched their retreating figures, then suddenly raised his hand high above his head, waving vigorously. You must take care. See you when school starts. Let's play chicken dinner again. His voice had grown too loud, and by the last few words it turned hoarse. Wei Youqi heard it and felt a pang in his nose. He turned back to see Yao Hao's waving arms, swaying his body from side to side in the water, the splashes bursting with passion and vitality, a stark contrast to this pale city buried under countless fresh corpses. Wei Youqi suddenly yearned to return to school. He began to miss the days of chasing and teasing each other, the midday sun warming his skin, the sound of teachers scolding, the nervousness and clamor when exams were handed out. He missed everything before the blackout. This longing was utterly crushing, forcing Wei Yochi to involuntarily recall the scene in the mall. The sea of blood, the ground littered with bodies. Some weren't fully dead, they writhed and screamed on the floor, but what could he do? What could he do for these people? He could only deliberately ignore them, pretending they were already dead. Yet at this moment that scene suddenly surfaced vividly in his mind, blending with memories of school. The warm, long-lost sunlight shining on desks in the afternoon, but in an instant the sunlight turned to flowing blood. The school became a slaughterhouse, a horrifying nightmare. Fear and struggle surged into Wei Yuki's heart, transforming into anguish and pain, but he held it together. He too turned around, raised both hands high, and waved with all his might. "We will, well, make it to the final circle together." Yao Hao cracked a smile. "Yeah." Liang Shuyu also raised a hand and waved. Finally, Yao Hao left with the two middle-aged men. As he walked away, he glanced back once more and saw Wei Yochi and Liang Shuyu standing there watching him. Reassured, he departed. After parting with Yao Hao, Liang Shuyu and the others took a while to get home. The large red wooden door stood firmly in the wall. Wei Yochi knocked dejectedly, head lowered, when a firm hand landed on his shoulder. "You'd better explain that photo shoot to your mom properly." Wei Yochi froze for a moment. Damn it. Liang Shuyu have a heart. He had finally forgotten that awkwardness. Did he have to bring it up now? Was it necessary? That meal made Wei Yochi squirm in his seat. Every time his mother spoke, he feared she would ask about the photo shoot. Every time Liang Wenjing and Yumin looked at him, he dreaded that Liang Wenjing would suddenly say, "The photo shoot was lovely. I put it back exactly as it was. Why not thank me properly?" Or she might say, "Good things should be shared. I'll just kill him now." After lunch, they no longer went out in the afternoon, instead focusing on fastening the iron wires to the burglar-proof windows and the open balcony on the second floor. The burglar-proof windows were easy to handle. They only needed to secure the wires in place. However, the second-floor balcony proved troublesome, as there was nothing suitable to anchor the wires to on any side. They had to hammer nails into the wall on the spot, a task that was arduous and physically draining without an electric drill. Thus, Wei Yochi soon forgot about the photo shoot. Of course, the matter concerning Yao Hao also became less clear in his mind. He spent a tiring yet pleasant afternoon. After reinforcing Yu Shaifeng's home, they also strengthened the third floor of Liang Shiyu's house. Along the way, they repaired the rolling shutter door of the Weiwei convenience store, or rather they mended the broken parts with iron wires. In fact, the damage to the rolling shutter door of the Weiwei convenience store was quite convenient, saving Liang Shiyu and the others a lot of trouble. At least most people knew that this convenience store had been robbed. Although the robbers claimed they hadn't gotten much, given that the group had bravely lost one of their own, everyone wisely refrained from targeting it again. Moreover, they had robbed too early at a very inopportune time. Had they waited until after the mall incident to strike, losing one person might not have terrified them so much. But courage wanes with each attempt. Once a failure has occurred, no one would risk their life again. After reinforcing the house, night had fully fallen. Everyone slept soundly, feeling more at ease in the fortified home. The next morning, Liang Shuyu and the others headed back to the counter near the school. Unfortunately, after a night's passage, everything in the store had evaporated into thin air. Even the items Liang Shuyu had hidden were completely cleaned out. Damn it, Liang Shuyu cursed. He had specifically disassembled the store's air conditioner and stuffed things inside. How could someone still find them? Maybe the floor was too dirty and moving the air conditioner left traces. Wei Yochi analyzed helplessly. That's possible. We need to pay more attention to details, Liang Shuyu said, utterly speechless and eager to meet the person who had done this. With no other choice, they had to leave and search elsewhere. Since they had come out specially, they couldn't return empty-handed. Heaven rewards the diligent. They found another small shop selling ornamental fish. The fish were inedible and mostly dead, but Liang Shuyu didn't want to let it go, so he packed a school bag full of fish food. Can this stuff be eaten? Yu Shifeng exclaimed in surprise. Maybe we can use it for fishing. Wei Yochi speculated. Just grabbing a few things casually, Liang Shuyu admitted honestly. Wei Yochi was speechless. He had thought there was some deeper meaning. Was he really trusting old Liang too much? It had reached the point of blind trust. Apart from this fish shop, they found no other stores. Not every store was unoccupied. Some had people living in them, so they only looted empty ones. How to determine if a store had occupants? Generally, public malls and the snack shops and bubble tea shops near them had no owners. These stores were usually invested in by bosses with employees only responsible for watching over them. After the incident, the bosses wouldn't stay, and the employees certainly wouldn't either. Thus, these types of stores were the easiest to loot. Additionally, they judged whether a store had an owner based on its location and condition. The cosmetic counter from yesterday and today's fish shop both had glass doors, making it easy to see from the outside if anyone was inside. Shops with people inside were usually smaller, not investments, but individually operated, often with the whole family living in the store. Such shops were outside the scope of Liang Shuyu and the others looting. Filtering this way, they found no other stores to target. This morning wasn't a complete waste. At least Liang Shuyu learned Lu Xiaopeng's address. Biguan was a bit far from here, and with the rain causing urban flooding, it might take 2 hours to walk there. So they decided to set out tomorrow morning to find Lu Xiaopeng. Perhaps Lu Xiaopeng would have more news. By now, with the power outage continuing, Liang Shuyu could no longer hold on to hope. During the mall incident, although armed forces had appeared to help them, these people came and went quickly. They didn't even take away the bodies of their own comrades, which spoke volumes. Even now, the bodies in the mall had yet to be dealt with. This could no longer be explained by a mere power outage or solar storm. Something must have happened in this country, or perhaps across all of Asia, such that national rescue efforts had never arrived. Anyone still holding on to the idea of waiting for rescue must be a fool. So they had to rely on themselves and be self-sufficient. The effect of reinforcing the house quickly became apparent. Just after noon, when Liang Shuyu and the others returned home, they saw several women gathered under the eaves of the old lattice house, pointing and gossiping in their direction. The old lady poked her head out of the window. Her house didn't have burglar screens. "Shuyu, you're back." She pursed her lips and greeted them as if wanting to ask about the burglar screens, but holding back. The other women smiled at them. "You're being too cautious. Sealing off the balcony like that. Who would climb onto your balcony?" Liang Shuyu merely nodded at the old lady. After lunch, thinking he could rest in the afternoon, old Lu and Baldy Li came knocking. Liang Shuyu had to drag himself off the sofa and deal with them along with Yu Shifeng. This time old Lu had come to respond to the conditions Liang Shuyu had proposed last time. The four gathered on the stone dam, sitting on 2 long benches, 2 people per bench. Inside the window, wrapped in star-shaped iron wire, Wei Youqi was lying down with Liang Wenjing and Yu Min hiding beside him. Farther away on the sofa, Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping were eavesdropping. With no work to go to and no TV dramas to follow, the days were idle. The women had nothing to do at home except cook, clean, and do laundry. If there were any knitting wool at home, they could at least make 2 garments. Not to wear, but just to pass the time. But unfortunately, there was none. So having grown tired of playing Gamoku and having read all the books on the shelves, everyone pestered Liang Wenjing to write fresh novels and forced Yu Min to write one too. Yet even so, the days were hard to kill. Whenever something happened at home, almost everyone pitched in, not for any other reason, but to find some amusement. Such days were difficult to endure, making one feel as if their entire life had decayed, utterly hopeless. It was as if they were rotting corpses. Old Lu informed Liang Shuyu of the conditions they had discussed over the past 2 days. "We can't give you supplies," Liang Shuyu said bluntly. "Do you think we need your protection? Or are you willing to be the knife ready to sacrifice your lives for us at any moment? If so, I wouldn't mind supporting you." Old Liu's idea was to establish a trading platform for all the neighbors and residents in the vicinity. Their platform would provide a relatively safe venue where anyone could freely engage in barter trade, while ensuring security during transactions to prevent incidents like murder for treasure. Liang Shuyu and his group wouldn't need to contribute manpower, but they would need to provide capital. If Liang Shuyu joined the platform, old Lu and his associates would share a portion of the transaction taxes collected from the neighbors with him. However, although Liang Shuyu didn't need to supply personnel, he would have to pay a regular platform fee, equivalent to buying in as a shareholder. At the same time, if Liang Shuyu encountered any difficulties, he could directly draw personnel from the platform for support. Additionally, the platform would protect Liang Shuyu's home. These were old Liu's surface-level statements, but clearly Liang Shuyu didn't just take them at face value. He also understood the underlying implications. In simple terms, if Liang Shuyu refused to hand over supplies, he should expect to be robbed. If he agreed to pay, they would give him a share of the profits. But a very real problem any businessman faces is this: thinking your idea is great and profitable is purely your own wishful thinking. Whether the market or the people will favor you is not something you alone can decide. How many people would be willing to pay a transaction tax, and what kind of protection could old Liu's platform actually provide? There's a world of difference between a level where people get killed for their treasures as soon as they leave the city, like in cultivation novels, and a full-service end-to-end protection system. If they couldn't offer full-service protection, what special competitive edge did old Liu's trading platform have to attract others? Old Lu couldn't answer. Liang Shuyu didn't feel like asking further because he had no intention of joining any trading platform anyway. Hearing Liang Shuyu's blunt refusal and counter-question, old Lu, a seasoned old hand, wasn't so easily discouraged. "What we need isn't much, at least a drop in the bucket for you. Giving up just this little bit to ensure the safety of your house and family. You can do that math, right? You folks are out off and gone for most of the day. If something happens at home, who else but us neighbors can help? Xiao Liang, think carefully about the terms your uncle here is offering. This is an absolutely good deal for you. Old Liu's words hit the nail on the head. Even Aunt Xiaoping, who was listening from the sofa, found them very reasonable and tempting. Wasn't it precisely because they feared someone might rob them while they were away that Liang Shuyu and his group dared only go out for half a day, at most always leaving one man at home? However, Liang Shuyu thought more deeply than Aunt Xiaoping. If their trading platform failed to launch, they would suck the three families dry like leeches. If it did launch, once they grew powerful, they would inevitably become unsatisfied with the status quo and increase the pressure on Liang Shuyu. If he didn't comply, the platform would turn against him. To negotiate with a tiger for its skin, what benefit could there be? From any angle, this was an extremely risky venture, one that staked his own and his family's lives. Fortunately, Liang Shuyu had already thought of a countermeasure. He wouldn't reject Old Lu, but he wouldn't agree either. The platform idea is indeed not bad. Old Lu finally relaxed a bit and smiled. Of course, it's a surefire knowledge venture. After all, he did have some business acumen. But unfortunately, you can't guarantee a profit, can you? Liang Shuyu smiled. If you can't make a profit, wouldn't that mean him just supporting you? If that's the case, I might as well pick a few capable fighters to support instead. I have plenty of people too. Old Lu hurriedly said, but in his heart he thought that the people willing to cooperate with him were all useless good-for-nothings who otherwise they would have gone out to find food themselves instead of hiding like turtles in their homes. The world had both the brave and the cowardly. Someone as timid and life-cherishing as Old Lu himself could easily understand the mentality of those who played turtle even at death's door. If there were any other way to make a living, I wouldn't want to risk my life out there. I might as well just hire a few security guards, Liang Shuyu said with a sigh. In times like these, murder and arson are commonplace. Security guards aren't reliable, Xiao Liang. How can you guarantee they won't turn on you? Old Lu persuaded earnestly. How can you guarantee you won't turn on me? Old Lu was momentarily stunned, unable to find a rebuttal. He and Liang Shuyu stared at each other for a long time. Seeing Liang Shuyu's faint, unwavering smile and his calm, unyielding demeanor, Old Lu felt himself slowly deflating like a leaking hydrogen balloon. Xiao Liang. Old Lu lowered his voice. Actually, your uncle isn't doing well either. If I had any ability at all, I wouldn't have been forced to come here and discuss these things with a kid like you. As he spoke, his eyes seemed to glisten with tears. I have 2 kids at home waiting for food. Your uncle has no choice. If I fail to reach an agreement today, going back won't just mean going without a meal. Liang Shuyu said, there are so many resources in this city. Can't you just go out for a stroll and find a meal? That would be against the law. Old Lu hesitated. Oh, so you do have a sense of morality. Old Lu awkwardly wiped away his barely there tears. Your uncle is truly desperate. All right. Actually, I would very much like to be friends with you. After all, having a friend is better than having an enemy. Right? Old Liu's face lit up with joy. That's absolutely right. In this world, we rely on our friends. I have a set of diving equipment at home that I can lend you. I can also tell you in detail about the situation in the underwater market, where the resources are, where the dangers lie. Liang Shuyu smiled. The condition is that you and the women from your building never set foot in my house again. Old Lu was dumbfounded. He had expected something else. Diving. That was incredibly dangerous. Well, he hesitated. Liang Shuyu sat there without saying another word, giving Old Lu and Baldly some time to think. According to Old Liu's original plan, they wanted to bluff their way into getting usable supplies for survival from Liang Shuyu. Then they could just stay comfortably at home enjoying Liang Shuyu's tribute, while keeping an eye on his house. After all, he felt the semi-suburban area was quite safe and no outsiders would come to rob Liang Shuyu's home except for the neighbors. Who would have thought Liang Shuyu wouldn't budge an inch? Old Liu's intentions were indeed noble, yet also rather shameless. He had grown accustomed to the art of getting something for nothing, but there always came a time when such tricks failed. Now he could neither laugh nor weep, as Liang Shuyu's demeanor made it clear he would not yield. Could he really let out a wail and summon others to trample Yu Shaifeng's home? That was impossible. Even if they could take advantage of the women while Liang Shuyu and the other men were away, unless they fled immediately afterward far from this place, the men would surely seek blood for blood upon their return. Old Lu lacked the courage for murder or robbery, neither daring nor willing to break the law. In his view, their current plight hadn't yet driven them to such desperate measures as killing for treasures. He wasn't one of those madmen. He had to consider his own future and that of his children. Some things once done left no room for turning back. All right, but I need to discuss it with third brother, Old Lu said with a bitter smile. There was no need for discussion. If he brought it up, third brother would surely send him into the water himself. Because in truth, they had no manpower. It was merely a flash of inspiration among a few half-dead old men in their 50s. Their threat to Liang Shuyu relied solely on empty words, so old Liu's heart was filled with unease. As you wish. Finally seeing old Liu and baldy Liao Wei Yochi let out a long sigh. Do you think they'll accept it? Once we give them the diving gear, won't they turn around and plot against us? Inside, Aunt Shopping, who thought it was over, perked up her ears while Liang Ying idly flipped through a high school textbook belonging to Yumin. Liang Shuyu said, if they want to, who can stop them? Liang Wenjing sighed helplessly. These people are so annoying, making everyone nervous like we're in a palace drama. Gosh, if I'd known life without work was this hard, I'd have prayed for a job every day. Wei Yuki's gaze drifted to Liang Wenjing. Before the Blackout, sister Jingjing wasn't working either, right? A proud homebody indeed. Huh, really? Liang Wenjing played dumb. Well, it seems so. Yumin couldn't help but let out a snicker. Liang Wenjing's face flushed with embarrassment. Ahem, but I do have a job. One paid entirely by attendance. Liang Shuyu silently mocked, though he held back from saying it aloud, knowing she'd crack his skull open. Yumin's laugh set everyone off. Liang Wenjing was so mortified she wished she could claw at the floor, but then she thought bringing a bit of levity to this oppressive atmosphere wasn't easy, and besides the floor was tiled. Unyielding. They wouldn't go out that afternoon, but that didn't mean there was nothing to do. Liang Shuyu and Wei Yochi trained every day, initially on the stone dam, but later switched indoors to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Yu Shifeng's house was spacious. A slight rearrangement of the first-floor living room turned it into a training area. By evening, Liang Shuyu, Wei Yochi, Yu Shifeng, Yumin, and Liang Wenjing had all donned comfortable long-sleeved shirts and pants, tumbling and grappling on the tiled floor. After basic conditioning came combat drills. Yu Shifeng wielded a small wooden stick as a weapon, standing opposite Liang Shuyu. He lunged tentatively, but Liang Shuyu slapped the stick from his hand with a single motion, then lunged forward in a quick stride, taking him down in just 2 or 3 seconds. Clap, clap, clap. The onlookers Yumin and Liang Wenjing applauded. Faster this time, Liang Wenjing remarked. Yu Shifeng got up from the floor. That's all. Not enough, keep going. In training, he shed his usual geniality, becoming stern and rigid, showing no mercy or face. Wei Yochi retrieved the stick and tossed it back to Yu Shifeng. Liang Shuyu paused for a moment, then again knocked the weapon from Yu Shifeng's hand and took him down. Mastery of a skill isn't complex. You just need to practice it relentlessly until it becomes a reflex as innate as instinct. Like calligraphy, it requires no excessive technique. Only diligent practice and constant refinement. If there were any skill to speak of, it would be seeing with the eyes, moving with the hands, and focusing with the mind. Learning isn't about mindlessly copying like a machine. Humans are the pinnacle of creation because of their superior intellect, allowing them to refine, analyze, and synthesize known things into their own system. Thus, practicing martial arts follows the same principle. Liang Shuyu's seemingly brute force slap that disarmed Yu Shifeng was actually steeped in profound technique. The arc of the strike, the part of the hand used, the target area, and the mechanics involved all had their intricacies. It was all contained within a single simple motion. After his sparring session, Liang Shuyu moved to an empty area to continue training alone, pondering the insights gained from the day's combat. Then it was Wei Yochi, Yumin, and Liang Wenjing's turns to spar with Yu Shifeng, each training diligently, without slacking, even without supervision. Perhaps this was the one truly interesting outcome of the Blackout. Everyone had become more diligent and eager to learn. After all, laziness now meant risking life itself, with higher stakes for failure. Procrastination naturally cured itself. November 9th. 2032, torrential rain, the 48th day of the Blackout. Today they were heading to Biguan to find Lu Xiaopeng. Wei Pengzi's illness had improved, though the swelling hadn't subsided. His spirit had greatly revived. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They valued their supplies even more. If they hadn't had the right Chinese herbs to treat Wei Pengzi's illness, what would they have done? Let him waste away. Biguan was near the North Station, and as Liang Shuyu and his group passed the subway station, they witnessed the sight of the entire platform submerged. Like a giant cup filled with water with corpses floating inside. Liang Shuyu recalled that not long after the Blackout had seen sanitation workers still on duty loading bodies into garbage trucks and dumping them into a pit. The scene was horrifying, seared into his memory, unforgettable. Liang Shuyu even remembered a triangular tear in the old sanitation worker's uniform. Though unrelated to his noble, selfless act of hauling bodies, the detail stuck with him clearly. So much so that the faces of the corpses themselves had faded from his mind. At this moment, they wandered through the streets and alleys, arriving at an unfamiliar territory, witnessing countless scenes they had never seen before. For instance, a subway entrance that by some stroke of luck hadn't been flooded with water, but was instead packed with corpses. It was perhaps unimaginable how so many people could have died in just over a month. Before the blackout, people had steady incomes, guaranteed necessities of life, the luxury of ordering takeout, when hungry buying drinks when thirsty, or at the very least boiling tap water. When ill they could visit the hospital, when injured they could call the police and an ambulance. But what about now? All these conveniences vanished overnight. Now this city couldn't even maintain its basic sewage system. What could it possibly offer its residents? No money, no hospitals, no banks, no public safety, no internet. None of the things that were once as essential as breathing before the blackout. The world after the blackout was one where even defecating required digging a hole. Its hardships were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Liang Shuyu's family was among the exceptionally fortunate few. The matter of resources aside, Liang Shuyu had already done his utmost. Even more fortunate, no one in his family was ill, nor did any family member rely on the hospital to survive. After the blackout, this group likely perished the fastest. Perhaps most of the corpses in those pits died of illness. Starvation accounted for only a minority, as a desperate man would resort to any means. A person on the brink of starvation, as long as their limbs still functioned, would exhaust every possibility to feed themselves. Perhaps the remaining few were victims of plunder, regardless of whether they were the plunderers or the plundered. Among these corpses, the women, especially those who were once attractive, were often found naked. But no one delved into their past fates or the stories they might have had. Now they were merely cold, lifeless bodies callously discarded into pits awaiting decay. This was the brutal visage of a city where all public services, sanitation, banking, healthcare, emergency response, had completely collapsed. Upon arriving at Baigué Yuan, the neighborhood appeared remarkably beautiful even amidst the torrential rain. At the main entrance of Zone C, a massive black iron gate was tightly shut, leaving only a small open door beside the security booth. Astonishingly, 2 guards were stationed inside the booth. Liang Shuyu and his 2 companions were utterly stunned. Could it be that in this wealthy enclave the property management was still providing services to the residents even when the government could no longer manage the current situation? Donning their masks, they decided to send Wei Yoqi ahead to investigate. Liang Shuyu and Yu Shifeng waited behind a stone sculpture 30 meters away. Soon Wei Yoqi returned. "Man, I was shocked. I actually thought the property was protecting the residents," he exclaimed first before getting to the point. "Inside there's a trading post. Everyone who enters has to hand over 1 small item, and there's no time limit." Yu Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad it wasn't about protecting the residents, otherwise he would have questioned the very meaning of life. That would have been a level of opulence beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. "What kind of trading post is it?" Liang Shuyu listened. It was exactly the same idea as old Liu's. Even the transaction tax was perfectly implemented. However, unlike old Liu's plan, the property management had access to the entire neighborhood's network of connections. What did old Liu have? "Not sure. Want to go in and take a look?" "Sure." So Liang Shuyu, Wei Yoqi, and the other handed over a small piece of bread each and entered Zone C of Baigué Yuan. They had come out to find Liu Xiaopeng, so naturally they had brought some resources with them. After all, even if Liu Xiaopeng was willing to share some tips for free, they couldn't just say thanks and be done with it. Inside the neighborhood, there was a large fountain sculpture now stilled. Then there was a red rubber track. The once beautifully landscaped greenery had grown wild and shapeless, with shallower parts of the track flooded with rainwater. The rest of the area was relatively clean, indeed a neighborhood for the wealthy with a drainage system beyond compare. In a 3-story building to the left within the complex, the first floor housed a large convenience store, which the guard at the gate referred to as the trading post. At that moment, 2 or 3 people loitered outside, whispering among themselves. Inside the store, it was brightly lit with flickering candlelight. Judging by the overlapping shadows moving behind the glass door, there were no fewer than 50 people gathered within. It seemed this so-called trading post had been operating for some time. What remained to be seen was the form of trade inside, and whether they had what Liang Shuyu and his group lacked. That could only be determined by entering. Cautious Liang Shuyu and his companions walked together toward the store's entrance. But they were stopped by another guard. Another one. Yu Shifeng raised his voice. The guard, who looked tall and fierce, faced them coldly. "Yes," he said expressionlessly. This time Liang Shuyu wasn't so quick to hand over another transaction tax. Instead, he decided to find Liu Xiaopeng first to understand the situation. After all, once they entered, if something changed, they would be on someone else's turf at their mercy. Thus they retreated to the main gate and turned onto the rubber track to the right. Yao Hao couldn't recall exactly which building Liu Xiaopeng lived in, only that it was either the 3rd or 4th. So Liang Shuyu and his group headed to the 6th floor of the 3rd building first. But it was only upon entering the building area that they discovered the green belts were riddled with makeshift latrines, emitting a stench that was absolutely foul. Even on the outer walls of the buildings washed by the rain, they could see stains of unknown colors when they looked closely. The ground floor units of these buildings originally came with small gardens. Now every garden was littered with garbage and excrement. Some had been cleaned relatively well, while others had been abandoned entirely, their doors and windows sealed shut. Thus the entire neighborhood was steeped in the stench of filth. Holding their noses, Liang Shiyu and his companions rushed into the fire escape within the building, hoping for a breath of fresh air, only to find it filled with garbage and foul odors as well. Damn it! Wei Youqi couldn't take it anymore and cursed angrily. Is this the standard of a rich neighborhood? Our place is way cleaner than this. The three of them quickly climbed to the third floor in one go, where the pungent smell finally thinned out a bit. The property management is still running, but the cleaners must have stopped working, Liang Shiyu analyzed. He added the property management is probably only operating to collect supplies, so they won't bother with cleaning. Wei Youqi stuck his head out of the fire escape window and took a few deep breaths. This kind of building is too miserable. Having to dump out waste every day would drive anyone crazy, wouldn't it? Exactly, and there's no water storage tank either. In the old houses on the outskirts, every household had a water tank in the kitchen. As for the standalone houses of Liang Shiyu and Yu Shifeng, they had large-capacity water storage tanks installed in earlier years to cope with power outages and water cuts. During this period, all their drinking water came from these tanks and reservoirs, and they hadn't yet touched the bottled water in their possession. Currently, the water tank at Liang Shiyu's home was more than half empty, while Yu Shifeng's was barely used. Water resources were abundant. Of course, another fatal characteristic of a neighborhood like Begiyuan was that all households had natural gas connected. In other words, unless they had independent gas stoves, even with a gas cylinder they couldn't cook. Thinking of this way, Youqi suddenly felt extremely fortunate. He no longer envied the wealthy for living in upscale neighborhoods. They climbed all the way to the 17th floor. On the fire escape below the 10th floor, there were 2 fire doors, both locked from the inside. Liang Shiyu and the others had tried to push them open, but they were either secured with unshipped padlocks or at least tied with thick ropes. Above the 10th floor, each level had only 1 fire door, suggesting that residents on higher floors had larger living spaces. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Liang Shiyu began knocking on the fire door. Locking the fire doors along with the complete elevator failure was the residents' way of self-protection. This mode was indeed quite safe, at least eliminating worries about home invasions by outsiders. However, the disposal of human waste was indeed a problem. After several dozen knocks, a voice finally came from inside. "Who is it?" Liang Shiyu said. "Hello, we're looking for Lu Siyuan. Could you please call him for us? Tell him Liang Shiyu is here." The person inside repeated the name Lu Siyuan, then the sound of the door creaking open and slippers shuffling on the floor was heard. Shortly after, there was another knock on the door. "Lu Siyuan, someone named Liang Shiyu is looking for you." Little Fatty Lu lived in building 3, though it seemed their luck was good. They hadn't climbed those 17 floors in vain. Inside the apartment, little Fatty Lu, who was playing a game console, jumped up from the sofa the moment he heard Liang Shiyu's name. "Brother Liang is looking for me." He tossed the console onto the sofa and hastily put on his slippers, but in his rush his toes just wouldn't slip in. His mother, seeing this flustered movement, furrowed her brow slightly and took a sip of black tea from an exquisite porcelain teacup, saying slowly, "Put your shoes on properly." "What's the hurry?" Oh. Little Fatty Lu bent down to put his shoes on properly, his fair face breaking into a simple yet sly grin. "Just got a bit too excited." Then he straightened his clothes and composed himself calmly, opened the 8 locks on the door, and then the large black iron door outside, stepping out. The person who had helped call him had already gone back. On this floor there were only 2 households. Before the power outage they weren't close, only exchanging pleasantries like, "Have you eaten?" After the outage they had become much more familiar, knowing each other's family size and names. Little Fatty Lu wore a cream-colored cashmere sweater and light brown casual pants. His plump figure was a bit clumsy, but he walked briskly and urgently. "Brother Liang." A fair and delicate face appeared in the crack of the door. "It really is you. You're not dead." If it weren't for his cheerful smile, someone unfamiliar might think he was being sarcastic to Liang Shiyu. Seeing little Fatty Lu, Liang Shiyu was also delighted. "Wei Youqi, old Wei." Little Fatty Lu spotted Wei Youqi and became even more excited. Wei Youqi was equally happy to greet him. More than the desire to obtain survival information from little Fatty Lu, the reunion of classmates after a long separation made their eyes burn with emotion and their hearts leap with joy. It was a heartwarming and poignant thing to see familiar classmates after such a long time. Little Fatty Lu was about to take out his keys to unlock the door and let them in, but Liang Shiyu stopped him. "No need to open the door. We just want to ask you for some survival advice." Little Fatty Lu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "See, was I right or what? Admit it, you know I was right." His last words carried a hint of grievance. You didn't believe me back then. We've come to our senses now, and came specifically to find you. Wei Yochi said, reaching through the door crack to pat little fatty Lu on the head. It took us a great deal of effort to find you. Do you know how hard it is to climb 17 floors? Seeing that Wei Yochi was still the same joker little fatty, Lu felt a bit relieved. Maybe they hadn't encountered too many terrifying things outside. He had recently heard that full-scale looting had begun outside. How have you been lately? After a moment's thought he asked. Although he knew the outside world was tougher than he could imagine, he still wanted to know how his two best friends were doing. If they were in dire straits, he had the means to offer some support. Not bad, Liang Shuyu said, pursing his lips. Little fatty Lu was definitely living well. You've gained weight. Little fatty Lu. Have I? No way. How is that possible? Damn, he had been exercising every day lately. How could he have gained weight? You really have gained weight, Wei Yochi said mercilessly. Little fatty Lu let out a wail. That's not scientific. Liang Shuyu said, let's get down to business. Although we've been getting by, we're not sure if we've missed anything. So we came to ask you. I knew you'd come looking for me. I've prepared some things for you. Wait here, I'll get them now. With that, little fatty Lu dashed back into his home, and soon emerged carrying a green military-style iron box. Such a large box couldn't possibly be squeezed through the door crack. He had to take out his keys to unlock the door. Liang Shuyu didn't want to cross the threshold and make anyone uncomfortable, and little fatty Lu understood that. So he voluntarily brought the box out, and they all sat down on the stairs. Yu Shifeng stood by watching. The iron box opened to reveal a long-range two-way radio, a hand-crank generator, a portable water filter, a handwritten list of supplies, on A4 paper a list of precautions, a mechanical watch, a game console, and a strip of water purification filter sheets. I didn't stockpile many filter sheets, so I only left you one strip. But this filter is very powerful, it'll be more than enough for you. Holy crap. Wei Yochi was stunned. Even Liang Shuyu was shocked. Did you buy all this before the power outage? You bet. It took me 3 years of New Year's money. Good thing this outage came in handy, or my dad, Wei Yochi with tears in his eyes picked up the little Super game console, pressed the power button, and to his astonishment it turned on. Holy shit. Wei Yochi couldn't help but curse. Lu Xiyuan, you're a goddamn genius. How did you manage to preserve this? Lu Xiaopeng smirked with pride. As a true prepper, you always shield all electronic devices against electromagnetic pulses. I couldn't afford a Faraday cage, but I could buy some iron boxes. Layer a few together, and these things survived. But back then, I never expected an actual electromagnetic burst. I was more inclined toward war scenarios, and EMP weapons are still just conceptual, far from battlefield ready. So that solar storm still damaged a lot, leaving only 2 consoles intact, one for myself, one for you guys. Wei Yochi had already turned on the console and was playing Super Mario. Hearing that long-lost, soul-stirring angelic game music, he was so overwhelmed that tears streamed down his face. Damn, it feels like a lifetime ago, as if an entire century has passed. Just as Mario cleared a pit, he accidentally hit a turtle and died. But instead of frustration, Wei Yochi was brimming with excitement and joy. It had been so hard. Ever since the blackout, he had been clamoring to play games, but deep down he knew it was just wishful thinking. Without electricity, there was no way to touch a computer or game. He had also been realistic, thinking that while he missed gaming, it wasn't that intense. He even secretly vowed that when power returned, he'd study hard and game less. Yet now, holding a real game, even if it was just outdated Super Mario, he was ecstatic beyond words. Those who haven't experienced it will never understand the feeling of losing something and then regaining it. The sensation of holding in your hands what you thought you'd never touch again. A flood of emotions surged through Wei Yochi as Lu Xiaopeng explained the item's origins to Liang Shuyu, but Wei Yochi was sobbing uncontrollably. All his grievances, fears, joys, pains, and terrors were stirred up by that tiny game console like a burst balloon. The pent-up emotions of over 40 days exploded in an instant, impossible to restrain. What's wrong? Lu Xiaopeng hadn't expected Wei Yochi, who was happily gaming just moments ago, to suddenly burst into tears. He quickly placed a hand on Wei Yochi's shoulder. You're this emotional after just a month apart. You flatter me too much. Are you secretly in love with me? I'm not into guys. Lu Xiaopeng said, feigning disgust. Liang Shuyu gently patted his shoulder, saying nothing. He understood Wei Yochi's emotions. He got it. QEQ. Wei Yochi cried, snot and tears mingling. Go to hell. Damn, even if he were into guys, he wouldn't pick this fatso. Though Lu Xiaopeng was fair-skinned, clean-cut, and a handsome, chubby guy, the point was, he wasn't into dudes. Lu Xiaopeng raised an eyebrow in mock surprise. If I die, what will you do? When Lu Xiaopeng got seriously flirtatious, even Wei Yochi felt outmatched. Damn it, don't touch me, let me be alone for a while. Wei Yochi buried his face in his knees. He wasn't that fragile. It was just that too many emotions had erupted at once, and even he couldn't hold them back. The bloodbath in the mall, the sunny afternoon at school, Liu Xiaoping's familiar tone, and all the mind-bending events of the past month wove through his mind like countless black and white stripes. Black for evil, white for good, until everything faded to gray. Wei Youqi recalled a line from Yu Shifeng, "Some things once done can never be undone. Never again. Yes, never again, the past." Wei Youqi couldn't yet articulate exactly what never again meant. Was it his conscience, his morality, this society, this city? In any case, he understood that some things had subtly changed. Even if he could play games on the Super console again, what had changed could never be restored. The others stopped consoling Wei Youqi, giving him space to heal himself. Liu Xiaoping's resources were incredibly timely and useful, especially the portable water filter. With it, Liang Shuyu no longer had to worry about water. There were also walkie-talkies. Liu Xiaoping had one too. He and Liang Shuyu agreed to turn them on every 3 days at 10 in the morning to exchange information remotely. Plus, a hand-crank generator ensured enough power for the walkie-talkies, the game console, and other small electronics. And then there was the mechanical watch. Liang Shuyu didn't know much about such items, but he knew this watch wasn't cheap. These things are too precious. After the initial excitement of seeing them, Liang Shuyu quickly calmed down. If this had been before the blackout, Liu Xiaoping suddenly giving him all this stuff wouldn't have seemed like a big deal. He could treat him to meals, give him cash, or send gifts in return to balance the favor. But in this social climate, Liu Xiaoping was unconditionally giving him such valuable, priceless items. It was hard for him to accept. These things were too precious. Liu Xiaoping noticed Liang Shuyu's hesitation. "Brother Liang, don't refuse. When I bought these, I considered all possibilities and reserved a set for you. I also set aside some for my relatives, so don't worry." Refuse. How could Liang Shuyu refuse? He just felt the gifts were too heavy and didn't know how to repay them. In the first semester of high school, if it weren't for you, brother Liang, always helping me, I don't know how badly I'd have been bullied. So these are my repayment. Don't feel burdened. If you hadn't helped me back, then we wouldn't have become such good brothers. Liu Xiaoping was chubby, and when he smiled, he looked simple and silly. Though he wasn't foolish, he was sharp, a good student, and quick-witted. His appearance made him seem like an easy target. Back then, a school bully sat behind Liu Xiaoping, who loved to order people around and would curse or hit them when displeased. In the first month of freshman year, Liu Xiaoping suffered greatly because of his size. Later, when Liu Xiaoping was bullied too harshly, he fought the school bully. Of course, Liu Xiaoping lost and was beaten terribly. It was then that Liang Shuyu noticed him and befriended this fair-skinned little chubby boy, starting to help him resist the school bully. Liu Xiaoping could have easily asked his father to speak with the school authorities to resolve the matter, but he didn't want to rely too much on his parents. Besides, having his father intervene in school disputes would be too embarrassing. He would be ridiculed by his mother. Thus, in the beginning, Liang Shuyu often helped him, but the school bully would always target him after school. Later, the bully started beating both him and Liang Shuyu. Initially, they both suffered greatly, but after they were placed in the same class as Wei Youqi, who was Liang's childhood friend, the three of them joined forces and finally subdued the school bully. Later, the school bully transferred to another school, and their bond grew stronger. But he was most grateful to Liang Shuyu, who held a special place in his heart. Liang never made fun of his physique, even though he was fair-skinned and considered himself quite handsome. Others, however, often mocked and ridiculed him for his weight. But Liang Shuyu never did. Thus, his relationship with Liang Shuyu could not be simply defined by the word brother. It was a bond forged through life-and-death experiences. Having been beaten together, having hidden in the same restroom, having stood as punishment together, having cursed the teachers together. You understand? All right. Liang Shuyu nodded. I accept it. Liu Xiaoping smiled shyly, a small dimple appearing on his left cheek. Between brothers, there's no need for so many twists and turns. You understand? Liang Shuyu showed a sincere smile and placed his hand on the other's shoulder. Thank you. Truly heartfelt. Don't be so sentimental. Liu Xiaoping laughed heartily. I've written down some precautions and strategies on these papers. Take them home and read them slowly. From now on, I'll turn on the walkie-talkie every 3 days, and we can keep in touch through that. By the way, we wanted to ask about the trading ground downstairs, Liang Shuyu inquired. That exchange. Speaking of it, Liu Xiaoping curled his lips in disdain. It used to be a supermarket run by a property owner who was also a relative of an investor. But after 2 weeks of power outage, it was taken over by the property management, who had no food. At first, they just looted the food inside, but later it evolved into a trading ground. Many people in our community trade there, and many outsiders come drawn by reputation. The goods are quite diverse, but if you go, you must be cautious. The property management has hired some thugs from the community. Never show off your wealth, or you'll be targeted. After some inquiry, they learned that the trading ground had been operating for over half a month. Initially, it was just bartering among community members, but it later expanded to surrounding neighborhoods and streets, quickly becoming the largest trading venue in the area. The property management team, which started with a fixed group of about 20 people, had grown to 40 or 50. What began as simple material exchanges evolved into flesh trading, rapidly developing into a well-organized operation. If Liang Shuyu and his friends wanted to trade there as long as they didn't show off their wealth, they would be safe for now. But Lu Xiaopeng advised them not to go if possible, because there were many people and prying eyes and they might easily be targeted. If Liang Shuyu needed any supplies, he could directly ask Lu Xiaopeng, as he had plenty of goods, food, and medicine. Besides what he had bought early on, they had later traded for more, so they were well-stocked. Liang Shuyu didn't ask for help because his own family was also quite wealthy. However, he still wanted to visit the exchange to see what goods people were trading and what the current market trends were, and to gather information about the solar storm. Thinking of this, Liang Shuyu immediately asked, "There must be something strange about this solar storm. Do you have any idea about the scope of the power outage?" At this, Lu Xiaopeng's eyes narrowed. "The scope is vast," he said. "Vaster than you and I can imagine." Wei Youqi, who had been crying until his nose was red, suddenly interjected, "How vast? Could it be a global power outage?" "Exactly. That's my guess," said Lu Xiaopeng. "Damn." Wei Youqi cursed again. "Impossible, right? If it's a global power outage, then the whole world is doomed." A power outage is not simply a loss of electricity. It's not just a temporary failure in power operations. The electromagnetic burst emitted by the sun has damaged electrical equipment, causing circuit board failures and transformer damage. If this disaster is global, the world's economy could regress by 50 years or even 100 years. This is an extremely terrifying concept. Modern society's dependence on electricity has long surpassed what people can imagine. It's no exaggeration to say that all the tools humans rely on today, from civilian tools to industrial machinery, depend entirely on electricity. If a power plant is damaged, it requires electricity to repair. If a power transformer is broken, it also needs electricity to fix. In short, without electricity, all operations will grind to a halt. The scope of this impact, its breadth and intricacy, far exceeds what ordinary people can perceive. The difficulty of repairs and the economic losses caused will be incalculable and unimaginable. Even a computer might not be able to compute the economic losses from a simultaneous global power outage lasting a month, because the numerical range could exceed its computational capacity. If the global power grid collapses entirely, even if the world's top experts were mobilized for repairs, it might not be possible to restore power worldwide within a year. At most, 1 or 2 major cities could partially recover. The remaining cities would then face a prolonged period of power shortage. However, the most severe impact of a global power outage is not economic loss, because the economy is always intangible and has far-reaching effects. The greatest, most devastating impact is on food, the sustenance that fills our stomachs. Modern agriculture is fully industrialized. For example, under current industrial farming conditions, 1 mu of wheat yields about 800 to 100 gene. In ancient times, the yield was only between 120 and 200 gene per mu, and during droughts or floods, it could plummet to 60 to 80 gene. What would happen if the massive modern population had to rely on the agricultural yields of ancient times? Without modern industrial agricultural products, it would be absolutely impossible to feed the global population of 7 billion. A vast number of people would die from starvation, cold, and disease. The entire world would be plunged into a terrifying hell. Famine, plague, war. The more scarce the resources, the more frequent the wars. Although the current environment might make electronic warfare impossible, armored vehicles and thermal weapons would still be unavoidable. A vast number of people would die from starvation, cold, and disease. The entire world would be plunged into a terrifying hell. Famine, plague, war. The more scarce the resources, the more frequent the wars. Although the current environment might make electronic warfare impossible, armored vehicles and thermal weapons would still be unavoidable. One could imagine that under the calamity of a global blackout, humanity would endure a prolonged era of catastrophe. It might last as short as 10 or 20 years, or as long as 50 or 100. This hinges on whether the nations of the world cooperate or wage war, collaborate or confront each other. As for the scope of the blackout, Lu Xiaopeng had 2 main conjectures. One was a global blackout, and the other was a blackout across Asia. The basis for these conjectures was that over 40 days since the power outage, governments had collapsed, banks had failed, hospitals had shut down, and countless lives had been lost, yet no rescue had arrived. If it were merely a few cities experiencing a blackout, the nation could not possibly be so oblivious to this extent. Thus only two possibilities remained: either the entire Asian continent was without power and Europe, sensing the opportunity, had plunged the edges of Asia into war, leaving the nation unable to spare resources to save its citizens. However, this notion had been overturned by him not long ago, because if war had truly broken out, coastal cities could not have remained so quiet. At least bombers or other aircraft would have appeared. After all, this was a potential landing point. Yet nothing came. Ultimately, Liu Xiaobang concluded that it was a global blackout. The entire world was plunged into darkness. He was almost certain that this was not merely a blackout in a few cities, but a worldwide phenomenon. However, that was not the most critical part. According to the information Liu Xiaobang had gathered after the blackout, a batch of relief grain arrived. The people on the grain trucks claimed that only 7 or 8 inland provinces near the coast were affected, and that the Sichuan region was still desperately working to rescue other cities. Just now, from Liang Shuyu's account, he had obtained more definitive information. These words were indeed spoken by the people on the relief grain trucks. This meant they were lying. Why would they lie? Wei Youqi felt a chill run through his entire body, trembling uncontrollably. To conceal the truth about the blackout, Liang Shuyu said in a low voice. By now the three of them had lowered their voices. Yu Shifeng couldn't help but move closer, half crouching on the step below Liang Shuyu, huddling together with the others, frowning and listening intently. The air was thick with a heavy atmosphere reeking of conspiracy. Why conceal the truth? If the entire world is without power, wouldn't it be better for everyone to unite and work together? Couldn't the nation's elite forces concentrate on restoring electricity to the capital? Wei Youqi didn't understand. Liu Xiaobang voiced the assumption he had pondered countless times in his heart: what if right now something else far more important is occupying their attention? Could it be more important than human lives? What if it is indeed more important than human lives? No, let me put it another way. The blackout would only kill a small number of people, but this more important matter would be even more terrifying than the blackout. That would make sense, Liu Xiaobang said. Wei Youqi's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes flashed with shock. In truth, he had also speculated about this in his heart. But speculation was just speculation. Hearing it spoken with such certainty by Liu Xiaobang was shocking and hard to accept. An ordinary solar storm could never cause a global blackout, so this solar storm is extremely peculiar. It might trigger an even greater disaster. And the world, in order to cope with that greater disaster, has abandoned rescue efforts for the blackout. Liang Shuyu reasoned according to his own logic. This event was not a simple solar storm. Just look at the 40-plus days of relentless rain, it was obvious. But what exactly it was, and what disaster would follow, Liang Shuyu found difficult to infer with his own logic. Yes, Yu Shifeng muttered, nodding as well. The blackout cut off external information sources. Though we live in the city, we are ultimately trapped here. Now I suddenly wonder whether the satellite signals on our phones are actually broken. This conjecture had never even occurred to Liu Xiaobang. In February of this year, the country suddenly banned civilian amateur radio frequencies. Although the authorities gave a plausible reason, given what had happened since then, this was no mere coincidence. Yu Shifeng's sudden remark made Liu Xiaobang feel a deep terror. Could this whole affair have been premeditated? When did it start? Could it be after the European blackout last year? The four of them simultaneously felt a bone-chilling shiver. If the satellite signals were indeed deliberately severed, then it could only mean that someone was intentionally covering up certain facts. What kind of facts would require such concealment? And by cutting off the information sources, what could they gain? I suddenly have a bold idea, Wei Youqi said, his eyes glinting coldly. Could the solar storm trigger volcanic eruptions, like the Yellowstone caldera or Mount Fuji? Liu Xiaobang immediately analyzed the possibility. I'm not sure about the probability, but if Yellowstone really erupts with the information sources cut off, we would never know on this side. At most, half of the United States would be buried in volcanic ash, but the ash wouldn't cross the Pacific to reach us. However, if Mount Fuji erupts, it might cause a tsunami. Could the 40-plus days of heavy rain in Deep Blue City be related to these conjectures? If Yellowstone erupts, it would certainly trigger plate movements and various earthquakes and aftershocks. But Deep Blue City hasn't experienced any earthquakes recently, so this conjecture remains unconfirmed. Of course, other cities might have endured earthquakes. We wouldn't know since there's no internet now. In ancient times there were carrier pigeons and relay stations, but now we have none of that. It's incredibly difficult to learn about the outside world. As Liang Shuyu and the others chatted, mealtime crept up on them. Liu Xiaobang had to go home for dinner, and Liang Shuyu and his friends bid him farewell, heading to the trading market downstairs to have a look before returning home. The items from the green iron box were wrapped in plastic bags and stuffed into their backpacks. The iron box itself was too large to carry easily, so Liang Shuyu removed the lid and placed it in his backpack, carrying the empty box in his hand so that others would know it was just an empty container. Upon reaching the first floor supermarket, Liang Shuyu and the other two put on masks, then covered them with scarves for extra protection. The supermarket was crowded and there was no guarantee against infectious diseases or other pathogens. They had to be cautious. After handing over a small, individually packaged biscuit, the three entered the trading area. The supermarket was about 500 square meters. The shelves that originally stood in the center had been moved to the walls, now serving as display counters for stall holders. People inside either stood or sat on cloth spread on the floor, some holding signs. Hot water supply, stir-fried snails, need cold medicine, need antibiotics, price negotiable, fuel for sale, alcohol, large quantity negotiable. This trading ground had already been perfected to such an extent that Liang Shiyu and his companions could barely take it all in at a single glance. A dazzling array of goods greeted their eyes. Whether people were seeking medicine or selling various items, they had even formed small-scale clusters gathering in different areas according to category. Moreover, the place was exceptionally quiet. Everyone moved in silence, and even those conducting business merely whispered into each other's ears. It felt like suddenly stepping into the lobby of a bank. Liang Shiyu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng found a secluded corner to huddle and quietly observing. Soon they noticed that although there were many vendors on this floor, the one with the highest foot traffic was not this level, but the second floor. They had been crouching in the corner for a while before realizing this supermarket had more than one story. However, the staircase leading to the second floor was guarded by a separate security guard, and ascending required an additional fee. Judging by the expressions of those who went up, excited and eager, and those who came down, relaxed and satisfied, Liang Shiyu surmised that the second floor was likely involved in flesh trade. They peel a layer at the community gate, then another layer entering the supermarket. Why don't they just trade directly outside? Wei Youqi whispered into Liang Shiyu's ear. If you can think of it, others have certainly thought of it long ago. It just hadn't been successfully implemented. Wei Youqi understood. Inside the supermarket, the best business was with the vendors selling fuel, hot water, and stir-fried snails. The 3 or 4 people selling hot water each carried 4 large kettles. A cup of hot water could be exchanged for a small piece of bread or something else, and they could sell a cup every few minutes. Some people would put instant noodles or other items into a bowl by hot water from him, then cover the bowl, feeling the warmth of the steaming metal container before wrapping it in layers of plastic bags, as if afraid the heat would dissipate. They tucked it into their chests and hurried away. He had come all this way just to exchange for that single container of hot water. Perhaps he was getting it for his family, for his eyes seemed to gleam with a green light as he gazed at the hot water, yet he himself couldn't bear to take a sip beforehand. The stir-fried snail vendor had the poorest business among the few, only occasionally would someone buy a small bowl from him. But Liang Shiyu remembered seeing news about snail poisoning before. The large snails he sold were common in coastal cities on rainy days, each as big as a palm, known scientifically as African giant snails, wild ones carrying bacteria and parasites comparable to wild bats. There had been news of migrant workers picking them up to eat at home, only to end up with their brains infested by parasites. However, it seemed not everyone had seen that news. Perhaps a plague was coming. Liang Shiyu subconsciously tightened his mask, thinking he must disinfect himself upon returning home. Besides the snail vendor, there were also those selling mushrooms and wood ear fungus, all seemingly freshly picked from parks. Perhaps due to fear of poisoning, fewer people bought from them. The other best-selling vendor was the one selling fuel. He had a small gas canister resembling those used in grilled fish or hot pot restaurants, from which he connected a thin tube to refill lighters and canned fuel for others. Among those holding signs, the most common requests were for cold medicine, antibiotics, stomach medicine, anti-diarrheal medicine, and diuretics. There was almost no demand for trauma medicine, and Liang Shiyu guessed that severe injuries likely resulted in death. Minor ones could be handled with band-aids, and moderate injuries perhaps were simply abandoned. Trading cigarettes and alcohol also had relatively good business, but each transaction was small. A single cigarette, or a few, a bottle, or half a bottle. Everyone traded items quietly, with almost no communication beyond necessary bargaining and inquiries. After observing the types of items being traded, Liang Shiyu then carefully examined every person present. In fact, from the moment Liang Shiyu and his group entered, they had already been scanned by several pairs of eyes. In particular, some vendors sitting in corners had cloths laid out with only a few trinkets that looked worthless, their expressions not like those of businessmen. Their eyes darted around, scrutinizing every new face. It was easy to distinguish newcomers from regulars. Someone like Liang Shiyu, who didn't browse upon entering but first hid in a corner to observe, was clearly a newcomer. Those who came and looked around in amazement and wandered from stall to stall asking questions were also newcomers. Regulars, on the other hand, went straight to the point, exchanged for what they wanted, and left quickly, with only a few scanning the market for new items. Liang Shiyu suspected that these non-vendors were the roving bandits Liu Xiaoping had warned him about. These people usually carried only a small backpack, wore no slippers, sported hats, and never wore raincoats. Everything was for ease of movement. They must have several sharp knives tucked into their waists, legs, or clothing. On the first floor of this small trading ground, the fixed number of people was around 45, with a floating population of 10 to 20. About half went directly to the second floor, but strangely only men went up, no women were seen. Could it be purely male flesh trade up there? Liang Xiyu and his group sat in the supermarket for about 3 hours. After Lu Xiaoping gave him a mechanical watch, he put it on and hid it in his sleeve. This mechanical watch not only kept accurate time, but also showed the date. It was Lu Xiaoping's father's watch. Lu Xiaoping had said, "He has so many watches, I just grabbed one. There are plenty at home." It was now 4 in the afternoon, and Liang Xiyu and his companions didn't want to reveal anything here, so they hadn't had a single sip of water or bite of dry food. Feeling they had a good grasp of the market situation and a bit hungry, Liang Xiyu led Wei Youqi and the others back home. They left the Beguine community smoothly, all three vigilantly watching for any tail. Only after confirming no one was following did Wei Youqi relax slightly and speak. "This market seems okay. Should we trade something here?" Yu Shifeng said, "Hot water is a good option, guaranteed profit and high demand." "Not a good idea," Liang Xiyu said thoughtfully. "Although hot water is in high demand, it would expose that we have fuel at home. Until we have a complete understanding of the situation there, let's hold off." "That makes sense. Anyway, we're not short of supplies. Steady progress is fine." Wei Youqi nodded. Still, they decided to come here occasionally when free. Today they only observed without interacting, but if they frequented this place they might pick up some useful information. It was nearly 6 o'clock when the three finally approached lane 27. Starving along the way, each had eaten a piece of bread. However, just as they entered lane 27, they saw Chun Baoyi standing in the rain, without even an umbrella, facing the downpour heated. Beneath the rental apartment building, a torrential downpour mercilessly lashed Chun Baoyi's head, plastering her hair into clumps against her face. Yet even this disheveled appearance could not conceal her delicate features. Now tears cascaded down her cheeks, like a waterfall, clearly discernible even amidst the rain. She wore thin clothing, her shoulders trembling. Her eyes, brimming with hatred, were wide and bloodshot, fixed on a certain spot in the building. In those eyes, besides hatred, there was pain, anger, and sorrow. Even though she remained utterly silent, her uncontrollable trembling conveyed all her helplessness, anguish, and silent screams. She stood beneath the building for a full hour, drenched by the rain, until someone upstairs noticed her and began calling to her from a window. Yet she seemed not to hear. Her body shivered in the rain, but she remained motionless. In truth, she had thought her mother's death would make her weep bitterly, scream and howl, but now she could do nothing but cry silently. Yet that damned mother of hers had no right to make her cry. In Chun Baoyi's memory, she was nothing but a cheap when she flaunted her beauty. All her tenderness was merely a facade. Whenever she faced Chun Baoyi, it was nothing but endless criticism, torment, and abuse. Yes, she had indeed raised Chun Baoyi. But at home the words she said most often were good for nothing, and the worst insults she hurled were bitch and slut. She was too good at pretending as she should have died long ago. "Chun Baoyi, how could you weep for such a woman? You should be clapping in celebration. She has finally left your life. You no longer have to endure her endless cold violence and torment." But after all, she was her mother, her only blood relative in this world, the only person bound to her by blood. If only there were a red thread between family members, one that could sever all the tangled ropes binding them together. If that were possible, Chun Baoyi would have killed her first. But she could not, because she was her biological mother. She gave birth to Chun Baoyi, raised her, and though she humiliated and tormented her, the bond of blood was not a red thread. It could not be cut, and was too tangled to unravel. Even with hatred deep in her heart, there was still an uncontrollable sorrow and pain. And so Chun Baoyi stood there beneath the rental building, staring at the spot where her mother's husband, that man, would eventually poke his head out to see her damned dead mother. But for a long time that man did not stop his mahjong game to come out and look. Perhaps he was already dead inside, who knew? Chun Baoyi's feet were numb with cold, utterly frozen, as if the sky were raining ice, freezing her entire body, leaving not a trace of warmth. Chun Baoyi began picking up stones from the ground, hurling them one by one at the upstairs window. She threw one after another, sometimes hitting, sometimes missing, repeating the mechanical motion. Her right hand was numb from the cold, yet she felt the stones were warm, warmer than any warmth she had ever known in her life. Was she about to die? They said only the dead thought cold stones were warm. Then let her die, if she had lived enough. Chun Baoyi thought bitterly, filled with self-loathing and resentment. How unwilling she was. Unwilling. She had done nothing wrong. Why had she been saddled with such a family? Heaven was truly unjust. Especially now, when she suddenly recalled the Buddhist doctrine of karma across 3 lifetimes. Damn the nonsense that suffering in this life was retribution for past sins, and let it all go to hell. Finally, a stone struck the security grill, precisely startling the men playing mahjong inside the room. Who is it? They were initially startled, instinctively thinking it was a thug. Cautiously peering out the window, they saw a thin girl throwing stones at it, and she was quite pretty. The man who leaned out brightened. He recognized her as Old Chen's daughter. Old Chen, your daughter is looking for you. Old Chen, wearing a greasy brownish red leather jacket, had a beard like a tangled wire ball that had been used for months hanging from his chin. Though nothing dangled from it, it was still filthy enough. His eyes were murky and yellowed like those of a dying old man. Yet from his thick, upright brow one could tell that if he tidied himself up a bit, he might be a handsome middle-aged man. Old Chen's eyes shifted sluggishly before he finally tore his gaze away from the mahjong table. He heaved his bulky frame out of the chair, his protruding belly springing out from beneath the mahjong mat. This once admired, elegant, and graceful middle-aged man had finally degenerated into this greasy, slovenly state. He shuffled his heavy body to the window, his murky eyes meeting the reddened ones below. Chen Baoyi stared at him fiercely, while he expressionless gazed coldly at this girl who shared no blood relation with him. The rain was so heavy and the weather growing colder. Even indoors one needed a thick sweater to stay warm. The leaning mahjong player said with some reluctance, "She's still your daughter, Old Chen, don't you think?" The despair of life had rekindled hope for family bonds. Many who had once had strained family relationships now found a rebirth in kinship, redistributing the importance of family and valuing their wives and children more. Of course, what was running through the mahjong player's mind at that moment was not his own plain wife and disobedient son, but the fair pretty girl downstairs and the snow-white skin beneath that thin clothing, the mere thought of which made his blood boil. To be honest though, he and Old Chun had been mahjong buddies for years. After the power outage, Old Chun had been playing mahjong at his place. Even though he only slept in a dirty blanket in the corner at night, he had endured it for a long time. A loser like Old Chun, to put it bluntly, even dogs would spit on him if they passed him on the street. Gambling, beating his wife, and lame to boot. If it weren't for the fact that he could still pay up when he lost, he wouldn't have bothered with him. Of course, keeping Old Chin around after moving here also had security considerations. This place was crowded and full of prying eyes. One more person meant one more layer of protection. Though Old Chun was a loser, he had decent character, and based on years of interaction, there was no need to worry about him harboring ill intentions. However, the mahjong player was now excitedly thinking, since he had taken Old Chun in for so many days and occasionally fed him, he ought to collect some interest. Don't let the girl get soaked, whatever it is, call her up, and you two can talk it over slowly. With that, the mahjong player opened the door and went downstairs, leaving the other two players to stand up curiously and watch the commotion. The card player hurried downstairs with buoyant steps, almost floating. When he reached the door and saw Chun Bawai's face up close, her tender youthful skin, her slim graceful figure, and her delicate pretty features, it seemed like a gift from the creator. Why didn't I notice how beautiful and adorable Old Chin's daughter was before? Baoyi, don't stand out here. Go upstairs and talk things out with your father. There's no overnight feud between father and daughter. The player finished speaking and waved kindly at her. But Chun Baoyi ignored him completely, her eyes fixed upward, as if staring at a demon intent on taking her life. If she didn't glare, it might devour her. The player called out a few more times, but she still paid no heed. After a moment's thought, unwilling to get his clothes wet, he reluctantly gave up. After all, he had plenty of chances. Chun Baoyi wasn't going anywhere. So the player returned upstairs to persuade Old Chun, working on his mindset, urging him to go home and see his daughter. No matter what, she was still flesh and blood, wasn't she? For this, he even gave Old Chun a bottle of cola, something his own son had begged for days without getting, so Old Chun could take it to Chun Baoyi. Though Old Chun occasionally scavenged food to fill his stomach, cola was a rare luxury in these times. Old Chin's beard twitched, but he didn't move. Take it. Don't be polite with me. Go make peace with your daughter first. He pressed the cola into Old Chin's arms. It was then that Liang Shuyu and the others returned. Yu Shifeng, who had once saved Chun Bawai's life, knew her family situation and felt deep pity and compassion for her. Seeing her standing recklessly in the rain, his heart jolted. Suspecting the worst, he hurried over, pulled a spare umbrella from his backpack, and opened it. Why are you standing here alone in the rain? What if you catch a cold? There's nowhere to buy medicine now. Don't you care about your own body? Liang Shiyu and Wei Yochi took shelter under a nearby eaves, not heading home first. The black umbrella blocked Chun Bawai's upward gaze. She finally moved her dry, reddened eyes to look at Yu Shifeng. My mother. She's dead. Though Yu Shifeng had suspected as much, hearing it from Chun Bawai's clear, hoarse voice still shocked him. Just as he was about to comfort her and think of how to ease her anguish, she suddenly laughed coldly. Finally dead. You don't know how happy I am. What? Yu Shifeng couldn't comprehend her words. Then Chen Bawai's eyes shifted, a faint pale smile curling on her lips. Uncle, do you feel sorry for me too? What? Again, Yu Shifeng didn't understand. Then Chen Bawai's snow-white arm suddenly rested on his chest, her slender fingers against his black clothes moved like a forest sprite, agile and seductive. If the price is right, it's not impossible. What? How could this be? Yu Shifeng sprang back in shock, nearly losing his balance. His movement pulled the umbrella back, exposing Chun Baoyi to the rain. He instinctively pushed it forward again, standing with his hand raised outside the umbrella. Yu Shifeng was too stunned to speak, unsure how to point out the error and impropriety in her words. This isn't right. Finally finding his voice, his expression turned stern. No matter what hardships you face, you can't lose the last shred of humanity. That's the final line of defense. Cross it, and you'll spend your life atoning. Do you understand? Humph. Chen Baoyi scoffed dismissively. How dare a stranger like Yu Shifeng lecture her? What did he know? Did he understand her suffering? Her past? Her hypocritical, damnable mother? Or her cowardly, useless father? Without experiencing another's pain, one shouldn't preach forgiveness. Since Head never endured her agony, he had no right to talk about humanity and boundaries. Chen Bawai's face bore a cynicism and weariness far beyond her years, like a woman weathered by countless trials. Yu Shifeng couldn't grasp her pain. He insisted that at her age children lacked a complete worldview, often showing rebellion against the world. But once they grew up and looked back, it would all seem trivial. Such a child needed proper guidance. Yu Shifeng calmed himself. Let's not argue now. It's stormy out here. You can't keep standing in the rain. You'll only harm yourself. Chen Baoyi lifted her chin mockingly. If you're not paying, stop wasting my time with useless talk. Yu Shifeng thought Chen Bawai's mother's death had caused a drastic change in her, shocking her. He racked his brain for a good way to persuade her when old Chun in a brown-red leather jacket came downstairs. His wild, unkempt stubble made him look like a savage, though a poorly built one. Yu Shifeng's face tightened, growing more serious. Old Chun had certainly played his part in making Chun Baoyi this way. Making a family happy was hard, but making it miserable was easy. Just use the harshest verbal and physical violence to crush them. As Yu Shifeng knew, old Chun often beat Chun Baoyi. Old Chun knew. He was about to confront him when old Chun, without a word, grabbed Chun Bawai's arm and dragged her toward home. Chun Baoyi resisted, letting out sharp screams, kicking old Chun's shins repeatedly. But he seemed oblivious, dragging her roughly. Half her body scraped along the ground, and her thin clothes and pants were soon caked with mud, a pitiful sight. What are you doing? Stop. Talk it out. The warm-hearted, good-natured Yu Shifeng couldn't stand this. Liang Xiyu might stop him from playing hero outside. After all, it could risk his life. But since Head stumbled upon this family dispute, he had to intervene. Yu Shifeng grabbed old Chin's arm and pulled Chun Baoyi up from the ground. A flicker of impatience crossed old Chin's bleary eyes. Mind your own business. Today I'm making this my business. The stubborn Yu Shifeng, once riled, was harder to stop than 10 oxen, let alone a flabby, middle-aged man like old Chun. Yu Shifeng wanted to say that even if she weren't his biological daughter, he couldn't treat her so violently. But thinking it would embarrass old Chun too much, he said, she's a girl after all. Even if you need to discipline her, this isn't the way. How you're really meddling in other people's business. This remark came not from old Chun, but from Chun Baoyi herself. Yu Shifeng glanced at her in surprise while old Chun sneered, this is a family matter. With that, he once again dragged Chun Baoyi away roughly. She let out a sharp scream, resisting old Chun, but this time Yu Shifeng had no reason to take her back. After all, even Chun Baoyi herself had scorned him for interfering. Ahem. Liang Xiyu feigned a cough and stepped forward. Uncle, how about heading home? Despite being rebuffed, Yu Shifeng showed no sign of feeling snubbed, lamenting with distress. This child must have endured so much suffering from her parents. Her temperament was almost identical to Yu Mint's when she was 12 or 13. Like a hedgehog. Wei Yoshi shook his head in exasperation. Uncle Yue, why bother with her? The pitiable often have their detestable traits. If you have an insatiable urge to discipline, take pity on me instead. Find today's basic training will be doubled. Wei Yoshi. I was joking. This couldn't be serious. Liang Xiyu chuckled at the scene, while Wei Yoshi was left speechless. He had only been shooting off his mouth. Why did it have to backfire on him? Why did Liang Xiyu always manage to smoothly change the subject when comforting others while he alone faced misfortune? The three returned to the stone dam, rinsed off their raincoats outside, and briefly disinfected their shoes and clothes before entering the house. Although the stone dam's door hadn't opened when they came back, Yu Min and Liang Wenjing had already witnessed everything from the second-floor balcony. At the dinner table, Yu Min's expression was grim. This damned meddlesome nature of Yu Shifeng's was what she detested most. At the table, Liang Xiyu shared the day's gains with everyone, including walkie-talkies, hand-crank generators, mechanical watches, portable water purifiers, and more. The entire table erupted in excitement. Holy crap! Did you just come back with a care package? How could your classmate be so prescient as to stockpile all these things? Liang Wenjing even swore. Even Yu Mint's expression shifted, a radiant glow spreading across her delicate face as she spoke with light-hearted joy. With these things, our survival is fully secured. The walkie-talkies they obtained could not only connect with Lu Xiaopeng, but possibly with other channels as well. Although Liang Shuyu mentioned that Lu Xiaopeng had tried and found no other channels, yet what if there were? The portable water purifier was also incredibly practical. Aunt Xiaoping was beaming with joy, her eyes welling up with tears as she said, "This is wonderful." Compared to the others' excitement, Liang Ying remained composed. "Why did your classmate give you so many things? These items are too precious now. Didn't he ask for anything in return?" Wei Youqi said, "Auntie, rest assured, Lu Xiaopeng is trustworthy. His family is very wealthy, and he's a survivalist at heart. These items are among the essential gear a survivalist would stockpile. He's just sharing his surplus equipment with us with no ulterior motives." Liang Ying nodded. "Such a great kindness. How do you plan to repay it?" Liang Shuyu replied, "If we're talking about repayment, there's nothing I can give him in the short term." Lu Xiaopeng lacked neither supplies nor equipment. Even the house Lu Xiaopeng lived in had an exceptionally high safety factor. Their floor had only 2 households, and being on the 17th floor, the likelihood of a home invasion was very low. Unless the day came when they could no longer stay in this city and were forced to migrate elsewhere, Liang Shuyu might find a chance to repay him. After hearing Liang Shuyu's explanation, Liang Ying hummed in acknowledgement. "Your friendship with your classmate is yours to handle. If there's anything that requires the cooperation of several families, you must speak up directly." Lu Xiaopeng had helped Liang Shuyu, but indirectly aided 3 families. Not just with these supplies, but also with his generous spirit. Liang Shuyu nodded. The others agreed with Liang Ying's words. In times of crisis, one must never overlook others' help. Then Liang Shuyu shared the analysis he had obtained from Lu Xiaopeng with everyone. This time it might not be just a power outage in a few cities. It could be a global blackout. The faces of those who had been cheerful and light-hearted moments ago turned pale. A simultaneous global blackout. What did that mean? Liang Shuyu further noted that although a global blackout sounded terrifying, nations could still overcome it by pooling their top resources. Yet it shouldn't be like this, with no news from the outside world, and even the public security departments ceasing to function. No country would simply abandon its citizens and sleep at home, would it? Even if the top leaders wished to, the grassroots doers wouldn't allow it. Thus there must be another more terrifying disaster brewing, one so urgent that it prevented countries worldwide from focusing on rescuing their power-deprived citizens. Or perhaps not all citizens had been abandoned, only a portion. How was that portion determined? Possibly by region. These conclusions were drawn by Liang Shuyu from later analysis. "You're not suggesting that coastal cities have been abandoned, are you?" Liang Wenjing asked, cautiously, unable to believe it. "I'm not sure. Without solid evidence, I can't confirm anything. But one thing is certain, this blackout disaster isn't just a simple solar storm. Perhaps we need a more advanced plan." Liang Shuyu shared his thoughts with everyone, hoping the whole family could discuss and arrive at a more favorable survival strategy. One person's ideas might have flaws, but the collective thoughts of several could minimize those gaps. "Or should we leave the coastal city and head inland?" Aunt Xiaoping suggested. We can prepare that as a contingency plan." Liang Shuyu nodded. The atmosphere at the table grew heavy, and even the fragrant rice became tasteless. "When do we leave?" Yumin asked. To be honest, Liang Shuyu himself felt uncertain. After all, he was still a student. Although everyone now turned to him for major decisions after the blackout, he dared not make a hasty conclusion about leaving Shenzhen City without a solid plan and concrete facts. Leaving this city meant abandoning their safe haven here and wandering for a long time. After arriving in the Sichuan region, they would have to find another safe dwelling. The hardships along the way and the instability upon arrival were immense challenges. "I have a house in Tongzhou." Yu Shifeng suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. Yu Shifeng wasn't from the Sichuan region. "It was left to Min by my ex-wife," he said. "Although it's not large, it's enough to accommodate all of us." "Excellent, the housing issue is resolved. If they must leave the coastal city, Sichuan would undoubtedly be the safest hinterland, making it the primary region under consideration." During wartime, even when foreign forces breached the central hub of the nation, they failed to conquer the vast expanse of Sichuan. It is a naturally fortified area with abundant resources and ideal refuge. Among the 3 families at the table, Liang Shuyu and Wei Yuqi's families were both rooted in Deep Blue City. Although they were not natives of Deep Blue, they had no foundations elsewhere. However, Yu Shifeng hailed from Xiguang province adjacent to Deep Blue City. Liang Shuyu hadn't expected him to own a property in Sichuan. This resolved one problem. We still need transportation. Without it, they couldn't transport all their supplies. Even if they traveled light, would they have to scavenge for resources upon arriving in Sichuan? That would be exceedingly difficult. If Sichuan had lost power simultaneously with Deep Blue City by the time Liang Shiyu and the others arrived, that city would have long been stripped bare. Perhaps even major factions would have formed. Hence, even if they left Deep Blue, they must take all their supplies. Transportation thus became paramount, the sole bastion ensuring their safety on the road and the base for rest. Diesel vehicles should work right. Wei Fatty, who had been silent, finally spoke. Yes. The electromagnetic pulse from the solar storm only damaged electrical equipment. Ordinary gasoline cars required electricity for their ignitions, which was why many vehicles on the road failed to start. But diesel cars were exempt from this. There's another issue: many inoperable vehicles on the road might block our way. Even on highways, there's no guarantee that emergency lanes are entirely clear. If a section were completely blocked, they couldn't drive through. Wei Fatty chuckled. No problem. We'll get a jack and flip any car in our way, one by one. Liang Shiyu, who couldn't drive, had worried about road traffic. Hearing Wei Fatty's words, he realized it wasn't such a big issue. Indeed, pooling wisdom broadens the mind. Liang Shiyu smiled. All right, let's make some preparations. Any ideas? After a moment of contemplation, everyone shared their thoughts. Some were whimsical, others hit the mark precisely. Ahem. Liang Ying coughed. Let's eat first, then discuss slowly. It's best to write down ideas, itemizing what to note and prepare. We have ample time, no need to rush. All right. Everyone responded cheerfully, digging into their meals. Leaving the city might not be the best choice, but after being cooped up for over a month, they were all weary. Finally deciding to head to a new place despite knowing the dangers ahead, their hearts were filled with excitement. A refreshing sense of clearing skies after the clouds. After a quick meal, Liang Wenjing and the others had many ideas bubbling in their minds, eager to put them into action. Just as Aunt Xiaoping and Liang Ying cleared the dishes, Yu Shifeng lowered his voice and said ingratiatingly to Yu Min, "Daughter." "Stop." Yu Min interrupted him ruthlessly. Whenever Yu Shifeng uttered the word daughter, it never boded well. Without hearing more, Yu Min knew it was about Chen Baoyi. She had no interest in listening, for she was no pushover. "Min, I just want to ask you something." Yu Shifeng was deeply embarrassed. Yu Min in front of everyone showed him no face, making it hard for the old father. Yu Min raised an eyebrow. "If it's about Chen Baoyi, forget it." Yu Shifeng pleaded with a grimace. "Not entirely. I just want to ask what your mindset was like at 12 or 13, what made you rebellious." His words were like a juicy scandal, instantly sparking everyone's interest. Yu Min had been rebellious. It was hard to imagine. Wei Yuki's eyes sparkled. "How rebellious? Do tell." Yu Shifeng was about to speak when Yu Min shot him a cold glare, silencing him. "Go on, you little brat, don't pry." Yu Shifeng quickly brushed Wei Yuki's face aside. "Do tell, I really want to hear." Liang Wenjing whined playfully. While she had always thought Min had that icy deadpan personality, so she had a rebellious streak. Big news. Yu Min shot Liang Wenjing a hostile look as if to say, "What kind of plastic best friend are you?" Liang Wenjing stuck out her tongue. "Don't be shy, Min. Everyone has a dark past, it's unavoidable." Yu Shifeng dared not speak, fearing he'd anger Yu Min and not talk to him for a month. This girl held grudges. Liang Shiyu, sensing Yu Shifeng's hesitation, said, "Among the 4 kids here, at least 3 have been rebellious. Uncle Yue, don't worry. Later I'll have Liang Wenjing share her rebellious history. It might help." "Huh?" Liang Wenjing burst out laughing. "Right, we all have rebellious histories to share. Don't mind Min's glare, ooh, just spill it." But after saying that, she felt something was off. "Wait, we've all been rebellious, so why am I the one sharing my dark past? Why not you?" Liang Shiyu grinned. "Have I ever been rebellious?" "Haven't you?" Liang Wenjing raised her voice. Liang Shiyu turned to the kitchen and asked Liang Ying, "Mom, have I ever been rebellious?" Liang Ying, who had been eavesdropping, replied with a smile. "You've always been sensible. Ooh, I don't think you've ever been rebellious." "Wow." Liang Wenjing groaned. "Mom, don't be so biased. He used to fight with me all the time as kids. Wasn't that rebellious? You started at stealing his toys." Liang Wenjing. Was she sure she was the biological daughter? Wei Yoshi laughed so hard he nearly fell over, while Wei Fatty chuckled heartily, his big white face looking cheerful. Liang Wenjing. Grudge noted. Yu Min, surprised that Liang Shiyu had intervened in her affairs, cast him a puzzled glance, then glared. Although Liang Shiyu frequently visited Yu Shifeng's house, Yu Min usually only interacted with Liang Wenjing. Her relationship with Liang Shiyu was merely at the acquaintance level, far from friendship, let alone the point of joking around. Had everyone gone mad just to hear about her childhood dark history? Just then Yu Shifeng, bolstered by Liang Shiyu and the others' support, saw Yu Min's expression of speechless and slightly annoyed, which was rather endearing, reminding him of little Yu Min's amusing antics. "All right, I'll tell you about little Yu Min today." "Yu Min." Yumin's mother left when she was 11 when Yu Shifeng was still running a martial arts school. The school was quiet from Monday to Friday, and little Yumin would diligently train on her own practicing routines without needing her father to supervise. She had been well-behaved since childhood with an oval face, slender eyebrows, and two adorable dimples at the corners of her mouth when she smiled. Every summer she and her mother would hand out flyers at the central square. Dressed in a handsome, white martial arts uniform, her sharp, youthful performances attracted many parents who eagerly signed up for lessons. Back then she would clasp her fists and say with a practiced air, "Thank you for your appreciation, hero. Let's compete at the hero gathering next year." Everyone was amused by her. But these memories only existed before she turned 11. After her mother left, the girl gradually stopped smiling and became withdrawn. However, Yu Shifeng was a strict parent who favored military-style management, and his former personality was rigid and unyielding. This created a significant conflict with Yumin, and their relationship quickly deteriorated. On one hand, Yu Shifeng felt that Yumin had suddenly become rebellious. On the other, Yumin resented her father for lacking her mother's tenderness and care, longing for her mother instead. One day, Yumin could no longer endure her father's inflexibility and decided to run away from home. She packed her backpack with a change of clothes and 200 yuan in pocket money. At this point, Yu Shifeng began to chuckle. Aunt Xiaoping, Liang, Ing Wei Yochi, Fatty Wei Liang Shuyu, and Liang Wenjing sat in a row on the redwood sofa, all propping up their chins in unison, listening with rapt attention. Yumin sat expressionless in the corner, a blaze of murderous intent flickering deep in her eyes. Just as everyone wondered why Yu Shifeng was laughing so heartily, he said, "I didn't discover she had run away until 4 hours later. Just as I was about to go look for her, she came back on her own. Do you know why?" "Why?" 6 heads asked in unison. I remember that scene so clearly. Yu Shifeng drifted into memory while Yumin could no longer hold back, cursing silently in her heart. Damn it. So little Yumin had been gone for 4 hours before Yu Shifeng noticed. He broke out in a cold sweat, frantically rushed to her school, and called the police. However, the police told him to check at home first. When he arrived at the building, he indeed saw little Yumin, her face streaked with tears. Yu Shifeng thought she had been bullied and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Were you scared? Did someone bully you?" Little Yumin snorted and turned her head away, still angry, ignoring him. Soon the police arrived and questioned her alone. Yumin cried, even harder, unable to utter a single word. For a moment they thought she had truly been frightened. A female officer even examined little Yumin's body. When no abnormalities were found, little Yumin pouted, hesitated for a long time, and then shouted in frustration, "Stop checking me. I don't have time." "Why don't you have time? Could she be threatened by someone?" The female officer's mind raced with dark possibilities. Little Yumin wore a look of shame and indignation. Under the intense gazes of the 2 officers, she finally broke down, crying, "There's a problem I can't solve." The officers were speechless. So the girl had spent her entire runaway stint in a coffee shop doing homework and only ended her escape early because she couldn't solve a problem and feared not being able to submit her assignment the next day. Ha ha ha. Liang Wenjing laughed without restraint. Impressive, such a realm is truly a model for us all. So even after running away from home, you still have to do homework. That's brilliant. Liang Shuyu chuckled. "Don't laugh, someone seems to have run away too." Hic. Liang Wenjing was like a startled goose with hiccups. "Hey, who wet the bed and deliberately poured water into my blanket? Throwing out old scandals. Let's see who has more." Uft. Wei Yochi spat out a mouthful of Lingji water. 666, "Oh, why didn't I think of that? So you wet the bed too?" Auntie Liang Ing caught the key point. Ha! Another burst of laughter erupted. Wei Yochi and Liang Shuyu both covered their faces in embarrassment. Youthful indiscretions, they explained shamelessly. "That computer at my place had some interesting stuff on its Windows interface." Liang Wenjing clicked her tongue. "Especially that certain folder." The older ones didn't quite understand, but Liang Shiyu's hand instantly clamped around Liang Wenjing's neck, choking off the rest of her words. "Everyone, let's continue discussing the preparations for the move." This topic couldn't go any further. How could Wei Yochi allow that? Was that what he wanted? He wanted Liang Shiyu's dark secrets and weaknesses. "Old Liang, that's not right. Let her finish what she was saying." Mem. Liang Wenjing protested. Liang Shiyu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, perhaps we could first talk about a certain magazine. Or rather, its alias is..." Wei Yochi hurriedly covered Liang Shiyu's mouth. "Alright, let's just talk about the move." Fatty Wei was a seasoned schemer. How could he let them off so easily? "There's no rush for the move. Take your time. I'm quite interested in your folder and magazine." "Who's going to explain?" Mem. Liang Wenjing protested vehemently. Then Wei Yuki's photo book was confiscated. Wei Yochi, QEQ. A new day dawned, and at 8 a.m., Liang Shuyu and the others happily washed their faces with hot water. The mechanical watch was hung outside the kitchen, worn only when going out, and kept there otherwise. It was worth noting that Liang Ying's own time estimate was nearly identical to the watch. She was practically a walking human clock face. A new day brought new tasks. After 4 or 5 hours of discussion the previous night, they finally listed a series of supplies needed for the move. It wasn't too much, at least 2 diesel vehicles, 2 hydraulic jacks, plenty of diesel weapons tools for the road, and an independent gas stove. They could just pick cars from the street, Yu Shifeng said. He could try the driving tricks from movies. Just start whatever worked. The jacks could be found at hardware stores or auto repair shops. That wouldn't be too hard. For the gas stove, they could check nearby shops, or if necessary snatch a table from a grilled fish restaurant. It should have a built-in gas stove. Let's go to the trade market this morning, eat out at noon, and look for cars in the afternoon. Liang Shuyu repeated the day's plan. From their discussion last night, their most abundant supply was potato chips, because in the underwater market the chips floated to the top, and they had grabbed the most. Chips were just for fun, not filling, but they carried nostalgia, and were considered a scarce resource. Around 9:20 in the morning, Liang Shuyu and the other 2 were once again fully dressed and ready to leave. As they stepped out, Yu Shifeng glanced back at Chun Bawai's home on the 2nd floor of the opposite building. He had heard her screams late into the night, and though he knew they were just her way of venting, they still filled him with worry. Perhaps it was because for a fleeting moment Chun Baoi reminded him of Yu Min as a child. That stirred a sense of pity in Yu Shifeng, a desire to help her through her ordeal. He sighed and walked into the rain, knowing he had to find the right opportunity to guide her. He couldn't act rashly. The 3 had barely taken a few steps when with a loud bang the iron gate on the 1st floor of the opposite building swung open. Yu Shifeng turned and saw Chun Baoi dragging her mother's body out of the door alone. The corpse was wrapped in a thick gray wet quilt tied with a cloth strip into a bundle resembling a giant zongzi with only a pair of feet exposed. The feet were so swollen that they couldn't fit into any shoes and were barely covered by strips of cloth torn from some garment. Chun Baoi struggled to drag her mother. "Take it easy," Yu Shifeng said, rushing over to help. Liang Shiyu and Wei Youqi, seeing the situation, knew they could no longer leave on time. They returned to the stone dam and watched the 2. Wei Youqi said, "Should we go help?" To be honest, after talking with Yu Shifeng the night before and learning about Chun Bawai's background, he felt she was quite helpless. In Wei Yuki's impression, Chun Bawai's father was a gambling addict and a domestic abuser. Her mother, though seemingly decent, rarely interacted with the neighbors and wasn't well known. But to be honest, he had seen her mother getting quite close with old Chin's card-playing friends. He hadn't delved into the specifics. Coupled with Chun Bawai's difficult personality and occasionally harsh words, Wei Youqi had never held a favorable impression of her either. And now Chun Baoi turned out not to be biologically related to her parents. Could old Chin's current temperament be linked to this? Learning such things, Wei Youqi felt sorry for her. After all, who she was born to had nothing to do with her. Yet she had to pay the price for it. Liang Shuyu said, "Put on your masks." "Got it." Wei Youqi took 3 masks from his waist pouch. They each carried 3, and masks were precious. Everyone used was 1 less. He was actually a bit reluctant. But handling a corpse, reluctance or not, he had to be careful. "Uncle, put on your mask." After putting on his own, he helped Yu Shifeng put one on, then tried to offer one to Chun Baoi, only to be met with her cold stare. Wei Youqi felt a surge of anger. Offering a mask and getting that look. Forget it, it's about the matter, not the person. He was doing this for the act, not for Chun Baoi. If she didn't want the mask, he'd save one. Wei Youqi snorted, carefully wrapped the mask in plastic wrap, stuffed it back into his pouch, put on 2 layers of disposable gloves, found an iron shovel, and began digging a grave to bury the body. By then, Wei Youqi had experience in burying the dead. At 1036, old Lu came by saying they had reconsidered his earlier proposal and couldn't accept Liang Shiyu's conditions. But Liang Shiyu stood his ground and refused to budge. Old Lu was so agitated he nearly glowered and issued threats, yet Liang Shiyu remained calm and composed. Pointing at Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi, who were busy burying the body, he said to old Lu, "Look how practiced they are." Old Liu's face turned pale. He slunk away. Until they decided to leave this place, Liang Shiyu had no intention of cooperating with the likes of old Lu. Now that they had resolved to leave the city, why would he collaborate with him? In the past few days, Liang Wenjing and the others had been working overtime at home, reorganizing and repacking supplies, determined to take everything they could carry. But there was no need to rush. Although the plan was already on the agenda, the details required careful consideration. Leaving the city, leaving the home that protected them, would be like a planet losing its atmosphere, exposed to the deadly rays and harmful particles of the universe. Thus, they could not act rashly without thorough preparation. Done. Wei Youqi took off his disposable gloves, tossed them into the designated trash bin by the door, and let the rain wash over him. "Let's go," Liang Shiyu said. Chun Baoi, after burying her mother, returned to her home without a word or even a glance, leaving Yu Shifeng no chance to offer a few words of comfort. Wei Youqi, already prepared for the possibility of receiving no gratitude, felt no burden. Yu Shifeng hadn't done it for thanks, but seeing Chun Bawai's aloof demeanor, he felt more worried than anything. Troubled, Yu Shifeng set off with Liang Shiyu toward Biguan Zone, C near North Station. This was their second time taking this route. Compared to 2 days ago, there were fewer pedestrians on the streets. But almost every shop with a storefront had been broken into. Those that remained intact must have been occupied. Under the current circumstances, it was nearly impossible to scavenge supplies from stores. At best, they could find leftovers. The majority of resources were controlled by a few, especially those who operated in groups. Like the industrial park Liang Shiyu had once tailed. In a few days, once the city settled down a bit more, Liang Shiyu planned to scout that industrial park. Perhaps a trade market similar to Biguan had formed there as well. At Biguan Zone C, they successfully entered the supermarket after paying 6 small snacks. The corner where Liang Shiyu had stayed last time was now occupied by someone else, so they could only find a cramped spot in the middle. After settling in, Wei Youqi, following the example of others, spread a cloth on the ground and took out 4 bags of potato chips, 2 lighters, 2 packs of coffee, 3 small packets of tea leaves, and 5 betel nuts, arranging them all on the makeshift stall. As he put out the items, nearly half the market's attention turned to them. While Wei Youqi was unpacking, Liang Shiyu and Yu Shifeng observed everyone's reactions. Liang Shiyu watched the left side, Yu Shifeng the right. Liang Shiyu noticed that when the chips were laid out, no one showed particular interest. Even the coffee, tea, and lighters drew little reaction. Only one man seemed intrigued by the betel nuts, but he looked away after a moment. According to the notes Liu Xiaopeng had given him in the early stages of resource scarcity, people's most urgent needs were staples like rice, flour, and water, basic necessities driven by hunger and fear at the bottom of the hierarchy of needs. However, as scarcity persisted, people's needs would shift to higher levels, approaching psychological and spiritual demands. In other words, the longer the power outage lasted, the more people would crave snacks, cigarettes, alcohol, coffee, tea, betel nuts, and similar items. These goods would skyrocket in value, becoming exorbitantly expensive. Today, Liang Shiyu was testing the validity of Liu Xiaopeng's words. From the looks of it, Liu Xiaopeng was right.